Chapter 115, Candy's Send-Off. Going home for New Year's Eve. Stop. The young girl's ethereal voice was not loud, but it was extraordinarily clear into the soul. The gazes of all the people sought out the sound, only to see a demonic young girl slowly walking towards the empty entrance. She had a white cat in her arms. Song 6's eyes twitched slightly as the visitor was actually Candy. It's just that compared to yesterday's cute maid image, today's Candy looks like a little devil. She wore a black knee-length dress. Her nails were black. Her eye makeup was black. Even her pink lips were black, a very dark makeup outfit. It was like a witch, demonic and soul-stirring. It gives anyone an inexplicable feeling of awe and submission. Princess Candy. Seeing Candy, several high officials' faces changed in unison, and Mike even shouted in panic, "All put away your guns. Be careful of hurting the princess." No one expected Candy to show up. At this moment, Candy had jerked her cat closer, and the soldiers withdrew their guns and backed away, not daring to touch this noble princess in the slightest. "Princess, this person is now a felon, so be careful of hurting you." Seeing that Candy was going to walk towards Song Sickness, Mike and a few high officials blocked Candy's way and whispered respectfully, "Let him go." Candy spoke faintly, her beautiful eyes still looking at Song Sickness with a bright smile. "Princess, you'd better stand down. This is the king's intention. This man is a matter of great importance. The king gave the highest orders to apprehend them, and if anything goes wrong, we will all be removed from our posts." Mike's old eyes fluctuated, still gritting his teeth, without making the slightest concession. Since he had already torn his face, it was impossible to let Song Sickness leave today. No, he'll agree soon enough. Instead, Candy looked over at Mike and smiled lightly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Mike's cell phone rang at the right time. The instant the connection was made, Mike's face changed suddenly and he froze. "If this drags on any longer, it may not only be your positions that are at stake, but even his," Candy's light voice warned. Mike Winston spoke in a panic. "Release them quickly. It's been confirmed that everything today was a misunderstanding. Divine Dr. Song is just going home for the new year." Several senior officials' faces changed slightly, obviously not expecting Mike to suddenly change his mind. Of course, the most clueless of all was the group of war police. The first foot just said Song Disease is a felon. Issued a heavy order. Must be arrested at any cost. Now it's a misunderstanding. Just going home for the holidays? But military orders are like mountains. And in the face of Mike's orders, the hordes retreated one after the other. Candy walked towards Song Sickness at this point. This time, Mike and a group of high-ranking officials didn't dare to stop them. Song 6's eyes twitched slightly, not realizing that Candy would run to help herself. What's more, he didn't expect that the other party had used any means that could easily make the torn Mike instantly change his mind and let go. This woman can no longer be described as uncomplicated. One word of scary doesn't even begin to cover it. "Teacher, you can go now." At this time, Candy had already arrived in front of Song Sickness, revealing a playful smile like a good student who wanted to be praised. "Thanks." Looking deeply at the other party, Song Sickness still thanked him gratefully. Candy's presence certainly did him a favor. Otherwise, even if he killed everyone here today, his own superhuman strength would be exposed. A man's preconceptions are a mountain. When it was discovered that Song was sickly different, by then, more trouble will await Song Sickness. Seeing that Song Sickness was actually going to leave just like that, without any indication or reward at all, Candy pouted her little mouth to show her dissatisfaction and could only take the initiative to demand. "Wait." Song Sickness has just turned back in confusion. The young girl's soft and delicate body has already pounced into the embrace. The aroma of the nose. Boo. Immediately, Candy even took advantage of Song 6's frozen moment to plant a black strawberry on Song 6's neck ruthlessly. "Goodbye. And come back soon, or I may not be able to resist you." Only after claiming the reward did Candy reveal a happy smile, licking her lips in satisfaction, and finally not forgetting to stand on her tiptoes. She whispered in Song 6's ear. Only then did he re-pick up the white cat and leave happily. Looking at the young girls departing back, Song Sickness was complicated. He had always been wary of this exotic princess, but now, it's gotten a little silly. What does the other guy want from him? Handsome and handsome? Or do you want one of his organs as Wu Yashue does? Or is it something else? Mike and a few high-ranking officials who were watching this from the sidelines had long since blackened their faces. The gaze fell grimly on the lip mark on Song 6's neck. Now they were finally sure that their princess had really fallen for this Asian. And it's the not-to-be-missed kind. Divine Dr. Song, the plane is ready for you. Have a nice trip home for the new year. In the meantime, I hope you are clear about who made you what you are today. And I hope you come back soon. Otherwise we can make you gain it all or lose it all. Even your family. Still stepping forward, Mike resumed his usual smile and held out his hand in a darkly threatening manner. "Yes? As you wish then." Song Sickness laughed and shook hands with the other party as well. Actually, he could. Ding successfully delivered lower body paralysis. Merit -1. With that, and with Candy's help, Mike dedicated an airplane to send Song Sick back alone. And somewhere in the airport, Candy jerked her cat and watched the plane carrying Song Sickness take off, her beautiful eyes full of reluctance. But at that moment, a call came through the Bluetooth headset in her ear, and Candy, seemingly already knowing who it was, just answered it without even looking. Candy, come on. Song Sickness has managed to board the plane. Withdraw those blackouts first or I'm done for. Inside the presidential suite, Mozam's face was pale and he was trembling and sweating. The whole thing looked like a serious illness, almost on the verge of collapse. Don't worry, that interface, which only you can see, was automatically destroyed 3 minutes ago. Candy flashed a neat smile, living as an imp. Upon hearing this, Mashim panicked and opened his computer to check. When the black material originally posted on the internet literally disappeared, Mashim went limp as if all his strength had been drained out of him. But soon, his gaze had a gloomy look and he questioned with forced anger. Candy, I'm your grandfather. How can you do this to me for an outsider? Do you realize what a blow this would be to me? To the crown? I told you, you're not allowed to bully him or I'll be upset. Candy's little face was innocent. Then her cherry lips hooked slightly as she whispered, this is the last time, or I'm really going to get mad. Boom. Mashim's cell phone fell to the floor and the whole thing winced. A sense of dread came over me. Of course, what scared him even more was how much more of that dark stuff Candy had. Dai Ai, Private, Hospital, Quan Chien City, Anhwa. The patient is in critical condition and needs surgery urgently. Please ask the family to hurry and pay the bill. In front of a ward, the attending physician Wu Liang coldly handed Song in the payment slip. $150,000. I don't have that much money here. Can you guys operate on my wife first? I'll go back and raise the money immediately. Songin was taken aback when he looked at the huge surgical fee on the payment bill, but he still looked pleadingly at Wu Liang. Chapter 116, The Silly Pillar of the Village. A trace of impatience flashed in Wu Liang's eyes as he coldly said, pay as much as you have first. Go back and raise the money as soon as possible so that I can save it with all my might. After saying that, Wu Liang took a few nurses into the ward. Okay. Thank you Dr. Wu. I'll go pay now. Seeing that the other party agreed, Songin sighed in relief and bowed in gratitude to the few people. It was only then that he dragged his tired body and ran anxiously towards the payment office. Touching an old bank card, Songin gritted his teeth and sent it anyway. This is half of their life savings, including Song disease transferred to him that 100,000. The couple would have liked to save, and then try to earn a little more. The future to leave Song disease to get married and buy a house with. However, the couple was working at a construction site one day when Lu Su accidentally fell down the stairs. At first there was nothing wrong. The boss saw the situation as even more kindly urged to go home to rest. Something to come back to him. Turns out it didn't take long to get home before it suddenly didn't work. After a series of tests in the hospital, it was said that the internal organs had been injured, so serious that surgery was required. Otherwise it could be life-threatening. This is certainly a devastating blow to an ordinary family. Songin was confused at that time, rushed back to find the boss, but they directly denied the account, but also beat him out. He even threatened to send someone to kill Song Sickness if he dared to pester him again. Songin was scared and had to take it on himself. But today everything is like a bottomless pit. It's whatever the doctor says it is. Songin seemed to have aged dozens of years, but still gritted his teeth and rushed towards home. Inside the ward, on the operating table, lay a middle-aged woman in her 40s. At first glance, her appearance is that of a hard-working peasant woman. At the moment, however, the woman remained in a coma, and the electrocardiogram on the side was fluctuating more and more flatly. Dr. Wu, the patient's condition is getting worse. A nurse's face changed slightly and said, what kind of damage to the internal organs could it not be bad? I don't know what these people are fighting for, money or life? Give her a couple injections of painkillers and prescribe more medication. Drag it out until her husband pays the fee. Wu Liang looked at Lu Su on the hospital bed in disgust, gave an explanation, and turned away, not even willing to touch more. Several nurses saw this and did as they were told. Who made their director's dad the director of this private hospital? Springs Village. It's the village where Sonan's family lives. In the past, Song Sickness became the only university student in the village. The mayor himself came down to offer his condolences. The Song family instantly became the target of all the families to climb the relationship. All sorts of relatives are arriving like rain, and the threshold is almost broken. Many people even couldn't wait to bring their daughters to the door to be betrothed to Song disease. But the good times didn't last long, and a phone call from ANU President Yutsaima shattered it all. Even though Song-in kept emphasizing afterward that it was a scam call and that Song-sik had already studied abroad. He believes in his son. But how would his mouth be able to talk past Auntie Zhang, the village informant? Thus, the news that Song's sickness had been expelled from ANU rang throughout the village like a gale, and became a household name. Various versions oddly appear. The Song family has also logically become the joke of the village. It's almost an after-dinner laugh. The late sun was a little less warm. The people of the Zumi village, men, women and children, like to gossip under the big tree at the entrance of the village. Today's topic is still the Song family. Hey, have you heard? Lu Su fell at the construction site and is dying. Auntie Zhang knocked on a melon seed and was the first to arouse the interest of the crowd. Oh, it's probably because his wicked son did something so wicked that retribution came. Then didn't Song-in say that his precious son was sent abroad to study by mistake? How is it that by now mom is dying and it's almost New Year's Eve and she's not coming back? Not going to do jail time, are you? Some jealous women laughed and joked. Now, everyone was even more convinced that Song's sickness had made a mistake. AI. It's a pity for this child Song's sickness. It's a waste of the village's cultivation. It's a waste of us being so optimistic about him. Yes, still thinking that he will be successful in the future and take the village forward. The old man with the high back score hated the cane and said, now the times have changed. Reading is not necessarily useful. Look at the next door Shi Daxiang. People hold up a cell phone every day and that yelling is Netflix. As usual, a month to earn 1 million or 800,000. More than those college students earn a lot. A couple of the young men retorted with a laugh. For some reason, they were happy when Song-sik became the first college student in the village. But now, they're even happier to hear that Song's sickness has been expelled for his offense. Lu Dashan, when Song's sickness got into college, weren't you the first one to pull your daughter Tsuehua to set up a marriage and climb the ladder? Now that your own mother is in trouble, why don't you go and see? Ha ha ha. Auntie Zhang caused another interesting topic for everyone at this time, which led to a burst of laughter. Go go go. Don't you guys talk nonsense. My daughter is now dating Daqiang again. Daqiang has bought a car and a house, and his savings are almost over $1 million. That bad bastard Song's sickness doesn't even deserve their shoes. Lu Dashan, who was eating melon, saw that he was eating melon and ate it on himself, and he spat in a hurry, and his mouth was full of bad luck. Now he felt a pang of bad luck when he remembered his stupid behavior. And as soon as the crowd heard that Shi Daqiang and Lu Xiaozui's savings were over $1 million, their eyes straightened up and were filled with envy. Seeing the envy of the crowd, Lu Dashan only felt full of light, and then seriously said, first of all, now I have nothing to do with the Song family. Whoever mentions this again, I'll be in a hurry with whoever. Alright, Uncle Song's family is already miserable enough, so you guys should cut the crap. At this point, there were also finally some people who couldn't stand to watch and interrupted. As he was talking, he saw Song-in hurrying to the entrance of the village. Many people seemed to anticipate something and hurriedly avoided it silently like the plague. Of course, there were quite a few who sat back and watched the show. Song-in saw so many people sitting under the tree at the entrance of the village, gritted his teeth, or lowered his head and went forward, fathers and elders. You must have heard about Lu Su, now in the hospital rescue. Medical expenses are not enough. I'd like to implore you to reach out and lend me some. Don't worry, I'll make a note for all of them, and I'll definitely pay them back as much as I can in the future. The crowd sniffed and their faces changed. Auntie Zhang was the first to speak. Brother Song, it's not that we won't help you. You also know that this year's harvest is not good and we can't do anything about it. Song-in, didn't you say that your son studied abroad? Let him come back since the situation is so critical. Or call in some money as well. Lu Dashan sneered, intentionally exposing. Song's sickness already called in $100,000 a while ago, but it's still not enough, and I've sent him a message, so he should be here soon. But as you know, studying abroad is still learning and not earning much money. Song-in said bitterly. Still pretending? When the crowd heard this, they became even more contemptuous and completely disbelieving. In the village, Song-in could be called a good old boy. Anyone whose appliances broke down went to him for free repairs. But I didn't realize that I was back to this kind of panic now. Please, everyone, even if I'm incompetent, in the future, when my son is successful, I will definitely repay you for saving my life. Song-in clenched his teeth and knelt in front of the crowd. Gu, my child forgot to breastfeed, so I'll go first. Oops, look at my brain, I forgot to make dinner. I'm a bit dizzy. You guys talk, I'll go back to rest and relax. The crowd fluctuated. This was the first time they had seen Song-in kneel, but they knew that the game was not going to continue, so they all found reasons to leave. You people, do you have any conscience at all? We are all from the same village. Shouldn't we help each other? A village boy couldn't help but curse when he saw this scene, but there was no response to him. Seeing that people were leaving, The guy gritted his teeth and went up and transferred 20245 to Sungan. Uncle Song, this is all my savings. Don't mind it. Take it to auntie first, the boy said as he helped Songin up. Pillar, you. Looking at the naive young man in front of him, Songin couldn't help but leave tears. The other man's name is Zheng Taiju, and people in the village call him Pillar or Silly Pillar. He dropped out of elementary school and learned a job as a veterinarian in the village, specializing in treating other people's cattle and horses. All you want in life is to make money and get a wife. What Songin didn't expect was that those so-called relatives and friends of that yesteryear who had grabbed to climb on him had all become jokes. In the end, it was this ridiculed iron pillar in the village that helped him. Chapter 117, The Return of Song Sickness. Songin, my family is also in difficulty. Here's just 2,000. Take it first. Brother Song, as you know, my daughter needs thousands of special medicines every month, and there's only 1,000 here, so don't mind if it's too little. And me, here's the 3,000 or so for my leg treatment. Give it to your sister-in-law first. My leg is just like that. Limp or not, it's nothing but an ugly walk. And if you can't get a wife, you can't get a wife. Pillar helped Songin up, and the rest of them gritted their teeth and stepped forward to lend a helping hand as well. Some are running back for cash. Thank you folks. Seeing this scene, Songin's eyes reddened, and he took out his book, and under the big tree at the entrance of the village, he carefully wrote down every bill. Before that, he ran to many relatives' houses, but most of them were excused on various grounds or avoided. Few of the so-called relatives of yesteryear genuinely lend a hand in times of need. In contrast, instead, folks who are not doing as well as they should are willing to help him. The sun was setting and the evening wind was blowing. Songin counted the money raised, a total of more than 40,000, but still 20,000 short of the cost of the operation. Songin thought about the job that Shi Daxiang had introduced him to 2 days ago, with a plan in mind. Pillar, I don't feel comfortable with your aunt being alone in the hospital. Can you help uncle go take care of her for 2 days? Songin looked to the naive Taiju, who had been accompanying him at the side, and pleaded. Uncle, what are you talking about? I will take care of auntie. Zheng Taiju patted his chest and assured. Okay, thank you. Here's 40,000. You go buy and pay for the surgery and I'll transfer the remaining 20,000 to you later to make up for it. And this I owe you. You hold it for uncle for now. And if Song Sick comes back, you'll give it to him. Songin handed both the bank card and cash to Zheng Taiju. Like giving last words, he was still at ease with the big, simple guy. Okay uncle, be careful. Zheng Taiju carefully loaded the money, and then rushed toward the city in the night. The village entrance at night is particularly depressed. Songin looked toward the village, trembling, took out an old cell phone that had been used for an unknown number of years, and flipped through the chat records with his son. The record has almost weekly greetings from Song Sickness about their health and family situation, as well as some of the scenery in Lee. On top of that, every month, Song Sickness sends $10,000 on time. In response, Songin always nodded his head and said yes, reassuring Song Sickness. As for the money from Song's illness, he did not receive it again, until it expired. All it says is that the $100,000 from before was enough to cover it. He was relieved every time he only cared to inquire about the safety of Song Sickness. That's right, with all the gossip in the village, and the money that Song Sickness often sends, and his heart wavered. It is suspected that Song Sickness has absconded with his crime and the so-called study abroad is just a fake. How else could you give him $100,000 at once, and then transfer another 10,000 to him every month after that? How many people make 10,000 a month in Anguilla? They only make a few $1,000s a year farming, not to mention a foreign student. In particular, a few months ago, 2 extremely good-looking women came in succession, driving a luxury car, wearing designer labels, and surrounded by bodyguards. It seems to be the kind of big shot from the upper class. As soon as he came, he said he was his son's friend and asked about Song disease on the side. In the end, even before they left, they had to somehow send them money, which at first glance amounted to $1 million or so. This gave him a fright, and he refused on the spot, telling them not to bother again, and resolutely not to disclose half the news of Song's illness. The 2 women had no choice but to leave, and 2 such beautiful girls came to Song Sickness one after the other, and grabbed them to send money to please them. This reinforced Songin's conviction that Song Sickness had committed a crime, and it was also highly likely that these 2 women had been sent by the higher-ups to arrest Song Sickness. So, he thinks Song Sickness has fled to a foreign country and lied just to reassure him that the money may also come from an unknown source. But he didn't poke at it, and he didn't actively urge Song Sickness to ever return home. What's more, he didn't tell Lu Su the secret, but chose to bear it alone. Every time you chat with Song Sickness, you're playing along with the drama. But now that Lu Su was critically ill, He knew he couldn't hide it any longer. He was afraid that Song's sickness wouldn't be able to see Lu Su in the end and would hate him in the future. Song in the cold wind, forced himself to endure the cold, began to write by hand, and finally, trembling, wrote only 4 words, "Mother is sick. Return quickly." After sending the message and the last cell phone's power drained, Song did not enter the village again, but disappeared into the darkness alone. The houses in the village were all lit up, and many people watched Song leave from under the windows of each house. There was gloating and sighs of pity. Inside the spacious passenger airplane, Song's sickness was the only one. This flight is only to send Song sick. Song's sickness sat in one of the first-class seats, looking at the message that could not be refreshed, and underneath his calm exterior he was already anxious. It wasn't until the overnight flight that the airplane finally descended into the city that Song sickness was extraordinarily familiar with, Zhenquan City. The first thing Song sick did when he got off the plane was to open his cell phone and check it. It was discovered that Song had not claimed the million he had sent over. And even more so, he never returned any of his messages. Calling also shows the phone turned off. Song sick had no choice but to walk out of the airport first. Where to? Handsome? A white cavalier running a private car drove up and the man volunteered to ask. On the passenger side, there was a sleeping baby. $1 million and sell me this car. Song sickness spoke directly. The man froze, obviously not expecting the person in front of him to suddenly give him such a line. Seeing strong, Song sick swept the money directly to the other party. Tic-tac-toe is in the account. $1 million. The clear voice pulled the man straight back, his eyes widening as he hurriedly pulled out his cell phone to check. After determining that it really arrived, he immediately had a jolt and hurriedly got out of the car to pick up his sleeping daughter. Brother, you go well. Song sick didn't say anything, got in the car and kicked the gas, rushing towards the village. Mua Nini, you're such a lucky baby for daddy. Until he saw Song sickness driving his vehicle far away. The man looked at the extra $1 million in the bank card, still feeling like a dream, happy and hard on his daughter's face a kiss. He'd seen this kind of episode on TV, but he hadn't realized what had really happened to him. On the other hand, after 2 hours of rushing, Song sickness finally returned to the hometown that he had been away from for a long time. After half a year of absence, the village has changed a lot. Roads have been repaired, and bungalows have been built in every house, so it seems to be developing well. And yet, inexplicably, there is less of the pure and simple air of the old days. The only thing that remains the same is the old tree at the entrance of the village. But at the moment, Song sickness was obviously not in the mood to care about that, and drove all the way to his house. However, getting out of the car and checking it out, I realized that the doors were all locked. Yo, isn't this Song sick? When did you get out? A familiar woman's voice sounded behind her. Song disease to turn back. It is the former stingy Search, always like to scold their own short-lived ghost. After seeing himself go to college, he made an effort to come to the door to flatter, but also to recognize himself as the godson of Auntie Zhang. But for this old woman, Song sickness had never liked it, especially what the other guy just said. "Hey goo, it's really you. I've seen a ghost. Come and see. Song sickness is back." Seeing the rather changed Song sickness, Aunt Zhang finally recognized it and immediately shouted in excitement as if she had taken a pill. That voice instantly resonated throughout Quan Village. Soon a number of people were recruited. Chapter 118, Song sickness and cold heart. Really Song disease? Didn't he say he was arrested for a crime? Has he been released? Seeing as he's empty-handed, he should be, but he also came back with a car? Wait, why does it feel like he's gotten taller, stronger and more handsome? He used to be so skinny and sick all the time. Has the prison food gotten better? A lot of people quickly gathered in front of Song sick's house. People sizing up the returning Song sick, talking and speculating wildly. Both ended up being surprised by Song sick's rather changed appearance. The Song sickness of today was completely different from the frail and sickly Song sickness of before. It's like a different person. Listening to the whispers of the crowd, Song sickness frowned slightly, already having a guess in his heart. But right now, he didn't have time to pay attention to this. "Uncle, where are my parents and them?" Song sick's gaze fell on a middle-aged man. The other party was no one else but his eldest uncle, Song Jun. Your parents The Song Jun's eyes were a bit evasive, and in the face of the greatly changed temperament of Song sickness inquiring, he couldn't say anything for a while stuttering. Or a woman who came out from the next bungalow to serve the meal, strongly criticized. "Humph, you still have the face to ask. Your mom is now lying in the hospital. Your dad is in a hurry to borrow money from everywhere, and you just came back now." She's Song Jun's wife, Wang Ping. "Yes, little sickness. I heard your father say that you are going to study abroad. This time your mom's treatment is going to cost a bit too much money. I don't know if you've earned enough money. If it's not enough, it's useless to come." Auntie Zhang also took the opportunity to sneer and interrupt with her melon seeds. Many of the villagers also couldn't help but laugh at the mention of Song Sik study. Today, Song Sik study abroad has become a joke in the village. If you interrupt again, do you believe I'll rip your mouth off? Song's sickness turned back suddenly, his eyes suddenly cold. More disgust for this sneering black-hearted woman. Auntie Zhang was instantly frightened by Song Sik's eyes and didn't dare to say half a word more. Only then did Song's sickness turn around, look at Wang Chui, this his nominal matriarch, and ask, which hospital are they in? Song Sik, in the city's AI hospital. Go now. The one who had been kind enough to lend the cripple money earlier opened his mouth. Thank you, Uncle Cousin. Song's sickness gave a thank you and got straight into the car, returning to the city. How dare the $1,000 man yell at me? Go now. If you're late, your short-lived mom will be gone. Think it's a big deal to buy a crappy car and come back? As soon as Song's sickness left, Aunt Zhang's gaze became resentful, pointing at spicy and glaring and cursing. This Harvard is not cheap Lu. About 11 or 20,000 Lu. Someone who knows about cars retorted to Auntie Chang. Auntie Zhang's face stiffened. Her gaze became more resentful and she cursed. Humph, do you really think he bought it? A reformed laborer. I think he escaped from prison and came out to steal it. Turn around and lock up this short-lived ghost. Stop saying these poisonous words behind your back. This child of little sickness is kind in size and doesn't look like he's come back from a mistake. Maybe people really did come back from studying abroad. Someone said a fair word. When these words came out, many people including Aunt Zhang and Song Jun's hearts thumped. But soon the news of Song's sick return resounded through the village. Dai Hospital, north of the city. What's wrong with your hospital? $150,000 for the surgery we had a hard time paying. Now why do we have to pay another $50,000? Zhang Taizhu angrily took a large stack of payment slips and found Wu Liang, who was preparing to give the nurse an injection, to question him. Seeing that the potion that was about to be ready for injection was interrupted, Wu Liang panicked and collected the needle, and forcefully suppressed the evil fire and explained, what you paid was the surgery fee, and that $50,000 was the additional examination fee, and the cost of medication. What bull ***** this fee and that fee? I don't care. The money for the surgery my uncle had a hard time paying. You guys go ahead and operate on my aunt. She's dying. Zhang Taizhu gathered his courage and said. In the morning Song Yin came to him with $20,000 to give, and it was hard to make up the cost of the operation. Now it's $50,000. Isn't that pushing them to death? Off. Don't ing bother me. Pay your fees first. I've got a lot of recuperating to do and resting to do. Wu Liang held his tongue. The nurse on the sidelines had seen his pain, but couldn't help it. I don't care. If you don't go to save my aunt, I won't go. I'll raise my essence with you. Zhang Taizhu was so angry that he didn't know what to say, and simply sat on his butt and didn't go. Wu Liang got up in anger. His body instantly trembled, and he said angrily, someone come. Beat this bastard out of me. Soon, the two security guards rushed to the scene, which was a skillful punch and kick, and beat Zhang Taizhu out like chasing garbage. It's not easy to make a breakthrough today. It's been stirred up by this sand dollar. Pissed off old me. Wu Liang instantly agonized Wodong and was furious. The nurse on the side gave a contemptuous glance. That breakthrough of yours was only 3 seconds faster, but still smiled and reminded Director Wu that Lu Su seems to be no longer able to make it. Even if she operates, it won't help. Then also to drag. Continue to give her a checkup and prescribe medication. When the time comes the commission will not be less than you. Wu Liang grudgingly said. Thank you, Director. The nurse was instantly beaming and rushed off to do her job. On the other hand, Song's sickness followed the navigation and arrived at Dai Hospital. This hospital was built in a grand manner, the best in the city. As a result, just as he reached the door with the intention of questioning the nurse, he was met by a snotty, swollen acquaintance. Pillar. Song's sickness called out with a frown. Zhang Taizhu, who was beaten out, lost his mind, not hurting this injury, but worrying about the next $50,000. One word from the other side is the fate of a family, until a familiar voice pulled him back to his senses. Following the voice, Zhang Taizhu immediately stared in surprise. Brother Song Sik, you're back? What's the matter with you? Who beat you up like that? Song Sik frowned slightly, and with a glance, he could tell that the injuries on the other party's body were from being beaten. Zhang Taizhu could be said to be his only friend in Quan village. In the past, he was so weak and sick that he had to walk several miles to go to elementary school, and it was Zhang Taizhu who always helped accompany him to finish his studies. At that time no one wanted to play with him. A sick man and a stupid man just playing together. Zhang Taizhu was 3 years older than him, but envied him for being smart. so he always called him brother. Even when someone bullied him, Zhang Taiju would always use his chubby body to block the damage for himself. The other guy was naive, but not stupid, just simply kind. But being kind will always be categorized as one of the weak, and the weak will always be bullied. I'm fine. Brother Song sick. Quick, do you have $50,000? Auntie is quick to disbelieve that the doctor wants another 50,000 before he'll do the surgery. Zhang Taiju was like grasping a life-saving straw and hurriedly inquired, like when I was a child. I always liked to ask Song Sickness if there was any difficult problem that I couldn't solve. Upon hearing this, Song Sick's face changed slightly and he quickly spoke. Where is my mom? Take me there first. Oh, well, follow me. Still without the slightest doubt, Zhang Taiju hurriedly led the way in front, but the leg was limping, obviously beaten. Song Disease's heart was chilled, and as he hurried along, he reached out and put his hand on the other party's shoulder, silently healing the other party's injuries for him. It also includes many dark diseases. The two made their way to Lu Su's hospital room. The ward was closed, but Song Sickness could see inside with a single penetrating glance. At this moment, inside the ward, several nurses were rudely injecting Lu Su with unknown agents, completely disregarding Lu Su's pale and colorless face, as well as the abnormal fluctuations of the detector. Bang! Song Six's gaze plummeted cold as he kicked open the door. Chapter 119, Shameless Wu Liang. The door to the room suddenly burst open, causing several nurses who were injecting Lu Su for examination to scream out in fear. The injection nurse who came by Wu Liang's order was subconsciously vain to hide those medications used, but when she saw that the intruders were just two outsiders who didn't know anything about anything, her face sank and she toed the line of scolding. Who are you? Who gave you permission to come in? If you operate without seeing us, can you be held responsible if something goes wrong? Get the hell out of here. Song Sickness didn't have time to pay attention to her, quickly stepping to the hospital bed and holding Lu Su's hand as fast as he could, while admitting and treating the sick. You pull out all those messy instrument checks and syringes. Hey, what are you doing? This is for the patient to save his life. You're making a fortune and jeopardizing his life. Where's security? Where's security? The injecting nurse's face changed drastically, and she immediately scolded and stepped forward, wanting to stop Song Sickness. However, without waiting for her to get close, Song Sickness backhanded her with a big beady pocket and directly slapped her away. Song Sickness then turned back to the other nurses and said in a cold voice, "Get out!" Faced with Song Sick's murderous eyes and the slapped away injecting nurse, the few assisting nurses were frightened and fled in panic. The injecting nurse slumped over, touching her already deformed prosthetic nose with an unbelievable face. You hit me? You dare to hit me? Oh, you wait for me. Grievously dropping her harsh words, the injecting nurse covered her face and went off to pull help, crying, Brother Song's sickness, you. Zhang Taiju at the doorway witnessed this scene with his own eyes, and at this moment, he had long since stared with his eyes and mouth wide open. A kick in a solid steel door? A pussy pocket slapping away a woman? Bullying scares these people off? Was this still the frail and sickly Song's sick brother he used to know? Come over and help. Song's sickness didn't look at Zhang Taiju and was still burying his head in treating Lu Su, because Lu Su was really hurt too badly. There was internal bleeding and many of the internal organs were broken to varying degrees, and had not received surgery for a long time, had deteriorated and was near death. This is a situation where this hospital only keeps a couple of nurses here all the time injecting drugs and doing all kinds of tests? There wasn't even an attending physician, and the fancy name was surgery? Looking at the life-threatening, I do not know how much pain suffered Mother Song's sick heart dripping blood, helping to fix it perfectly as fast as possible. Soon, from head to toe, whether it was external or internal injuries, Lu Su's injuries all over his body were completely healed by Song disease. Zhang Taiju also helped pull out the various instruments on Lu Su's body, and Lu Su's originally pale and colorless face was also recovering its blood color visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, Lu Su slowly opened his eyes. Wake up! Wake up! Auntie is awake. Seeing this scene, Zhang Taiju once again stared wide-eyed with an unbelievable face. He couldn't figure out that once Song disease came and unplugged these miscellaneous instruments, Lu Su was instantly better. This is really amazing for him as a veterinarian. Little sick. Why are you back? Didn't you go to study abroad? The awakened Lu Su saw Song disease at first glance, and the same surprise surfaced in his eyes, but soon realized, and said with guilty tears, It's all Mommy's fault for making you come all the way back here. Mom, what are you talking about? I study so that you and Dad can have a better life. If something happens to you, what's the point of me studying even if I'm good at it? Song's sickness helped Lu Su up with a smile. Come, you're fine now. Get up and take a look. Under the assistance of Song's sickness and Zhang Taiju, Lu Su stood up a little bit and was no longer in any serious trouble, but perhaps because he had been out too long, he was a little light on his feet. Come on, let's go eat something. Song Sickness laughed, the big stone in his heart finally falling. Hurry up. I'd like to see that life-threatening bastard who dares to cause trouble in our AI hospital. However, just as the three were about to leave, the injection nurse who had gone to report the incident had already arrived with Wu Liang and a few security guards in an aggressive manner. However, when Wu Liang saw Lu Su who stood up, he was startled as if he had seen a ghost. Ah! The nurse who was hit on the crooked nose even screamed out. The two of them glanced at each other in panic, both in shock and disbelief. In their opinion, Lu Su was already a dying man, and death was only a matter of time. The only reason for dragging it out for so long is to make more commission. But now, this dying man was suddenly standing in front of them like nothing was wrong. How does this not surprise them? Strongly suppressing his awe, Wu Liang landed on Song Sickness and the man he recognized as Zheng Taizhu. His eyes flickered, and he immediately straightened his back, dryly coughing twice and asked, "What kind of people are you from the patient's family?" "This is my aunt, my brother's mother." "You're $50,000 for medicine is too much. We're not treating it. Now that my aunt is better, you return the $150,000 to my brother, and we're getting out of the hospital." Having been beaten by Wu Liang's sent men, Zhang Tieju's eyes flashed a few moments of fear, but he still bravely stood out and looked straight at Wu Liang and said, "Refund?" Upon hearing this, Wu Lingling sneered. How could they possibly return the money when it was in their pockets? Immediately changing his face, he went forward and smiled at Lu Su. "Congratulations, Ms. Lu. Under my painstaking rescue, the surgery was successful and you are now out of life-threatening danger. But you can't get out of the hospital yet. As a doctor, I am determined to take every patient seriously. So, to be on the safe side, you'll need to be hospitalized for a while longer for observation." Yes. When he saw Lu Su suddenly get better, he decisively took the credit on himself. The heavenly credit for curing a patient with internal bleeding and severe damage to his internal organs is simply too good to be true. You might even win medals and prizes in time. Thank you, doctor, for saving my life. The unknowing Lu Su, faced with Wu Liang's flurry of words, really thought that it had saved her, and as a rural person, she hurriedly bowed and thanked him, or a side of Zheng Taizhu angrily debunked. "You nonsense. You pressed my aunt did not do surgery. I just begged you also be beaten out by you. I didn't have surgery. So how did your aunt get better?" Wu Liang asked back treacherously with both hands. Zheng Taizhu suddenly did not know what to say, decisively blocked the front and said, "I don't care. You are a black-hearted hospital. You are a heartless doctor. We don't live anymore. We want to be discharged." Gloom flashed in Wu Liang's eyes. "It's fine if you want to be discharged from the hospital, but the surgery was something I personally went out of my way to do. So naturally, I won't be returning it to you. On top of that, you'll have to pay off that $50,000 plus 4 medications and tests. Otherwise, you're not leaving." As Wu Liang's words fell, he waved his hand and several security guards surrounded him. Zheng Taizhu was instantly shocked. At that moment, a hand rested on his shoulder. Looking back, it was none other than Song Sickness who had heard the generalization. "Pillar, take care of my mom." Handing Lu Su over to Zheng Taizhu for assistance, Song Sickness stepped forward and took the thick stack of bills from his hands in passing. "These are the bills?" Song Sick asked with a smile as he looked over the bill. "More than that. Here's more. Just done. If I hadn't just injected your mom with those high-priced imported drugs, your mom wouldn't have been able to get up so quickly." The beaten nurse stepped forward at this time, glared resentfully at Song Sickness, and took out a few more pages of bills and threw them at Song Sickness, similarly following the lie. "Our hospital loves the people, not to make money. Every bill is open and transparent, traceable. We can give you a reasonable explanation. Now the total calculation is that one of you owes our hospital 84,576.48 ing. Pay up and you can go." Wu Liang clasped his hands on his chest and smiled in the same way. "A gesture that if you don't get the money today, you're not leaving. How come it costs so much?" Upon hearing so much money, the newly recovered Lu Su was nearly stunned. Zheng Taizhu was even more furious and clenched his back teeth. "I just paid back 50,000 and now it's 80,000. How much is a mouthful from the other side?" He couldn't wait to take out the big needle he used to stick those cows and horses in the village and give this unscrupulous doctor a hard shot. A sacred profession like a doctor is polluted by these trashy vermin. Chapter 120 Veterinarian Song's Tactics. Hearing the other party's offer, Song Sickness didn't get angry and continued to look through the list of medicines. Various blood gas analysis tests, blood bills, medication, are indeed justified. "Dr. Wu, we're all from the countryside. You have a good heart. I'm sorry, It's a hospital rule and I'm helpless. Lu Su tried to plead for mercy, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Wu Liang. Mom, it's okay, I have enough. Closing the bill in his hand, Song 6 smiled and comforted Lu Su with a cry, then looked at Zhang Taizhu and said, Pillar, take my mom to wait for me outside first. I'll thank Dr. Wu properly and come back to you. Brother Song's sick. They're scamming. Let's call the police. The police will definitely help us. Zhang Taizhu said in exasperation. Do as you're told and go. Song's sickness patted the latter's sturdy shoulder. Brother Song's sickness, be careful then. And if something happens, you can call out to me. Thinking of Song's sickness's thunderous behavior just now, Zhang Taizhu gritted his teeth and still assisted Lu Su to go first. Even if we have to fight, Auntie can't get hurt. Only after ensuring that the two left safely did Song's sickness look at Wu Liang and the others, the tenderness in her eyes no longer there. Don't try to run away. I have records here. As usual I can find your house. Seemingly afraid that Song's sickness would escape, Wu Liang reminded with a smile. Don't worry. I'm not bad. Song 6 smiled and pulled out a World Bank card. Boom. The air was instantly quiet the moment he saw the World Bank card. The pupils of Wu Liang, who was originally full of snickers, suddenly shrunk. The nurse waiting to watch the show on the side was incredulous. Suddenly the way he looked at Song 6 changed. Should have known to get more bills. I can pay the money, but I need to get your dean to sign off on it. I'll even pay double if he admits to the bill. Song Sickness laughed. Okay, it's a deal. Wu Liang agreed without saying a word. The dean is his father. It's too easy to harbor him. Just like that, Wu Liang brought Song Sickness all the way to the office of Dean de AI on the high floor, and the injecting nurse who suddenly felt ill went to the restroom and never came out. At this moment, inside the office, Wu Shame was similarly pouring tea for a small nurse. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was an excited knock on the door. Instantly frightened, Wu Shame's face changed slightly, and he panicked and asked, Who is it? Dad, Dean. It's me. There's a patient's family here who has a question about our hospital's bill and wants you to check it. Wu Liang's voice came. This brat really knows how to pick the time. Wu Shame cursed in a low voice, and after opening the door to his room, he immediately changed into an image of an admirable dean. Please come in. You're the dean? Song 6 gaze fell on the aged Mediterranean man. It is true that it is not a family that does not enter the door, and Wu Liang can be considered to be carved from the same mold. Oh, I am. Our hospital is open and transparent. For the sake of the people, fair and honest, does this family member have any questions? Compared to Wu Liang, Wu Shame, who was the dean, was much more mellow, with a smiling face. Yes, then could you please help me check if this bill is a mistake by your hospital? Song Sik threw the stack of bills onto the other man's desk. Yeah, Dean, you can check it out. Don't let anyone wrong me. Wu Liang smiled at that moment and reminded, frantically giving Wu Shame a wink. At the same time, a message was secretly sent to Wu Shame, including the fact that Song Sickness had a World Bank card. Fine. I'll double check. Wu Shame sent out a flash of light in both eyes. In this way, the two fathers and sons sing and sell their performance. A few minutes later, Wu Shame looked at Song Sik and smiled. Well, it's already been checked. So this family member, please rest assured, everything is reasonable. And it's still a great price that our hospital specializes in for poor families. But since you're not a poor household, you won't be able to take advantage of that price. It's going to be $250, 000 at the original price. If you really don't believe me, you can come over and take a look. That won't be necessary. It's enough to have Dean's word that I trust you guys. Song Sickness smiled slightly and stood up, and he came to make sure that it was okay. So, can we pay now? It's double O. Wu Liang laughed badly. I'm sorry, you may not have a life to spend. Song Sickness stated with a shake of his head. What do you mean? You want to rely? Wu Liang's gaze was suddenly gloomy. Yet before he could finish, from Song Sickness' eyes, a strange light came into view. In the next second, his entire body was as if he had been smashed down from a height out of nowhere, and his organs were instantly torn apart. Put! Wu Liang's eyes rolled over and he fell straight to the ground, his body convulsing violently due to the intense pain, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. That's right. Song Disease used all the merit he had accumulated from Lu Su on the other side. It's called payback for payback. Doesn't the other side like to joke about patients' lives? Then let him feel the patient's pain firsthand. War, what's wrong with you? At the sudden scene, Wu Shame's face changed drastically and he rushed forward. The corners of Song Sik's mouth slightly hooked, and he had a note in his mind. Ding, successful delivery of merit -1. Ding successfully delivered the psychopath. Merit -1. Wu Shame just picked up Wu Liang and inexplicably shivered. In the next second, an uncontrollable bloodlust went straight to the soul. It made him lose his mind instantly and his eyes turned red. Ah, blood? Roar! Wu Shame roared angrily and slammed the assisting Wu Liang back onto the ground on the spot. Gu, old ba, what are you wrestling me for? It hurts. I'm in pain. Don't bite me. Take me to the doctor. Wu Liang instantly felt his body fall apart. Coupled with Wu Shame's frantic tearing, the sharp pain that tore through his heart and lungs made him nearly faint. At this moment, he truly felt that life was worse than death. Roar, 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 roar. However, Wu Shame had long lost his mind, his eyes scarlet, and he simply ignored Wu Liang's pleas in the face. Instead, it became more bloodthirsty. Uncle, uncle me. Desperate, Wu Liang turned his gaze to Song's sickness, even reached out to Song's sickness for help. He couldn't understand how he had suddenly become so sick. More than that, he doesn't understand how his old bus went crazy. Ha! What are you guys doing? Hot eyes. Run, run, run. Song's sickness pretended to be surprised and hurriedly covered her face and ran away. Closed the door thoughtfully by the way. Wu Liang's hand begging for help froze in midair. Obediently, Wu Shame took a bite out of it. Ho 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 ho. No, don't, daddy. I'm your son, M. Wu Shame's hiss and Wu Liang's despair resounded throughout the room. 10 minutes later, a number of people arrived at the sound. Originally a puzzled face, when opened the door to the room and saw a spicy scene. The end result, Wu Liang died. With wide, scarlet eyes, he slumped against the door with a look of fear. Cause of death, internal hemorrhage. As for Wu Shame, he went crazy and was hauled off to a mental institution. Overnight, the entire DAI hospital was in disarray, and no one is chasing Song sick for money anymore. Outside the DAI hospital, Zhang Taizhu waited with Lu Su curled up next to him, having been anxious for a long time. At that exact moment, Song's sickness came out. Brother Song's sick. They didn't give you a hard time, did they? Seeing Song's sickness, Zhang Taizhu hurriedly went forward to ask with concern, deeply afraid that the evil doctor would beat Song's sickness like he did. It's okay, they're pretty busy, they shouldn't have time to give me a hard time. Song's sickness looked up at the hospital wing and smiled meaningfully. That's good. If that guy dares to bully you, I'll absolutely rush in and fight him. Zhang Taizhu gritted his teeth and said with a serious face. Go eat. Song sick was moved to smile, assisted Lu Su, and the three of them got into a car and drove towards a hotel. Drew. The trio had just left when a psychiatric arrest car drove up. Wu Shame was tied up and pressed down, but still had a lecherous bad smile. GGG, little baby, very moist. Chapter 121 Marshal N's return to China. North of Andu, inside a military airfield. Several high-ranking Anhwa leaders had already been waiting here, and the sides were filled with soldiers who greeted them. The scene was solemn, and everyone was standing by, as if waiting for some marvelous big shot. Buzz. Not long afterward, an airliner glided above the distant sky. There were even two fighters sheltering on either side. When the airliner stopped and the hatch opened, Marshal N appeared under the protection of Lieutenant Yi and several soldiers. Boom! When they saw Marshal N, who looked much better, as if he was a dozen years younger, all of them were shaken and could not hide their shock. Others have a twinkle in their eye. It should be noted that the upper echelons had already given Marshal N a medical notice not long before. Now, the other party secretly went to Ligua for a trip, and when he came back again, he was not only safe and sound, but also looked great. How does this not surprise them? A number of people, of course, had guessed the hidden secret. In front of the hatch, Marshal N's face did not look good, because that old rival of his had dragged him out for so long on all sorts of shameful excuses in order to get back at him. That's what kept him from coming back until now. Of course, this also gave him unintentionally great news. Song disease, the Anhwa genius who made the medical world tremble and made the countries of the world want it at any cost. Going home. He doesn't know how Song's sickness got rid of Rikuo and came back, but this is undoubtedly great news for Anhwa. Even the fact that he was able to come back so quickly may have had something to do with it. Because of Mike's sudden and hasty departure at that time, he was able to take advantage of this and was able to get away with returning to his country. Sweeping his eyes at the crowd of high-ranking leaders who had come to greet him, Marshal N peeled away Yi Tian's assistants and walked down the stairs alone with a resounding stride. He knew that many of these people were looking forward to his death. In that case, he would let these people take a good look at him today, whether he was in good or bad health today. Looking at Grand Marshal and walking step by step with a bland ease, the hearts of all the people trembled. The cloudy yet stern old eyes, the pale yet upright stance, made people shudder. It was as if he was once again confronted by that great general of old. Elderly, Grandpa N. It's great that you're okay. People were all smiles and came forward to congratulate them. Quite a few and family executives also walked out to greet them, including N. Ruoi. I was able to come back alive this time thanks to a medical genius. and I don't want to say anything, but I'm sure you all already know about it, Marshall and gruffly said. The scene fell silent. On top of that, I have good news for you, Dr. Song. He has returned to Manhwa. This time, even if I have to put my old life on the line, I will let Dr. Song know the official attitude. Marshall continued to speak, his last sentence domineering and determined. The crowd was shocked at these words. Marshall, on the other hand, had already left in a car with a group of family executives. Where is the hometown of Song disease? Prepare a generous gift at once, and tomorrow I will set out to visit in person. Inside the lengthened version of the military vehicle, Marshall seriously said in succession, Marshall, you've just returned after a long journey. Why don't you rest for a few days first? Yi Tian was worried. The rest of them nodded in agreement, worried about Marshall's health. No, time waits for no one. This is an opportunity given to me by God for Manhwa. It must be seized. Marshall waved his hand in rejection, then thought of something, looked at a few people, and asked, by the way, has the deeds of divine Dr. Song spread? Did you go to sympathize with his family when you first found out the truth? This is the best way to return Song's sickness innocence. However, in the face of Marshall's stern questioning, several people lowered their heads. Pa, since it has been found out that Song's sickness was wrongly accused, why don't you announce it? Why don't you go and sympathize with his family? If Song's sickness comes back and chills the heart again, who will take the responsibility? Doesn't such a genius deserve it? Grand Marshall's face instantly grimaced, snapping on the seat and chortling. A bad feeling suddenly welled up inside him. It's like I guessed why Song's sickness suddenly returned to the country. All of them trembled, not daring to answer. This time, however, Marshall was dead set on it. Answer me? Someone gritted his teeth and lowered his head. Yes, I'm sorry. At that time, Divine Dr. Song was already famous in the Prophet Kingdom, and after we deliberated, we were afraid of bad repercussions. That's why it's chosen to remain hidden. Marshall froze, as if he had been struck. Instant realization. Don't worry, Marshall, since Divine Dr. Song has now returned to China, his deeds can be spread. We'll give the order at once. Someone quickly chimed in. Prepare your gifts at once. No need for tomorrow. Leave today. Without paying any more attention to these people, Marshall rejoined. Grandpa, I actually went to see Song's 6 family 2 months ago. He's just a father and a mother, and he's from the countryside. At this time, Ruai weakly opened her mouth. However, it was like heavenly music, instantly making the anxious Marshall's eyes light up. Surprised, he looked towards this eldest granddaughter who had given him an unexpected surprise. Seriously? And Ruai nodded and looked at the few people around him, still saying, his parents are very nice. I told them about Song's sickness becoming a divine doctor, but Uncle Song doesn't seem to believe me and is still wary of me. I was going to leave them a little money and they didn't want it. She was hiding it because she was afraid those people would say something. Ruai, you and I will go visit divine Dr. Song. Marshall nodded his head, and his heart had some confidence to face Song's sickness. At the same time, the matter of divine Dr. Song returning to China instantly resounded throughout the entire upper class of Hindu. Countless rich and powerful families were shaken. In the face of Marshall's tough attitude, many people had already had their guesses. Next up for anguish, it's probably going to be unpeaceful. C Group. Inside the topmost office, Sia, wearing a professional wraparound skirt and high heels, was crossing her legs and concentrating on her work. Knock knock knock. Enter. There was a knock on the door and Sia didn't even look up. A female secretary walked in and said softly, Chairman, Divine Dr. Song is back. Sia, who had been concentrating on his work, instantly raised his eyes. The female secretary flashed her surprise because ever since Sia became the chairman of C Group, she was almost busy every day, just like a workaholic, never showed such a demeanor. The female secretary then continued, word has gotten out that Divine Dr. Song has arrived in Quan Village. Put off all work, get the car ready, and go to Springs Village. Sia got up decisively. She didn't know how Song's sickness had suddenly returned, but as her benefactor, she naturally had to go and meet him. Today, Song's sickness held the same shares in C's Group as she did. Before that, she had visited Song's 6 parents, but Sungan doesn't seem to trust her and not only refuses her money, but even confiscates the gifts she brought with her. She then couldn't be bothered. Money Springs, City Hall, inside the mayor's office. Well, I'll make the arrangements. Mayor Zhenghua followed the phone. Lin Sheng nodded and answered the drink. Beads of sweat on his face have long been spread. Just now, he got the call that Marshall was coming to visit a certain big shot in person. And the hometown of this big shot was surprisingly in Xianquan City, the poorest district of Quan Town, Quan Village. Mayor, is something wrong? Seeing Zhenghua in such a state, The assistant at the side inquired in a low voice. Manhwa came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Hurry up and call an emergency meeting. There's a big shot coming from Kwan village." He wasn't sure what this big man was, but to be able to have Marshall and personally come to meet with him was conceivable. Chapter 122, Withdrawal of Money. Money Springs. Outside a certain 5-star hotel, Song-sik drove and brought Lu Su and Zhang Taizhu here. A couple of doormen saw this and didn't come forward, assuming they were driving a cab to pick someone up. Even Zhang Taizhu and Lu Su, who got off the bus, were puzzled and constrained. What's the point of bringing them to such a highbrow place? A place like this, in their conception, was not meant for them. Stop the car. Song-sik took out the key to show it, along with a World Bank card. The moment they saw the World Bank card, a few of the doormen's faces changed slightly, instantly reacting, hurriedly strive to come forward to serve. A few of you inside. The lobby volunteered to come forward to greet them. Brother Song-sik, what are we doing? Zhang Taizhu assisted Lu Su, and still cannot believe that Song-sickness is bringing them to eat. Nature eats, Song-sickness said. No, let's just change to a smaller restaurant. This place is too expensive. Lu Su, who reacted with a slight change in his face, hastily refused. Mom, don't worry, I earned a lot of money while studying abroad. Enough to eat. Sung-sik persuaded him, trying to explain that he had plenty of money now. It was only barely acceptable to Lu Su. Soon enough, Song-sickness ordered a private room, and a table of luxurious food was placed in front of the three of them. How much is this going to cost? Looking at this table of fancy food, Lu Su felt even more expensive. She couldn't even dare to touch it with this luxurious look alone. Zhang Taizhu also swallowed his saliva, wondering how many meals of such delicacies could be eaten with the money earned by Song disease. Mom, Pillar, I've already paid the money, so don't worry about eating. It'll be a waste if you don't eat. Song-sickness gave the two of them food and said helplessly. The two of them sniffed, and then they dared to let go of their food. Lu Su was largely starved and ate a lot. Zhang Taizhu was even more gulping. He had never eaten anything so delicious in his life. I wish I could eat a table like this every day for the rest of my life. Zhang Taizhu laughed nervously. If you like it, brother will buy this hotel and give it to you. Song-sickness laughed. Zhang Taizhu froze, only thinking that Song disease was joking, but he still laughed nervously and waved his hand. Hey, thank you brother Song disease. I'm just kidding. This kind of place is too bright to sleep. Song-sickness smiled and stopped talking, taking advantage of the gap between the two eating. He sent another message to Songan, but there was still no response, so he looked at Zhang Taizhu and asked, Pillar, where's your uncle? Uncle came to give me money this morning and went back, saying that he was tired and went back to rest first. Zhang Taizhu said. Upon hearing this, Song-sickness gave a sigh of relief. By the way, brother Song-sick, this is what uncle said you'd come back and asked me to give you. Thinking of something, Zhang Taizhu wiped the oil on his hands and gave that bill to Song-sick. On it were a number of villagers who owed money in various ways, from 300, to 500, to 1,000. The most striking of these is the first line of scrawled out words, owes Zhang Taizhu $245. Song-sickness looked at Zhang Taizhu. Zhang Taizhu immediately lowered his head sheepishly, so he didn't need to say that he knew who had painted it. Looking at these defaulters above, Song-sickness frowned slightly. Because of these names, those relatives who used to know that he went to college to climb up the ladder were almost non-existent. Brother Song-sick, these people on this bill are good people, all of whom were willing to lend money to uncle after aunt got sick. Unlike those other white-eyed wolves who used to suck up to all kinds of people and then immediately fell on their swords when they heard you had committed a crime. That day under the big tree at the entrance of the village, Zhang Taizhu gritted his teeth and still told Song-sickness everything that had happened in these days. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. He couldn't stand the ugly faces of those people. Song-sickness listened quietly, without much rippling on his face. Having experienced so many big storms, these things are like children's games to him, as long as his parents are okay. Of course, the favor of this bill still needs to be repaid. So, after the two had eaten well, Song-sick drove the two again to the center of the city, the only World Bank. Brother Song-sick, what are we doing again? Zhang Taizhu had a big question mark on his face, and he, who only had an elementary school diploma, only knew the 4 words of the World Bank, didn't really know the concept of it. Of course it's taking money to pay back these good people. Song-sickness laughed. Entering the bank, Song-sickness took out his World Bank card, and immediately a female employee enthusiastically came forward and brought Song-sickness to a separate reception room. This is what separates the World Bank from ordinary banks. In 2 days, deliver it to this address for the amount on it. Song-sick handed out his bank card and a memorized request. Yes, please wait. The female clerk respectfully retreated with the bank card to process. What kind of bank is this? Why is the service so good? And the environment is so nice? No queuing? And air conditioning and food? Zhang Taizhu surveyed the luxurious surroundings and the coffee delicacies on the table with an incredulous face. It was a far cry from the banks he used to have to wait in line for hours and the sharp-tongued female clerks. Lu Su on the side was equally surprised, secretly touching Song Disease's sturdy arm, already gradually feeling the extraordinary nature of this son of hers. Even doubt that the Song sickness in front of her is not her son anymore? A short while later, the female clerk returned, followed by a male manager in a suit. Greetings, esteemed Mr. Song. Money Springs World Bank Branch, pleased to serve you. The male manager went forward and enthusiastically shook hands with Song Sickness, flushed with excitement. He never thought that he, a small branch manager, would one day have the honor of receiving such a big client. Processed? Song Sickness asked. Well, according to your request, we are making preparations, and we promise that within tomorrow, we will deliver the $50 million to the place you ordered, the male manager said respectfully. Boom. Zhang Taizhu and Lu Su were still surprised by the male manager's service attitude, but when the latter said $50 million, they both stared blankly. Raider Shao? Zhang Taizhu had an unbelievable face, only thinking that he had heard it wrong. Hello sir, $50 million. Don't worry, $50 million we will deliver it safely. Not a penny less. The male manager looked at Zhang Taizhu and smiled. Although the man looked a little dark, it didn't stop him from groveling in any way. Money is the master. $50 million? Getting certainty. Zhang Taizhu still felt almost crazy and looked at his most beloved brother Song Sickness, including Lu Su. The two men's first thought was whether Song Sickness had gone on a robbery in a foreign country. Pillar, Mom, don't worry, every penny I earn is clean, Song Sickness said helplessly, while his eyes signaled the male manager. It's your turn to perform. The male manager instantly understood, immediately smiled and said, Please rest assured, Mr. Song is the largest customer of my bank. Every sum of money is owned by Mr. Song, absolutely safe and clean, with a legal basis, worthy of being a dry bank manager. A detailed and justified output soon made Lu Su and Zhang Taizhu finally believe it all. Song Sickness is really rich. Oh-hoo! Sobbing with joy, Lu Su cried emotionally again. How could she not be happy that her son, whom she had worked so hard to provide for, was finally doing well? Okay, Mom, don't cry. You haven't shared the good news with my dad yet, Song Sickness laughed, throwing the male manager a look of affirmation. Nice work. In this way, after handling the banking business, Song Sickness took Zhang Taizhu and Lu Su to buy many more things. What's the funniest thing about having money? Spend it on someone who loves you. Of course, Song Sick bought a lot of things for Lu Su Taizhu, as well as Songyan, all on a World Bank card. In the end, it was more of a trip to the 4S store for a Rolls-Royce Phantom. That's why I'm going home. And Zhang Taizhu and Lu Su were already numb. They believe Song Sickness has money, but they don't know how much. Also, a question suddenly occurred to them. Would it be 1 billion points more for Song Sickness to take $50 million to pay off the debt? Chapter 123, Shi Daxiang returns to the village. Toward evening, a black Audi A6, honking its horn all the way, drove into Quan village in an extremely ostentatious manner. It eventually stopped it to a wide area in the center of the village. Songyan was the first to get out of the car, slightly disoriented, followed by a man and a woman getting out of the driver's side and the passenger side. The youths had dyed yellow hair, wore a large gold chain around his neck, and was dressed in an almost designer label. An arrogant and condescending stance that pretty much writes showing off your wealth on your face. The women were dressed in sexy, revealing, heavy makeup and high heels. As soon as they got out of the car, they rushed to snuggle up to the youth with extra intimacy. Hey, Uncle Song, you've signed the word and taken the money. Remember to leave on time tomorrow, haha. By the way, remember to keep this a secret. You know Master Ba's temper. If you dare to leak the slightest bit of information, not only will you not be able to live, but Auntie and your punk son will also be implicated. The youth wrapped his arm around the woman's waist and came to Song Yan's side, coming up to his ear and whispering a reminder. Upon hearing the word Master Ba, Song Yan's face changed slightly as a reflex, and he hurriedly promised, Don't worry, De Chang, I will keep the matter a secret, and please don't implicate my family. Ha. I naturally trust Uncle Song's character in the village. Shi Daxiang appreciatively patted Song Yan's shoulder, and then gloated and lamented. Hey, isn't Song Sick Guy a good student? He even got into the best university in Manhwa. At the time, everyone said he was the most promising person in the village, and you bragged that he studied abroad? How come now, when the aunt is sick, she can't even come up with a measly $20,000? Thinking of Song Disease, Sure Daqiang's eyes were unable to hide the ridicule. When Song Sickness went to college, the village is a good word, but also as the opposite of him. But now, it's a joke. Lu Tsuehua on the side couldn't help but cover her mouth and burst out laughing. At that time, his father even almost made her betrothed to that sickly boy. Almost ruined her life. But then again, she was still heartbroken when Song Sickness got into college. Chang, little flower. I'll go first. Facing the flirting of the two, Songyan gave a far-fetched smile. Gu, isn't this Daxiang and Xiaohua? Songyan was about to leave when a number of villagers had already walked out. Apparently Sure Daxiang honking the horn all the way had an effect. Unlike meeting Song Disease, when meeting Sure Daxiang, everyone was instantly enthusiastic, full of smiles, pure and simple, kind and amiable. The crowd enviously surveyed Sure Daxiang's polished appearance, and the $300, 000 to $400, 000 Aldi Limo. It would be a lie to say I'm not envious. Gu, Daqiang, why did you come back without informing me in advance? Go. Go to Auntie's house for dinner. Auntie will personally kill chickens for you to eat. Auntie Zhang warmly came forward to greet her. Many of the remaining villagers also shouted enthusiastically. What for? My daughter and my good son-in-law are back, so they must be eating at my house. At this time, Lu Dashan also came in a panic to hear the sound. And when he saw that his daughter was already with Sure Daxiang, he could not mention how happy he was. His mouth was almost cracking with laughter. Daughter, good son-in-law, this time you must come back and stay for a few more days before leaving. Dad, Chang is a big boss now. He has to supervise many people a day. How can he find the time? Lu Tsuehua took Sure Daqiang's arm and pampered and showed off. Gu, look at father's brain. Chang is the boss now. Lu Dashan hurriedly compensated with a smile. Daqiang, it's not easy to come here. Bring some produce back for dinner. Kung, my daughter graduated from high school this year. See if she's suitable for your job there. Everyone sees Sure Daxiang wearing a brand name, driving a luxury car, but also have come forward to hand cigarettes to climb the relationship. The village came alive all of a sudden. Everyone circled around Sure Daxiang, completely ignoring Song An's existence. Don't worry everyone. We're all from the same village. If you need anything, just call me. Sure Daxiang confidently patted his chest, enjoying this feeling of being courted by his fellow villagers. Even more generously, he took out a packet of huazi scattering to the crowd. But the only one who didn't share it was Songyan. Who could smoke? Songyan was sidelined and was planning to go home. Then a number of people on the periphery silently came forward to hand cigarettes, concerned about asking Lu Su's situation. These people had almost borrowed Songyan's money, and they didn't bother to flatter Sure Daxiang because they knew exactly who he was. Bragging, talking big, gouging, making stinking money and not knowing your last name. Overall a villain. This, of course, was clear to the villagers who were balking. So why are they licking their chops and sucking up too? Because they are one of a kind. What do you say? Song Sickness is back? During the conversation, Songyan learned that Song Sick had returned in the morning and froze. There was some panic in his eyes, thinking that Song Sickness must have ventured back from abroad. Auntie Zhang, who was browbeating Sure Daqiang and Lu Tsuehua, gained insight into the situation over here. Thinking of being warned by Song Sickness during the day, he immediately came knocking on his melon and loudly complained. Yes, brother Song, that precious son of yours. Today is a great day. When you come back from driving a crappy car, you don't know who you are and you have an arrogant stance when you see anyone. If you didn't know, you'd think you'd made $1 million or $800,000. I just said a few words to him and he yelled at me? No matter what, I'm his aunt too. Auntie Zhang, with a face of ridicule and anger, then looked at Sure Daxiang, immediately changed his face, a face of flattery. You look at the other people Daxiang, driving a car I do not know than your son's broken car a few hundred times better, and make more money than your son. But people are polite to us. That's the gap. It's really true the old saying that dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes, and sons born of rats can make holes. Auntie Zhang's voice was loud, just on purpose for everyone to hear. Sure enough, after she yelled like that, she instantly became the center of attention. Song Sickness is back? Sure Daxiang was instantly attracted to the news as well, his eyes flashing. That was a pleasant surprise. What he wanted to see most now was the miserable state of that former, reputed genius who was the hope of the village. Seeing that she had successfully attracted Sure Daqiang's attention, Auntie Zhang immediately seized the opportunity and hurriedly chased after him. Daqiang, that short-lived ghost is probably released from jail, and just drives a broken car. How can he compare to you? For Auntie Zhang's pursuit, Sure Daqiang was very flattered, but still pretended to be modest. Oh, Auntie Zhang, the car is just a transportation tool. Don't care about those details. Hey, I'm a person who likes to tell the truth. And in front of Brother Song, even if that short-lived ghost comes back now, I still dare to say it. He's not even worthy of lifting your shoes. Daxiang. Auntie Zhang completely lets herself go and infinitely steps on Song's sickness in order to please Shi Daxiang. But she forgot that when Song's sickness was admitted to the university, she was also the one who flattered her the most. One wants to recognize Song's sickness as his godson. Ridiculously, many other villagers followed suit. Oh, that's a good point. Daxiang with the car is estimated to be enough to buy Song disease that several, right? Indeed, Daxiang is the hope of our village, and that Song's sickness has wasted our expectations for so many years. Song and you've raised this son of yours for nothing. When he was first born, I told him he was a pest and for you to cut and throw him away. And you still didn't believe me. Enough. Song's sickness is my son, raised by me and Sue. Good or bad has nothing to do with you. Song and exploded. And honestly he couldn't stand these people's mouths any longer. The crowd was instantly quiet. Seeing the honest Song and angry for the first time. Reacting. Song's 6th eldest uncle said with a gloomy face. Song and what's your hurry? Can't we just criticize a few sentences as elders? Lu Dashin bloated. Oh, Song and, your son is still not letting people talk about that scandalous thing he did outside? That's a disgrace to our village. Say, who are you to say? When Song's sickness got into college, you guys licked your faces and sent money. Then as soon as they heard about the accident, one by one, they came to the door asking for money. Song also returned them to you one by one. Do you deserve to be elders like this? Cripple and the others spoke for Song in exasperation. Alright, all of you stop arguing. We all say that we are from the same village, and that we can't see each other with our heads down. Shi Daxiang stepped forward to be the good old man, then looked at Song and with a smile and said, Uncle Song, if you really can't, just let Song's sickness come and follow me around. I'm just short of a driver here. How about paying him 4,000 a month? Anyone who is a human being can hear the insult. Auntie Zhang, however, stepped forward to match the sneer. Agu, look how generous De Chang is. Look at how generous De Chang is. Brother Song, where is that short-lived ghost? Why don't you call him back to kneel down and thank De Chang? There aren't many opportunities this good. And in between her sneers, a car, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom, just happened to be slowly approaching from the entrance of the village. The high-end appearance of the vehicle was out of place in the whole village. Chapter 124, do you call this a broken car? The sudden appearance of an unfamiliar vehicle made everyone look over. The Rolls-Royce Phantom's high-end atmospheric appearance even made the crowd shut up instantly. The eyes of many young people who knew about cars dilated slightly and landed on the little golden man badge on the front hood of the car. Especially Shi Daxiang, who instantly recognized the top-of-the-line luxury car in front of him. It's hard to hide the surprise that a Rolls-Royce would drive up from such a small place. Thinking it was a passing vehicle, the crowd backed away. But the next second, the vehicle pulled up and stopped in front of them. Immediately afterward, inside the rear car, Zhang Taizhu, who had already changed into a new outfit, was the first to get out of the car. Under the gradually enlarging gazes of the villagers, he opened the door of the other side of the car and helped Lu Su, who had also changed into a new outfit, down. Boom. Silly column? This little cutie, how come you're dressed so clean? And Lu Su? Wasn't she hospitalized? How did she get better all of a sudden? When they saw what came down from the beautiful big car, it was actually the village's silly pillar and Lu Su. All of them had their eyes wide open, a face of disbelief. Of course, the most surprised and excited person was naturally Songen. At this moment, upon seeing Lu Su appear unharmed in front of him, he was already too excited to say a word, until Song's sickness stepped out of the cab. Everyone's eyes instantly fell on Song's sickness. Shi Daxiang's pupils suddenly shrunk. Killing him did not expect that the person who came down from the driver's side was actually Song Sick. You call this a ING car? What about the car he's driving? Also, what was even harder for him to accept was that after not seeing him for a few years, Song's sickness had become erect and handsome. It was more like half a head taller than him. Make him need to look up. It was no longer the sickly child who had let him bully her in the past. Lu Tsuewa's small mouth on the side was also wide open. Not only was she stunned by Song Sick's handsome appearance and temperament, even more so, he was frightened by the car driven by Song's sickness. How is this different from what they said? However, Song's sickness did not look at the others more than once. With only Songen in his eyes, he stopped the car because of Songen. Dad, I'm home. Song's sickness spoke softly. Seeing that Songen was fine, the stone in his heart fell. Hearing his son's call, Songen then reacted, trembling up and holding Lu Su's hand. Instead, his eyes looked at Song's sickness and choked for a moment before squeezing out a few words. Good. It's good to be back. Dad. Mom, I won't make you suffer in the future. Song's sickness took the initiative to hug the inexpressive Songen as well as Lu Su, and softly and firmly assured him, And along with the hug, Song Sickness gave Song a full body checkup, collecting a lifetime's worth of accumulated illnesses. The picture of the family was so cozy that Zhang Taiju on the side was moved to tears. Instead, the crowd at the scene became a superfluous presence. That's when a discordant voice broke everything. Gu, Song Disease, you can finally come, to tell you the good news. Big Strong to accept you as a driver. A month to you open 4,000 wages Lu. Not quickly come to thank Big Strong. Auntie Zhang deliberately stepped forward and interrupted in a conspiratorial manner. Being a rural widow, she didn't recognize the car in front of her. It was only assumed that Song Sickness had changed his car, but it certainly wasn't as expensive as Shi Daqian's luxury car. The crowd looked at Auntie Zhang strangely, and this time no one answered. Once Song's illness came, he changed cars twice in a row, and safely picked up Lu Su. What's more, Lu Su and Zhang Taiju were both given brand new attire, but anyone who was an individual gradually realized that something was wrong. This aunt is afraid she's a bit stupid. Song Sickness coldly swept his eyes at the shrew, and his gaze followed to Shi Daqian. Facing the stern gaze cast by Song Sickness, Shi Daqian's soul trembled slightly, and he actually inexplicably felt a sense of oppression. His pupils shrunk slightly, and he hastily suppressed this ridiculous thought. Changing into a compensatory smile, he went forward to try. Ha ha ha, Song Sickness, it's been a long time. You're already driving a Rolls Royce. Uncle Song said you studied abroad, so it seems really true? What do you think? Song Sickness asked rhetorically. For this village bully who used to enjoy bullying himself, he was not impressed. But right now, the other party was just a larger mole cricket in his eyes, so small that he doesn't even bother wasting merit. Bah! Still studying abroad, don't you want your face? Don't believe me, Big John. He was just expelled. I heard it with my own ears that time the president of ANU called. Auntie Zhang hurriedly said, but this time, in front of Song Sickness, no one dared to answer again. And Auntie Zhang finally realized that there was a hint of something wrong. In the face of Auntie Zhang's repeated provocations, Song Sickness let go of Songan and Lu Su and walked towards the other party. What are you doing? Brother Song, mind your son. Do you still want him to go to jail? OMG. Murder. Auntie Zhang was frightened by Song Sick's eyes and backed up in fear, falling on her butt and instantly spilling her guts. Songan's eyes moved slightly, deeply afraid that Song Sickness would do something out of the ordinary. He hurriedly stepped forward to stop Song Sickness. Since you can't talk, you'll talk less from now on. Song Sickness spoke in a cold voice while sending a mouth cancer to the other party. For this kind of poisonous woman, a little bit of merit, he can still afford to send. A fear that struck straight to the heart made the spunky Auntie Zhang shut her mouth. Song Sick's icy gaze continued to sweep towards the crowd, and hegemonically opened his mouth. In the future, with me here, who dares to create shakes indiscriminately and humiliate my parents by half? I, Song Sick, will make his family regret coming to this world. Song Disease's voice caused the crowd's souls to inexplicably tremble and be shocked. The scene fell silent. No one had expected that the once sickly boy, now returned, would give such a sense of oppression. In addition, tomorrow my Song family will hold a celebration banquet to receive my mother. Invite the benefactor who lent my family life-saving money in the past to come, and I, Song Sickness, will personally host a banquet to repay him. Song Disease's gaze fell on Cripple and Zhang Taiju and the others, and he made a deep salute. Okay, we'll definitely come tomorrow. The crippled few froze slightly, but still smiled and responded. They preferred Song Sickness to Shi Daqian. The boy had been brought up by them to be kind and upright. Dad, Mom, Pillar, let's go home. Leaving his words behind, Song Sick drove off with the three of them on that note. I'll be damned. If you have the ability to kill me, I won't let you go even if you beat me to death. You're a short-timer, a laborer released from prison, and you think you're so great at driving a piece of car? As soon as Song Sickness left, Auntie Zhang on the ground stood up and cursed again. Hush hush, Auntie Zhang, keep your voice down. Song Sickness doesn't drive a cheap car. A village boy whispered a reminder. So what? Can it be as expensive as Big John's luxury car? Can it be as rich as Big John's? Auntie Zhang's voice got a few more points louder. Oh, Auntie Zhang, that's a Rolls Royce. $10 or $20 million. Let's put it that way. Song Sick's car could have bought dozens of Shi Daqian's cars. Selling you wouldn't even be worth the little gold man on the front of his car. Do you think it's worth it? The cripple and the others who had long since grown disenchanted with Auntie Zhang scoffed and pointed out. When these words came out, Auntie Zhang instantly froze and couldn't speak, so she could only turn her head to Shi Daqian and inquired in a low voice. Daqian, is it really true? Shi Daqian's face was immediately embarrassed, and he looked at the vehicle's back somberly and enviously. It's a car he couldn't afford with all his savings. Too lazy to answer the other party, Shi Daqian held back and took a few people to Lu Daqian's house to drink. Lu Tsuewa's mind was still filled with the figure of song disease, and she looked at the ugly Shi Daxiang again. Suddenly, I think it's okay to think of it as a betrothal. It was getting late and the crowd went home in their own different moods. Auntie Jeanne was left alone to freeze in place, thinking about what Song Sickness just said about hosting a banquet tomorrow to repay him. A bad feeling came over me. No way. No way. It must be a fake. He must have stolen that car. Wasn't he fired? How could there be so much money? Auntie Zhang shook her head frantically, consoling herself. Chapter 125, Not Worthy There. Near the Chinese New Year. The night is cold and windy in Quan Village. Most of the people in the village ran to Lu Dashan's house and went to drink with Shi Daxiang, though they were deeply shocked by the car Song Sick drove today. However, things have come to a head, so they can't pull their punches and say anything else. And they still think Shi Daxiang is no worse than song disease. Humph, what's so godly about it? Swollen face, by such an expensive car. Come to pretend in front of us. I guess the money is all spent. That's right, a car is just a means of transportation. And although brother Daxiang doesn't drive as much as he does, his savings can be so much more than his. I think that car is fake. Rolls-Royce, how can he afford it? It must be modified and painted to fool us. Maybe he stole it. I guess the police will be looking for it someday. Ha ha ha, that must be it. Brother Daxiang, we only recognize you. At the wine table, the crowd went crazy with brainstorming and bragging just to please Shi Daxiang. And listening to the crowd's bragging words, Shi Daxiang believed a few points. In the heat of the moment, he also promised to pay for the killing of the pig tomorrow, and to treat everyone to a good meal. Compared to the bustle of the Lu family, the Song family was a bit more cozy. The people who borrowed money before, in twos and threes, came to visit Lu Tsuehua for a visit and then left, waiting for tomorrow to come back. Zhang Taizhu helped to move things, and will sleep at Song Sickness's house. The last 2 days have worn him out. His father, this is the gift our son bought us. Lu Su took Song in and pointed to the pile of things Song Sick had bought. The heart was indescribably warm. Her son is finally getting somewhere. Dad, this is the daikon noodle I brought you on the way, so you'll have some. Song Sickness brought up a box of powder. He guessed that Song An hadn't eaten anything, so he brought one in town. This is Song An's favorite thing. Looking at the steaming powder, the disoriented Song An froze slightly, and for a moment, with an inexplicable sourness in his heart, he nodded repeatedly and ate. But the heart is still worried. Knock knock knock. Su-san, Uncle Junior, asleep? At this time outside the courtyard, came the shouts of the eldest mother Wang Ping. Lu Su and Song An were slightly stunned, obviously not expecting their sister-in-law, who was not seen behind closed doors for the past 2 days, to suddenly come to greet them in the middle of the night. Mom and Dad, you've been tired all day. Go rest. Let me do it. The two tried to get up to receive it, but Song Sickness stopped them. After saying that, Song Sickness walked outside the courtyard alone, opened the door. Not living in the next family's eldest uncle Song Jun and Aunt Wang Ping. Who else could it be? Upon seeing Song Sickness, perhaps due to shame, Song Jun's eyes flickered a bit. Compared to Wang Ping as shameless master, carrying a box of unsealed 8 treasures kanji, warmly went forward and smiled. Io, small illness has not slept yet? You see, it's only been a few years since I saw you. You've grown so tall and handsome that dame couldn't recognize you during the day. Ha ha ha. Come, come, this is the tonic bought for your mom. Originally I was planning to go to the city to see your mom today. I didn't expect you guys to come back this soon. Wang Ping hurriedly handed over the 8 treasure kanji, with a kind smile, and the daytime acerbity is simply 2 kinds. However, its eyes were glancing at the Rolls-Royce Phantom in the courtyard, and its eyes instantly straightened even more. I heard Song Jun come back and say that this car could be worth more than $10 million. Gosh, $10 million? That's a lot of money. Wang Ping couldn't help but gulp on the spot. Do you think that my family needs this box of your 8-pack right now? Song Sickness didn't bother to pick it up and asked back with a cold smile. The smile on Wang Ping's face stiffened slightly, but she still hastened to smile and change the topic. Oops, I heard that you're going to host a banquet tomorrow to entertain everyone. We're relatives, so naturally we're going to come and help. Come on, let's go inside and talk it over. Wang Ping said, greeted Song Jun and then wanted to enter the door in a self-satisfied manner. But in the next second, he was met by Song Sickness, who took a step to block the door and said icily, I'm sorry, but you guys don't deserve it now. Bang! As the words fell, Song Sickness unceremoniously closed the door, not giving half a bit of face. Perhaps normal relatives would consider reaching out to each other when faced with something like this. But does he need it now? Not at all. As the cold wind blew by, Wang Ping and Song Jun froze at the gate, the smiles on their faces stiffening. Obviously, he also did not expect that the previously soft and weak Song Sickness would now be this tough. No regard whatsoever for relatives. Anymore, They're related. A family. Well, 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 well. Wait for it. The wind and water are turning, and retribution is still to come? Wang Ping was instantly furious, cursing at the gate, before pulling Song Jun, carrying the box of 8 treasure kanji, and going home indignantly. Early the next morning, Shi Daqiang's purchase of a pig to kill and eat resounded through the village. The people who embraced Shi Daqiang all gathered together, and even more arrogantly killed the pig in front of the Song Sik family, and did it on the spot and ate it. Auntie Zhang, Lu Daqiang, the older generation of the village, ate with their mouths full of oil and laughter. Wang Ping Song Jun is even more a secret curse. Song disease is not a person. On the contrary, the Song Sik family did nothing. Cripple and the others rushed to Song Sickness's house and saw the scene, their faces turning blue. Uncle Cripple, Uncle Zhao, why don't you come over and have some? The guy didn't even buy any meat, so I guess it's just a matter of frying up 2 dishes for you guys. Yeah, this head of pork that Brother Daqiang bought smells so good that you can't eat it all, and you can even share the meat later. A few of the men grinned and yelled at the cripple and the others. The provocation is obvious. Shi Daqiang watched the scene, very flattered, and his gaze was slightly provocative as he looked towards Song Sickness in the courtyard. Xiao Song your mom is just right. I think you have spent most of your money, so just stir-fry any 2 dishes. Let's have some fun on the line. The cripple and the others, however, looked kindly at Song Sickness. What are these assholes arrogant about? Brother Song Sick, I also raised a pig. I'll go pull it and kill it now. Zhang Taizhu opened his mouth indignantly. Pillar, Uncle Zhao, you don't need to be busy. Come to the house and drink some hot tea first. I'll be sure to order the food and have it delivered later. Song Sick smiled and invited the crowd into the house. Just yesterday in the city, he had prepared everything. Fixed dishes. Exactly that 5-star hotel's luxury package. A table of 28, 888, dozens of dishes, are all kinds of seafood abalone. Song Sickness didn't book many, and only booked 30 or 40 tables. Yoo-hoo, you think you're so great that you can't even kill a pig? You're still pretending to be a big spender. My ass. Seeing Song Sickness silently inviting the cripple and the others into his home, thinking that he was ashamed, Aunt Zhang and the others immediately mocked. The bowl of big, fat meat tasted even better. At that exact moment, a long line of food trucks drove in all the way at the entrance of the village. What's this for? Didn't you see the sign on the car? 5-star hotel. Door-to-door delivery of 28, 888 deluxe grand package. Hiss, so expensive? 28, 888 for a table. That's enough for us to buy several pigs, right? The crowd froze, and several delivery trucks happened to be heading their way. The smile on Shi Daqiang's face disappeared, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. At the head of the car, a manager in a suit got out and ran. When I saw a group of people setting up tables and chairs to eat pork here, I thought they were just setting up a meal. So I took the bill and enthusiastically went up to them. What's going on? The car is parked here with us. Could it be that Brother Daqiang was afraid we wouldn't have enough to eat and gave us another order? Geez, Brother Daqiang is too generous. Seeing the person running, the crowd guessed in their hearts and looked at Shi Daqiang. Hello everyone. Congratulations, you will be savoring our hotel's 5-star set menu. You will not be disappointed. The man in the suit who ran in also laughed, committed to serving every guest. Is it really for us? When the crowd heard this, their hearts were even more delighted. They were about to be touched, but the next words from the man in the suit instantly made their smiles stiffen. May I ask if Mr. Sung Sik is here? Please ask him to come and sign for it. Are the 45 tables to be set? This time, no one responded, and the originally excited crowd only felt full of embarrassment. Drive over. It's not worthy there. At that moment, Song Sickness, who had come out at the sound of the voice, calmly opened his mouth. Chapter 126, Song Disease's Handiwork. Mr. Song Sickness. Seeing Song Sickness, the manager who came to deliver the food was immediately excited and hurriedly nodded his head. Hey, well, come at once. Before coming here, the general manager had repeatedly urged that the service must be perfect. This is a big customer. What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear what Mr. Song said? It's not worthy here, so hurry up and get the car over there. The male manager was quick to greet. Several delivery trucks whirled up to Song Sik's door. Shi Daqiang and the excited Auntie Zhang were left alone, embarrassed in their places. At this time, inside Song Sickness's house, Zhang Taizhu and Cripple and the others also came out. The sight of these luxurious food trucks was met with wide-eyed astonishment. Set them all out in the courtyard. Song Sickness commanded. Hey, Good, good, good. The male manager nodded his head in a hurry and started to greet the delivery man to carry it along. We're here to help too. Seeing this, Zhang Taizhu and the others were also happy to come forward to help. But the more they moved, the more alarmed they became. In a short while, a table of lavish and incomparable feasts was delicately placed all over the Song Sickness family courtyard. Dozens of dishes crowded the table. Chicken, duck, fish, seafood and crab, all kinds of dishes. The moment the plastic wrap is removed, heat and aroma fill the air. Fill the whole yard. Auntie Zhang and the others outside the courtyard smelled it. The crowd froze. Look at this wide array of Manchurian. Everyone was inwardly shocked. Geez, this is for the emperor's grandmother, isn't it? The crowd outside the courtyard stared dead at the courtyard of food and couldn't help but gulp. If a table like this costs $20,000 to $30,000, and there are at least 40 tables here, mustn't it be $1 million or so? Someone lost in thought analyzed it. At that moment, Aunt Zhang and Wang Ping and the others' hearts thumped. What kind of money is it to treat someone to a meal for just $1 million or so? Is Song Sick robbing a bank? Wait, Song Sick Point bought so many. Do you want to treat us too? Suddenly, someone spoke confidently. The eyes of the crowd lit up. Yeah, the cripple and the others are only 30 or 40 people, so they can't finish so many. So, are we going to eat then? Hey, we're all from the same village. He's going to apologize to us and ask us to go and wash away the joy. So let's reluctantly agree to it. Thinking so, Aunt Zhang and the others raised their heads proudly and waited for Song Sickness to open his mouth to invite them. However, to the very end, Song Sickness did not even glance at them, smilingly looking at the cripple and the others and laughing. Uncles and aunts, don't look at them, all sit down and eat. Looking at the table of food they had never seen before, Cripple and the others gulped, their stomachs already rumbling. But still, he looked at Song Sickness and smiled bitterly. Song Sickness, would this be too much? Including Song In and Lu Su were stunned, obviously not expecting Song Sickness to order so many tables of food back. Based on a table of 10 people, 2 or 3 tables on site would be enough. It turned out to be a table of 40. That's enough for 300 or 400 people. This is Song Sickness's way of thanking everyone. Everyone eat openly, and if you can't eat it, you can still pack it back to feed the pigs. Song Sickness laughed. Ha ha ha, then we're welcome. The cripple and the others sniffed and grinned. So they too took their seats and began to chow down. They'd never tasted these things in their lives. Yummy. So yummy. Let's start with a bowl of shark fins to gargle. Uncle Zhao, don't you like to drink? This is foreign wine. It's fragrant. Come and try it. Zhang Taizhu even acted as a guide to greet everyone for dinner. Finally, he picked up a roasted brined pig and looked at Shi Daxiang and the others who had arrogantly flaunted it earlier. Also returned the laugh. Come on. I'll perform a 3 mouths and a pig for the gang. Remember to give me some credit. Saying that, Zhang Taizhu directly flaunted a pig by himself, causing a burst of laughter. The whole yard was abuzz with activity. On the contrary, there was silence outside the originally lively courtyard. Shi Daxiang and the others looked at this scene and the corners of their mouths twitched violently, smelling the aroma wafting out, as well as Zhang Taizhu and the others eating with their mouths full of oil. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva. I felt that the big fat meat in my hand didn't smell good. Grandma, I'm going to perform 3 bites of a pig. 2. The eldest grandson beside Aunt Zhang pouted. Eat, can't choke you. Aunt Zhang swallowed her saliva, but she glared at her eldest grandson in anger. The oldest grandson wailed at once. This guy, it's so not human to not invite us to eat. There was a gnashing of teeth. Yes, they're all from the same village and have lived together for so many years. And if he does this, who will care about his family in the future? Mud. From now on, if anything happens to his family, don't even go to help. Let's isolate his family. They had thought that Song Sickness had ordered so many dishes in order to make peace with them. For this reason, they were all ready to make peace. I didn't realize that, in the end, they really weren't invited. And you said you can't eat it and pack it up to feed the pigs? Rather feed them to the pigs? This is so bullying. Looking at the crippled man and the others who were eating and drinking well in the courtyard, the resentment in their hearts grew deeper and deeper. Of course, there are regrets. Che, guys, don't look at it. It's great to have a few stinking dollars. When did Chang gets rich later, he'll definitely treat us. Aunt Shang's eyes rolled and she hurriedly looked for an opportunity to pat Shi Daxiang on the back. Right. It's just some 5-star set meal. Brother De Chang is so rich. Surely he can treat us too. When the crowd heard this, their eyes brightened slightly, and after swallowing their saliva, they eagerly looked at Shi Daxiang and yelled after him. Stout. That's $1 million or so, to say the least. I don't even have that much in my savings. I'll buy you all a deuce. I'll buy you a deuce. Mud. Buying you guys a pig and a poke is already hurting me. And you want to have a table of 20,000 to 30,000 dollars for a 5-star package. The old man couldn't give it up himself. You guys are thinking about fart eating. Of course, these were just thoughts in Shi Daqiang's mind. Facing the crowd casting eager gazes, Shi Daqiang cast Auntie Zhang a knife in the eye look, still forcibly squeezing out a smile, promising, "Oh, there'll be opportunities in the future. Sure. Ao long live Django. I knew Brother Dechang was the richest. Brother Dechang, you are my tick god. Keiko, you really didn't let me down. I'll see that you're okay in my size. You are the hope of the village." Hearing Shi Daqiang's promise, the crowd immediately shouted. One vigorously slammed, happy as if they had already eaten. Then, the gazes of the crowd, once again, landed on Song Sickness' body in the courtyard, and at this moment, it was again filled with an undercurrent of energy. This was the confidence that Shi Daqiang gave them. A white-eyed wolf. This is the white-eyed wolf. In vain the village has given him high hopes. Some of the older generation sighed, chopping up their crutches. Wang Ping was also secretly sarcastic, raising her voice a few points and saying, "Oh, people are rich now. They don't even recognize their relatives. AI in vain. We even sent him money when he got into college. Someone has rehashed the old ways, but do not know. Those money." They initially then learned that Song disease after the accident. Have to find an excuse to ask Song and back, thinking that having a few stinking dollars is a big deal. Who cares? Yuck. It's so bad. I won't even eat it if I'm begged. The crowd's voices were intentionally raised a few notches, and as soon as they spoke, several money trucks slowly pulled into the entrance of the village. Hey, I dreamt about her again last night. Guys, am I hopeless? Omega. Chapter 127, Song Sickness returns money 1,000 times over. A few money trucks came and drove all the way towards the Song family, causing the cursing Auntie Zhang and the others to instantly shut their mouths. What's this for? There seems to be cops with guns sitting in there. Is it here to catch Song Sickness? Seeing the gun-toting police officer in the car, the crowd was shocked. Then their eyes lit up. Egu, God has finally opened his eyes. I told you he had committed a crime. Now the police are here. He must have stolen all that money. Retribution is coming. Wait for the good stuff. Stealing that much money is a sure way to get shot. Auntie Zhang was instantly delighted and quickly opened her mouth. By this time, several money trucks had also pulled up outside the Song Sickness family's yard. Several armed police officers have gotten out of their vehicles and dispersed in an orderly manner. Seeing this scene, Shi Daqiang and the others were even more secretly happy in their hearts, their gazes resentful. I can't wait for Song Sickness to be put on the spot immediately, to vent their hatred. Inside the courtyard, Songyan's heart thumped when he saw the scene. The cheerful cripple and the others also quieted down and looked at Song Sickness with the same amount of worry. These cops? They're not really here to catch Song Sick, are they? Only Song Sickness had a calm face on the scene. Just as the crowd held their breath in speculation, the male bank manager who had met Song Sick earlier ran out of the car at the head of the group. When he saw Song Sickness, he immediately bent down and apologized. "Mr. Song, I'm really sorry. The road in the village is narrow and I came late. It's okay, move it all over and put it here." Song Sickness spoke calmly and pointed to the empty space in front of him. "Hey, okay. Seeing that Song Sickness didn't blame him, the bank manager sighed in relief and hurriedly rushed the crowd to move the money. Thus, a scene that shocked Shi Daqiang and the others appeared. The so-called police did not arrest Song Sick as they had hoped. Instead, they began to carry boxes of unknown things into the yard of Song Sick's house. Boom! However, the moment the box was opened, everyone flaxed and froze, staring straight ahead. Because that's exactly what boxes of eye-catching $100 bills are. Wow! A bunch of money carriers just, in front of everyone, carried boxes of brand new bills from the car to the yard. Then like bricks they began to stack, box after box. The money was in stacks after stacks. The cars were one after the other. The scene was quiet, with only the sound of the money carriers continually moving stacks of bills. Hiss! Not phased. Auntie Zhang, Wang Ping, Song Jun, a group of people who were expecting Song Sickness to be arrested and shot by the police in the last second were completely nonplussed. Instead of arresting Song Sick, the police sent money to his house? What kind of reasoning is that? Looking at the banknotes that were piled higher and higher like bricks, they only felt their bodies go limp and their eyes dazzle. Never seen so much money in my life. That's enough to move even bricks for a long time, isn't it? Staggering, shocker, fear, numb. Various emotions instantly filled Auntie Zhang and the others. The cold wind blew, gradually awakening them to a sliver of consciousness. But what immediately followed was an unstoppable shudder. They suddenly thought of what Song Sickness said yesterday, to repay the cripple and others. Thinking of this, their pupils instantly widened. Inside the courtyard, Song and Cripple and the others looked at the stacks of brand new banknotes being moved from close range. And their eyes likewise almost stared out. They've even smelled the full coppery odor. More than anything, a possibility came to mind. Song's sickness. It's not to pay them back, is it? But that's too much, isn't it? This carrying on went on for half an hour. Everyone stared at the scene with wide eyes. The mind was nothing but shocked. Only Song's sickness had a calm face. That much money is just the tip of the iceberg for his assets today. Esteemed Mr. Song, all the money you want is here. $50 million. Not a penny less. At that moment, the bank manager came forward and smiled respectfully. I'm taking this money to give back to the folks, so I'm going to have to trouble you to be an accountant here for me to split the money. Song's sickness looked at the other party and smiled. The honor is great. The pleasure is great. The bank manager was flattered, then smiled with unconcealed envy. You are so kind to your relatives. The conversation between the two was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. Cripple and the others are shocked, and Auntie Zhang and the others outside the hospital were not only shocked, but also had a heart attack. Folks, when my mother was critically ill, I thank you for thinking of your family and being willing to put up money to help. Here today, in return for this kindness, I will return it 1,000-fold. Song's sickness spoke word for word while taking out the note. Boom! When these words came out, the whole room was shocked, 1,000 times over. What's that? No one can believe it. The people outside the courtyard were even more nonplussed. Song's sickness, we appreciate your kindness, but would this 1,000 times be too much? The people in the courtyard, however, felt somewhat flattered. They didn't expect that a good deed in the past could be rewarded with this kind of return today. This is what everyone deserves. Song's sickness smiled faintly. Next, start handing out the money. Uncle Fugue, borrow 2,000 and pay back 2 million. Wang Fugue's body trembled, looking at the large box of money that was sorted and handed to him like a dream. This money will not only solve his family's difficulties, but will also be enough for the family to live in the countryside for the rest of their lives. Little sick. Thank you. Uncle Fugue, thank you for your kindness. Wang Fugue received the money with tears in his eyes and bowed deeply to Song's sickness, even almost kneeling down. Sister Homely, borrow 1,000 and pay back 1,000,000. Song's sickness continued to read. A charming widow stepped forward, with a pale little girl in her arms. With this money, her child's future medication will be covered, and she doesn't have to sell it anymore. Sister Homely, you are so kind. I believe the child will be fine. Song's sickness smiled and sent his blessing while reaching out to pinch the girl's cute cheeks. Ding successfully absorbed coronary heart disease. Merit +1. Thanks. Although it was just a blessing, Homely still smiled gratefully at Song's sickness, but he didn't know that Dr. Song's blessing was not something that ordinary people could get. Uncle Zhao, borrow 3,000 and pay back 3 million. The crippled man came walking with his cane, looking at the large boxes of money that had been distributed in front of him, and didn't know what to do with them. The $3,000. Almost he left to marry his wife's savings, when a heart cruel or poor lent to Songen. But I didn't realize that in just one day, it's a return of $3 million? With that kind of money, don't say he's a cripple. Sweetie, he's got a daughter-in-law to fall back on. Uncle Zhao, waiting to drink your wedding wine. Song Six smiled and stepped forward, giving the other man a hug. Ding successfully absorbed congenital double leg deformity. Merit +1. Ha ha ha. Well, I borrowed your advice. The cripple laughed with tears in his eyes. Grandpa Jangwo, borrow 2,005 and pay back 2.5 million. Uncle Champion, borrow 15,000 and pay back 1.5 million. Aunt Erniu, borrow 500 and pay back 500,000. The sound of Song's sickness was interspersed with the sound of bills being carried, echoing in this heaven and earth. Song disease not only gave them money, but also silently transformed into a miracle doctor, silently eliminating the disease for them. The courtyard was trembling. The people outside the courtyard were also trembling. The wind was cold, and they were not only cold in their bodies, but even more so in their hearts. They looked at the people in the courtyard, leading boxes of money, constantly stimulating their weak nerves. Gradually, they were already like walking corpses, a little bit unknowingly approaching the courtyard of the Song sickness family. Wide-eyed, he couldn't help but gulp, and his heart felt like it was being stabbed by pins and needles. No longer could he hide the greed and remorse on his face. Chapter 128, Fighting Outside the Courtyard. Watching the show inside the courtyard. Yes, if Song's sickness had just treated Cripple and the others to a big meal, they could have pretended to disdain it. That's because they don't think it's just an expensive meal. What's the big deal? But not anymore. Faced with this box of real money in return, who else can resist temptation? They could no longer maintain that reserve and face. Song's sickness was refreshing their three views over and over again. Who's to say what else is behind it? Remorse, pain, heart-dripping blood. It was no longer possible to describe their feelings at this moment. At this moment, many questions unconsciously surfaced in everyone's mind. If they had also lent money to Sungon at that time, if they hadn't gone and mocked the Song family in order to tout Sher Daxiang, denigration of Song disease. So does that mean there's a place for you in the yard now that you're getting paid? At this moment, how they wished they were the people in the courtyard. Cold winds are blowing. Looking at the laughter inside the courtyard, the people outside finally stopped talking, and no more mindless bragging about Strong. Can Sher Daxiang give each of them a few $1,000,000 like Song Sik? Apparently not. Sher Daxiang himself estimated that he didn't have a few million. Auntie Jeanne was lying on her back outside the courtyard, her mouth frozen open and her eyes glazed over. At this moment, she wanted to slap herself twice. When Song Sickness went to college, she acted positively, all with Song En's consent, fast becoming Song Sickness's godmother. She even had tens of thousands of dollars in savings on her. If she had lent it all to Song En at that time, how much will Song Sickness share with her when she returns? But it was all ruined by herself. Thinking of this, Auntie Zhang's heart was dripping blood and she hated to tear this mouth of hers apart. Song Jun and Wang Ping, the two of them looked at each other speechlessly, but both could see the pain in their eyes. They suddenly regretted why they didn't help Song En in the first place. They are relatives. Family. Lu Tsuihua silently let go of Sher Daxiang's hand, looking at the courtyard of more wealth and billions of Song disease, but also feel charming. The financial power of Song Sickness is evident in the fact that he is paid millions of dollars at any given time. What is even more rare is that Song Sickness is not only rich, but also a cultured person who has studied abroad. In contrast, Sher Daxiang, who has $1 million in savings, is nothing more than a profiteer doing illegal business. In front of Song disease, it is called truly not even worthy of lifting shoes. Ridiculous that the other side then had to let Song Sik go to work for him as a driver with a $4,000 salary? It's hilarious. At this moment, Lu Tsuewa's heart sprouted again. Lu Dashan looked at the present-day Song Sickness with the same infatuation, his breath catching and his eyes glowing. Equally hate to slap myself twice. Such a good son-in-law, and he just lost it? Well, he deserves to die. At this moment, the eyes of the people who had flattered Sher Daxiang changed when they looked at Song Sickness. No more taunting. Seeing this scene, Sher Daxiang's face turned blue, but he didn't dare to say anything. Song Sickness is $1 million a shot. What's he comparing it to? He had to recognize the gap between the two, but he was not willing to do so. Song Sickness, you're rich aren't you? Let's see. I'll make you kneel down and beg me. Resentment flashed in Sher Daxiang's gaze as he swept a glance at Song En, the corner of his mouth hooking into a cruel smile. Lowering his head, he sent a message to Song En, and immediately took Lu Tsuehua and left in anger. No one noticed that Sher Daxiang had left, and people's eyes were attracted to the scene of handing out money in the courtyard. Mud, I shouldn't have believed you crazy in the first place, saying something about Song Sickness being fired and arrested for a crime. I don't know who it was, but he looked at Auntie Zhang with displeasure and cursed. That's right, Brother Sik Song is such a kind person. How could he possibly commit a crime? You're making false accusations. That's right, Little Sickness was supposed to be the hope of our village, and you crazy likes to make up rumors and falsely accuse good people every day. Why don't you go apologize to Song Sik? The crowd came back to their senses, seemingly instantly found a breakthrough. Also have to agree. Angry look at Auntie Zhang verbally attacked. The disoriented and remorseful Auntie Zhang reacted with a confused look, apparently not realizing how he was suddenly a target. Everyone had a good time scolding her before, so how come she's being blamed alone now? But as the head of the village's intelligence team, Auntie Zhang is not a person to be messed with. Knowing that everyone is seeing that Song Sickness is rich, they want to pour dirty water on themselves so that they can use the opportunity to ease relations with Song Sickness. She naturally would not become the scapegoat for nothing, so she also crossed her arms and forcefully denied. I warn you not to say anything. I didn't say anything like that. I've always thought highly of Song Sickness, and since I was a kid, I thought he'd have a great future. How could he have slandered him when he had to recognize him as his godson in the first place? Instead, I'm going to call you a bunch of heartless white wolves. When something happened to Sue's sister, you guys not only didn't help, you even said taunting. Especially Wang Ping Song Jun, you two heartless things. Still have the nerve to say that they are relatives. Song have come to the door to humbly borrow money. You are not only not borrowing, but also out of the words there to mock. You deserve relatives? I'm not capable of it as a woman. If I were, I'd help ironically. Ooh. What do you mean by professional? What do you mean? Shameless? See, it's called professional shamelessness. In one fell swoop, not only did he leave himself out of the picture, but he also turned around and scolded the crowd in return. Ping Wang, Song Jun. The crowd was confused. Obviously I didn't expect the other side to be so shameless. You were the toughest when you called Song Sik, and now you turn around and say you don't have a mom? I poo. Zhang, you even have the face to say this. This is not all started by you. No wonder your husband ran away. It's because you're such a with that mouth. Being exposed to the scars, Wang Ping, who was also an intelligence general, was naturally not happy and immediately stood out and cursed. Who are you calling? Say that again? Having been exposed, Auntie Zhang also instantly broke her defenses and let go of her eldest grandson and rushed out. What's wrong with me just scolding you? Yeah. I'll strangle you. Come on. Think I'm afraid of you. Yuck. Two large women just suddenly fought. Yes, beat her to death. Thin-skinned things deserve to be beaten. No one can stop me. Even if I have to fight for my life tonight, I will seek justice for Song Sickness. When the crowd saw this, instead of going to pull, they joined the fight as well. Soon, there was chaos outside the courtyard. A bunch of awesome people did it. Crazy dog bites dog. One shot. The crowds inside the courtyard who had finished dividing the money were happy, but they were confused when faced with the crowds outside the courtyard who were suddenly fighting. What's with the fight? Aren't you happy eating pork? Why are you upset again? In the face of this scene, Song Sickness smiled and didn't say anything more. His purpose is simple, to give back to those who have been kind to him and his family. As for these graceless people, he didn't think much of them, whether they lend you money or not. That's their job and he has no right to be blamed. Just don't hurt his family. But now, these people are fighting, to seek justice for him? Let's just say, it's human nature. Human nature is like that. Since becoming a veterinarian, he had long since seen it all. Chapter 129, It's Better to Be Sick of Song. The cold wind is bone-chilling, and pig's blood and hair wash all over the dirt floor in the countryside. The place where Shi Daxiang and the others had originally killed pigs for dinner had now become a venue for them to fight and brawl. People were tearing each other up and hurling insults and rolling around on the floor, grabbing each other's blood-stained pig hairs and blood. They shoved them into each other's mouths. The rest of the pork to be divided was scattered and became weapons in their hands. Auntie Zhang and Wang Ping even fought their way from the slab where the pigs were killed to the cauldron where they were scalded. The squealing was a bit louder and more pleasant than the old sow that was killed in the morning. At a glance, the odd scene is so strange that those who don't know it think it's some kind of country specialty. The crowd was beating and cursing at the same time, doing it to Song Sickness. The central idea is just the same, that this whole thing is the other person's fault and has nothing to do with them. One is good at watching Song Disease. A roar of laughter went up from the people in the courtyard as they looked at the increasingly bizarre scene. They were not trying to laugh, but they just couldn't help it, especially seeing the fierce battle between Auntie Zhang and Wang Ping. It was simply comparable to a teeming emperor powerhouse. Terrifying as it was, the two men were still rolling around in that burning pot of scalding pig, grabbing the pig's history next to them and pouring it into each other's mouths. Their faces smeared. Nothing to do with it. Boiling water splashes. It's really got a few hot pig immediacy to it. Laughing out loud, the cripple and the others silently looked at Song Sickness again. The heart was more than a little glad. This incident also tells them a truth. People should really be more kind and less bad. Of course, kindness is best used on people or it may be eaten by dogs. Folks, let's split this money that's still left equally. Song Sickness swept up the remaining 20 million or so and divided it up for the crowd again. The crippled man and others who were already carrying several boxes of money went numb and could barely even hold it. It's not too much to ask for a sack of money. When the people outside the courtyard saw this scene, they were even more red-eyed, and the fight became even more intense. If there were no loaded bank officers to hold them down, they would even be tempted to rush in and rob them. On a dining table, Song stared blankly at the scene, and in his heart, in addition to shock, there was that trace of uneasiness that was hard to erase, even though Lu Su and Song Sickness told him a lot last night. At this time, the cell phone suddenly rang. Song returned to his senses, picked it up, and his face changed. Looking at the pile of money in front of him, he agonized for a moment, but he silently stepped forward and took a few stacks. Then he went home alone. Song Disease happened to see this scene, thinking that this old father of his was trying to save up his personal money, smiled, and then did not say anything more. He will make this family better and better in the future. Soon the second round of money sharing was hotly contested. Everyone got at least $1 million in their hands. Song Sick transferred $100,000 to the bank manager who helped take the crowd to the city to deposit the money. Otherwise, if you bring home such a huge sum of money, it's inevitable that it won't be targeted by someone with an axe to grind. At least this way you can get enough for the rest of your life by eating the interest as well. Respected Mr. Song, don't worry, I will definitely help these relatives of yours wholeheartedly. Find them a good bank and pick a good deposit method. The bank manager received the money and was instantly and firmly assured, even if Song Sickness doesn't pay him, he'll help wholeheartedly. After all, he could wake up smiling in his dreams if he could flatter a big client like Song Sickness. In response, Cripple and the others were naturally happy. With professionals saving their money for them, where would they say no? Going to save on your own might get you scammed out of your pants. And so it was that the hulking money carrier took the crippled man and the others by way of the depository. Eat, drink, and be escorted by heavily armed personnel and helped by professionals. A proper one-stop shop. Meanwhile, when the people fighting outside the courtyard saw the cripple and the others leaving, their eyes flickered for a moment. Then they too dispersed in a hurry. Soon, Song Sickness returned home after studying abroad and took out $50 million to split the people. And it resounded. Pillar, come with me for a second. Inside the Song family courtyard, looking at Zheng Taiju who was still gnawing on the pig's head, Song Sickness shouted with a smile. Oh hoo! Zheng Taiju wiped his mouth and hurriedly followed. Here's a card for you with $100 million in it. Keep it well and don't let anyone know. Coming to the room, Song Sick took out a World Bank card and handed it to Zheng Taiju. Ha? $100 million? Zheng Taiju froze, staring wide-eyed. His heart felt like it had been hammered hard. He recognized this card. When he was in the city, Song Sickness was buying random things with this kind of looking card. When the money was just handed out, Song Sickness didn't send it to him, and he had been a little lost in his heart. However, he didn't expect that Song Sickness was actually giving him a separate small kitchen. $100 million? How much does that have to be? That's a big pile of 50 million in cash just now. And 100 million is twice that. Nah. No. That's too much. I can't have it. And besides, I can't spend it all. Reacting, Zheng Taiju hurriedly waved his hand to refuse. He was already convinced that Song Sickness must be rich, but I didn't expect to be so rich. Give him $100 million at the drop of a hat? Isn't that a joke? Take it. Keep it safe. Don't be cheated by others. Song Sickness shoved the card into the other person's pocket. Brother Song Sick. Really? This is too much. You're giving it all to me. What about you? Zheng Tieju's face paled, feeling that this card weighed 1,000 gold. Don't worry. Your brother isn't bad. Song Sickness smiled mysteriously. Walking out of the room, Zheng Taiju was left alone to doubt his life at the same place. As a result, Song Sickness just went out. Song Jun and Wang Ping once again came to visit with smiles on their faces, and had already taken advantage of Lu Su's cleaning in the courtyard to break in with a thick face. He said he was worried about Lu Su's health and came to visit. This time the two were carrying several boxes of pricey nutritional products. All rushed to town to get them. Oh, Sumea. We're damned. We've been busy for the past 2 days. That's why we're late. We're family, so don't be offended. Wang Ping held Lu Su's hand and cried with heartbreaking and true feelings. Not long after, Auntie Zhang also came, carrying a large basket of eggs, bruises clearly visible on her face. Oh, it's a minor illness. This is the earth eggs that Auntie picked up for your mom. They're all home-raised and have good nutrition, so don't mind if you don't. Auntie Zhang's face was full of smiles as soon as she arrived, and when she looked at Song Sick's teasing eyes, she smiled awkwardly and self-consciously put the eggs down. Just like Wang Ping went to flatter the well-spoken Lu Su again, the two men met. But all of them put aside their grudges for the time being for the sake of a common purpose and began to actively help Lu Su clean up. Lu Su was not going to be whole for a moment by the sudden enthusiasm of the two. All this, however, does not end there. Following Wang Ping and Auntie Zhang, those villagers who had previously mocked Song Disease in order to flatter Shi Daxiang came one after another with a thick skin. Even Lu Dashan dragged Lu Tsuehua here. Lu Tsuehua also dressed up carefully with heavy makeup and a white dress symbolizing purity. Looking towards Song Sickness, he did not hide his adoration. What is cheek in the face of absolute monetary temptation? They came with all kinds of gifts, saying they were visiting Lu Su. His eyes, however, never left Song Sickness, praising him one after another. Sister Su, you've given birth to a good son. He's a good man and filial. That's right, I've been looking after minor illnesses since I was a kid. And this kid, at first glance, is destined to be a big official and make a lot of money. Yes. Brother Sick Song is the hope of our village. Unlike that Shi Daxiang, who was all bragging. Yuck, that Daxiang is a piece of smelly, hard and shameless. How can he be compared to our Song Sick brother? Brother Sick Song is our idol. Song Sickness stood on the second floor, looking at all of this, and was just speechless. That's a change of face faster than a flip of a book. The play was good, though. Chapter 130, Marshal An's arrival. A vast lineup. That afternoon, the Song Sickness family's yard was bustling with activity again. Those who had previously mocked the Song Sickness family in pursuit of Shi Daxiang had come uninvited and had the cheek to flatter. Even the distant relatives who had played missing when Song and went to borrow money earlier had driven from far and wide to come. Like the rain, they've all sprung up somehow. What's 7 ants? Calling the shots. Can't call the number. 8 poles. As soon as he came, he was full of tears and acted like he was in a hurry. Sume I've come to bring you money, we heard you were ill, and we came in haste. Yeah, Songin is really something too. He didn't come to us even after such a big incident. Still think of us as family or not? That's right, he must be criticized when he comes back. Sume your fine is really good, but we were scared. You say if you have a long or short, let Songin and Xiao sickness can do Whoa. Gradually, outside the courtyard of Song 6 house, the cars of relatives had been parked. The courtyard was also packed with people, and the gifts that were sent were almost too much to pile up. Everyone complimented Lu Su, but the one whose eyes didn't leave was Song Sik, and the Rolls-Royce Phantom parked in the courtyard. Is this human nature? Song Sickness stood on the second floor and sighed as he looked at all of this. When you're down and out, you're surrounded by bad people. When you're rich, you're surrounded by good people. This sentence, on this day, was embodied in Song Sickness. It's just a shame that the icing on the cake is nowhere near as good as the snow. What's more, the behavior of these people is not even worthy of icing on the cake. At best, it's just to see that you're rich and want to come to you to flatter you and make favors out of you. But does Song Sickness today need this kind of bah humbug? He was not of the same world as these people. Long ago, brother Song Sick, long time no see. At this time, a clipped female voice suddenly came from behind Song Sickness. Looking back, he saw that Lu Tsuehua had already, at some point, sneaked up behind him. A shy look. Song Sick frowned slightly. He naturally had an impression of Lu Tsuehua. It's a village, after all. The other party did have some good looks and was considered the village flower of Quan Village. We all went to high school together as kids. At that time, Song disease youthful budding, and even had fantasies about each other. It's a pity that Lu Tsuehua at that time fell in love with Shi Daxiang, who dyed yellow hair and drove a ghost fire. The two fell in love with this and drilled the grove, so both of the latter fell off the list. Brother Song Sick, can you tell me about life abroad? People want to listen. Lu Tsuehua looking for a topic of conversation. Close look at the Song disease handsome and upright appearance. It is difficult to hide the heart. It's so handsome. In such a comparison, Shi Daxiang is a piece of. No, Song Sickness returned and simply refused. Accustomed to seeing big storms and waves, nowadays Lu Tsuehua is just a passerby in his eyes. Compared to those stunning faces of Surikanti, the so-called village flowers in front of her couldn't even be described as ordinary anymore. Lu Tsuehua's smile stiffened. She was still quite confident in her looks, but he didn't expect Song Sickness to refuse so dryly. Those indifferent and calm eyes didn't even look at her more than once. Of course, what she wouldn't have thought was that Song Sickness had rejected even a princess of a country, not to mention her village flower. Gritting her teeth, Lu Tsuehua could only leave unhappily, but in her heart, she was still unwilling to give up. Intend to find another opportunity. After years of socializing, she still has experience in catching a kaiju. Looking at the growing number of people in the courtyard, Song Sickness frowned slightly, intending to take the initiative to drive them away. At that moment, however, the cell phone rang and picked it up. It was still from Songin. However, upon reading the message on it, Song Disease's face was suddenly chilled. Want your father to be okay? Bring $20 million to town. A glance through the bungalow showed that Songin's figure was long gone. Just now, Songin took a few stacks of money, and he thought that the other party was going back to his room to rest. It was obvious that Sungon had left on his own, but why did Songin hide it from them? It was too late to think too much. Instructing the pillar to take care of Lu Su, Song Sik immediately went downstairs to the courtyard. A small illness. I'm your great aunt. You still recognize me. Asterisk 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 off. Seeing Song Sickness come down, the crowd was overjoyed and immediately greeted them warmly. However, without waiting for them to finish, they were interrupted by Song Sickness' cold voice. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, Song Sik drove the Rolls-Royce and sped away. Song Sik's eyes were cold and terrifying. The mind had guessed the originator. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away from Quan Village, a row of imposing military vehicles slowly approached with an extremely large formation. Is all that this marshal has arranged ready? Inside a certain extended military vehicle, Marshal An asked with final confirmation. Marshal An, don't worry. Everything has been done according to your orders. Qianquan Mayor Jiang Hua's voice trembled as he said, accompanied by the deputy mayor, county governor, and other high officials of Qianquan City. They really couldn't imagine what kind of big shot could make Hallmark Marshal and pay so much attention, taking out such a battle, even going so far as to visit the countryside in person. Marshal, you haven't closed your eyes for a few days. Take this time to rest. Just leave the rest to us. A few senior officers beside him whispered. Not tired. Marshal and shook his head decisively. How dare he sleep? He was afraid that if he slept through this, the idiots would screw it up again. This was something he had to do himself. Jesus came and couldn't stop him. Can we keep him this time? In the other car, and Ruoi looked out the window at the beautiful and familiar countryside scenery, murmuring to herself, a little lost in thought. The figure that had coldly rejected her unconsciously surfaced in her mind. A strange ripple ran through his heart. Didn't the marshal say that if you work harder, you'll make it? On the side, Wang Xiaoxiao gently pinched in Ruoi's little face and snickered, and Ruoi froze slightly. Thinking of last night's words from Marshallin, her pretty face immediately flashed a touch of blush. Without noticing, a Rolls-Royce Phantom flashed past at breakneck speed. At the same time, on the other road to the village of Izumi, Sia was also on his way with various expensive gifts. Song family compound. Along with Song's sudden departure, the entire courtyard fell silent. Many of the relatives looked unhappy and chewed each other's cud. Che, don't you just have a few stinking dollars? You really think you're a big man? That's right. Look at the way he looks. Those who don't know think he's become some kind of big official. Anymore, we are relatives of his family. And if he is willing to give so much money to those outsiders, he won't take out a little to share with us? What a disappointment to us. The crowd spoke, their grievances growing, and taking advantage of Song's sickness absence, they toed the line and complained to Lu Su. Vegetarian sister, you can have to say. Song disease, this temperament cannot be Lu. We'll be coming to have an accident. Right. We're all relatives. And we don't want anything from you. And we're saying this for your own good. If your family Song disease in this way, after this relative cannot go Lu. My brother-in-law is the town's deputy mayor. This time to come, had intended to make a position for Song disease to come. Look at his attitude. It seems to be impossible. Several elders accused from on high. As we were talking, a military vehicle, with a long line, drove into the village in an extremely imposing manner. Boom boom boom. Da da da. Immediately afterward, a military salute was fired, and the salute rang out to the heavens. At the same time, from several open-topped military vehicles, several groups of honor guard soldiers in different military uniforms jumped out of the vehicles one after another and stood in groups straight on both sides of the road, all the way to the Song family row. Chapter 131. Relatives trying hard to clear up relationships. What's going on? The huge formation instantly alarmed the entire Quan village. People have to smell out the door to check. Inside the Song family's courtyard, the crowd that was still criticizing Lu Su also stopped and looked out in confusion. Upon seeing the scene outside, he was instantly pissed off and turned pale. Only at this time, the vast military caravan had already stopped outside the courtyard of Song Sickness's house. Countless ceremonial soldiers even spread out in formation. The scene is full. What's this fat thing? Why are there so many soldiers here at once? And firing cannons and surrounding us? The crowd looked puzzled. I know. These soldiers must be here to catch Song Sickness. Just now Song Sickness must have gotten the news and that's why he hurriedly escaped. Some great intelligence spoke out of the blue. With that, everyone shuddered and reacted with panic as well. I told you how this bastard got so much money all of a sudden. So he really got it illegally. I saw the mayor, and the chief of our town. It's over. We're not going to get dragged into this, are we? Lu Su, look what kind of dogson you've raised. You've screwed us over. Wait, you have to explain clearly. We have nothing to do with your Song family. You can't drag us into this. The crowd's spearheads were all pointed at Lu Su at once, and they all pulled away from him. The shrewd Auntie Zhang even took the opportunity to run and pick up the basket of eggs that had been given out and a few more boxes of gifts on the way, sneaking out of the backyard. Looking at the crowd of relatives who suddenly became hideous and unfamiliar, Lu Su was also startled. Luckily, Zhang Taizhu walked out at this time and insisted on standing with Lu Su. At the same time, the crowd led by Marshall and also got out of the car and walked towards the Song family, followed by a procession carrying various gifts. This lineup is enough to rival the treatment of welcoming a king of a country. From a distance, Marshall saw the courtyard crowded with people, and immediately turned around and solemnly instructed, "Be polite later on. These may all be relatives of Dr. Song's divine doctor, and shall not be neglected. Understand?" "Yes, Marshall," the crowd responded in a loud voice. As a result, Marshall and the others had just stepped into the courtyard. The people in the courtyard were instantly shocked and fell to their knees, and the sounds of injustice rose in all directions. "Director, spare me your life. We have nothing to do with the Song family." "Ah yes, we're all innocent. Everything is Song sick. That bastard tricked us into coming here. If you want to arrest Song sickness, this kind of person deserves to die." "Mayor, Song sick that knows that you are coming to arrest him. He just ran away. I can take you to arrest him and get rid of the evil for the people." The relatives have begged the mayor and the director of the town of Springs for forgiveness, because they only know the mayor and the director, desperately trying to clear the air with the Song sick family. There were even those who volunteered to assist in the capture of Song disease. Marshall and Ruoi, crowd of officials, They had just wanted to enthusiastically greet and make good relations with these song-diseased relatives. After all, it was a good way to gain favor with song sickness. And then these so-called relatives put on such a show for them before they even opened their mouths? As the mayor and director of Kwan Town, when they heard this group of people cursing song disease here, they were even more frightened and almost died in place. They were low in rank, and were henceforth able to have the honor of accompanying and leading the way, all because the great man whom Marshallin was to visit was of the village of Kwan. At the same time, they had also gotten a bit of information from the mayor that the big shot that Marshallin was going to visit was called Song Disease, Divine Doctor Song. This was a great opportunity for them to perform well, but as soon as they arrived, this group of people were here cursing Dr. Song? And talk about taking them to arrest? It's not enough for them to die fast enough. Nonsense. What are you guys babbling about? We're here to visit Dr. Song. Who said anything about arresting Dr. Song? The mayor was frightened and rushed forward, scolding and reminding that if he said more, his hat would really be lost. Dr. Song? As expected, once the town mayor came out, the crowd finally subsided. But the first time they heard the unfamiliar title of Divine Doctor Song, they were all confused. Looking at this strange and comical scene, Marshallin's face grimaced, having guessed much, all because of idiots who do nothing. The honor of Divine Doctor Song should have been delivered earlier so that the people of the country would know about it. But because of those black sheep, because of a bad influence, deliberately blocked so far, feeling Marshallin's angry gaze, several officials lowered their heads again in shame. There are reasons for all of this for them, but of course, more than anything else, it's the unscrupulous media who are being used. My lords, I am Song 6's mother. My son is kind by nature and I believe he will not make a mistake. If there is anything you can do, just come at me. It has nothing to do with these people. Lu Su suddenly stood out at this time. Her face was pale, but she clenched her teeth and firmly said, it would be a lie for her, a woman, to say she wasn't scared in the face of such a lineup, but she had faith in her son's character. It was a piece of flesh that had fallen from her body. How could she not be aware of it? And me, my Song sick brother is a good person. You can't wrong a good person. Zhang Taizhu also gritted his teeth and stood out. Seeing Lu Su and Zhang Taizhu even foolishly come forward to admit everything and speak for them, a crowd of relatives and townspeople were relieved. While Marshallin's heart was poked hard by Lu Su and Zhang Taizhu's words, he was ashamed to go forward. Help up Lu Su. Old tears open. You are right. Your son is not wrong. The fault is us. Is that we are blind. This time we're here. The Dr. Song we're looking for is your son. He is the pride of our Manhwa, and we have come to welcome him home. Marshallin's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. At once, the crowd of relatives who had just sent a sigh of relief stiffened in place. Lu Su was also surprised by Marshallin's words. Is this a big show to welcome her son? Also, the other party called her son Dr. Song? If she remembered correctly, Song's sickness seemed to have majored in veterinary medicine, right? She also said she had opened a vet store when she first called her. Can you be a veterinarian and become a miracle doctor these days? Auntie, isn't Song sick at home? At this time, Ruoi also came up and politely inquired. Looking at the absolutely beautiful and pure young girl in front of him, Lu Su's eyes flashed with a different color here, because the other person had visited her before and bought her a lot of gifts, but Sunan didn't collect. Brother Song just went out and said he had something to do and would be back later. Zhang Taizhu, who was on the side, hurriedly opened his mouth, mesmerized by Ruoi's beauty. Gosh, is this a fairy? Wait, coming to Brother Song's sickness, is that? First, carry in the gifts you brought, uncover the red cloth, and wait for Divine Dr. Song to return. Sweeping his eyes over these snobbish relatives, Marshallin commanded. What had happened before could not be undone, and now he had no choice but to try his best to make up for it. Yes, the crowd nodded, and soon the ceremonial music began. The procession carrying the gifts in the back came in order and finally appeared under the line of sight of Song Jun and the others. The first gift was a plaque carved from sandalwood with the words "Wonderful Hands," and the signature of Divine Dr. Song at the bottom. The second piece was a carved piece of rare jade, carried by 4 men. The third piece was a giant ginseng. A precious and rare treasure in honor was carried into the home of Song sickness by the soldiers in front of everyone, under the honor of the 3 armies. What a shocking image. Boom. Looking at this sudden change in scene, everyone's eyes widened. Those relatives who were going to try their best to clear the air were instantly nonplussed. Such a lineup of honors they had only seen on TV. In the distance, Auntie Zhang, who had escaped from the backyard holding the egg gift, happened to see the scene from a high place. She opened her mouth, coughed several times, and hurried back again, clutching her gifts and eggs. Chapter 132 Baronne Springs, a deserted construction zone. Song Sik drove to the address on the message. It's desolate in all directions. There's not much of a crowd. As soon as Song Sickness got out of the car, he directly opened his perspective and swept his eyes, quickly locking the top floor of a rotten building ahead. With slightly cold eyes, he headed in that direction. Munchkin, wait till later, sure, brush your big plane, ha. Okay, drop. Thanks, sta pigeon. Meanwhile, in the top room of the rotten building, Sure Daxiang is lying on the boardwalk, leisurely getting high on melon seeds, interacting passionately with the female anchor. In the surrounding area, there were 6 more groundhog minions. Surprisingly, they're all from Izumi village. Big brother, it's coming, it's coming. That asshole really came in a Rolls Royce. One of the minions watching from the window was instantly agitated. Sure Daxiang immediately got up and came to the window, and when he saw the approaching Song Sickness, the corners of his mouth gradually became hideous. If I don't let you lick the soles of my shoes today, I'll take your surname. It's not right. Brother, we haven't gone down to pick him up yet. How did he know we were in this building? As he watched Song Sickness go all the way straight into the building, the little brother suddenly realized a serious problem. At those words, the smile on Sure Daxiang's face also froze. Big brother. The little brother behind him suddenly spoke out. Sure Daxiang looked back and his pupils shrunk, because Song Sickness had already ghostly appeared at the stairway. When did you come? Sure Daxiang was a bit confused. This is the 10th floor. It's only been half a minute since Song Sickness entered the building, right? Did he remember the time wrong? The 6 minions immediately drew the knives on their waists and surrounded Song Sickness. Where's my dad? Song Sickness walked step by step, his gaze only falling on Sure Daxiang, not caring about these stray hairs. It was because he had scanned all the way around and hadn't found Song In's figure. Seeing that he was outnumbered, Sure Daxiang instantly gained back his strength, lying down on the board, ignoring Song Sickness, and slowly ordering, search your body, and if you dare to resist, beat them to death. GGG, yes, big brother. The 6 minions were signaled to come forward with their knives in a sardonic manner. Song Sickness looked calm. Knock knock knock. The next second, from the outside, 5 figures appeared on the entire tofu slab wall, in different poses. On the boards, Sure was just about to take a sip of iced tea when the 6th minion smashed past him. The wall smashed right through and stuck. The 6 minions went peacefully, without a word. Sure Daxiang's mouth was wide open, his eyes wide. The drink in his hand was still pouring, but his pupils had long since contracted like needles. I told you, whoever dares to bully my parents again, I'll make him regret ever coming to this world. You don't believe me? Song Sickness calmly walked towards Sure Daxiang. His eyes narrowed slightly. The evil personality that belonged uniquely to veterinarian Song broke out of his body. You, don't come over. If you dare to touch a single hair on my head, I will never want to see your father in my life. Sure Daxiang was awakened by Song Disease's cold and piercing voice, trembling and threatening. Long ago, I was scared out of my mind, to his death. He didn't expect that the youth in front of him that he was able to bully at will as a child. Now it's become this scary. Yes? Song Sick bent down and picked up a knife on the ground. As a veteran veterinarian, he had a million ways to get the other guy to talk. In the next second, Song Sickness had descended upon Sure Daxiang. Under its shocked and fearful gaze, it was pressed back to the boards with a hand. That pig-killing knife also transformed into a dexterous and swift scalpel in Song Sick's hands. 3 seconds down, Sure Daxiang's entire arm was perfectly separated from the bone. Aha! Don't kill me! Master Ba! It's Master Ba! Uncle Song is with Master Ba! I'm innocent! The pain came as an afterthought, and Sure Daxiang's eyes went wide, instantly behaving himself and letting go. Looking at Song Disease again, it has become like a demon. Meanwhile, at a construction site several kilometers away, Sundan was led into a tin room by 2 men in undershirts. Inside the tin room, at this moment, a fat, fierce, bald man was gnawing on a pig's foot. A chained woman served next to her. Hey, Song-en, you're still pretty punctual, and it's a good thing I didn't have to catch you myself. Seeing Song-en, Baron grinned. Seems a little lost. Song-en came on time. Song-en's face was pale, but still panicked and took out the several stacks of money in the plastic bag, put it on the table, and trembled. Ba, Master Ba, according to the contract signed before, the breach of contract will be paid double. This is 40,000 yuan. I don't want to work in the north of Burma anymore, and I ask Master Ba to be magnanimous and let me go. That's right, that last $20,000 was borrowed from the Ba Master in front of him in the first place, and the condition, which is to work in the north of Maine for 5 years. Ha! The smile on Baron's face disappeared and he picked up the bag to check it out. It was indeed $40,000. Master Ba, I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Song-en witnessed and wanted to leave, but he was stopped by a single shout from Baron. Stop! 2 vested men instantly blocked the door. I've already discussed it with the other side, which is to say no, but for the sake of you paying $40,000, I can make it easy for you to go over there and let you back after 3 years. Baron nibbled on a pig's foot and spoke languidly. Master Ba, this isn't appropriate. I've already lost the money, Song-in said with a pale face. Humph, don't know any better. I heard your son is back? Do you believe I'll get someone to make your son and your wife disappear from this world silently right now? Baron smiled sardonically and threatened. Song-in instantly trembled in place. The other side is the gangster power in this area. Black and white. And he had witnessed the other man kill a man at that time. This was also the reason why he didn't dare to tell Song's sickness and Lu Su about it. Master Ba, it was here that my wife fell and hurt herself in the first place, and we didn't ask for any compensation from you. Now that I've paid you back double, you'll be kind enough to spare our family. Looking at the other party's terrifying appearance, Song-in plopped down on his knees and humbly prayed, trying to awaken the other party's conscience. Pa! However, in the next second, Baron directly got up and slapped Song-in away with a single slap, grudgingly saying, Mard, don't know how to be nice. You want to open up a favor, don't you? I'll send someone to capture your wife and son and send them together to the north of Burma. Song-in was instantly shocked and hastily prayed, Master Ba, I was wrong. I'm willing to go. Spare my wife and son. Spare? Ba. Too late. Baron laughed hideously. Immediately, he looked at the two vested men and commanded, take them down to the old man to fight. At the same time, bring more people to Quan village and capture his wife and son. Yes, the two vested men answered and retreated. It's not good. Master Ba, someone is here to cause trouble. Just then, a worker came running in a panic. What are you panicking about? That son of a is ungrateful and dares to cause trouble in my territory? How many people have come? Master Ba's gaze suddenly became fierce. One. Ah no. 2, and the other side is holding Sher Duxian hostage. The visitor panicked. Mud. One man dares to come and make trouble. Tired of living. Master Ba froze slightly, and his gaze became even more ferocious. Bang. But in the next second, a skyfall of human flesh came smashing right through the tin room. Blood splattered everywhere. Baron froze. Chapter 133, Marshallin's Rage. It was cold and dark, but the Song family's flat courtyard was exceptionally lively. One by one, precious and rare gifts of honor were placed all over the living room of the Song family under the ceremonial music of the three armies. It was a stark contrast to all those drinks and milk sent by relatives and townspeople. The people in the courtyard were staring straight, unable to imagine what Song's sickness had done. It can make so many big officials and armies personally visit the countryside and send so many honorable gifts. But now they know one thing very well. Song had a seizure. The Song family sent it. Rich and powerful. It had reached a height they couldn't even touch by looking up. I remember. This great official seems to be an Grand Marshallin. A village elder opened his mouth trembling. He also has a portrait of Marshall and hanging in his house. Hissed the founding general. Marshallin. With such a reminder, many people's brains twitched, and they also instantly associated themselves with that magnificent figure. Lu Su's face changed slightly, and he invited in a panic several adults. It's cold outside. Please sit at home. The eyes of a group of relatives twinkled and they also rushed forward. Yes. I'm Song's 6th eldest uncle. So all of you adults should hurry and take a seat in the house. Sickness will be here soon. Ah yes. Su-mei, why don't you hurry up and cook? Don't slow down Marshallin. By the way, make a call to urge Song sick to hurry back. The relatives and townspeople who were trying their best to keep away from each other in the first second immediately came forward to help entertain in the next second. Hurriedly and enthusiastically reported that they were Song Disease's 3 great aunts and 8 great aunts. However, in the face of these face-changing damselflies, Marshallin's face clouded over and he chided. Nonsense. The lively scene was instantly quiet. Seeing that Marshallin was angry, the soldiers immediately cast icy gazes. Marshallin, forgive me. We are relatives of Song's sickness. The enthusiastic crowd was immediately shocked and begged for mercy. Ridiculous. Didn't you all just say that divine Dr. Song tricked you into coming? You have nothing to do with the Song family? How come you're now a relative of divine Dr. Song? Marshallin laughed in anger and looked around at these people, questioning them sternly. We. The relatives were instantly scared to their knees by Marshallin's powerful aura, and no one dared to say another word. In the distance, Auntie Zhang, who rushed here in a hurry with eggs, was also scared in place, not daring to take another step forward. Get lost. And anyone who dares to come to the Song family in the future to mess around will be dealt with according to military law. Marshallin ordered in a cold voice, taking the initiative to settle these troubles for Song's sickness. He was sure that Song's sickness would be happy to do the same. It's. The crowd was scared pale and hurriedly fled in droves. But looking at the prosperous appearance of the Song family today, their hearts were dripping blood, and a strong sense of remorse surged through them. This honor that belonged to the Song family should have belonged to them as well. At first, Songin had begged them for help many times, but thinking of all the gossip, they felt that lending money to Songin was like a meatbag with no return. So they shunned Songin with all sorts of reasons. Now all we get is this ending. At this moment, no one doubted the identity of Song's sickness anymore. Even the great general of the country, Marshallin, came down to the countryside to pay a visit in person. So who would dare to doubt? Comrade Lu Su, can I come in and sit down? The Majesty scared away these so-called relatives before Marshallin looked at Lu Su and kindly inquired. Ah, okay. Inside please. Inside please. Lu Su tried to calm down. The group of officials behind them also wanted to follow them in, but they were glared at in place by Marshallin with a glance, and were only accompanied by An Ruoi. I'll call Song's sickness right away and tell him to come back immediately. Lu Su fearfully poured a cup of tea for Marshallin, thought of something, and hurriedly said, No, never, Dr. Song is busy. I'm not in a hurry. Just wait here. I'll wait until whenever he comes. Marshallin hastened to stop it. Lu Su, how can the Honorable Marshallin be so polite to her son? She now seriously doubted whether the divine Dr. Song the other party was talking about was her son or not. What if there's a mistake? Her son's just a vet. Then I'll go make you guys dinner. Lu Su thought of something else, and ignoring Marshallin's stop, he scrambled to get up and go cook up a meal. Auntie, I'll help you. And Ruoi's beautiful eyes moved slightly, rushing forward to help. Zhang Taizhu was left alone to face Marshallin. The cold wind whistled, and snowflakes unexpectedly fell from the dark sky. Adds a touch of whiteness to a site full of red clay mines. Song's sickness dragged one of Shi Daqiang's feet with one hand and walked step by step towards the depths of the construction site. The eyes were deep and cold, and in front of him, a dozen or so supervisors holding steel bars were pale and were scared to retreat. The guy in front of me is not human. Brother, who the hell are you? This is Master Ba's territory. An overseer with a scarred face gritted his teeth and spoke up, moving the Baal. On weekdays, they are the kings, and they just whoever they see. But today, facing this inhuman youth in front of them, there was only fear in their eyes. No one dared to step forward and take a shot again, because those flyers had just done it before. My name is Song Sik, son of Song, and didn't your Ba master want to find me? Tell him I'm coming. Song's sickness spoke faintly, his gaze looking straight ahead. There, he found Sungon. At the same time there was a fat-headed man who was looking at himself between the cracks of the door with a sinister gaze. At this point, several menacing men ran out of other tin rooms. Some of them can't even get their pants on. The difference was that they had a few extra pistols in their hands. Quinn, that's him, killed several of our brothers. Kill him. At the sight of the gun, several of the supervisors were instantly energized and opened their mouths in a hideous manner. Quinn, save me. Shi Daqiang, who had been dragged all the way here by Song's sickness, also opened his mouth weakly. No one knows how he spent the journey. The person in front of me is the devil. Song's sickness ignored these people. His footsteps remained unchanged as he continued to advance. Mud, you looking for death? The man known as Cohen, wearing only a pair of red underwear, saw that Song's sickness still dared to come forward and directly drew his gun and shot. Shoo! The bullet was fired precisely at Song Sik's brow, but Song Sik dodged it by tilting his head. Quinn's pupils shrunk, and he once again fired several rounds in a row. Shoo 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 shoo, but the results remained the same. The rest of them likewise changed their faces. Raise your gun and shoot at the same time. Aha! This time, a scream finally rang out, but it wasn't Song's sickness, it was Shi Daqiang, who Song's sickness was dragging along. The bullet almost hit him. Boom! Not phased. Cohen and the others who arrived were instantly nonplussed. They stared with wide eyes, looking like they had seen a living ghost. Fear followed this crowd backward, but this time, Song's sickness didn't give them another chance. Stryker was thrown out. Song Sik's figure overtook the former one step ahead of him, and in his hand was a small bone scraper. Song's sickness was fast, like a race, and instantly overtook these people, but all those who were overtaken consciously stopped, covered their necks, and stared with wide eyes. Fear looked ahead at the monster that overtook them, collapsed in despair and helplessness. Of course, Song's sickness didn't kill them for nothing, taking them all in before the operation. Chapter 134, Marshallin's request to give Nguyen a medical treatment. Clunk. Inside the tin room, the pupils of Baron who witnessed the scene widened, his tiger body trembled, and the gun in his hand unconsciously fell. He had been fantasizing about how he was going to abuse the other man after he shot Song Sik to get over it, like digging up organs in front of Sungon. Another example is to follow the example of Bo Yi Kao and make Song and eat his, but in less than 10 seconds, All illusions were mercilessly shattered by Song Sickness. At that moment, Song Sickness' gaze happened to look this way. Crossing the tin room, he locked eyes with Barone. The corner of Song Sick's mouth curled into a smile. Boom! That devil-like smile made the pupils of this ever-villainous master boss suddenly shrink like needles. Scared into a grandson on the spot. Truly feel what it means to be oppressed. Help! Help! Fueled by fear, Baron became somewhat delirious. But soon, a light flashed in his eyes and he scrambled to regain his gun. Rushing toward the tin room where Song-in was being held. Trying to hold Song-in hostage. But how could he be faster than Song Sick? In the blink of an eye, Song Sickness had appeared in front of him. Aren't you going to arrest me? I'm coming. What are you running for? Song Sickness asked rhetorically with a smile. Brother, have a word. There must be some misunderstanding here. Killing is against the law. Baron shivered and fell to the ground, facing Song Sickness, and had turned into a bug. So my mother's fall at the construction site, and now my father being tricked into coming here by you, was all your plan? Song Disease's eyes narrowed slightly, his chilling intent showing. Ba Long only felt like he was being stared at by a demon, chills running down his body. Thinking that Song Sickness had already investigated everything, he obediently said, It's sure Daxiang. It's all because of his idea of searching. At this moment, he could be said to hate Sure Daxiang. Can't wait to unload this asshole. Said something about inviting a fortune for him. You call this the god of wealth? Appraisal complete. You are terminally ill and need to be opened and scraped before you can be cured. Getting everything he wanted. Song Disease's eyes were cold as he raised the bone scraper and handed down the diagnosis. No, don't. You can't kill me. My big brother is the boss of Maine North. Oh, what's his name? Song Sickness stopped his knife. Nine-striped dragon. Got it. I'll have him come stay with you sometime. Aha! As Baron screamed in agony, Sick Song operated on his behalf. Open up and scrape your bones. Help it to purge itself of all its sins. The whole time Baron didn't die, and watched as this devil-like fellow dismembered him a little bit. Let him experience the pain of having his organs ripped out firsthand. Healing Baron, Song Sick came to the tin room that held Song-in. Inside, in addition to Barone, were a dozen or so men who were about to be taken into northern Burma. Almost all of them were young men and women, and even children. But at the moment, all of these people were unconscious, including Song-in. Song Sick finds Baron's cell phone from the pool of blood and calls the police before carrying Song-in away. On the way back, Sungon woke up in the car. When she saw Song Sickness, she looked incredulous. Shao Sickness. Why am I here? You suddenly disappeared. I was worried and called the police, who took out Master Ba's den and found you inside. Song Sickness explained it this way. Naturally, it was not good to tell Song-in about himself. Then it was expected that the other party would be scared to death. Song-in froze slightly, then asked in fear. Then, what about Master Ba? The guy was so guilty he was shot on the spot. Song Sickness said, looking toward Song-in, and said gruffly, Dad, I've grown up now, so in the future, if there's anything, don't carry it alone. You can tell me. I'll take care of it. Song-in froze, looking at Song Sick's determined gaze, and nodded. Good. By this time, the vehicle had just reached the entrance to the village. What met his eyes was the rows of soldiers standing straight, leading straight from the village entrance to the Song family. Seeing these soldiers, Song-in's heart subconsciously trembled. However, Song Sickness was calm and continued to drive, already knowing who it was. He had just come across this team on his way to find Song-in, and once his perspective was opened, he could see Marshall and Ruoy and the others inside the car. But at the time, it was clear that saving Song-in was important. Song Sickness is back. As soon as the vehicle made its way down the road lined with soldiers and drove towards the Song family, some villagers shouted in excitement. At once, the eyes of the crowd of waiting soldiers and high-ranking officials all trembled as they landed on the vehicle. Extraordinarily curious about this divine doctor who could make Marshall and pay a personal visit, until the vehicle pulls into the Song family's yard. Song Sick and Song-in got out of the car. The burning eyes of the high officials fell on the two men. Song-in had never seen this battle before and looked overwhelmed. Marshall and the others came out of the house at this time. It was a relief to see Song Sickness. Divine Dr. Song. I can't believe we've met so soon. Welcome home. Marshall rushed forward enthusiastically and excitedly shook Song Sick's hand. It's like seeing a baby. Then he reached out to shake Song-in's hand again and asked with a smile. You are Dr. Song's father, right? Thank you for cultivating such a good genius for an. Song-in froze, not knowing what to say for a moment. What miracle doctor? He's cultivated miracle doctors? Still aside, Lu Su hurriedly came to its ear to explain in a whisper. Song-in's body suddenly trembled straight, staring wide-eyed for a long time. He once again re-examined the marshal in front of him. as well as the town mayors and chiefs around him who threw ingratiating smiles at him, and a host of other high-ranking officials he would have been unqualified to touch. Choking for a moment, Song and Anti gripped hand, looked at the other party, eyes slightly red, earnestly asked, Marshallin, my son Song's sick is innocent. He did not indiscriminately cure the sick and harmed people. There is no record of being convicted of a crime, right? It was an answer he had longed for far too long. It had become his demon. Marshallin's heart was once again stabbed hard, and he only felt his face burning with pain. The surrounding group of officials lowered their heads even more in shame in the face of Song-in's questioning, because the genius in front of him had indeed been treated so unfairly once. Yes, your son is innocent. He has now returned from studying abroad and has become a world-famous miracle doctor, becoming the pride of Manhwa. That's why we're here to do right by your son. Marshallin didn't know how to answer and could only say with a hard old face. But this answer was the one that completely unraveled Song-in's heart. Days of rumors and gossip were reduced to nothing in this moment, and Ruoi's heart trembled slightly on the side, finally understanding Song-in's hostility towards her in the beginning. Come inside and talk. Song Sickness spoke calmly, interrupting this. In fact, as to whether he was wrongly accused or not, it was not so important to him nowadays. But it's good that Marshallin can return this innocence to him and put his parents' minds at ease. Good. Marshallin nodded repeatedly. Several people just all went inside. A group of high-ranking officials remained outside to keep watch. Looking at Marshallin being so respectful to Song Sickness, their hearts were in complex shock, especially the mayor of the town and others. When did they have such a character in Shinquan City? And they didn't even know about it until now? High outside the courtyard, the relatives and townspeople who had not left stood far away. Expect Song Sickness to look at them or call out to them. It was a pity that Song Sickness hadn't even glanced at them until the very beginning. They had suddenly realized that nowadays, they didn't even have the qualifications to flatter the Song family. Even the mayor and the commissioner have to queue up outside. What gives them the right? Inside the house on the dining table, Lu Su has long made a table of home-cooked food waiting. Marshall, if there's anything, you can just say it. Song Sickness got straight to the point. Good. I would like to ask Divine Dr. Song to look at an illness for a person. Marshallin raised his glass. Who? Song Sickness frowned. If the other party was talking about that in Xian, then he would be quite disappointed in the old man in front of him. His name is Ingua. Marshallin stared at Song Sickness, word for word, incomparably grave. Song Sickness froze. Chapter 135, Marshallin's True Purpose. Andu. Big Love Group. Since the Lu family has inexplicably all gone crazy, the Lu's pharmaceutical group has changed generations. The world was ushered in by Chao, Zhao and Wang. Lu's pharmaceutical group was thus renamed the AI Group. Moral, great love for the people. Selfless dedication. In just half a year, the AI Group's earnings were as solid as ever. Not affected in the slightest by the Lu family going crazy. It's as if it simply changed to a more auspicious name. At this moment, in the high-level conference room on the topmost floor of the AI Group, only 3 family heads, Chao Bao, Zhao Ming, and Wang Ben, were present. But at this moment, the 3 people with the highest resolution power were respectfully facing the front, their foreheads covered in sweat, and they didn't even dare to sit down. The seat in the chief position was finally turned around as the 3 men groveled. It was a young man playing with a fountain pen, simply dressed, with deep eyes. Greetings, little master. However, as soon as they saw the youth, Wang Ben's trio became even more respectful and even knelt down. Do you know why you have come to see you? The youth asked calmly, swinging his pen. Because Song Sickness has returned home. If he chooses to develop domestically, it could be a fatal blow to the group as it has affected Ligua. Chao Bao said with an ugly face. That's what they've been worrying about the most for a while now. They knew all about the sensation that Song Sickness had caused in the land of profit. It just caught them off guard that the other side would suddenly and silently return home. If it chooses to open a medical center or build a hospital in Anguilla, with the unbelievable medical skills it possesses, who would still come to their hospital? At that time, those imported drugs, instruments, and even pricing that they, the AI Group, had mastered and monopolized, will be reduced to scrap. Like a surgery where they price it at $1 million and the other person is easily cured with just a few stitches. Who else would choose to have surgery? What if I told you that things are far worse than you think? The youth continued to speak. Chao Bao and Zhao Ming's hearts trembled, but Wang Ben's eyes flickered as he said, Young master, are you saying that Marshallin went to see Song Disease? Not only to ask him to stay, but also to... That's right. The incident with Song Sickness has caused so much impact that the higher-ups have been seriously displeased. Marshallin is trying to use the name of Song Disease to fix Ingua. Boom. When these words came out, Wang Ben's 3 faces instantly turned white. To their death, they could not have imagined that a Song Disease could cause Marshallin to make such a big deal out of it. Is this going to take them out? The three instantly panicked and looked at the youth. Thinking of the other party's status and position, they were able to stabilize their hearts. Immediately, he hastened to request, please instruct the young master. Since Marshallin wants to use that song disease as a fuse, wouldn't it be better to pull that fuse to our camp? Such a talent, my Gao family is still happy to accept. The youth laughed. When the three of them heard this, their hearts were stirred, but killing intent surfaced in Wang Ben's eyes. Young Master Tai, we have had this idea, but if we can't pull it together, are we going to? King Ben made a neck-wiping motion. The youth looked at the other party, but the corner of his mouth was hooked up in a cold sneer. You don't think that song sickness is really as simple as it seems? What if I told you that the Lu family turning mad was probably his tactic? Boom! The three people's faces suddenly stiffened, and their hearts even jumped violently. Couldn't say another word. I've tried everything you're thinking of, including his family, so you don't have to go on a stupid exposure. The youth turned the pen in his hand to the table, then looked at the spinning pen, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. In the face of absolute benefits, I believe he will be a smart man. If he is really greasy, you can use the power of public opinion appropriately. Didn't he heal the Leaguers? That's a good reason. The three people's bodies trembled once again, as if they were like an enlightenment, and immediately bowed in excitement. Thank you for reminding the young master. We know what to do. The youth then smiled and got up. Remember, there is only one piece of cake. The Gao family can have you replace the Lu family on the table, and they can easily have another family replace you as well. Don't let me down. After saying that, the youth left with his hands in the air. The pen on the table was left alone to continue turning, and the three Chao Bao had long been sweating. Izumi Village. The Song family, Songyan and the others had long since quietly retired, and only Marshallin and Song Sickness were left at the living room dining table. Marshall, you're joking. I'm just an ordinary little doctor. I don't even have a license to practice medicine in Anghua. What virtue? What ability? What qualification? What ability to cure Anghua? Song Sickness smiled to himself. If you, divine Dr. Song, call yourself a little doctor, then how many other people in this world are worthy of the word doctor? Knowing that Song Sickness was flirting, Marshallin smiled awkwardly, then narrowed his eyes and asked, if I remember correctly, in addition to the name of Dr. Song, you also have the title of Veterinarian Song, right? What does that mean? The smile on Song Disease's face disappeared, hearing the implication. Your former girlfriend, the 18 people involved in wrongly accusing you, the judge's father and son, and even the Lu family who was behind it all. After investigation, these people are the culprits who set you up, and I had wanted to bring them to justice and clear your name, but as if in retribution, they have been duly punished, and the end is worse than one. Marshallin opened his mouth meaningfully. He stared deathly into Song Sickness' eyes, not meaning to blame, but trying to find a hint of an answer in the other's eyes. It was a pity that he was disappointed that Song Sick's eyes were deep and calm, without any ripples from the beginning to the end. Yeah, that's a shame. Song Sickness feigned surprise. And yet, it was not curious, except for the 18 donkeys who died fighting over, and the father and son who condemned him. How are the terminally ill Wu mother and daughter and the neurologically ill Lu family living now? It's supposed to be cool, right? By the way, and Beastie, how's the sick delivery vet store running? After New Year's, it's time to visit. I knew you weren't simple, or else you wouldn't have been able to come back from Rikuo unharmed. Marshallin tightened his smile. Only after investigating Song Sickness in depth did he gradually feel the terrifying nature of the youth in front of him. It's all about healing people, the miracle doctor and the veterinarian, and it all seems to be at the other's whim. But all the same, through these things, he could determine that the nature of the youth in front of him was not bad, so, he didn't reveal it again. Instead, Zhang looked at Song Sickness and smiled bitterly in a serious tone. I don't know how much longer this old bone of mine can hold up, but I know that once I'm really down, those guys will be even more reckless. It is the people who suffer in the end. So, I just want to fight one more time for Anghua before I die. Return a clean slate to Anguilla, even if it means betting my life's honor. Chapter 136. And, in other words, those are the ones behind setting you up in the first place. Don't you want to heal them? Marshallin reminded with a smile. Song Sick's eyes moved slightly, indeed being poked by the other party to find out what was really going on deep inside, but still lightly smiled and shook his head. This kind of disease, it is too rare. One who gets it wrong is estimated that it may also be reversed. So, it's going to cost extra to cure it. Marshallin froze slightly, and after reacting, he nodded without hesitation. Okay, feel free to take the consultation money, if you trust me so much. Aren't you afraid that in the end the Dragon Slayer will end up as an evil dragon? Song Sickness contained a smile and nonchalantly poured cold water. Ha ha ha, Since I dare to ask Divine Dr. Song to take action, I naturally believe in your medical skills in person. Instead, Marshallin smiled boldly. Okay, but let me have a year before I think about it. Song's sickness was the one who spoke. Good. I look forward to the day when Divine Dr. Song descends on Andu. This time, Marshallin wasn't disappointed again, and with a grateful face, he toasted Song's sickness. He naturally heard that the consideration in Song Disease's mouth was actually a wait and see. Wanted to see the official attitude and determination. Then this time, he'd show Song's sickness properly. In that case, I'll leave you to it. Marshallin rose in a thunderous manner, intending to return to Andu for immediate execution. But before taking a few steps, he thought of something and turned back to ask with a smile. By the way, what herbs need to be prepared for you? One mental hospital. Song Sik thought for a moment and added, a bigger one. Marshallin was slightly stunned, but still smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll make sure you're satisfied. In this way, Marshallin and the others came and went in great numbers, under the envious gaze of countless villagers. This visit had undoubtedly caused the Song family's prestige to resound through Kwan village. No, it's not just Azumura. Song Sickness stood outside the courtyard and watched the procession leave in great numbers, but his gaze was as calm as ever. The reason why he agreed to Marshallin was naturally not just the ones he had just talked about, and his ambition. People are only as strong as they are. He is free, and today he has no one to bind. If it is not possible to benefit the country, it is equally not possible to secure the country. He can go wherever he wants. Blowing off the drifting snow from his hair, Song Sik turned around and was about to go home. But at that exact moment, a white limousine came this way. Inside the car, down came an elegant and delicate silhouette. It was Sia. Long time no see. Seeing Song's sickness again, Sia's beautiful eyes swirled, still smiling sweetly. In fact, she had arrived a long time ago, but seeing the bustle over here, she guessed that it was other people visiting, so she waited until now. Sister Sia, inside please. Song's sickness froze slightly, but still raised her hand in invitation. Sia didn't go back on her word and did share what she had in general. Therefore, right now, nominally, Song's sickness was the largest shareholder, as well as the controller, of the C group. Just like Sia, the difference is that Song's sickness is a throwaway, and in recent months, there has been income coming in, with quite a bit of interest. It is enough to see that this businesswoman not only makes the C family group turn around, but also rapidly expands profitably in just half a year. Inside the bungalow, sending off so many leading guests, Lu Su and Songin were relieved. Today's day is like a dream for them. Just as the two were packing up, Song's sickness is back, and besides Song's sickness, there was also a stunningly beautiful woman with an overwhelming aura. It's a good look for a lady's girl. There were also large bags of gifts in his hands. The couple froze. How come one just left and another one came? And all so pretty. But soon, the couple felt that there was something familiar about Sia. Hello uncle and auntie, I'm a friend of Song's sickness. I came to see you before. Sia reminded politely. It's ya. Come on, have a seat. Lu Su quickly recognized it and rushed forward to greet him. Songin was even more embarrassed to receive the gift that Sia had brought. Earlier, I thought the other party was the policewoman who came to wanted Song's sickness. So the couple went back to work cooking. No matter how much Sia refused, he was dead set on staying for dinner. Make up for last time slacking off. During the process, Sia told Song's sickness about the current situation of the group. It's getting late, so I'll head back. After eating, Sia then politely got up to say goodbye. How can this be? It's getting dark. Sleep for the night and then go back. Lu Su immediately stepped forward to stop it. Yes, the roads in the village aren't like the city, and it's dangerous to drive at night. Songin also said. No, Sia wanted to refuse, but realized that she still couldn't argue with the two. In the end, he could only look to Song's sickness for help. Get a night's sleep before you go back. You do deserve to rest. Song's sickness opened his mouth to advise. He could tell at a glance that the other party's mental state was not very good. It should be caused by staying up late often. Well, okay, thanks. At those words, Sia couldn't afford to put it off any longer. What are you thanking for? We are all family. Lu Su held Sia's small hand and smiled with satisfaction. So, that night, Sia slept in Song's sickness room. Of course, Song's sickness sleeps on the couch, because his family's little bungalow had just 2 rooms. Money Springs. Inside the lengthened version of the military vehicle, Marshallin looked toward the somewhat absent-minded Ruoi, and pondered for a moment. Opening his mouth, he said, Ruoi, you guys just don't go back to Indu yet. Ah, why? And Ruoi, who had returned to her senses, froze slightly. Song's sickness has agreed to my request, but in order to avoid accidents, or certain guys having bad intentions, You'll stay in Qianquan City for the rest of the day. Easy to care for and protect him. After the new year is over, you'll accompany him back to Andu. Our family already owes him too much. We must not fail again, Marshall and gruffly said. With Ruoi around, he didn't believe that those ungrateful fellows would still dare to make a blatant move. Upon hearing this, Ruoi also nodded firmly. Well, don't worry Grandpa. I will definitely guard such a talent this time. Good granddaughter. When it's New Year's Eve, don't forget to buy more things to pay your respects and send warmth. Marshall smiled again and reminded, but in his old eyes, he was more or less unsuspicious. Good, and Ruoi continued with firm assurance, not noticing anything wrong. The red lips of Wang Xiaoxiao on the side slightly hooked, naturally seeing through Marshall mind. With that, Marshall and the others departed back to Andu. Alone, Princess Anhwa, for the sake of song disease, guarded the city of Qianquan, and shortly after Marshall returned to Andu, a medical anti-corruption rallying cry was sounded, with Andu as the center, spreading out across the country. The next day, Sia poked her head out from under the covers and stretched with it. This sleep, she inexplicably slept well, and when she looked at the time, it was 9 o'clock in the morning. Sia sat up with a start, only to realize that she seemed to be in the Song household, still in Song's 6 bed, but she remembered that she couldn't sleep at first, so how did she fall asleep all of a sudden? Hurriedly, he got dressed and got up to open the door. Lu Su has made good morning. Yeah, wake up, come eat breakfast. Lu Su immediately came forward with enthusiasm. Sia was a little overwhelmed, yet inexplicably moved. This warmth had never been seen before in the presence of a large family like hers. Uncle and Auntie, thank you for your hospitality. I'll leave now. I'll come back to see you in the new year. After eating, Sia then said goodbye and left. Xiao Ya, slow down on the road huh? Come to New Year's, Auntie will make you dumplings. Lu Su recited and sent to the door. Chapter 137 Candy pays her respects. Seeing Sia off, the family resumed in front of the stove fire, and Song Sickness continued to serve bowls of dry rice. I'm used to eating the big fish and meat outside, but in the end, it's mom's that tastes good. Eat slowly, don't choke. Lu Su had a heartbroken look on his face, looking at Song Sickness eating like this, thinking that he had suffered much outside again. Dad, Mom, do you want to live abroad? Song Sickness suddenly asked with a smile. The two froze, but soon, they did not hesitate to shake their heads. Do not go. The outside world of flowers is too bright. We are still accustomed to the rural life of farming, although it is not compared to the great rich and powerful, but the life of the down-to-earth and comfortable. Actually, it's possible to farm abroad. Song Sickness cried and laughed, not realizing that he was thinking of his 3,000-acre castle farm. Shouldn't there be enough for the second old man to grow? Sickness, you've grown up, so you can boldly pursue how you want to live in the future without worrying about us. It's enough for me and your mom to know you're doing well. There are ancestral graves and ancestral lands here, and no matter how bad it is, it's still our roots and we can't lose them. Songan sat down, lit a cigarette, and spoke at length. Yeah, I'm with your father, so don't worry about it. Right now I'm most worried about you, my daughter-in-law. You're not too young now, and it's time for you to find a daughter-in-law. So if you can let us hold a big fat boy, it would be the best gift for us. Lu Su suddenly changed the subject smoothly, looking at Song Sickness with an expectant face. Song Sickness, how did this come to be about you? Sighing, Song Sickness still didn't say anything more. In fact, before he asked, he knew this would be the outcome. Not to mention going abroad, not even to the city. Their older generation is used to the slow pace of life in the countryside, and living in the city is like a bird in a birdcage. Of course, that was all Song Sickness asked. With the conflict at the airport in the beginning, it was enough to see that Li Gua had eyed him, which was trying to control him. It's not necessarily safe to take Lu Su and Song into Li Gua, even more dangerous than in Anguilla. This is going to push me, isn't it? An evil thought suddenly arose within Song's annoyed heart. What would be the result if he took control of the lords of the Blue Star nations through a terminal illness? This is crazy, or perhaps deranged is an understatement, and there are so many uncertainties involved. Okay, maybe there really will be a day. In the afternoon, Song Disease took Lu Su and Song into the town to catch the New Year's fair and buy vegetables, because New Year's Eve is a week away. I met a lot of people from the village on the way. Everyone is suddenly extra polite to the couple. No more ridicule and looking down. Of course, with Marshall N's warning, no one dared to be as bashful as before. On the way back, a large construction team had stopped in front of Song's house. Hello Dr. Song, I'm Jiang Hua, the mayor of Qianquan City, and I've come to build you a house by order of Marshall N. Jiang Hua immediately walked up and was extremely polite to Song's Song Sickness quickly understood Marshall's good intentions and did not refuse. Even if Marshall didn't send anyone, he himself would have to build a suite for Lu Su and Song in his hometown. So the construction team chose a piece of land in Izumi village with excellent terrain and started to work. Divine Dr. Song. Marshall also asked me to tell you that he has investigated clearly about what happened to your parents, and has now mobilized the army to go to northern Burma, and will give you a perfect explanation. In addition, we have dispatched special agents to protect your parents at all times and will never let this happen again. So, you can travel to Andu after the year with no worries. Manhwa continued and handed Song Sick a confidential document. This was quite surprising to Song Sickness. Ginger is still old. Did everything he wanted? Meanwhile, a war against the black forces in northern Burma has suddenly broken out in a thunderous manner. A large number of Anhwa's elite troops poured into the extremely evil land of northern Burma, sweeping through countless gangs with thunderous force. Rescue tens of thousands of Anhwa people who have been tricked or kidnapped in northern Burma. Several gangsters were captured before they could react and shot on the spot as a warning to others. One of the unlucky ones is called Nine Dragons. With the help of Marshall, Song Sickness is much easier. Accompanying his parents, did he enjoy a few days of relaxed and cozy life? Until the arrival of the Spring Festival, all the land is beautifully covered in silver. Needless to say, the New Year's Eve flavor in the countryside is far from the city. In every home, firecrackers ring out with laughter. On the same day, Zhang Taiju, the cripple, and others came to Song Sick's house to pay their respects. Not surprisingly, Sister Hong Li's daughter as well. The crippled man's leg is no longer lame, and he even has a beautiful daughter-in-law by his side. Those who had been touched by Song disease before were cured of all their major and minor quandaries. They felt amazing, even unbelievable at first, but between sharing their joy with each other, they discovered a secret. It suddenly occurred to them that those people were calling Song Sickness as Dr. Song. At that moment, they suddenly had an idea, but both tacitly chose to know it by heart. So, this time, when I say I'm paying my respects, it's more of a thanksgiving. And so, the Song family courtyard was bustling with activity again. Lu Su and Song were delighted and entertained warmly. Grab melons and candies for the guys. Uncle Zhao, now that you have a daughter-in-law so soon, won't you be giving birth to a big fat boy in the coming year? It's not enough to have one. I want to have a litter. The cripple laughed happily and wrapped his arms tightly around his young daughter-in-law, his eyes looking gratefully at Song Sickness. He had all this today because of Song Sickness. Seems to think of something, crippled as an elder asked with a smile. Small disease. Said you are not small. When also lead a daughter-in-law back. Humph. Who says my brother Sick Song doesn't have one? There was a girl who came to brother Sick Song just the other day. Pretty as a fairy. Zhang Taiju stood out and said, and Ruai's stunning face unconsciously surfaced in his mind. Yo, what do you look like? Do you have a picture? The crowd was instantly interested. At that time, they went to deposit money and never saw An Ruoi. Zhang Taiju stood up and wanted to give the group a good talk. Net nonsense. As a result, before he could open his mouth, Song Sickness slapped him down, interrupting the spell casting. It drew a round of laughter. Just then, a white limousine pulled up. Between the snow-white sky and the earth, two stunningly beautiful silhouettes got down from the car, carrying large bags of gifts. It was Ruoi and Wang Xiaoxiao who had come to pay their respects. Looking at the two women with extraordinary temperament, the people in the courtyard were dumbfounded. Where is this rich girl from? It's hard to hide that aura even in a down jacket. Key or two? That's her. That's her. Look at all the New Year's visits. Am I right? Zhang Taiju jumped up in excitement. Lu Su and Song froze. If they remembered correctly, the other party was the granddaughter of Marshall. Such a high-ranking official's daughter came to pay her respects to their family. Do they really have eyes for their son? What a blessing that must be. Song Sickness also froze. He did not expect. This New Year's Eve, the hallowed Anhwa princess even came? Seeing so many people, and Ruai's pretty face instantly blushed, a little shy, but after looking at Wang Xiaoxiao, she still gathered the courage to go forward. Hello uncles and aunts, everyone. Hey, well, Lu Su and Song were slightly stunned, and immediately rushed forward. The heart was so happy. Sister-in-law, I'll carry it for you. Zhang Taiju also farted forward to help. This voice, sister-in-law, shouted in Ruoi and Song Sickness, who both fell silent. Come, it's cold outside, come sit inside. However, the crowd didn't care, and really took An Ruoi as Song Sick's girlfriend, warmly inviting the two women. One praised Song for being sick. As it turned out, another limousine drove up before we even got inside. A graceful and delicate silhouette came down from the car. Y'all are here. Lu Su and Song's eyes lit up with surprise again, and they rushed forward to greet them. Yes, the visitor was none other than Sia. Uncle, auntie. Glancing at Song's sickness, Sia greeted politely, but the scene was silent. And who is this? 3 Spice. The crowd looked at Song's sickness strangely. Don't know who to compliment. Uncle Zhao. Don't think too much. You're all friends. Song's sickness had no choice but to explain. The results are not yet finished. Outside the courtyard, among the snow, another stunning silhouette appeared under the crowd's sight. The moment they saw the sinister shadow, more than just everyone stared in disbelief. Even Song's sickness stared wide-eyed, really taken aback. Chapter 138, Candy's acting. She was stunningly beautiful, with delicate, flawless features, icy skin, and slightly curled, waist-length blue hair, as well as the beautiful violet-colored eyes that were like jewels, soulful and bewitching. Underneath the snowy white landscape, she had a pair of long black flat boots on her feet, but on top she was just wearing a small, thin black skirt set, revealing half of her long, snow-white legs, with the slightly messy bangs and a bit of dust between the snow-white face. It's like a genie that pops up out of nowhere, or an angel with broken wings. Suddenly it had descended on this earthly countryside that should never have been hers. Froze. Everyone froze. Even the other villagers who were secretly watching from outside the courtyard couldn't help but walk out, attracted by Candy's ethereal and sultry appearance. Of course, the one who was most confused was definitely Song's sickness himself, because the one who arrived in front of him was no other than Princess Candy. You didn't hear me wrong. It's Candy, that most noble princess of the land of Li. A princess who is prized by the Campbell family and the royal family. She's coming. Here comes the 6-parent stride. But Ligua and Anhwa are tens of thousands of miles apart. How did she travel so far to find it? Or is it just one person? And pinpointed his hometown? Song Sik was confused and at one point reclosed his eyes and opened them again. A hallucination. It must be a hallucination. But the angelic figure in the snow was still there. No! It has been discovered that he, Song's sickness. From the crowd, Candy caught a glimpse of Song's sickness, and her pretty face instantly blossomed into a sweet smile, like seeing a baby. No, more like a delinquent girl with a drug problem. With open arms and excitement, he ran towards Song's sickness. Then, without caring about the gazes of the people around her, she directly jumped into Song Sik's arms and, even her legs were clipped to Song Sik's waist. Take this opportunity to greedily paste and stick. Confused. Song's sickness was completely confused. The familiar scent of his body and torso finally convinced him of this. Unconsciously, the words Candy had said to him before they parted rang in his head. Goodbye, and come back soon, or I may not be able to resist you. He had thought it was just a joke from the other side. I didn't think I'd actually find it. What about making good on that promise? But it's only been 10 days, right? Yankee girl. The crowd gradually came back from their shock as well, and their eyes changed as they looked at Song's sickness. They were already surprised enough by the arrival of Anruoi and Sia. Now there's a big foreign girl, still so pretty, and you're hugging right off the bat? Is this the etiquette of meeting crooked people? That seems to be how they watch TV. When men and women meet, they hug and kiss twice. But is this too long? Watching Candy keep pinning Song Sik, with absolutely no intention of letting go of her leg, they were silent. They say foreign girls are open, but this is too open. For a moment, it was hard to know what to say. Looking at this stunningly beautiful, yet strangely behaved foreign girl, and Ruoi's 3 girls also froze. When they thought that Song's sickness had just returned from studying in the land of profit, all 3 girls had different speculations in their hearts. Cough cough cough, pay attention to the impact. Songin couldn't help but let out a coughing reminder. In broad daylight, what's going on? Even if it's a foreign tradition, it can't be that long. Most of all, he and Lu Su were now stupidly indistinguishable. Who the hell is their daughter-in-law? Feeling the gazes thrown by the surrounding crowd, Song's sickness then reacted and hurriedly wrenched the other party down by half a dozen times. How did you get here? Song's sickness questioned nonchalantly with a slight frown. It hasn't slowed down until now. However, Candy's sharp beautiful eyes swept Ruoi's 3 girls for a glance. Her eyes flashed with cunning. Then she immediately changed the enthusiasm she had just shown, and lowered her head innocently with a reddish face, her small hands gripping the hem of her thin skirt, and did not say a word. In an instant, the eyes of the crowd looking at Song's sickness changed again, because at this moment, Song's sickness was just like a start and stop. Sicky, who the hell is this kid? Why is he wearing so little? Lu Su couldn't help but speak up, looking at Candy in just a thin set of tiny skirts, trying to communicate with the other person, but afraid they won't understand the words. I'm Song Sik's girlfriend. As a result, Lu Su just finished asking, not waiting for Song Disease to open his mouth. Originally lowered his head. Candy immediately raised his head again and said, playful and serious, shocking words. Song's sickness, nice guy, role-playing with him here huh? However, Faced with Candy's innocent expression and superb acting skills, the crowd had believed most of it. Of course, what surprised them even more was that this foreign chick could speak in language and was so standardized. Lu Su froze for a long time. As soon as he heard it was his own daughter-in-law, rushed to run home to bring a set of clean cotton coat to Candy's thin delicate body to wear. Poor child. It's cold outside. Come home and talk. Lu Su was heartbroken. Thanks mom, Candy thanked nicely. Song-in glared at Song's sickness and rushed off to pour hot water for Candy to warm her body as well. So after all that, this is their daughter-in-law. What can I do if I freeze? You can't freeze if you're going to have a big fat baby. Ha ha ha, minor illness. Marvelous. Brother Song sick. You are my idol. Cripple and the others gave Song sick a thumbs up, then they all retreated in good humor. Soon, the fact that Song sick had found a foreign girl as his daughter-in-law was heard throughout the village. That, Song's sickness, I'll go back first. Sia also spoke up at this time, with a few moments of loss between her beautiful eyes. We'll leave first as well, and Ruai reacted from her disorientation and followed suit. It's clearly inappropriate to stay behind any longer. Good. Song's sickness looked at the tricky women in the room and had a headache, so it wasn't good to stay for dinner. For the moment, it's better to solve this big, troublesome problem, because it's so sudden, it's so strange, obviously not simple. Krabby Daddy. After sending off the crowd, Song Sik had just entered the house when he saw Candy obediently accepting the ginger tea Song and had handed over. Doesn't think of himself as an outsider in the slightest. Hey. Song-in was a little embarrassed. I thought it would be in Ruoi or Sia. As a result, the accident was just out of the blue, or a foreign daughter-in-law, and for a while, he didn't slow down. Let's just say that his good oldest child was going to surprise him. But the good thing is, it's a foreign daughter-in-law who speaks in. If you can't speak the language, you're in trouble. Seeing Song's sickness in the doorway, Song-in cast an affirmative look. The corners of Song Sik's mouth twitched. Sicky, Candy has told us the story of your time in Lee. Now I'll put it here. This daughter-in-law, I recognize. You can't be the one who started it all, okay? Lu Su spoke up at this time, looking at Song's sickness solemnly. Yes, Sicky, dare to do it. You can't fail people. Song-in also immediately became serious. Song's sickness, nice guy. Blink of an eye and the story is made up. Take a look at the talented girl. Mom and dad. Got it. I won't fail her. Song's sickness nodded his head in direct commitment just to end the others' lies. Then he came to Candy, reached out and pulled the other woman, smiling. Come on, my little girlfriend, to the point where I haven't seen you in many days. Go to the room and catch up. Pa, what's the point of catching up? New Year's first. Besides, our daughter-in-law we haven't even caught up with yet. Lu Su slapped Song Sik's hand away and shielded Candy in his arms. Candy's beautiful eyes flashed with a flash of triumphant cunning, and she spat her little tongue at Song's sickness. The mood was inexplicably happy. It was the first time she had defeated her nominal teacher. How can one not be happy? In this way, Candy managed to integrate into Song Sik's family. A family of 4 begins to prepare for the Chinese New Year. Chapter 139, Candy's Real Purpose? Under Lu Su's care and teaching, Candy learned to cook for the first time. Song's sickness, on the other hand, was dragged by Song-in to put up couplets and shovel snow. The family of 4 was merrily busy. Until the evening, firecrackers were set off from house to house. It took a family of 4 to sit down at the hearth table for the New Year's Eve dinner. Even more so, they gave out money for the New Year's Eve. One short day, Candy then fell in love with these traditional rituals. It was like no other time she had ever experienced joy. She even felt unprecedented warmth from Lu Su and Song-in's care. It was just a pity that this kind of warmth was a luxury for her. After eating, Lu Su pulled Candy to the sofa, then removed an ancient bracelet from his own hand and personally put it on Candy. He said in a serious tone, Child, come, I don't have any gift for you. This is the Song family's ancestral bracelet. Wear it. From now on you will be my Song family's person, the daughter-in-law of the little disease. I hope that you and sickness will be peaceful and together forever after. Upon hearing this, Candy's beautiful eyes brightened slightly, and she instantly fell in love with the bracelet, holding it tightly and smiling good-naturedly. Krabby Mama, I'll be sure to keep it well. Hey, what a good boy. Lu Su immediately smiled and couldn't stop smiling. More and more like this smart and clever foreign daughter-in-law. You're called mom before you're even married, and you don't want a dowry. You can't find a daughter-in-law like that. Song's sickness, who happened to see this scene from afar, finally became nonplussed. Acting out a play and taking his family's heirloom bracelet with him? That's more like it. Mom, this is our family's ancestral bracelet. Are you in such a hurry to give it away? Why don't we wait until we get married? Song's sickness tries to find a reason to dissuade. Makes sense. When Lu Su heard this, he immediately felt that it was reasonable. So he said, Then take advantage of the new year and hurry to find a good day for the two of you to do the wedding. Song sickness, nice guy, is that what I mean? That's a good idea. While it's New Year's Eve and the guys are all around and there are plenty of good times. What do you think, kid? At that moment, Sung-in also came along with deep approval, looking at Candy attentively as she asked, deeply afraid that such a good-looking foreign daughter-in-law will run away. If his son marries such a beautiful foreign daughter-in-law, he will have beautiful children in the future. Absolutely glorious. I can do both. Candy pretended to be shy and lowered her little head, but secretly flashed a victorious smile at Song's sickness. Ha ha ha, good. It's settled then. I'll go and choose a good day. Song-in laughed out loud and really went to the running room, looking for the yellow calendar to pick a good day to go. Boy, it's getting late. You guys get an early night too. Lusu smiled in relief and also felt like going along to watch the day go by. Song's sickness, man, if he stays here, he's going to cheat his mom and dad out of their pants. Song's sickness looked at the woman with a dark face. Candy, however, was all innocent and playful. It makes you want to stop. Song Sik frowned slightly, taking advantage of his parents' absence. He directly grabbed the other party's soft little hand and pulled it all the way to his room. Close the door. Anti-lock. Turn on the lights. In the face of Song Sik's sudden domineering behavior, Candy was inexplicably aroused and didn't resist in the slightest. But in the next second, Song Sickness let go of her hand and looked at her coldly. Speak. What exactly do you want? The Princess of Ligua. But she was able to easily escape the control of the first noble and the royal family, and traveled thousands of miles to suddenly find her way to his house alone, still in this freezing cold, wearing only a thin skirt, playing the role of the female warrior of saving love, giving up everything and running for love? Wake up! All of this would have been absurdly suspicious. It was just that Lu Su and the others were only mesmerized by Candy's stunningly beautiful and pitiful appearance at the time, and managed to ignore the incredulity of it all. But Song Sickness is not stupid. When he first came into contact with the Li Kingdom, he gradually realized that this princess of the Li Kingdom was not simple, never the women who are easily controlled by the family. All this may have something to do with the kind of advanced disease it suffers from. It's just that at that time, the other party had absolutely no intention of harming him, and even helped him in every way. And Song Sickness had absolute confidence in his own strength. So they also played along with each other and did not poke at the lair. But not anymore. This horrible woman had suddenly found her way to his house and had contacted his parents. It was no longer enough to keep him off guard. I told you, people just miss you and come to see you. Candy puffed out her cheeks with a playful face, and took the opportunity to stick with Song Sickness again. Not many men can resist the soulful sounds and intimate contact. But in the next second, Song Sickness made a direct move, clasping the other party's swan-like snowy neck with one hand and pressing it against the wall without any mercy. Want me? Song Sickness sneered, his other hand reaching directly under the other party's skirt. After fumbling around for half a day, when he took it out again, Song Sickness already had a compact scalpel between his two fingers. You miss me with this? Song Sick played with the scalpel, a little closer to the other party's blown face, revealing an evil smile and threatening, if you don't tell the truth again, I'm going to destroy the flowers with a hot hand. However, in the face of this series of evil actions by Song Sickness, Candy's blinking big eyes and delicate, flawless face were not the least bit intimidated. Even the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile of morbid surprise. You sure know how to see through things. She just thought it was fishy that the other person saw through her disguise in the first place, and said it was her feet that smelled different. Cheating Jen. Song Disease's heart trembled slightly, obviously not expecting this woman to guess one of his abilities in a single word. Can this be guessed? Still, Song Sickness quickly adjusted without exposure, the tip of the scalpel a few more points closer to the other's face. Answer me. That's no reason for you to change the subject. So am I in good shape? Candy continued to tease, even sticking out her tongue and licking the blade that Song Sick had handed her. The tip of his tongue cut hard across the blade, and blood flowed out in a smooth stream. Sultry, seductive, morbid, imperial and luscious. In this moment, it was displayed to the fullest extent on this woman. Don't push me. The corners of Song Sick's mouth twitched slightly. The hand, however, unconsciously softened a few points. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that the Yukai in front of him possessed an advanced disease that could backfire on him, he really didn't mind putting this Yukai on the spot. Okay, believe it or not, I came to you this time to ask you a question and a wish. Fulfill it and I'll leave. As for this scalpel, I've always been in the habit of carrying it with me, and you should know it best since you often look at me through the lens. Seeing that this didn't even manage to attract Song Sickness, disappointment flashed between Candy's beautiful eyes, but she still commiserated. Upon hearing this, Song Disease frowned slightly, but still asked, what problem? What request? Candy suddenly stared into Song 6's eyes and asked with unprecedented seriousness. If one day, Blue Star is ravaged by a virus, humans mutate due to the virus, and I become the source of the disease in the world's mouth, will you dislike me? Song's sickness, looking at Candy with an anticipation and seriousness he had never seen before on the woman's face. Song's sickness froze for a moment. Such post-apocalyptic scenes also unconsciously surfaced in his mind. Blue Star is ravaged by a virus that infects humans. Then, wouldn't he be invincible? Chapter 140, Take the Pillar to the City. Are you asking this question seriously? Returning to his senses, Song's sickness had a strange look on his face. What sane person would think about that? Read too many novels? Aha! Candy looked into Song 6's eyes, always with a look of serious anticipation. It's like some kind of psychic hold. Are you sure? Aha! Okay. I'm a doctor. I don't mind. Song's sickness frowned deeply, but simply went along with the other party's wishes and released them. He wanted to see what this woman was up to. That's what you said. No regrets. Candy smiled, like a jasmine blooming in winter. And the smile was beautiful and charming. It's more like the mind gets a hold of it. In fact, she'd come a long way to really just ask that question. Now it's your turn to fulfill your promise. I don't like people bothering my family. Without answering again, Song 6 tucked the tiny scalpel back under the hem of the other woman's skirt. At the same time, he reached out and tried to snatch the bracelet that belonged to the Song family from the other's wrist. But it was Candy who shielded her hand first, reacting fiercely. It's from my mom. You grab it and I'll scream. Song's sickness, you really don't think of yourself as an outsider. Okay, here's the bracelet. Slow down. Unable to do anything about it, Song's sickness had to give up. I thought, it's just a bracelet. I'll buy a basket for Lusu someday. All as an heirloom. You're forgetting that there's one wish left unsaid, Candy reminded weakly at this point. Speak. Song's sickness face darkened. He would like to see what other strange demands the other party could come up with. In the next second, without waiting for Song's sickness to react, a soft and fragrant petite body pounced on him. Straight away, Song's sick precision pounced on the bed. Hold me in sleep. I'll leave at dawn. That's all I want. Candy's sickly voice followed. Song's sickness? That's a big joke. He could sort of tell that the woman's sickly attributes were a little fierce. The reactive Song 6 was just about to resist when Candy's threatening voice came. If you don't satisfy me, I won't leave and marry you here. Give you a bunch of kids. With that said, Candy took the opportunity to lift the covers over both of them, clamping her arms and legs firmly around Song 6. The corners of Song 6's mouth jerked. Good lord, there was such a threat. What man can't stand up to a threat like that? Don't worry, I'll just sleep normally. I can hold it. I'll never mess around, Candy said with soft, sappy assurance, pressing a few more points tighter. Song disease, am I afraid you'll mess up? I am afraid that I am messing up. But soon enough, Candy's soft whine came from around Song 6's neck. Seems to be really asleep. I don't know if it's loaded or not. Looking at the other party's serene face, as well as clamping his hands and feet, Song's sickness was torn for a moment. But in the end, he didn't roughly peel it off again, only poking his head out of the covers to keep his sanity and let the other man hold him. It's not like he's losing out anyway. It was supposed to be a sleepless night, but strangely enough, smelling the body odor emanating from the yukai in his arms was like ecstasy. Song's sickness fell asleep very suddenly. It was gray and bright. The rumpled quilt squirmed a few times, and soon a stunningly beautiful face peeked out. Candy was a little sleepy, but content. Looking at Song 6's angular, handsome face, she playfully climbed forward and kissed him fiercely. Then came the mouth. It was only then that he was content to get out from under the warm covers. Then he lifted that white jade foot and removed the unique string of pendants from that delicate ankle. Put it on Song 6's wrist. With that done, Candy then put her shoes back on and got up. But after just a few steps, he turned back and kissed Song 6 on the mouth for a billion moments. That's when the real quiet left. As with her arrival, she still wore the same thin skirt, taking only the ancestral bracelet that Lu Su had given her. Song's sickness opened his eyes in a haze, and immediately he felt a soreness in his chest and neck, and his mouth also hurt a little. But the saliva was inexplicably sweet. Song's sickness subconsciously swallowed. Boom! But in the next second, Song's sickness immediately sat up in shock. How did I fall asleep? Wait, what about the woman? Song's sickness walked out of the room, turned on his perspective, and looked around still. Sungyeon is sweeping the snow and Lu Su is cooking. But Candy was long gone. She's really gone. Did you really come all this way to find him just to ask him that question? And to cuddle him for a night? That's a little too odd. Song's sickness looked down and unconsciously discovered the delicate pendant on his hand, unable to help but freeze. Unconsciously, he remembered the question Candy had asked, and all the other person's irrational behavior. She who made Song Sik feel a hint of scorn, yet there was also more than a hint of obsession. Host, the system has basically determined that this sick body of yours, greedy, definitely possesses an extremely terrifying and rare advanced disease. With the host's current physique level, do not dabble in it. At this time, seemingly sensing Song Sik's heartfelt voice, the system's scornful beep suddenly came. It seems like it's time to build up a good level. Song Sik froze slightly, then his eyes narrowed slightly as he made up his mind. Strive to accumulate virtue and goodness of heart, improve your constitution, and take this woman in. No, it should be the disease in its body. He wanted to see what kind of advanced disease was lurking under the delicate body of this talented girl, able to make him so afraid? Brat, don't know how to take it easy. Song came in through the door at this time, his gaze falling at Song Sik's neck, and he couldn't help but laugh. Song Sik froze and looked down, only to realize that the neck and chest were covered in tiny lipstick bite marks. Nice guy, I thought you said you weren't going to mess around, but it's a good thing he didn't go overboard, or he'd probably be lying in bed right now, spitting up white blisters. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and call Candy up for dinner. Lu Su came from the kitchen with a plate and smiled. Mom and Dad, Candy had something come up and I've already sent her home first thing in the morning. Song Sik sighed and spoke anyway. In a few days, I guess I'll be leaving as well. With Candy's excitement, Song Sik decided to leave for Andu in a couple of days. Yasukuni's illness is no match for Rick Uni. The couple froze outright, obviously didn't expect it to be so sudden. Is this so urgent? Not a few more days of rest? Lu Su immediately became sad and reluctant. Woman, sickness is grown up now. Surely she has her own things to keep her busy. Song glared at Lu Su. With that, Song Sik spent the next few days with his parents. The big new villa was also built and the family moved happily. After taking care of everything at home, Song Sik was then ready to leave. However, before leaving, Song Sik found Zheng Taiju, who was the village veterinarian. Pillar, want to go to the outside world with brother? Song Sik asked with a smile. I want to, but brother Song Sik, I'm just a veterinarian. I can't do anything except give the animals injections and pull out Kong. Zheng Taiju was filled with longing, but deflated. No, it's this talent you have that brother wants. In fact, brother is a veterinarian. All that money was earned by being a veterinarian. Song Sik laughed. Really? Are there animals in the big city too? Zheng Taiju was immediately interested. Of course there is. There's more? Song Sik laughed mysteriously. In this way, under the lulling of Song's sickness, Zheng Taiju followed Song's sickness into the city. Chapter 141, Returning to Andu. Andu. The fight against corruption is ongoing. Another piece of shocking news once again caused the entire upper echelon of Andu to tremble violently. Dr. Song is going back to Andu. For a while, under the arrangement of Marshallin, the high officials of all ministries, all began to prepare for the welcome. Even many high-ranking officials and tycoons from outside the country came uninvited, and many of them had heard of Dr. Song's reputation, or those who had traveled as far away as Ligua to seek medical treatment from Song disease, because they were all clear that if they were fortunate enough to be acquainted with divine Dr. Song, it would be like having an extra piece of the famous sword, Sifu. At the same time, all the official media news from various ministries also collectively reported about Dr. Song's deeds under Marshallin's orders. Our famous genius doctors have returned home after studying abroad and mastered all kinds of highly sophisticated medical technologies, which may help our country break the foreign monopoly. A variety of topics were raised in praise of Song disease. It's like preaching top scientists to return home after their studies. At once, the long-buried name of Dr. Song resounded through Manhwa. At one point, it shot to the top of the charts and was sought after and praised by the public. Of course, there have been a number of questions raised by the high and mighty jet-setters. As for number 1 on the Hot 100, it's still So-and-so star has a girlfriend. Andover University. After learning that Song's sickness was going back to Andu, Principal Ma Yutsai sat for a long time, then immediately dragged terminally ill body, called the whole school teachers and students to hold a commendation assembly. Dear teachers and classmates, I want to tell you a good news. Our school's outstanding student Song Sik has returned to China. He has always been the pride of our school, and now he is living up to the hopes of his alma mater by making a name for himself abroad. This honor belongs not only to each of him, but to all of us. From today, Song Sickness is the most outstanding student of our school, the pride of our school. Let us all welcome our pride back with the most sincere warmth and care. Soon, all over the school, various posters and portraits about Song's illness were pasted, as well as various welcome banners. A big, high-profile announcement. For a while, the outside world praised ANU for its good education and talent. Except for being students and teachers at this school, they are clueless. because they had already learned about the great deeds of Dr. Song on the internet. But if they remembered correctly, half a year ago, hadn't the school reported that Song Sickness was a bad student who murdered people for money? And finally, he was expelled and never allowed to set foot in ANU again? How come you're the pride of ANU all of a sudden? But looking at Ma Yutsai, who was talking eloquently in the stands with a proud face, the student teachers clapped along. Andu, inside a military hospital. No, don't. I don't want to be paralyzed. I want to stand up. I want to get back on my feet. I'm only 23 years old. I'm not happy. I'm not happy. Hasn't Song Sik returned to Andu? I order you all, go and find Song Sik for me. If he doesn't come, arrest him. If he can't cure me, cut off his arms and legs. In the hospital room, and Xian, who had only his head left to move, lay on the hospital bed, impotent and furious. It's almost like a psycho. The doctors and nurses on the sidelines were too scared to come forward. Young master, now that Marshall values Song Sickness, you can't be so capricious anymore. Sooner or later something will happen. Still, a sidekick whispered advice. I don't care. I'm a member of the Yin family. He has to cure me. It's his accusation. Take me to him. Anshuan growled, having long ago had enough of this paralyzed life of inhumanity. Money Springs Airport, and Ruoi and Wang Xiaoxia had already been waiting here. Not long after, Song Sickness and Zhang Taizhu got down from inside a cab. Seeing Zhang Taizhu, a ray of surprise flashed between Ruoi's beautiful eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect that the one who came would be Zhang Taizhu, not the sultry Lillian maiden. Also, what's inside that leather case the other guy is carrying? Medical instruments? The two women's gazes curiously landed on the old leather case that Zhang Taizhu was carrying again. It was only thought to be an instrument for the cure of Song disease, but in fact, it was full of instruments for curing diseases. For example, oversized, specialized syringes for injecting cattle and horses, specialized drugs for breeding. However, these are Zhang Taizhu's. It's not Song Sickness. I've heard that when you go to town you can also treat animals and utilize your veterinary skills. Zhang Taizhu can be happy, and brought all these eating utensils together. In the village, 10 miles away, he was a great healer of livestock. Brother, it's sister-in-law, no, fairy sister. From a long distance, Zhang Taizhu saw Ruoi and Wang Xiaoxiao. He was so excited that he wanted to call out to his sister-in-law, and then he remembered that he already had a beautiful foreign sister-in-law. At this time, Ruoi and Wang Xiaoxiao also took the initiative to walk up to greet them. Welcome, Dr. Song. Who is this? Wang Xiaoxiao enthusiastically extended her hand and shook it with Song Sickness. My brother, Zhang Taizhu, is now my assistant. Song Sickness introduced with a smile. Upon hearing this, although Wang Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, she still smiled and greeted politely. Zhang Taizhu, who had never seen a big scene, was immediately somewhat flattered. He had never even touched a girl's hand in his life. The only ones who touched it were the cows and mares and pigs in the village. Seeing Zhang Taizhu's wimpy look, Song Disease smiled. It seems that he has to find an opportunity to find a girlfriend for this good brother of his. At least it's almost 30. Haven't even held a woman's hand yet. Is this like that? Song Sick. Where's your girlfriend? At this time, Ruoi suddenly asked. But after asking, she regretted it. She didn't know why she had come out of nowhere. Song Sickness froze as well, but laughed. She had to go back to Ligua beforehand. Oh, Ruoi's mood was inexplicably lost. There's no time to find out. Let's go. Wang Xiaoxia rounded off the conversation. A group of 4, just like that, set off on a private jet. Zhang Taizhu was curious about all of this, but as soon as the plane took off, it immediately became airsick. Being assisted by Song Sickness was instantly better. Airsickness, too, is a disease. A few hours later, the plane successfully descended on a large airport. At this moment, around the airport, Marshall and the army have long been waiting here. Meet Song Sickness. Outside the airport, there was an even bigger crowd of people who admired similar scientist heroes. After reading about Song's illness, these people were in awe and admired the genius and welcomed him home. Let's just say there are still sober people in a world where internet explosions are muddled all over the place. They strongly defend the talents of scientists who really contribute to the society and the country. It's just that the world is so tainted that their power is too small. Cabin open. Looking at such a vast lineup, Song Sickness appeared calm and unperturbed. Instead, Zhang Taizhu was startled and hid behind Song Sickness. Once again, he was shocked by the influence of Song Sickness. He just couldn't imagine what his brother, who had once all needed his protection, had gone through in just a few short years down the road. Being able to get the state to pay so much attention. Salute. Welcome home Dr. Song. Marshallin, dressed in his military uniform, spoke majestically. The scene was full of soldiers playing music and saluting on both sides. Song Sickness and the others, thus, got on the bus with an army escort, driving out of the airport. Chapter 142 Gao Family, Gao Tianqi. Along the way, there were many welcoming people on both sides of the road. They chanted and held up the flag to welcome the. Inside the car, Song Sik looked through the window at all this. If it had been before, he might have been happy and touched. But now he was, maybe he needed time to heal. Song Sik's gaze looked into the distance. He didn't think that he would be back in the city so soon, or in this world-shattering capacity. Still being greeted personally by Marshal Tang. Let's just say that's the nature of the world. When you're strong enough, the world really does revolve around you. All the so-called rules will also open doors for you. If it's not on, then you're not strong enough. Because, by nature, rules are made by the strong. What is fair in the eyes of the weak is nothing more than a pathetic handout from the strong. Brother, are you really that good just at being a veterinarian? Accompanying Song Sickness all the way through all this glory, Zhang Tieju's eyes were filled with light, and he couldn't help but ask. Of course, if I had been stupid enough to become a doctor, I'd probably be in jail by now. Song Sickness laughed meaningfully. Why? Zhang Taiju was confused. Because, laughed Song Sickness as he thought about it, you can't heal the world by just being a doctor. There are some people that a doctor can't cure. Oh, I still don't get it. It's okay, you'll get it later. Oh, soon. The convoy traveled all the way and eventually arrived outside the third ring road of Andu and drove into a hospital cast in high walls. Looking at the tightly guarded walls and the tall, heavy iron gates, for those who don't know, it's a prison, but the fact is, it did once serve as a prison. Today, however, it is now converted into a mental hospital. On the walls of the hospital, the words Sensik Psychiatric Hospital are written in large letters. Looking at the size of it, holding 10,000 psychopaths would not be a problem. Divine Dr. Song, do you still find this satisfactory? If not, I'll order someone to continue improving it for you. When he got out of the car, Marshallin inquired with a smile. He's built it all to Song Sik's specifications. In one word, big, nice. Song Sickness swept his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. Only Zhang Taiju was dumbfounded. Wasn't he a veterinarian? What brings you to a mental hospital? At the same time, outside the psychiatric hospital, many vehicles drove up as promised, and inside the cars soon came down one high-ranking rich and powerful person to visit in person. Everyone almost always brings a generous gift. Ha ha ha, Divine Dr. Song, welcome back. Divine Dr. Song, this is my business card. You can look for me if you have any difficulties in Indu in the future. Divine Dr. Song, I even went to Ligua to see you before. One by one, high-ranking officials and rich people, no matter how official and rich they were, became extremely polite and enthusiastic when they saw Song Sickness. It's like an old acquaintance. What ministers, mayors, directors, all kinds of high-ranking officials and many tycoons have come to hear the news, just for the sake of getting acquainted. It would be good to ask Song Sickness to make a move in the future. Of course, the only thing that amazed them was why Marshallin had arranged for Song Sickness to be placed in such a mental hospital. It looks weirdly scary. Faced with a visit from the crowd, Song Sickness is equally hospitable and enters the mental hospital. The same came for the gifts from the crowd. What reason did he have for not accepting it when others gave it to him stiffly? The banquet was held accordingly. But not long after, a few more military vehicles came along. Inside the car down is an old man wearing a military coat, has long been full of gray hair, but looks like a tiger, with Marshallin in general, followed by a young man with an outstanding temperament, and a woman who stepped on high heels and was sexy and tall, as well as several generals. And at the first sight of the old man, the smile on Marshallin's face disappeared, and Ruoi and quite a few and family officials' faces were similarly gloomy. Ha ha ha, Divine Dr. Song, I've heard a lot about you, and when I see you today, your name really lives up to its reputation. As soon as he arrived, the old man's eyes fell on Song Sickness, and he even enthusiastically went forward to shake hands with Song Sickness to greet him. The youth and woman behind him similarly looked Song Sickness up and down. It seemed to want to find out what was so extraordinary about Song Sickness. He. Introduce yourself, old man Gao Tianqi. This is my grandson Gao Xingjie, my granddaughter Gao Ling. You are all the same age. You can have a good and more exchanges. The old man continued to speak, giving his name. Behind him, Gao Xingjie and Gao Ling also smiled and politely shook hands with Song Sik. He, Divine Dr. Song. It's better for me to introduce it in detail. This person in front of you is Ngua's High Merchant Chief, but he's in a high position of power. Marshallin smiled at this time and opened his mouth, but it was a smile. Song Sickness' eyes narrowed slightly, quickly sensing the flavor of the two going toe-to-toe. Look at what the marshal said. It's all for the sake of building Angwa. It's not worth mentioning. Besides, My old bones can't support me anymore. So if I get sick in the future, there's more to bother Dr. Song. Gao Tianqi still contained a smile and finally said goodbye to Song's disease and left. It seems to come once, just to see Song's sickness for a while. This high merchant chief is the biggest piece of vermin in Manhwa, and your original case, so to speak, was also influenced by his management. As soon as Gao Tianqi and the others left, Marshallin's grave voice rang in Song's 6 ears. Then why don't you clean it up? Song's sickness asked with a curious smile. This old fox does things tightly, and so far, I don't have a single handle on him at all. Marshallin sighed and shook her head. Only he knew how terrifying Gao Tianqi was. Then again, this pest was one he had promoted. The Gao family is in the pre-statehood period of Manhwa, has been a big business family, but also in the statehood period. See the right time, provide a lot of economic help, become a big merit family. The Yin family therefore felt that Gao Tianqi was a patriotic person, so they entrusted him with an important task, but they did not know that this had planted such a terrible root of trouble for the Yin kingdom. Now that this pest is long entrenched, it's even more shrewd and scary. It is not easy to get rid of. One can only say that if Gao Tianqi doesn't die, the Gao family will be hard to get rid of. I'm just a tiny doctor, and I'm just trying to make money and accumulate virtue by coming to undo nowadays. So there's no use for Marshallin to talk to me about this. Song's sickness stalled. I know. I'm not going to force you to do anything. Marshallin was slightly stunned, but still nodded bitterly. So far, Song's sickness had never promised him anything, and he had never asked Song's sickness to do anything. It was an unspoken gentleman's agreement between the two, but invariably, Song disease is the dragon slayer for him to wage war against those corrupt pests. Now, Gao Tianqi's personal visit, and even brought his own granddaughter. The old fox's mind can be imagined. What if Song's sickness was tempted by the other party's benefits and pulled into the Gao family's camp? Then everything he did would be meaningless. More than that, it will only be the laughingstock of Gao Tianqi. So now he could only pray that Song's sickness wouldn't be tempted by the Gao family. In terms of financial power, and controlling people's hearts, he was completely inferior to Gao Tianqi. At the end of the banquet, all the high officials and rich people left one after another, leaving a room full of valuable gifts alone. What Moutai cigarettes, jade agate. Marshallin also took his leave due to the busyness of things, and he had to fight against more than just the Gao family. Rather, it's a myriad of similar pests. However, he left Yi Tian and a special operations unit at the Sending 6 Psychiatric Hospital. Divine Dr. Song, Marshallin has asked us to stay and help you, and in the future, in the mental hospital, if there are any needs and requests you just say so, we will obey unconditionally. Yi Tian and the soldiers stood tall and assured. Not yet. You guys try to exercise as much as you can, and learn more about treating the mentally ill by the way. Song's sickness laughed. His mental hospital doesn't have a single patient at the moment. Of course, it's up to God to decide who's the first lucky winner. He would have preferred not to have. After all, that would have been detrimental to his merit. After arranging everything, Song Sik drove to the car and headed to the Sending Sickness veterinarian. That's where the dream begins. How's the little beastie girl? Chapter 143, The Explosive Hitchhiker. Cough cough. Inside an ancient and vintage mansion in the first ring of Ndu, Gao Tianqi coughed and took off his military coat, revealing his withered old body. Grandpa, just leave this matter to me and my sister. It's just a mere sacrifice. Why do you need to personally labor on it? Gao Xingjie stepped forward to assist and spoke confidently. It's not just for the sake of the Yin family. The organization has sent someone to keep an eye on this man, which means he may have secrets we want. Therefore, at all costs, we must control this person into my Gao family's hands. Cough cough cough. Gao Tianqi reclined onto a unique sleeping chair instrument and said with his eyes shining brightly. Upon hearing the word organization, Gao Xingjie and Gao Ling at the side both changed their faces slightly. Understood, Grandpa. Leave it to me and my sister. Gao Xingjie's face became grave, and there was no longer the light-heartedness he had just shown. Remember, all exposed actions can only utilize those pawns, and until the apocalypse, we cannot tear ourselves away from Ankaku yet. Gao Tianqi gave a final exhortation before closing his eyes. Yes. Gao Xingjie and Gao Ling nodded in agreement, exchanged glances and retreated. At the same time, several figures in white lab coats outside the room came in carefully carrying an unconscious teenager. They placed the teenager in a sleeping chair adjacent to Gao Tianqi and connected the blood transfusion apparatus with it, starting to perform a full-body blood exchange for Gao Tianqi. The familiar snack street is brightly lit and crowded. Song disease travels through the crowd, seeing rare diseases and pocketing them silently, not for the sake of doing good, but only for the sake of accumulating virtue and adding to the diversity of merit. Now that his merit had reached over 8,000, he was only missing the last 1,000 points to enter the next round of merit fulfillment. But that's 8. 000 or so diseases with too much repetition, higher than the first 2 rounds. Either the last name doesn't function or it's infertile. Almost all the diseases common to human animals have been sucked up, though mostly terminal diseases that are not curable by current medical treatment. But for him today, they are all just first-degree diseases. It's too low. And the rule given by the system is that too much repetition of merit will affect the degree of evolution of the fullness of merit. Even when the repetition was high enough to reach a certain critical value, his disease origin physique would reach a bottleneck and would be unable to evolve to the next level. It was as if the type and intensity of the diseases of the blue star creatures limited his growth. With his disease-derived physique, he needs to devour these diseases to grow. And merit is just a measurement. If one day, when he has absorbed all the diseases currently on the blue planet, with 100% repetition, won't he be unable to continue his evolution? This is what Song sickness is worried about. It's also why Song diseases are carefully selected to try to absorb different diseases and reduce duplication, or expect to encounter advanced diseases. Of course, something like candy, which is too high first, etc. Otherwise, if it was just to increase his merit alone, he could have gone to some animal farm, or a place with a lot of foot traffic, and absorbed as much as he wanted. Or just grab a little black guy and go crazy with the merits. Song's 6 gaze casually swept over the pedestrians passing by on the street, all of them smiling and glowing. But almost everyone is sick. Song was sick as a walk in the park as he headed to the sick delivery vet's office while specializing in sucking on something that hadn't absorbed the disease before. It's like the evil swordsman sucking up resentment. The ghostly hand is silent. Now that he's strengthened, he barely has to put his hands on specialized lesions for these low-level minor ailments. Absorbs with just skin contact. Except of course for advanced diseases. People coming and going are talking and laughing. Or couples are frolicking. Or anchors are on live. Song's 6 gaze inadvertently landed on the 2 crooked people, only to witness a spicy scene. Just see a black and white 2 crooked nuts. Seems to search for beautiful women like looking around. And finally eyes to the roadside a beautifully dressed Indwo woman. The 2 smiled at each other and walked up to strike up a conversation with their video cameras. Oh, beautiful girl. What beautiful eyes you have. You are truly the prettiest anguish girl I have ever seen. May I ask if you are alone? The bearded, scruffy, beer-bellied great white came up and accosted him with a grin and broken in language. Off to the side, Big Black videotaped the image, and as soon as she saw it was a crooked man, or a big white, the woman's eyes brightened slightly, and as soon as she heard the other side praise their own beauty, she was even more blossomed, so she tiptoed on tiptoe, pretended to be reserved, and smiled and thanked. Thanks, I'm waiting for my boyfriend. Big White took one look and knew that his prey had taken the bait, so he continued to laugh. Here's the deal. We're doing a street challenge. A challenge to lightly kiss 1,000 anguish girls. And now that we've kissed 995 girls, would you like to be the 996th? But I have a boyfriend. The girl looked back in the direction of the restroom. Again somewhat torn. Feeling a little bad. It's okay. It's just a challenge. He won't mind. Big Black, who was videotaping from the sidelines, laughed. Really? The girl's heart fluttered. Sure. Come on. Pretty girl. You have beautiful eyes. Great White said as he kissed it. The woman stood on her tiptoes and closed her eyes, but did not resist, eventually even switching aside to kiss Big Black for a long time as well. It's all drawn out. Thank you, generous girl, for being our 996, the 2 men said before exchanging contact information with the woman and smiling goodbye. Move on to the next prey. You're welcome. It's my honor. The woman happily waved with the 2 men as well, pretending as if nothing had happened until her boyfriend returned. Baby, why is your face so hot? Are you sick? The man asked with concern. Humph. It's not your fault for making people wait so long. Break up. The 998 female angrily shook off the man and angrily walked forward. I'm sorry baby. I wasn't thinking of earning more money for the bride price so I could marry you. The man's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly chased after them in a heartbreaking manner. The woman was finally demoralized by promising to buy a designer bag. Song's sickness. It's quite a blast to unintentionally witness such a blast. This 996 woman can be a match for Wu Yashue. Of course, he was concerned because he realized that there was something strange about these 2 geezers. It made him a little impervious. Hey, sighing, Song's sickness withdrew his gaze and continued on his way. Just pity the man. What's he got to do with it? However, speak of the devil. Song's sickness didn't take more than a few steps forward before meeting an old acquaintance. The woman who changed his life. Wu Yashue. At this moment, Wu Yashue could not be described as miserable. Her hair was dirty, her eyes were blind, her clothes were dirty and tattered. She was holding a big belly, and a broken bowl was placed in front of her. Occasionally a few kind people passed by and dropped off a little money, or some leftovers. Where is the same Wu big schoolgirl who was bound to marry into a rich family? It's almost like a beggar's madwoman. Next to her, even more so, lay an equally dirty old woman. Needless to say, it was Wu Yanchun, Wu Yashua's mom. It didn't end up any better. With oral cancer, it was no longer possible to make a sound and just lay there with his mouth open. No more of that snarky, good-natured toothiness that was there. Chapter 144, Seeing the Wu family mother and daughter. Wu Yanchun was unable to make a sound, but was lying on the ground, constantly kowtowing to people passing by and praying for mercy. But Wu Yashua seemed to be crazy, sitting there dumbly, holding her big belly, crying a little and laughing a little. The words kept coming out of his mouth. Song sick. I was wrong. Don't leave me. Okay. I love you. I really love you so much. Will you heal me? Let's get married. I want to be with you forever. Look, I'm pregnant with your child. Song sickness. Nice guy. Crazy enough to look for honest people to take over. He didn't expect to meet the mother and daughter here. More than that, I didn't think the two would be this bad. It's worse than he thought. He was relieved to see the mother and daughter living such a miserable life. But with the condition the two are in, it shouldn't take more than a few years for them to hiccup. At that exact moment, an equally scruffy beggar came walking not far away. In his hand he held his dinner and a piece of tattered cotton. The other guy looked pretty young though. When the scruffy man came up, he had no problem taking all the money the mother and daughter had begged for. Ooh-hoo! Wu Yanchun couldn't hide her fear when she saw the scruffy man, but she humbled herself and hugged the other man's leg, praying to leave some food. Naya. Stinking. However, what he got in return was an unceremonious kick from the scruffy man, which caused Wu Yanchun to wail. The scruffy man continued to grab Wu Yashua's hair in one rough hand. Go back to the bridge hole and go to sleep now. Stinky. No, let go of me. You bottom-headed man. You don't deserve me. I'm a joke. My boyfriend is song sick. He loves me super much. If you touch me, he'll kill you. Wu Yashua instantly struggled frantically. Pa send Nima. Stinking. Vermin. Blind your dog eyes. Who wants you in your current state? If it wasn't for you, I'd be in this hellish state. Also song disease. People song disease is now studying abroad back as a national doctor. Do you deserve you? The scruffy man looked like he had been touched by a scar, and was instantly furious as Digby Doodle flung himself in Wu Yashua's face. Many people wanted to go forward to stop it but didn't dare. Song sickness, who was watching from the crowd, suddenly drifted off. This scruffy man, wasn't he the same boiling goat he had stood up to defend after rejecting Wu Yashua's pitfalls at ANU? I think his name is Zhang Shuai. No, it should be more appropriately called Brother Talent. The two were driving to a room and stopped to taunt him on the way, bragging about his family's demolition and driving a luxury car. Nice guy, now estimated nothing. He's not a good second-generation demolitionist, but a dog licker. No, you're lying. He loved me so much in the beginning. He wouldn't not want me. He would give me money to spend when he earned it. He couldn't bear to see me suffer a bit. How could he not want me? As soon as she heard the 3 words Divine Doctor Song, Wu Yashua was even more stimulated and instantly became even more frantic. Love Nima. Die. If you didn't cause me to contract this damned terminal disease, can I become like this? It made me think of you as the white moon of my heart. You're so dirty to the bone. Zhang Shuai's gaze was fierce and he hit harder. But when he hit, he cried again. Remorse for being stupid in the first place. Now he does get Wu Yaxin's people. It's even buy one get one free. Even her mom got it. But so what? Some people around cannot stand to see. Came forward to discourage. Zhang Shuai this is trying to pull the mother and daughter's hair. Violently dragged away. Hit it somewhere else. Ooh-hoo. Wu Yanchun let out a painful cry. Scared by Zhang Shuai's beating. Every night when they returned to Qiaodong, the mother and daughter suffered from Zhang Shuai's inhuman torture. Especially now that Wu Yashua's stomach is getting bigger. She's the one who has to bear everything every night. Even for the sake of a few dollars, and a few bites of food. Zhang Shuai sold the mother and daughter as kuan to other beggars for fun. She's in pain. She regrets it. Repentance is in the bowels. Can't wait to die sooner. And every now and then, she thought of how good Song Sick had been to her. Visits her every week, cleans her house, cooks, buys her food, almost treats her like her own mom. Although Song's sickness was poor at that time, he had $100 on him which he almost spent on their mother and daughter. What's more, she had just learned about it from some newspapers not too long ago. Song's sickness has returned home from his studies. Not only made a lot of money, but also the reception of high officials in Manhwa, all full of honor. It's a stark contrast to the women who are down and out now. Wu Yashua also heard the broadcast and immediately felt like she had received some kind of strong stimulus. Crazy to get back together with Song's sickness. As a result, he was tied up and beaten mad by Zhang Shuai. She wondered, If Song Sickness was still their son-in-law, then right now, what with the luxury car and the mansion and the status, wouldn't she have it all? It turned out that everything she and Wu Yashue had pursued, God had arranged for them from the very beginning, and such a good fate was made alive because of her snobbery, and Wu Yashue's greed. Thinking of this, Wu Yanchun's heart was like a knife, wanting to die, and just then, she overheard the figure in the crowd that she had been longing for. Yes, she saw Song Sickness in the crowd, and Song Sickness was calmly looking at them at the moment. Wu Yanchun froze, obviously not yet convinced that this was true. Ooh-hoo! Reacting, she burst into tears of excitement and wanted to fly over and hug her wonderful son-in-law. However, what was ushered in was Zhang Shuai's merciless beating. Crazy. Skin itching again. See if I don't teach you a good lesson tonight. Zhang Shuai grimaced and beat Wu Yanchun into submission, continuing to drag him along. Ooh-hoo! Wu Yanchun was left with nothing but despair, and could only stretch out her hand and look pitifully at Song Sickness, longing for her good son-in-law to come up and protect them as he had done in the old days. However, to her disappointment, Song Sickness calmly withdrew his gaze and indifferently turned away, like a number of passers-by who passed by indifferently, as if they were just watching a play. Song Sickness walked straight away without a ripple. He was quite surprised to meet the mother and daughter here, but he didn't feel half as much pity for the miserable state the mother and daughter were in today. Poor people have to be hated. Imagine if he wasn't a pathogenic body in the first place. If he didn't send the sick system. If he remains the same poor boy who foolishly loves Wu Yashue, then his next fate would be to be deprived by Wu Yanchun who had been mean. Then he was lured by Wu Yashue to gouge out his eyes and transplant them to himself. And then come the line, the person who saved my life was a doctor, not you. And then finally to be mercilessly discarded like garbage by this mother and daughter. And desperate are Lu Su and Songan. Let's just say that Wu Yashue and Wu Yanchun aren't regretting what they did in the first place. Instead, they regret not succeeding. Song Sickness thus turned his back on the Wu family's mother and daughter and headed towards the Sending Sickness veterinary clinic. There were no waves in his heart throughout. However, having just seen that awakening sent to the sick vet's office, from a distance, he witnessed that familiar blasted scene again. Oh beautiful girl, you have such beautiful eyes. You are the prettiest anguish girl I have ever seen. Here's the deal. We're doing a street challenge. A challenge to lightly kiss 1,000 anguish girls. And now that we've managed to kiss 999 girls, would you like to be the one? 000th? Chapter 145 Arousing the Wrath of the People. Big White Stone and Big Black Jimmy finished hitting on the 999th girl, smiled at each other and gave each other a high five. Oh, geez, I can't believe it was so easy. So much easier than I thought it would be. I've fallen in love with the girl from Manhwa. The big, bald, White Stone spread his hands incredulously. No, that's because we're Yang. Anhwa women are a different kind of attitude towards Anhwa men. Big Black Jimmy smiled confidently, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. This has long been familiar. Even the back circle has a number of spade women. Of course, he doesn't whore himself out for nothing, and will end up giving these women a memorable gift. In that case, you'll have to pick the prettier one for the last one left. Stone flashed a bad smile. With that, the two men's eyes began to look around, searching and picking. Along with the success rate, their vision has also increased, and the average-looking ones, the ones with heavy makeup, the ones with excessive plastic surgery, are all skipped right over. But in the next second, both of their gazes fell in unison onto a stunningly beautiful and aquatic young girl. All of them stared straight ahead. The young girl's features were exquisite and lovely, and her two waist-length ponytails swayed in the wind. Just wearing light makeup, it gives people a kind of pure watery beauty. She was wearing a loose blue jumper on top and a pair of light blue denim shorts underneath, revealing a pair of long, straight, big white legs, with a pair of white silk and little white shoes. More youthful vigor. Oh, geez, that's her. I decided I'm going to take her to a hotel tonight. Stone and Jimmy hit it off right away, both seeing the sizzle in each other's eyes. The two then couldn't wait to catch up. On this side of the fence, the end of a busy day at the vet. AI little beast mood gorgeous. Take the money earned today. Ben wanted to think of roast chicken restaurant to go to a good rubber meal. Treat yourself. After all, she hadn't eaten chicken all morning. Every now and then, she missed her master again. Nostalgic for the variety of chicken Song Sickness had treated her to back in the day. I was nostalgic, but the result was that in the next second, a black and a white thick man surrounded me. One was a bald ass with a full beard. One was a big black guy with a big pimply head and a big mouth. It startled her on the spot. However, Stone and Jimmy, who had long ago gained confidence from countless anguished women, thought AI's little beast was in for a surprise, even if they're ugly in their own country for looking like that. Oh beautiful girl, you have such beautiful eyes. You are the prettiest anguish girl I have ever seen. May we get acquainted, please? Stone was up to his old tricks, facing the absolutely beautiful AI Xiaobei, but he acted more gentlemanly, bending down and extending his hand. Can't. However, in the next second, AI Little Beast staggered away with a face full of disgust and rejected it without a care in the world. Stone's movements froze in place. Apparently he didn't think that any Anhwa woman could resist the temptation in front of his young man status. Jimmy's eyes rolled back in his head and he took a big step to block the path of AI's Little Beast, continuing with a deadpan grin. Here's the thing. Beautiful. We're doing a street challenge. A challenge to kiss 1,000 anguish girls. And now that we've successfully kissed 999 girls, would you like to be the 1,000th? If you don't want to, go find women who do. AI Little Beast still didn't linger and continued to stagger away, but his tone had cooled a few points. However, Stone came around again at this point without giving up. Please, beautiful, you really mesmerize us. Just do us a favor and help us. This is the last one. Yeah. It's really hard for us. Just a kiss is nothing. And doing so will also help promote friendly international exchanges. Jimmy laughed back. The two of them pinned AI's Little Beast from leaving, seemingly pleading, but their behavior was overbearing. AI Xiaobei's eyebrows slightly knitted. The small hand hidden under the bodysuit tightened a few points, and a few wisps of coldness that normal people do not possess surfaced in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Just then, a number of passing Anhwa people couldn't look away. Several bloodthirsty anguish men surrounded them. Hey, I say, what are you two old crooks doing? People don't even want to go, but you're still clinging to others and won't let them go? Trying to kidnap? Ha! I'm telling you, this is Anhwa. It's not for you to be wild. Get lost. Oh, you guys are mistaken. We're just doing a street challenge and are consulting with a beautiful woman. However, in the face of the many well-meaning passers-by who had gathered around, Stone and Jimmy maintained their innocent smiles but had no intention of leaving. Even looking at the few Anhwa men who spoke, they were filled with contempt. Misunderstanding? I've been observing you guys for a long time, and I don't know how many of our Anhwa girls I've kissed along the way. Yes, I've seen it too. You are spreading negative energy and discrediting your country. Specializes in ripping off girls in our country and thinks we're dead? If you don't get out, you two will have to go back lying down today. At once, several more exasperated anguish men stepped forward and pointed out the disgusting behavior of the two men. In an instant, the crowd at the scene was furious, and at any moment, they could have broken the two guys into pieces. However, in the face of the crowd's anger, Stone and Jimmy looked at each other and smiled, teasing still written on their faces. Stone spread his hands and said gently, "Come on, this is just a friendly challenge we're doing, and it's the generous girls who volunteered to let us kiss them, so what's the deception?" When these words came out, the angry multitude of Anhwa people instantly deflated. Instantly there was a feeling of powerlessness like a fist on cotton. By the way, we are imported exchange talents who receive specialized protection and preferential treatment in Anhwa. If you dare to touch us for a moment, you are breaking the law and will be severely punished. Jimmy continued to add from on high, signaling the video camera in his hand. The crowd was stunned, and many of them silently sighed and left, not daring to care anymore. Seeing this, Stone and Jimmy smiled their victor smiles and continued to look at AI Little Beast in a gentlemanly manner. Luringly, he said, "Beautiful girl, it's too noisy here. Why don't we communicate somewhere else?" However, at this moment, AI Little Beast's gaze had long fallen on a certain figure in the crowd. The beautiful eyes glowed, changing from the icy dislike just now. "What foo?" AI Little Beast ran towards Song Sickness behind the crowd in surprise, just like a child. He happily jumped into the arms of his dad who was home from work. However, the proud chest bumped Song's center of gravity a bit. "Ahem, little beastie. It's time for you to lose some weight." Song Sickness jokingly spoke up to ease the awkwardness. "That's right. Half a year has gone by and AI's Little Beast is not only more watery, also got fat, but it's fat where it belongs. It should be too many chicken breasts and chicken warbles. Master, when did you come back? Didn't you say you were going to study abroad for a year?" AI Xiao Beast, who knew how much she weighed, somewhat sheepishly let go of Song Sickness while changing the topic. Just got too excited to be controlled. Solve the problem first. Song Sickness calmly looked toward Big Black and Big White not far away. Chapter 146, coincidentally, I'm also playing Street Challenge. At this moment, Stone and Jimmy's eyes narrowed slightly as they sized up Song Sickness, who had suddenly appeared to badger them. Thought Song Sickness was AI Little Beast's boyfriend. Ha! Someone's boyfriend is here, so why don't you two get lost? The onlookers were relieved to see this. Thought these two guys would know better. However, what shocked them was that Stone and Jimmy exchanged glances, and instead of leaving, They even continued to smile as they walked towards Song Sickness and AI Little Beast. "Hello handsome, may I ask if this is your girlfriend?" Gentleman Stone looked to Song Sickness and asked with a smile. But his afterglow was always eagerly staring at AI Little Beast. Such an extremely beautiful woman. They were really unwilling to let it go just like that. "Does it matter to you?" Song Six eyes narrowed slightly as he similarly sized up the two oddballs. "You're still in love with me, aren't you?" He doesn't care about screwing other people. But now that the hookups had gotten to his protege, then he had to take care of it. Don't get me wrong. Here's the thing. We're doing a street challenge. A challenge to lightly kiss 1,000 anguish girls. We've now successfully kissed 999 girls and we're just missing the last one. And now that your girlfriend has had the honor of being chosen by us, I wonder if you'd like to let your girlfriend out for a few minutes. There's a reward for completing the challenge. Jimmy smiled, looking consultative but deliberately giving a threatening look. It was as if Song Sickness would not be allowed to leave safely today if he did not agree. Grip it. What kind of anticlimactic speech is this? Naya, I can't take it anymore. Why don't you share your mom with us? I'll be damned. It's not black. I don't care about it. People are going to have boyfriends and it's not over yet, is it? Brother, don't be afraid. As long as you dare to do it, we'll accompany you. These two born. And I'll admit it even if I go to jail. Jimmy's anticlimactic statement instantly roused the group to anger. And several anguish men stepped forward. As long as Song Sickness dared to make a move, they would dare to help. But does Song Disease need it? Yes? In the face of the two's anticlimactic speeches, Song Sickness smiled faintly. Coincidentally, I'm also working on a street challenge on how to beat someone into a psychopath. Congratulations to you all in the honor of being chosen by me. At that, Stone and Jimmy froze. Then their smiles widened. We're looking forward to it then. They were deliberately provoking Song Sickness so that Song Sickness would make the first move, at which point it would be self-defense for them to fight back. It even shows how powerful he is in front of AI's Little Beast. But the next second, they got what they wanted. Song Sick didn't say any more nonsense, and a forced pocket first casually flung himself at Great White Clown. The corners of Stone's mouth hooked up in a flash of contempt, and he raised his hand to block. Pa! However, the moment it came into contact with Song Sickness' slap, it was like a train crashing straight into his arm. The sound of a broken arm rang out as Song Six Dobby pocket continued to fall, being spun and slapped out of the air before Stone could change his expression of surprise. A loud pussy pocket slapped it on the spot in a daze, and it fell straight to the ground. At the same time, the moment it touched the other party's face, the system's voice also sounded in Song Sickness' head. Ding, level 2 infectious disease detected. Disease body, human. Disease, level 2 infectious disease. Disease, destroying the structure of the human body and altering its genes. Routes of transmission, bodily fluids. Last name. Listening to the system's broadcast, Song Six eyes suddenly went ice cold. At the same time, Jimmy froze in the face of Stone being easily slapped away. Fark. Reacting. He immediately showed a fierce face and blasted his fist towards Song Sickness. The winds of the fists were whistling and harsh. Definitely practiced. No wonder it's so arrogant. Song Sickness sneered and met him with the same punch. Ka-chow-ah. The next second, the lanky Jimmy flew off as well, wailing as he clutched his crushed and broken arm. At the same time, it also just happened to smash Stone, who had been slapped senseless. Awake. Ding, level 2 infectious disease detected. Disease body, human. Disease, level 2 infectious disease. Disease, destroying the structure of the human body and altering its genes. Routes of transmission, bodily fluids. Last name. The same system tone continued to ring in Song Sickness' head. The scene fell silent. The crowd that was originally prepared to come forward to help was dumbfounded, clearly not expecting Song Sickness to solve the two so easily. Well played. Marvelous. Brothers are real men. They give Anhwa men a long face. We top you. Soon. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause, chanting for Song Sickness. The beautiful eyes of AI Shao Beast in the back also flickered as she looked at Song Six back. However, there were a few women who showed heartfelt expressions. With the crowd watching, Song Sickness continued to walk towards the two. To be honest, he was pleasantly surprised to meet a patient who was harboring a secondary disease, but two people suffering from the same secondary disease at the same time, both of which are also hereditary, and looking for women to kiss all over the street? Then he had to wonder what these two guys were really up to. What are you going to do? We are your imported talents, legally protected and favored by your country, and you will be punished if you dare to hit us. Seeing Song Sickness walking towards them, Stone and Jimmy's faces changed drastically, each covering an arm as if they were seeing the devil. There was no longer the arrogant aura that he had just had. Typical bullying. Isn't this your favorite street challenge? Now the challenge isn't over yet? There's a reward for completing the challenge. Song Sickness was smiling. These two guys had become 200 merits in his eyes. It's also all rare secondary diseases. Now he can announce in advance that he is sending the sick to the mental hospital and admitting the 2 patients in advance. No, let's drop the challenge. Get me to the hospital. My hand is broken. I need to see a doctor. Jimmy wailed and opened his mouth. What greeted him, however, was the loving healing of veterinarian Song, only to see that Song's sickness had already approached the 2 men at some point, and between a few feet falling, the legs of the 2 men who had climbed up exploded and fell to the ground once again. Aha! You're a monster. Help! Someone help me? Desperate, Stone and Jimmy frantically crawled backward while frantically pleading for help from the onlookers. Only the 2 of them were aware of the horrors of Song's sickness. Suddenly, Stone's eyes found a few of the generous girls in the crowd of onlookers that they had just lightly kissed, so he hurriedly begged for help. Oh, pretty girl, please help us to report to the police. This guy is a monster. He will kill us. The result is surprising. There are several female face pain, really took out a cell phone to report to the police. At the same time, 999 female even ran out and blocked in front of Song's sickness. Furious, stop. What are you doing? They are already like this. Do you want to kill them? Immediately after that, 998, 997, and 996, who had reported to the police, also ran out and righteously criticized. That's right. Why are you so rude? People are just doing a kissing challenge. You can refuse if you don't accept. Why are you hitting people? That's right. What's wrong with a kiss? Make a big deal out of it. It's just a polite thing to do now that the international community is open and foreigners are like that. You're just giving Manhwa a black eye when you act like this. We've called the police. You're waiting to be sanctioned. A few of the women were dominantly protective of Stone and Jimmy, even taking out their cell phones to videotape the event, ready for exposure. Not the least bit afraid of Song's sickness. In Manhwa, it's a disgraceful act for a man to hit a woman. Therefore, they were confident that no matter how strong Song's sickness was, it wouldn't dare to touch a hair on their heads. That's what dares to stand up for justice. Song's sickness, in the face of this strange scene, he truly had never expected it. It wasn't just Song's sickness who didn't expect it. The crowd of onlookers didn't expect it either. And that's when the sirens came from the distance. What came, however, were a couple of psycho pullers. Chapter 147, The Prideful 99 Girls. Grip grass. Girl, are you guys stupid? These 2 are like this. How dare you stand up to defend them? What's wrong with a kiss? Why don't I see you guys being so generous? You can't even look at it without being scolded for being a downwardly mobile male. I remember. These are the same women who just gave these 2 old crooks for nothing. Mud. No wonder. Really cheap to the bone. White poor black free right. It really gives our Manhwa girls a black eye. They don't even want their faces. Your ancestors would crawl out of their graves and smack you in the face if they knew. The crowd reacted and became furious. And in addition to hating it, they were filled with helplessness, facing the wrath of the crowd. A few of the 99 women had a few moments of fear, but looking at the cell phone that was recording in his hand, and the sound of sirens in the distance, he was instantly reinvigorated. So hold up your cell phone video and get strong. 999 woman, what do you want? You want to beat us too? Come on if you can. Dare to touch us for a second and we'll videotape and expose you shrimp-headed men. 997 female, oh, what are you guys getting down on yourselves for? Jealous if you can't get it. Impotent rage? 998 female, laugh it up. Beating people up is justified? A bunch of vulgar and unpleasant guys. It's disgusting to be in the same boat as you. The 996 woman even shrugged off her boyfriend and disliked him in a domineering manner. We love to give to whoever we want. It's our freedom. Who do you think you are? Do you have any control over it? No tolerance at all. No wonder you guys can't find girlfriends. In the face of his girlfriend's sudden stand up against the odds, Wang Wu stood frozen in place, his face pale. Does that mean his girlfriend too? He didn't dare think any further. At the same time, several siren cars had arrived. Soon, a dozen heavily armed SWAT officers came down from the car and quickly surrounded the scene. Stone and Jimmy, who had been in fear, froze at the sight, not realizing that their identities were so honored in Manhwa, or that the SWAT team had personally come to protect them. The 2 of them finally sighed in relief, and their gazes towards Song's sickness became shadowy. That expression seemed to say again, kid, you're dead. The 499 women were equally ecstatic, obviously not expecting how quickly the police were dispatched. It was still a tall and powerful SWAT officer who came. This reinforces their belief that Stone and Jimmy are imported talent, subject to specialized preferential treatment and protection. At once, he looked at Stone and Jimmy with a few more hot eyes and a glow on his face. On the contrary, the crowd of onlookers, faced with such a lineup, were stunned, because they've only seen such a swift police response on TV in their lives. And it's all SWAT. It also made them believe that these 2 old crooks were really protecting talent. He was a little scared and stepped back a few points. Life is hard now, and if they have to carry a caseload, then they really can't live. However, the few 99 girls were even more proud, their expressions domineering, not intending to spare a single person at the scene. The 996 woman took the brunt of the attack and immediately ran up to stop the approaching officer, pointing at Song's sickness as an angry complaint. Police crisp. I'm the one who called the police. It's this disgusting guy who assaulted a friend of the Crooked Kingdom for no reason and tried to beat us up. He would have even tried to kill if we hadn't been brave enough to stand up and stop it. He must be severely punished and justice done to the two friends. The 999 women were not willing to lag behind. Yes, 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 and all these onlookers, each one of them raising a ruckus, are all accomplices. We were also verbally abused, causing us serious emotional damage. They must all be arrested. Not one of them. The 997 women even added, expose them and give us moral compensation or we're going to get Jade syndrome. The crowd was taken aback and wanted to leave in the face of the various charges that the 99 women had withheld. It's just a shame that the scene has been cordoned off for so long. Oh, it's too late to be afraid. Didn't you just curse quite happily? You guys are finished. Wait for jail. The 499 women saw this and mocked. The heart was so proud, as if doing something great. Double the face. At the same time, Stone and Jimmy looked at each other with sardonic smiles on their faces, and, following the example of a couple of 99 women, fell at the officer's feet, crying out their wickedness. Sir, this ING guy hit us first. We didn't do anything. We're the victims. He must be made to go to jail to pay for the damages and to apologize on his knees until we are satisfied. Oh yeah, and have his girlfriend take care of us until we're good. Otherwise, we will not accept mediation and will protest to the embassy to expose your evil deeds. These four beautiful, kind-hearted Anguilla girls are our witnesses. When the 499 women heard this, they hurriedly nodded excitedly. Ah yes, 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 we are willing to testify for the two crooked friends. Yi Tian. As soon as he received Song's sickness's call, he rushed here without stopping to bring the special forces from the mental hospital. I was afraid that if I was slow, I would cause Song's sickness to be displeased. As a result, as soon as they arrived, they were stopped by a couple of oddball women, constantly defending the two old crooks on the ground like dogs, and constantly cursing the surrounding countrymen. The key is to rebuke Dr. Song one after another and ask him to arrest Dr. Song? No! What's wrong with these two arms? How dare you accuse Dr. Song? And these two old crooks, they still want to bind Dr. Song to kneel down and apologize to them? Who gave them the courage? The king of the land of Lee doesn't even have that. Listening to Stone and Jimmy, and the 499 women spouting accusations and insults about Song's sickness, Yi Tian's face gradually turned gloomy as he coldly scolded. All of you, get the hell out of my way. A few people were startled, before they hastily scrambled to get out of the way. Then, only Yi Tian, as well as several SWAT officers were seen walking quickly towards Song's sickness, thought it was to capture Song's sickness. The crowd was so worried that they couldn't even bear to look at it anymore, losing out to mediocrity after all. Stormy Jimmy and the 499 women reacted with the same snort. Get ready for a good show. Already anticipating the scene where Song's sickness kneels down to them and begs for forgiveness. However, the next second, witnessed by a crowd of people in different moods, Yi Tian and a few SWAT officers came to Song's sickness, and instead of arresting him, they all straightened and lowered their heads. Sorry Dean, we're late. Filled with guilt and trepidation, Yi Tian bowed his head and apologized to Song's sickness. The scene was quiet. Deadly silence. The smiles on the faces of the 499 women disappeared. Stone and Jimmy's pupils contracted slightly. Instead, the lowered heads of the crowd were raised. Incredulously, he watched the scene. Not late, just right. Sung Sik smiled slightly and looked over at Stoneridge and Jimmy, as well as the 499 women. The demeanor remained calm throughout. Why are the police cars coming so fast? Because it wasn't the police at all. It was someone from his mental hospital. He had informed Yi Tian long ago after sensing the uncomplicated nature of these two old crooked men. Chapter 148, Carry them all away. Dean, what do we need to do? Seeing that Song's sickness was not angry, Yi Tian was relieved and then respectfully inquired. Marshall had placed him beside Song's sickness, partly so that he could protect Song's sickness. Save yourself from being disturbed by some ungrateful fellow. On the other hand, it also empowers Song disease accordingly. These two guys are mentally ill. Arrest them and lock them up in a mental institution and I'll come and cure them properly later. Song's sickness looked to Stone and Jimmy on the ground and pronounced judgment on the spot. Yes, almost without the slightest doubt. Yi Tian nodded his head in response, then turned his gaze coldly towards the two old crooks. Straightforwardly ordered. What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear what the dean said? These two crooked people are mentally ill, disturbing the peace in Manhwa. What if they hurt the people? Arrest them. Before that, Marshall An also gave him an order. When it comes to medicine, there is absolute submission to Song disease. Can there be a mistake in the diagnosis of the world's #1 miracle doctor? And he did look like the two old crooks were mentally ill. Who in their right mind would dare to be so arrogant in another country? Do you really think you're the king of the land? Not only that, but he looked at the 99 women as if they were mentally ill. Yes, at once. For SWAT officers went straight forward to make the arrest. The sudden change in the picture caught Stone and Jimmy, who had been watching the show with a sardonic smile, off guard. Until the 4 special police officers came coldly toward them. The 2 people were completely convinced that this was really going to arrest them as a mental illness. The 2 instantly panicked. No, 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 don't. We're not mentally ill. We're not mentally ill. He's talking nonsense. You can't arrest us. I protest. I protest. You have no basis. Let go of me. I am not mentally ill. I'm normal Jen. The 2 struggled frantically, creeping backward, but with 2 broken legs in one hand. How could he outrun 4 strong and tall SWAT officers? He was soon caught and pinned to the ground. Mentally ill people usually say they're not mentally ill. Song's sickness reminded with a smile. You fart. Don't you dare arrest me. You'll regret it. I can't breathe. You guys are abusive. I'm going to sue you. You're done. Stone and Jimmy froze. And when they looked at Song's sickness, who had started it all, they went crazy. Their eyes scarlet. Hard to accept. This is outrageous. Totally an ending they didn't see coming. Tie it up. Yi Tian, however, did not talk nonsense and directly ordered again. The 4 SWAT officers, then, began to tie the 2 men securely to the stretcher with not very professional maneuvers. Let go of me. My real identity is a Prince of Gaul. If you dare to capture me, my father will not let you go. It wasn't until the moment he was lifted up that Stone finally got scared and swung around to reveal yet another layer of his hidden identity. If you don't say anything else, you're really screwed if you get caught in a mental institution. However, what he didn't know was that paired with this frantic struggling look of his at the moment, this statement is more like mental illness. Gag them both and carry them back for increased treatment. Song's sickness sighed and shook his head. Stone and Jimmy, woo-woo, until their mouths were gambled on and the 2 swung wildly, utterly desperate. Yet at that moment, the dawn appeared. Not realizing the gravity of the situation, the 499 female pride stepped forward. The brunt of this is 996. She raised her cell phone camera and disliked Song's sickness in Yi Tian. Furious. Good. So you guys are in cahoots. I've videotaped it, and if you guys mess with it, I'll expose you. 999 followed. It's not too late to release them or you'll regret it. 998 looked at Song sick angrily and said, You lower-head man. You hit someone and then arrest them. You'll get what's coming to you. With a fearless face, 997 stood on the moral high ground. Yes, sisters, don't be afraid. We are girls. I just don't believe that they'll dare us to arrest them too. Song's sickness. He had never heard such a request in his life. Satisfaction. It has to be ruthless. Lieutenant Yi. I just missed it. Arrest these 4 women as well. The corners of Song's sick mouth rose slightly as he added. They're also mentally ill. So bring them back and I'll cure them on the way. Yes, Dean. Still without the slightest hesitation, Yi Tian directly gave a wink to several special police officers. He'd been looking at these 99 girls with displeasure for a long time. To be able to lick like that, you must be very sick. Can Dr. Song's diagnosis be wrong? Seeing the 4 tall SWAT officers really didn't hesitate to walk towards them. The faces of the 499 women who were arrogant and confident in the last second instantly changed, threatening as they retreated. What are you doing? I'm warning you, you mustn't mess around. We're videotaping and you'll regret it if you do. We're girls. If you arrest us, we'll call the police. Aha, in the lungs. Strong alkali. I don't live. Seeing that the threat was useless, the 499 women spilled and rolled on the spot. However, this tried and true trick is a joke in the absence of legal constraints. The 4 SWAT officers were easily subdued and bundled onto a stretcher. As for the cell phones threatened by the 499 women, they had long since been smashed to smithereens. Too old for this, stupid and looking for death. The surrounding people who witnessed the whole thing froze. No, it should be looking at Song's sickly awesome. Plus cool. Quite a few people seemed to recognize Song's sickness, and their gazes sizzled. In the next second, thunderous applause erupted from the scene. Good catch. Mud. After all this time it turns out they're all mentally ill. I said why so angry and shameless? This kind of mental illness should be arrested and properly treated, so as not to plague others and blacken the country. It's best not to let it out. Rule hard. Dean Bullpen. Leave an address and we'll notify you if we see this psycho again. Ha ha ha. It's a great pleasure for the guys to play dumb and follow along. It's cool. It's so damn cool. No, don't arrest me. I'm not mentally ill. I was wrong. I'll never dare again. Seeing this battle, the 999 women bound to the stretcher were the first to be afraid and cried out in aggravation. Followed by 998 female. I was wrong too. I don't know those two old crooks. We're not in this together. I just kissed them. I'll never dare again. 997 female. Oh, I'm not mentally ill. I don't want to be locked up in a mental institution. I'm an Manhwa woman. We're compatriots. You can't do this to me. The 996 female also thought of her boyfriend at this time, so she looked at Wang Wu in the crowd and cried in complaint. I'm your girlfriend. Believe it or not, I'll break up with you. At this moment, the 499 women were finally afraid. No more of the knee-jerking and arrogance of just now. However, in the face of the 99 women's sudden plea for mercy, the crowd laughed without the slightest bit of pity, countering with the arrogant attitude of the 4 women just now. He scolded back. "I shucks. It's too late to realize it's wrong." No, it's not that they know they're wrong. They're just scared. Give them another chance and they'll lick again. Touching our Manhwa girls with blackness. These shameless women are really sick. They should be treated properly. Bitch to the bone. If this were in ancient times, piggy bank immersion would be cheap. Gag them all and carry them all away. Not bothering to listen to the 4 women's cries for mercy, Yi Tian directly ordered icily. Chapter 149 on the highest level of dog licking. Wait. Just as Yi Tian ordered the team to close, Wang Wu in the crowd reacted and actually really gritted his teeth and rushed out to protect the 996 female. Then he looked at Song Sickness and Yi Tian and begged bitterly. 2 leaders, can you let my girlfriend go? She already knows that she's wrong, and I'm sure she won't do it again in the future. Oh, damn Wang Wu. Why did you come out just now, causing me to be bullied by them? If you don't let them release me today, we'll break up. Seeing Wang Wu finally come out, 996 female also cried out in aggression, habitually venting her full of aggression on this licking dog who had loved her for 8 years. Song Sickness and Yi Tian froze. The crowd, however, was abuzz. Shake it, dude. You're okay. You still want this kind of woman? That's right. This kind of woman is cheap to the bone. How can she repent? Today she dares to let old crooked kiss. Tomorrow she dares to give it for nothing. Brother, listen to my advice. We have plenty of good girls in Manhwa. Why hang yourself on a tree? 1 daughter-in-law affects 3 generations. This thing is estimated to break your family's lineage. The people did not understand at all, but they still advised Wang Wu bitterly. However, they had ultimately underestimated the infatuation of licking dogs, only to see that in the face of the 996 woman's abuse, Wang Wu apologized vigorously while shielding it, his gaze still firm and pleading. Please, leave her alone. I know the implications of her behavior today are bad and I'm having a hard time accepting it, but I don't know why. I just love her. I'm willing to tolerate everything about her, and after today's lesson, I'm sure she'll change in the future. Song Sickness, Yi Tian, live audience. Only then did the crowd react. This dude boiling goat himself Seeing that the situation was bad, the 996 female's eyes flickered and she followed suit, apologizing in aggression. Oh. Yes, I'll change. I won't dare to do so again. Darling, you must find a way to save me. I'll make a good life with you from now on. Love only you. When Wang Wu heard this, his eyes lit up and he was instantly filled with strength. He chased the 996 woman for 8 whole years, during which time he took care of each other in every way and longed to sensitize each other with love. Today the 996 woman miraculously agreed to be his girlfriend. This would have been great news for him, but what he didn't expect was a first date tonight. The one and only in his heart was casually kissing 2 old crooks, and desperately trying to defend 2 old crooks, became the hero of the event, the object of much scorn. And before that, the 996 female had never even let him touch her hand, let alone kiss her mouth. Says she's not a woman to be taken lightly. In that moment, his heart broke, but the moment he was faced with the 996 female pity shouting at him, his broken heart was somehow broken again, so stepped forward. And now that he was faced with such a oath from the 996 female, he was completely sunk again. See, this is love. Leave him alone and take him away. Yi Tian couldn't take it anymore and interrupted with a cold voice. A 7-foot man from Manhwa. What's wrong with being a lickspill? And ing licked it to this point. Don't come over. I'll fight anyone who dares to bully my girlfriend. Who knows that the next second, full of power, Wang Wu did not know where to pull out a short knife. Incarnated pure love, god of war. Successfully forced back the police want to go forward. The crowd of SWAT officers stood at attention. Wang Wu, however, continued to cry and beg. Please, if you want to arrest me, arrest me. I'm willing to trade myself for her safety. When 996 female heard this, her eyes glowed, and she actually followed suit and nodded in favor. Ah yes, 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 arrest him, do whatever you guys want with him, just let me go. Seeing this, the crowd at the scene was shattered in 3 ways. That's something to see today. Boiling Goat has to pass cigarettes when he sees them. Song Sickness stood out at this time and smiled as he looked at the 996 female. You may not have that chance anymore. And to tell you very responsibly, even if you were released, you wouldn't be able to live. What do you mean? Could you still be lawless and kill us? The 996 women laughed, and the other 99 women followed with a sneer. They felt that Song Sickness had allowed these people to arrest them, and at most, they would only be able to lock them up for a period of time. Never dare to do anything to them. In that case, I may have some more bad news for you. These 2 old crooks actually have a disease on them, or an infectious disease worse than AIDS. Unfortunately, because of your generosity, kissed them. So, you've won the lottery. Song Sickness pronounced the sentence in as gentle a tone as possible. When these words came out, the scene was quiet. The hearts of the onlookers on the road trembled, in doubt of the truth of this statement. Oh, mental illness and infectious diseases again. Coaxing a 3-year-old? False accusations without a better reason. You think we'll believe it? The 499 ladies even laughed out coldly, completely disbelieving. However, what they didn't notice was that when Song 6 said those words, the Boundstone and Ginny's pupils suddenly shrunk. Don't worry, you guys will soon believe it. Song Sickness wasn't surprised by the behavior of several people. It's these people who don't cry until they see the coffin. At the same time, Yi Tian, who was on the side, looked at Song Disease with a grave expression. Dean, are these words true? Do I look like I'm joking to you? Song Sickness looked at the other party with a smile. Yi Tian's heart trembled, and immediately his complexion turned cold as he looked at the crowd and seriously opened his mouth. I now announce that this is a matter of great importance, and that it may be a viral attack by the evil forces of the Crooked Kingdom against my country oven. All these people involved at the scene were taken away for investigation and thoroughly investigated these 2 assholes. Meanwhile, continue to track down other women they've kissed and people they've had affairs with. Not one of them, Yi Tian said, drawing his pistol to prove the importance of the matter. He believed that Song Sickness wouldn't joke about such a thing. The crowd of onlookers saw this and their hearts trembled. Could it be true? Even the hearts of the 499 women were apprehensive. But they still don't believe it's true. Soon, a few SWAT officers thundered in and were able to control the knife-wielding Wang Wu with ease. However, Wang Wu was like a man possessed with a demon, shouting madly, "Let go of me. She is my girlfriend. Even if I get sick I love her and will die with her. You will never take her from her, never." Yi Tian breathlessly skimmed the guy. "Throw him away." Wang Wu became even more frantic. Don't, please arrest me too. The snack she's going to eat at night can't be spicy. I have to go in and take care of her. Song Sickness, get him in there too. This guy is sick as hell, and I've got to cure him. Song Disease was convinced by Wang Wu's spirit and decided to give the guy a good free checkup. It's awesome. Maybe it's really some rare mental illness. Yes, Dean. Only then did Ji Tian order to pull Wang Wu onto the vehicle along with him as well. Thank you, great benefactor. Wang Wu looked towards Song Sickness, grateful in a clinical manner. Song Sickness, D. With that, for Song Sickness, the storm was suspended for the time being, but Yi Tian had his hands full, because there are still 999 women to arrest. Otherwise, once they are let loose, these 99 women, the ones who will end up suffering will be the honest ones. Chapter 150, worried Zheng Taizhu, Stone and Jimmy, the 499 girls, and King with the lickspittle, were all escorted to the car in droves just like that. Of course, Wang Wu jumped on it for his own pleasure. Together, they were taken to the Scent Disease Psychiatric Hospital to await veterinarian Song's treatment and trial. The blockade was lifted and the crowd of onlookers was able to disperse. Many people looked deeply at Song Sickness and even praised Song Sickness a few times from afar, which satisfied them before they left. Today they can count on witnessing a great and exciting foreign movement and a storm against blackmail. There are also many girls who have been given a wake-up call by this incident. You can't be as casual as those 99 girls in the future. Might get arrested in a mental institution. What are you gawking at? Let's go. Song Sickness turned back to AI Little Beast, who had been looking at himself in a daze, and he interrupted with a smile. AI Shao Beast reacted and hurriedly followed Song Sickness. The two disappeared together into the limelight. Soon enough, Song Sickness re-entered the Sending Sickness veterinarian shop that had been away for a long time. The roll-up door opens and the layout of the store remains the same as it was in the old days. The difference is that it's much cooler. Even the little disabled pets that were previously cured by Song Disease Rescue are gone. Except for a couple of pets in the corner that someone else is fostering for therapy. Song Sickness looked at AI Little Beast in confusion. The little disabled pets you rescued have been adopted by a lot of nice people who love dogs and cats. AI Little Beast explained. Wanted is gone too? Song Sickness froze, unable to help but think of the first little earth dog he had rescued. When he first started, he took Wanted around to find small pets to rescue for the sake of merit. That little guy got quite a bit of credit. Want. As he was talking, a large earth dog with a collar ran down from the second floor. When he saw Song Sickness, he excitedly wagged his tail, spat out his tongue, and pounced on Song Sickness, even with a hint of aggrieved sobbing. As if to say again, what took you so long to come back? Do you know how I've spent the last 6 months? Good fellow. What are you eating to grow so big? Song Sickness was equally hard to hide his surprise, because at this moment, Wang Kai was no longer the skinny little dog he was at the beginning. It's become a half dog. The fur is shiny and it's put on a lot of weight. It's just Wanted in the store now. AI Beast laughed. Knowing that Wang Kai was the first pet Song Sickness rescued, she naturally didn't let anyone else claim it. Besides, she kind of liked the groundhog. There is spirituality. It's a good way to jerk off when you're tired. And it's a good way to unwind. Aishabi smiled slightly at Wang Kai. In the next second, the aggrieved crying Wang Kai immediately went docile, obediently crawling to AI Little Beast's feet and licking up his shoes. Song Sickness was surprised and curious as to how AI Little Beast was trained. How can Wang Kai become so good? If he remembered correctly, Wanted was quite afraid of AI Little Beast at first. Right, Master? After you left, there were still a lot of pets that I couldn't cure, so business just gradually went downhill. I was the one who was too stupid to learn many of the ways you treated me before. AI Little Beast lowered his head in aggravation, like a child who had done something wrong. It's okay, change to a bigger hospital this time, and the master will continue to teach you something different about healing. How about a pay raise for you too? How about 100,000 a month? Song Sickness smiled faintly, naturally not blaming it. He's good because he's using the system, and he'll be damned if he can learn it. Thank you, Master. AI Little Beast's beautiful eyes brightened slightly. It didn't matter if it was money or not. She just really enjoyed following Song's illness and healing. Wang Kai followed suit with 2 happy cries, and then continued to bury his head in his shoes and lick them. Get cracking. We'll close for now after these last few orders. Sung Sik swept one last look at the vet's office where this dream had begun. There's obviously no time to continue the business now. The patients who were sent to the sick psychiatric hospital are still waiting for him. Thus, Song Sickness and AI Little Beast, as well as Wang Kai, continued as they had done in the past, and began rescuing the several pets that had been fostered for treatment in the corner, and sent them back with a start and a finish. This busyness came most of the night. Let's go. Let's eat. What do you want to eat? Song Sickness in the car asked with a smile. But when the question was asked, he knew what AI's Little Beast would answer next. No need to wonder. It must be a chicken. Chicken, AI's Little Beast gulped and said, full of anticipation. Knowing that Song Sickness is back, he's got himself another mouthful. You girl, you really love chickens. I really suspect that you're just a vixen reincarnated. Song Sickness bitterly smiled and shook his head, but still drove with AI Little Beast and Wang Kai, and arrived at a 5-star hotel within the first ring. A 5-star hotel. Get a presidential suite and just order all kinds of chicken. Intend to satisfy this ninny hard. Thank you, Master. You are so good to the little beast. Aisha Beast's beautiful eyes were glowing, and after swallowing her saliva, she opened up. Eat slowly. There's enough. Song Sickness smiled helplessly. Some sweating. That night, the 2 men and the dog then settled for a night's rest at the hotel. It was only the next day that he was rushed back to the psychiatric hospital. Just outside the courtyard, he saw a number of luxury cars parked. In the courtyard of the yard, even more people have long been seated. There was no need to doubt that they were all here to see him. At this time, Zheng Taizhu also rushed over, just about to say something. The first time he saw Ai Xiaobei's soulful and lovely face, he froze again. Bean's head spun rapidly. And who is this? How come his brother is always surrounded by all kinds of beautiful women with different temperaments? Not being able to think too much, Zheng Taizhu hastily averted his gaze and looked at Song Disease, saying somewhat anxiously, Brother Song Disease, these people seem to be here to see you. We are all veterinarians. How can we cure them? Don't be afraid. In fact, your brother's my main profession is indeed a veterinarian, but I can also moonlight as a human healer. Song Sickness smiled and comforted Zheng Taizhu. Reacting to it, he continued with a worried face. And also, last night, Yi Tiangora came with a group of people. Among them, there were 2 old crooks who reacted fiercely. In your absence, Brother Yip Tin sent me to get a tranquilizer. I said I'd only give shots to animals, Brother Yitian just said that the two old crooks are just animals and will die if they don't fight. So I had to tough it out and give them both the shot with the same shot tube I usually use for cows and horses. It should be fine, right? Upon hearing this, Song's sickness slightly froze, then smiled and praised. Well done. Those are but really beasts. Don't worry about fighting. It's fine. Really? But they're obviously human. With Song Disease's encouragement, Zhang Tieju's taut spirit loosened up quite a bit, but he was still worried. No, Pillar, they're just in human skin. I'll show you later. Song's sickness patted his opponent's shoulder, knowing full well that Liandu will experience all kinds of sordid humanity. But he still wanted to bring Zhang Taiju to follow him to the city. It wasn't that he wanted Zhang Taiju to help himself. Rather, he wanted this rural boy, who was simple and kind by nature, to go through all this earlier under his protection. See the sinister nature of human nature early. Song's sickness didn't want this rare and good brother of his to be framed for his kindness in the future. Repeat your own mistakes, especially since Zhang Taiju was still carrying a huge sum of $100 million he had given him. Giving Zhang Taiju a comforting look, Song's sickness then took a step toward those waiting. No need to be skeptical. These are people with connections in the upper class. It's impossible for an ordinary person to know where he lives at once. And when Song's sickness glanced around, he saw almost all of the high-ranking rich and powerful people who had come to greet him with gifts yesterday. Even met an old acquaintance, Ma Yutsai, president of ANU. Chapter 151 Good news from Ma Yutsai. Today's Ma Yutsai has long since lost the grace of the former lesson dismissal Song Disease, looking yellow and thin from the liver cancer. I guess I only have a year and a half to live. If the other party had been nicer to Song's sickness in the first place, or even given Song's sickness a chance to explain, Song's sickness will probably warn about it out of the goodness of his heart, because at that time, Ma Yutsai was only in the early stages of liver cancer. There was still a possibility of cure. It was a pity that the other party didn't give Song's sickness the chance, and at the same time, didn't give himself a chance. Realizing that Song's sickness was looking at him, Ma Yutsai's heart trembled and he immediately greeted him with another amiable smile. However, just as he took 2 steps out, Song's sickness indifferently withdrew his gaze, as if he had just casually swept his eyes at the stranger. Ma Yutsai was suddenly embarrassed in place, and Song Disease had long since looked at the other rich and high officials who had greeted him. Anyone arriving on the scene, whether in terms of stature or status, was invariably above Ma Yutsai. Among them were a number of those who had planned to travel to Ligua to seek medical treatment for Song Disease. However, they did not expect that Song's sickness had returned to Manhwa all of a sudden, which was obviously much more convenient for them. Ma Changong, the richest man in Haidu, Divine Dr. Song, we're here to seek medical treatment. We know all your rules. Internet giant Chu Zhongtian, I've had this old problem for many years. As long as you can cure me, money is not a problem. Wei Quan, mayor of Andu, haha, the deeds created by Dr. Song in Ligua are as good as thunder. I believe that our minor illnesses will not be a problem in front of him. The crowd of Ngwa bigwigs were extraordinarily respectful and polite when they saw Song Disease. All of them had come to seek medical treatment, and all of them were well aware of Dr. Song's influence in the medical world today. Who in their right mind would dare to show off? Again, the congregation is almost always not short of money. The average family in Anguilla has $5 million in assets. You think you're kidding? That only means you're too young. Don't worry, as long as you can be cured, Mr. Song will do his best to save you all. Song's sickness smiled faintly, naturally not refusing to send money at his door. In Ligua, he had saved many rich Angwa people who came to his door for medical treatment. Moreover, he had already discovered several rare diseases in several of the old rich men. So, Song Disease immediately started the healing process. With today's reputation on the line, Song's sickness does a lot less superficial work. No matter what kind of disease he is suffering from, he will be stabbed with a silver needle, stabbed and then collected, and finally prescribed a few pairs of tonic Chinese medicines to fix it. Naturally, I don't forget to blackmail them hard. Of course, the big boys who saw immediate results paid each and every one of them with smiles on their faces, not only paying willingly, but also full of gratitude. As for Ma Yutsai and a few of the ANU school leaders who followed, they all waited obediently and didn't dare to disturb. However, he was also intimidated by Song's sick status and position today. Zhang Taiju looked at this scene and was similarly stunned, finally realizing why his Song's sick brother was so rich. It's too easy to make money, isn't it? Ai Xiaobeast sat on the bench, crossing her long legs, jerking her Wangkai, and looking at Song's sick, her beautiful eyes twinkling. Hey, are you my master's disciple too? Seeing that the Song Disease was almost over, Ai Xiaobeast's beautiful eyes turned to curiously look at the somewhat naive Zhang Taiju. No, I'm his brother. Zhang Taiju waved his hand somewhat shyly. He was nervous and shy when he saw a woman. and he did not dare to look directly at her. Not to mention the fact that AI little beast is still beautiful and bubbly. You're my master's brother? You even look older than my master, alright? AI little beast was deeply surprised. No, I'm from the table, Zhang Taizhu hurriedly explained with a naive smile. The two then began to talk. Of course it's all about the perky little beast of AI taking the initiative. Eventually, both learned who each other was, also have a name for each other. Then from now on, you can call me Sister Little Beast. If there's anything you don't understand, Sis will teach you. AI Shao Beast smiled generously and reached out to pat Zhang Taizhu's shoulder. Thank you Little Beast sister, Zhang Taizhu obediently called out. On this side, Sung Sickness finished curing all the various bigwigs who had come to seek treatment. When collecting the money, Song Disease naturally and courteously wanted to invite the people into the mental hospital to sit down. But everyone laughed and refused to run. Just kidding. The prison-converted mental hospital reveals nothing but an eerie atmosphere. Who dares to sit? They come to see the doctor with all the courage they can muster. In this regard, Song Sickness did not force the issue. It was supposed to be polite and courteous. Of course, these people would have no problem staying for 2 days if they really wanted to. Anyway, it was big enough, and there were plenty of cells, wards, stretching, cushioning the discomfort of absorbing so much disease. Only then did Song Sickness slowly turn his gaze and landed on the several people who had been waiting for Ma Yutsai. Seeing Song Sickness looking at him, Ma Yutsai then hurriedly brought a few school leaders along with a smile. Oh, Student Song, Divine Dr. Song. Congratulations on the many world honors you've achieved in Ligua. As soon as Ma Yutsai came up, he immediately praised and bragged. A few school leaders followed close behind. Yes. Your study abroad this time not only shook the medical world, but also showed the Chinese medicine handed down from our old ancestors to the whole world. Let the world recognize the greatness of our Chinese medicine. It is simply a glory for the country. It is the pride of Manhwa and our Andu University. That's right. You endured the world's skepticism, courageously demonstrated our Angua's self-confidence, and ultimately created such a great achievement for the ages. We are really proud and honored of you. I believe that ANU will be a better place because of your selfless contribution. Ma Yutsai and a few school leaders couldn't stop blowing. It was as if some kind of talent had been stimulated. All sorts of smallpox. Even the tone is like reciting poetry. All sorts of words of praise and self-indulgence are used with ease. Song Sickness. It feels like it's back to the various brainwashing chicken soup sessions at the lectern. Stop. I'm good. I know, but that doesn't seem to have anything to do with your ANU, does it? Have a few of you forgotten that I was expelled from ANU a long time ago? It's still President Ma's personal order that bans me from ever setting foot in ANU again for life. Song Sickness interrupted with a smile. Otherwise I really don't know how long these guys are going to blow it. He sort of knew why Ma Yutsai had shouted for these school leaders to follow him. I'm sure it's a leader. I know the segment as soon as it's out of the mouth. Interrupted by Song Sickness's merciless revelation. Ma Yutsai and a few school leaders were all embarrassed at once. It just felt like a slap in the face. They had thought that if Song Sickness was willing to return to the country, they would forget about it. But I didn't realize that the other party still remembered it and remembered it so clearly. It's even more unceremoniously in your face, not giving them any face at all. However, thinking of his own body, as well as the future of ANU, Ma Yutsai gritted his teeth and still had a thick skin, and continued to smile apologetically. Student Song, knowing too that this is all a misunderstanding, we have revoked all disciplinary actions against you and restored your enrollment in ANU. Now you're our ANU student again. Several leaders followed suit and rounded off. That's right. We always believe that justice may be late, but it will never be absent. Chapter 152 Dr. Song's Advice. Also, one more piece of good news. Between your excellent performance in Li and creating numerous achievements, our school, through a meeting, has unanimously decided that you will be presented with all of ANU's outstanding student medals, as well as prizes, and you are being promoted to the youngest honorary professor at our university. So I wanted to invite you back to campus to give a talk and share your success, and the school's great care for you. Ma Yutsai continued to laugh. Upon hearing this, Song Sickness, with a strange expression on his face, looked at the other party and asked with a curious smile, Headmaster Ma, do you think that, as I am now, I still need these things? And what's with the bull speeches? The successes? The school's good work? Don't you want to lose your face? Ma Yutsai was instantly dumbfounded. Before coming here, he naturally had long investigated the sensation that Song Sickness had caused in the Li Kingdom. In addition to his world-shattering medical skills, he is a top honorary professor at the world's #1 university, SJO University. Just why did he even say it? Because it's the best deal he can come up with. Now, These seemingly honorable identities have long been unworthy of the name of today's Song Divine Doctor. Dr. Song, Divine Dr. Song. It was me who was confused before, jumping to conclusions without figuring out what happened and haphazardly imposing the punishment of expulsion on you. Failure to do your job as a principal. I apologize for that. And I'm here to apologize and implore you to come back to our ANU again. The future of ANU needs you. After a few moments of stiffness, Mayutsai finally completely dropped his face, lowered his head, and uttered the apology that was half a year too late to Song's sickness. Even more so, he changed his address to Divine Dr. Song. Principal Ma, you're wrong again. The one you should apologize to is the wrong Song sickness from half a year ago, not the current Dr. Song. Song Disease sat down, wearing a white coat, temperament overriding, looked at the other side, like a superior pronouncement, because, now the Song Divine Doctor. Only people flatter. No one dares to wrong again. Not to mention no more apologies from you. Song Disease's words were calm, but they were like ice spikes, piercing hard into Mayutsai's hearts. A few people's bodies trembled, and they stiffly looked up, their faces pale as they looked at Song Sickness, whose temperament had now changed drastically. They opened their mouths slightly, but could no longer say a word. Yes, the current Dr. Song has long been recognized as the #1 divine doctor in the world. This shines brighter than any honor. What need is there for their added honor? And why should they apologize? If it wasn't for Song Sickness reception, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be qualified to meet, right? But, the former Song Disease, where are they going to find it? Mayu's body was trembling. Song 6 dark sarcasm left him speechless. Remorse, self-deprecation, and shame. All sorts of emotions flooded the mind. At this moment, he couldn't wait to give himself a few slaps on the spot, cursing himself for being old and stupid. In his inherent mindset, in anguish, once a student is given a sanction on his back, plus expulsion, that student is basically declared finished, never to be seen again. Especially when the student has risen from the bottom. A single disciplinary action is enough to destroy all his efforts and send him to the abyss of hell. That's what he thought at the time. So face the pressure of Netstorm in the first place, as well as certain big names. And seeing Song 6 ordinary rural status, he didn't even think about it and just disciplined and fired Song Sick. In the simplest way possible, destroy Song Disease and preserve the honor of ANU. But never thought that the former poor student whom he had expelled at will and decided would have no future, would have fled to a foreign country. It is even more so to create such a world-shattering and brilliant achievement. And he, as a principal, instead of tapping such talent beforehand, it's more like disciplining and firing such a genius. He has personally buried the chance of Andover University to become a world-renowned university. Song Sickness, you actually buried yourself. If he had investigated further at the time, if he had given Song Sickness a chance at that time, if he had stuck to his duties as a principal at the time, countless ifs flashed through Mayuzai's mind. But he no longer had the face to say them. Faced with Song Sickness' overbearing aura, Mayutsai sighed as if he had aged dozens of years. He waved his hand in disappointment and let a few of the school leaders leave first. He himself trembled as he took out a World Bank card and looked at Song Sick again, humbly praying, Divine Dr. Song, if you don't want to go back to an university, we won't force you. Now I'm just begging you for a cure in my personal name. He had just witnessed the consultation fee for the Song Disease cure, moving in small targets. And that money is almost all the savings he's accumulated in his life. The idea was to invite Song Sickness back to ANU and salvage the relationship so Song Sickness could give him a free cure. This eliminates this huge expense. That was why he had come so urgently to invite Song Sickness. But with Song Sickness' attitude today, it's clearly impossible. So, in order to stay alive, he had to take out his savings. However, in the face of Mayutsai handed the money, Song Disease did not go to pick up. There's money he won't want. There are merits that he does not care to receive. I'm sorry, Principal Ma, forgive my incompetence, but I can't cure you, Song Sickness said bluntly. In fact, for Mayutsai to expel and discipline him, he can understand, and it does not matter to hold a grudge. After all, the public opinion at that time is like this. Only, the last thing Mayukai should be, as he begged the other man not to tell his parents about it. The other side has clearly promised, but as soon as he left on the front foot, he immediately called Song-in to complain on the back foot, so much so that it caused Song-in and Lu Su to suffer so much gossip. It was even a close call because of it. It could be said that Mayukai was then so high and mighty that he was mercilessly deprived of the last vestige of dignity he had at that time. More than that, he deprived himself of the opportunity to live. May I ask, is it possible for Song Disease to treat such a person? It's good enough for the dying old man not to send some sick. Why? Is it because you hold a grudge because I disciplined and fired you? Mayutsai's old body trembled, and his face clouded over with it. He instantly heard that Song Sickness just didn't want to heal him. because he was aware of the case of Dr. Song curing terminal liver cancer. Only what he could never guess was that the reason Song's sickness didn't treat him was because of his backstabbing in the first place. Principal Ma, you think highly of yourself. When I say you're hopeless, but I can give you some advice. Song's sickness scoffed coldly. A little Ma Yutsai is worthy of holding a grudge against him? Ma Yutsai was startled by Song's 6 eyes, which looked at him like he was looking at a poor man. Gulping, Ma Yutsai still asked urgently, what suggestion? Bow your head more often and look at the children of your own country. These are the people who are the seed of Ankaku, and within them there are many former Song's sicknesses who need help. They may need to take out loans to afford this college. On the other hand, those so-called talented students you imported, in order to show some bull ****** face, give all kinds of super high welfare preferential treatment, but they are ultimately the seed of other countries. You cannot raise. You should have half a year of life left. Use it well to do something a real principal should do, and maybe you'll be a human again in your next reincarnation. Song's sickness couldn't have been more serious about sending advice. Instead, Ma Yutsai's mouth was wide open, frozen in place. However, Song's sickness had long since gotten up and left, leaving the other party alone to continue standing there. Chapter 153, The Terrible Speed of Spreading. Looking at the back of Song's sickness leaving, Ma Yutsai looked complicated, but still trembling, picked up the savings that had been saved for most of his life, and left in despair. Song Disease's words had undoubtedly sentenced him to death. In the whole world, if Dr. Song says he can't cure a terminal illness, who else can? And as soon as Ma Yutsai left in front of him, a long line of psychiatric arrest vehicles drove into the mental hospital. It was even followed by several large military prison vans. Such a huge formation, at least have to pull on 1,000 people. Do not know that thought it was 2 countries fighting to pull prisoners of war. Definitely quite bombastic. Song's sickness had wanted to bring a little beast in Zhang Taiju to the backyard restaurant to eat, succeeded in getting caught up in the scene. At this time, the military vehicle in the lead stopped, and Yi Tian and several special police officers got off and walked over. A few people looked serious, but also more than a little tired. Seems to have been up all night. Dean, Marshallin has asked me to thank you on his behalf for your precise judgment this time, which prevented the spread of this disease with a conspiracy. As soon as Yi Tian came up, he solemnly gave Song Sick a military salute of thanks. So, all these people that just pulled in, they've been kissing those 2 old crooks? Song's sickness instantly drifted off and looked over at the car that was pulling inside the mental hospital. At the moment, from inside the car, you can still vaguely see a lot of XXN violently tapping on the window, venting all sorts of haughty little emotions. They don't seem to realize the gravity of the situation. That's right, those 2 old crooks were indeed instructed by an evil organization to come to Manhwa to spread the viral disease. We reported it to the marshal, and through authorization, the army was mobilized, and it took all night to capture those who were involved with those 2 old crooks, Yi Tian said, his face somber, then took out a tight list and handed it to Song Disease, continuing, above in addition to the other 996 women, and during the period of time with these women have had an affair with, are all captured together, a total of 346 people. Song's sickness looked at the list and the corners of his mouth twitched. Good lord, it spiked to over 1,300 in one night. These 99 women are simply a great means of natural spreading. No wonder those 2 old crooks want to spread it by doing that. Dean, the marshal also said that since you discovered this incident, the interrogation and disposition of it was left to you. Just leave the follow-up to the officials. Yi Tian continued to convey Marshal N's meaning. No problem. Let's eat first. Song Sick nodded in agreement. Not in a hurry. He naturally knew Marshal N's true purpose. For one thing, it was nothing more than to see if he could check again for more valuable information. After all, there is no one more specialized than him in this area. The second, naturally, was to expect that he would have the ability to cure this infection. But naturally, Song's sickness wouldn't do anything that was thankless. The only reason he agreed was because he was curious about the source of this rare secondary infectiousness, as well as looking at the disease. Based on brief contact with those 2 old crooked primaries, these secondary diseases are quite uncomplicated. The specifics require a more subtle touch of insight. That's a class 2 disease. 1 merit suck is 100, while the repetition can't be too high. Sucking in 3 or 5 should be fine. It's enough to increase the merit of 3 or 500. That's going to translate to a rare tier 1 disease. I wonder how many he's going to have to find in order to arrest these spreading source 99 women. Yi Tian and the others were also tired, so the group first came to the backyard restaurant of the Sending Sick Psychiatric Hospital. Being a psychiatric hospital, it is certainly well equipped with all sorts of things, like the aunt who cleans, an electrician who manages plumbing and electricity, and the cafeteria where the meals are managed. It's all fully organized. Otherwise what would this special forces unit led by Yeon eat? And the restaurant also has 5-star chefs and the meals are of the best standard. After eating, it was already afternoon before Song Sickness and his group set off for the room where they were being held. Meanwhile, inside the psychosis, in a room, the 499 women in Wangwu, who had insisted on following, were all locked up here. The 4 women were almost all curled up in the corner, each with extremely heavy dark circles under their eyes, no longer having the arrogance and haughtiness of last night, because last night, they heard the screams coming from the 2 old crooks next door. It's like killing a pig. This leads them to believe that Stone and Jimmy have been treated inhumanely. Baby, don't be afraid. I'll protect you, and if they want to hurt you in the slightest, they'll step over my dead body first. Wang Wu looked at the huddled 996 female with heartache, endured the cold, took off his own jacket to put it on the other party, and swore with a sea of assurance. However, in return, the 996 female was filled with disgust. Asterisk 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 off. Do you know you're annoying? 996 The woman accepts Wang Wu's code as a matter of course, but when Wang Wu tries to hug her, she kicks him mercilessly. Wang Wu ate the pain, but still climbed up full of guilt and apologized. It's me who's useless. I couldn't protect you well. You just realized you're useless? You're a piece of. The 996 female even glared at the licking dog in disgust and cursed in displeasure. Rubbish. Still following along? You think you're in a drama. Being a pure love warrior. Can't you think of a way to save me out there? Why are you such a dumbass? I'll tell you what. If those people come, you'll have to take the fall for me on any charges when the time comes, or I'll never love you again. We'll break up. Wang Wu firmly assured. Baby, don't worry. I will. I'm a man. It's only natural to protect my woman. The remaining 399 women saw this scene. There is no envy. I envy the 996 woman for meeting such a loyal lickspittle. Meanwhile, outside the gates, Song Sik had already put on his white coat, put his hands in his pockets, and watched silently for a long time through the one-way see-through glass installed on the door. The corners of his mouth twitched and twitched. AI little beast, who was following Song Sickness, and Yi Tian's few people similarly witnessed the scene. It was seriously suspected that the 996 woman had given Wang Wu some kind of mesmerizing soup. How can it be so outrageous? The simple and kind-hearted Zheng Taizhu was even more shocked by the 3 views, dumbfounded and grew his mouth. Open the door. Sighing, Song Sickness spoke faintly. The watching SWAT officer immediately stepped forward and opened the door to the room. Crunch! With the sudden opening of the room door, several people immediately looked over. The 996 female stopped her tirade, and with her 3 females all revealed a look of fear. Don't you come any closer. Don't you dare hurt my girlfriend. Wang Wu even stood up as a reflex and resolutely protected the 996 woman behind him. Baby, people are scared. You have to protect the good family. 996 The woman was also afraid to hide behind Wang Wu's back at this time, and immediately shouted baby again. As for the remaining 399 women, the lickspittles were not around, so they could only hold each other warm, but they still voiced their threats. 999 woman, you guys stay away. I have 8 boyfriends and they all love me. 998 female, I have a husband, and if you hurt me, he won't let you go. 997 female, I have a son. My son fixes plumbing. He's strong. Song Sickness, get this man out of here. In the meantime, be careful not to get kissed by these women. This disease is very similar to AIDS, but 100 times scarier. 100% lethality. Song Sickness didn't bother to even stay here for a second longer. Leaving behind a sentence, he turned around and left. 2 masked SWAT officers immediately stepped forward, alerting the 499 women. They grabbed at Wang Wu. Chapter 154, Severe Dog Licking Disorder. Seeing that the one to be arrested is actually himself, Wang Wu really did not expect, but he was relieved that it wasn't the baby that grabbed him. On the contrary, the 996 female, seeing the 2 SWAT officers was actually trying to arrest Wang Wu, immediately revealing his dislike, he loosened his tight grip on Wang Wu's hand and indifferently retreated to the side. Baby, it's okay, you don't have to worry about me or be afraid. I'll be back soon. Wang Wu was taken away, but he did not forget to comfort the 996 female. With that, Wang Wu was taken away and the door to the room was closed again. What to do? They won't come for real, will they? The 997 female was on the verge of crying. Humph. Sisters, don't be afraid. I don't believe they really dare to abuse us. The 999 women, however, immediately toughened up. That's right. I'm an internet celebrity. I have 1 million followers on my Douyin. When I go out, I'll expose their evil deeds. Let them know what I'm capable of. The 998 female gritted her teeth. Ooh, they're too much. We didn't just kiss 2 old crooked friends. What's wrong with us? 996 The woman cried out in direct commiseration. Don't cry. You at least have a boyfriend to protect you. The 999 female couldn't hide her envy and comforted. Humph. He's just a useless piece of trash waste. Hurry up and die. The sight of him makes me sick. Cough cough. 996 The female was distracted and said, as he spoke, he couldn't help coughing out. Ah, why are you getting a nosebleed? The 997 woman points in horror at the 996 woman. 996 The female molded, but it was really a nosebleed, and hastily wiped it up in a panic. Meanwhile, in a diagnostic room, there were only two people, Song Sickness and Wang Wu. Sick Song sat down in his seat and made himself a cup of coffee. After finishing a sip, he then looked at Wang Wu, who was standing, and smiled. Sit. I give my life if you wouldn't hurt her. Wang Wu apprehensively went up and sat down, still not leaving 996 the safety and security. Look me in the eye. Song Disease's eyes suddenly condensed, flashing with a different colored pupil light. Wang Wu was as if he had been electrocuted, frozen on the spot, staring blankly at Song Sickness. Song Sickness directly penetrated through Wang Wu's flesh and helped him probe up a little bit. It went on like that for 10 seconds or so after that. Anticipation finally sounded in Song Sick's head. Ding, rare secondary psychotic disorder detected. Named disease organism, licking dog. The delivery system is specifically named, severe dog licking disorder. Disorders, low self-esteem, loyalty, spiritual belonging, extreme belief in true love, bottomless licking, easy gratification, self-motivated. The end of the disease, no good death. Song Sickness, good lord, it's still there. Song Sickness called out straight to grip grass. If not, he carefully probed once, but also cannot find this disease, Lou. You boy. Shaking his head helplessly, Song Sickness merged his two fingers together and poked directly at his brow, accurately poking the diseased area. Wang Wu immediately trembled, and even more so, his face showed pain, as if undergoing some kind of mental torture. Ordinary people can't tell anything. However, under the vision of Song Sickness' forbidden pupil, a unique strand of black energy flowed from its brow shape into Song Sickness' two fingers. Ding successfully absorbed rare secondary mental illness, severe dog licking disorder. Merit plus 100. At some point, the black energy was absorbed and the system sounded as if his strength had been drained. Wang Wu fainted on the spot. Song Sickness managed to save a heavy licking dog on this. This sickness, too, was quite similar to the heavy surname addiction that Song Sickness had absorbed before. That same mental illness. It's only level 1, but it's extremely coveted for last name thrills. It's usually just self-congratulation. But heavy is not what these can satisfy. It's about seeking greater excitement. After absorbing Wang Wu's heavy dog licking, Song's sick spirit couldn't help but tremble. It was as if they were all affected. If it wasn't for the fact that his physique had now come to the 3rd level, he really wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Meanwhile, the unconscious Wang Wu gradually opened his eyes. There was little change to be seen on the outside, but the eyes were much purer. It's like a drug addict who quits instantly. Back on topic. Are you really willing to die for your girlfriend? Song Sickness took the initiative to ask. I wish. Subconsciously Wang Wu wanted to reply, but he froze. For some reason, the greed and obsession with 996 women is no longer in my head. Instead, they recalled all the behavior of the 996 women, various manifestations of distaste for him, various threatening calls against him, as well as kissing up to those two old crooks but looking proud and smug. At this moment, Wang Wu was like a bystander, watching the little bits and pieces of his relationship with the 996 female. His blank, pure eyes also went from disbelief, to anger, to shock. It seems hard to imagine. It's him? Grip. You. Wang Wu was just about to get angry, but he was the first to throw up. Damn how he can lick without a bottom for a female. Even if the other guy all kissed up to the old black guy and cuckolded him, he still thought it was acceptable? What is this behavior? You still haven't answered me if you're willing to die willingly for your girlfriend? Song Sickness continues to ask to help it recover. Pa, I'm willing a day. Wang Wu clapped his hands, angry with 6 gods, and finally came to say, I'm a ing. Seeing this, the corners of Song Sick's mouth rose slightly as he also stood up and extended his hand. Congratulations, you're cured. Wang Wu froze, reacted, and directly plopped down and knelt in front of Song Sickness. Thank you, for bringing me to my senses. You're welcome, you can be discharged. Song Disease smiled like a spring breeze, and he had to thank Wang Wu for licking out a secondary disease for him. Can't even get to level 2 for cancer AIDS. Wang Wu, however, was able to take a common dog licking disorder and lick it to the 2nd level. You can imagine how hungover he is. Thanks, but before I leave the hospital, I want to go say goodbye to my girlfriend. Wang Wu pleaded. Yes, but no one can get killed. Thanks, Dean. I'll definitely try to refrain, Wang Wu reverently assured. Just like that, Song Sik and Wang Wu walked out of the solo clinic. AI Little Beast and Yi Tian and the others had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Wang Wu again. For some reason, they always felt that this guy's temperament had changed. Is Song disease even a cure for licking dogs? The group returned to the room where the 499 women were being held. At this moment, the 4 women had long been agitated by the 996 woman's nosebleed. It's over. It's over. This is definitely a precursor to Jade syndrome. These people are finished, causing us to get Jade syndrome. Let us out. You people, you are illegally detaining us and violating our personal rights. What's wrong with us just being happy to give crooked people kisses? It's our right. What do you care? Yeah, what do you guys have low self-esteem for? Envy if you can't get it. That's all you've got. As soon as they arrived at the door, Song Sickness and the others heard the 499 women full of obscenities. Not ashamed, but honored. Shameful. Ridiculous. Yi Tian's face was embarrassed and he directly kicked open the door. Bang. The sudden burst of sound caused the 4 women to suddenly quiet down and look at Song Sickness and the others. The 4 women's gazes quickly noticed Wang Wu. Flashes of surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect Wang Wu to be fine. At this moment, Wang Wu's gaze was only looking at the 996 female, step by step towards each other. There is no longer the protection and love of yesteryear. There is just full of disgust and disillusionment. However, the 996 female didn't seem to notice this. Pointing at Wang Wu, he ordered mindlessly, "Damn Wang Wu, look at the nosebleed. If you still want me to be your girlfriend, shoot them and take me out. Otherwise, I'll hate you for the rest of my life." Chapter 155 Awakened Wang Wu. I may have to tell you the good news that Comrade Wang Wu has been cured, so he can be discharged later. Song Sickness announced to the 499 women with a smile. The 4 women were stunned, especially the 996 woman who ordered Wang Wu to stop her tirade. Unbelievingly, he looked at Wang Wu. You were able to get out? Right. Wang Wu continued to walk and nodded indifferently. So, you came willingly to replace me out there? 996 The woman did not notice anything wrong with Wang Wu, and her first thought remained that Wang Wu had come to save her. Eyes glowing, it was hard to hide the excitement. However, as a senior 99 female, naturally, she did not forget to draw a big cake, and arrogantly opened her mouth. Humph. Since this is the case, then people will grudgingly forgive you. Good job. If it was before, Wang Wu would have been so happy to hear such a little pampering that he would have been unable to find his way out of the room. But now, he only felt disgusted. Oh, I'll willingly replace you out there? Do you think you deserve it? Wang Wu forced down his anger and walked up to the 996 woman, sneering out coldly. A to the bone like you deserves to be locked up here for the rest of her life. If he hadn't promised Song Sickness that he couldn't get anyone killed, he would have hated to put this on the spot right now. What do you mean? Are you talking about me? The smile on the 996 woman's face disappeared and grew somber. It had never occurred to me that the always rebellious Wang Wu dared to scold himself. Wang Wu didn't speak again, but reached out his hand to take the clothes draped over the 996 woman. That's his jacket. This woman doesn't deserve it. Get your filthy hands off me. You trashy punk. You deserve to touch me? Damn Wang Wu. Immediately kneel down for me and say clearly, did you just curse me again? If you don't get down on your knees and make it clear today, you'll never get me to forgive you again. However, thinking that Wang Wu was going to lick herself again, 996 female pride backed away and pointed at Wang Wu before questioning him nonchalantly. Pa. Neil Nima, there is no need to endure anymore. Wang Wu threw out a large bib back and slapped the clamoring 996 woman down on the spot. 996 female clueless. Yes, she was confused. His brain buzzed and he looked at Wang Wu with an unbelievable face. This licking dog who had licked her for 8 years and been held at her whim for 8 years. Today, not only dared to scold her, but even dared to hit her? The few people watching at the doorway, Yi Tian AI Little Beast, also stared with wide gazes and open mouths. The same look of incredulity. Was this still the Wang Wu they knew? They thought of something and looked at Song Sickness in unison. The latter was found to have a calm face and didn't seem surprised. Hiss. Could Dr. Song really cure even licking dogs? That's horrible too. At this moment, several people's perception of Song Sickness was elevated again. After all, in the present world, lickers are basically incorrigible. Either you awaken or you shall not die. You dare to hit me? The 996 woman's incredulous voice instantly pulled back the crowd's gaze. Yi Tian's few people rushed to look at it, and their blood boiled. This ing tale of a proper lickspittle comeback is just around the corner, just short of a bucket of popcorn. Why don't you dare? A like you deserves a beating. Wang Wu disliked him in a domineering manner, and although his body was trembling, his soul had never been soothed before. This forced pocket was his redemption. Hit me again if you can? The 996 female widened her eyes and pouted threateningly. That's what you said, so I'll fulfill you. Wang Wu's face was fierce, and he directly jumped up and grabbed the 996 female's collar, which was left and right. Bigby Pocket serves it up, giving sound reasoning as he does so. Pa, this slap hits you for being ungrateful and hooking up. Pa, this slap hits you for cheating on your feelings and not wanting billion. Pa, this slap hits you for being a foreigner. Eye black and lowly. Snap. The sound of the great competition pocket shook the heavens, and Wang Wu wantonly declared his dedication over the past 8 years. Surprisingly, none of the pussies are innocent. This has been going on into half an hour. Wang Wu hard fanning thousands of forced pockets. Dust rose from the scene, and Wang Wu's hands have long been covered with foundation. When the dust clears, and you look at the 996 woman, her face has long since swollen into a pig's head, and her technological nose has long since collapsed. Plus without the wall of foundation to cover it up, it's just plain ugly as hell. Oh, dead Wang Wu. Stinky Wang Wu. You're done. Break up. In the future, no matter how much you beg me, you won't be able to get me to be your girlfriend again. The 996 female who was slapped dumb finally bawled, but still pointed at Wang Wu and hideously let out vicious words. Whenever she's broke or has her eye on a certain bag of jewelry, she'll find a random reason to be angry. Release this and Wang Wu will immediately apologize to her. She would then ask Wang Wu to kneel down for her and would not forgive until she promised to buy her various bags of jewelry. But today, that doesn't seem to be working so well. Girlfriend? Oh, I've been in love with you for 8 years. I've been selflessly giving to you for 8 years. And you've thought of me as your boyfriend? You just used me as your ATM and finally had enough fun before you agreed to be my girlfriend. Now you have the nerve to say such things? From the moment you unashamedly gave those 2 old crooks for nothing, we were done for. Wang Wu laughed coldly to himself and directly revealed. These would have been obvious, and even a number of friends and relatives had warned him about them, but at the time he was still licking dogs. And licking dogs, the best thing you can do is to comfort yourself and move yourself. Expect the 996 woman to come around when she gets tired of playing. But now that he is well, all is naturally clear. The 996 female body trembled, obviously not expecting Wang Wu to be able to say such words, but the humiliation of being beaten also made her gaze gloomy. So she simply broke the pot and mercilessly sneered and mocked at Wang Wu. Oh, so what if it is? A lowly trashy male like you is only worthy of this. To tell you the truth, in my eyes, is a worthless piece of? The only thing that serves you is your meager paycheck to be able to buy me something cheap. Ridiculous. Do you really think that buying me breakfast every day, greeting me with care every night, taking good care of me, taking care of me when I'm sick, saving money to buy me things, will touch me and make me die for you? Oh, wake up. You've been watching too many brain-dead TV shows, haven't you? All of this just makes me feel like you're even more cheap and useless, and it just makes me even more disgusted. To tell you the truth, during these 8 years, I have deliberately hung on to you, and during this period, I have taken a different man to a room every day. All they have to do is tease me a few times to make me happy and heartfelt, and I can spread my thighs and let them play train-turning tunnels as much as they want. And you, after licking me for so long, you're only good enough to touch my hand. What good are you? If I wasn't tired of playing and wanted a future meal ticket, would I agree to be your girlfriend? Ugh, you only deserve to be behind the hook. 996 The woman's words are not poisonous, venting all kinds of ugly inner thoughts. Wang Wu's face turned white, completely not expecting this woman to be even more disgusting and scary than he had imagined. But the good news is, he was saved. Looking back at Song's sickness, he took a deep breath, forced down the anger in his heart, and in true and utter despair stepped forward and picked up the jacket that all belonged to him. Then move on to 996 women. What are you going to do? You still want to hit me? The 996 female immediately stopped her catharsis and backed away with a slight change in her face, fearing that Wang Wu would hit her again. But Wang Wu just indifferently extended his hand and said, "Give me my paycheck card." 996 The woman froze slightly and hurriedly put her hand into her pocket, clutching the payroll card that belonged to Wang Wu. That's right. After she agreed to be Wang Wu's girlfriend, Wang Wu wholeheartedly surrendered all his savings to her that night. This includes the bride price of Wang Wu's parents selling their old house to marry her, a total of more than 100,000 it. She was caught and sent to a sick mental hospital before she could consume. No, it's your bride price for marrying me. Why should I give it to you? The 996 female took it for granted. If you've cheated me out of my dowry money, why should you give it back? Chapter 156, Terrible Secondary Diseases. Marry Nima. Even if I marry a pig, it's still better than marrying you. Wang Wu was too lazy to talk nonsense, directly on the truth. Rushing up, is a meal of truth serving. It's easy to grab the paycheck card that belongs to you, and a beating for nothing. On top of that, there are the bracelets, necklaces, and earrings that have been bought for 996 women over the past 8 years. Mud. It's a shock not to look at it. 996 female except her body that was played rotten. What other clothes and pants? Almost all of them were bought by Wang Wu's money. But Wang Wu only took what could still be sold for money. As for these dress pants, he didn't take any more. He's too dirty. Oh, Wang Wu, you're not a human being. You hit a woman. I'm going to expose you and let society see a lowly man like you. A scummy man. The 996 female was robbed of her urgency and was left to growl and curse. The 399 women next to them also revealed expressions of contempt. Family, who understands? Oh, shameless. Let's see if you can survive. Wang Wu sneered, tired of fighting and stopping in time, and was too lazy to look more at this woman who had harmed him for 8 years, turned right around and walked away. However, once he saw that Wang Wu had actually really stopped feeling sorry for her, no more pampering her like a warmonger, no more coming to her knees and apologizing as they used to do. It was even more ruthless to take away the $100,000 or so in savings. The 996 woman's heart felt like it had been stabbed, as if she had lost something important. She panicked instantly. Hurriedly, he pouted and prayed. Whoa, Wang Wu, I'm wrong, isn't it okay? Don't you leave me, I love you, I really love you. Will you give me back my paycheck card? Wang Wu did not look back again, came to the door, and plopped down and knelt toward Song Sickness. Then, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, he kowtowed 3 times in a row. Thank you for saving my life. I, Wang Wu, will remember you for the rest of my life. If you can't pay it back in this life, you'll pay it back in the next. Only after saying this did Wang Wu get up and leave, and from the beginning to the end, he didn't look at the 996 woman one more time. He's afraid of throwing up from nausea. The children are teachable, as are the men of Manhwa. Tian looked at Wang Wu, who straightened his back and left, nodded in relief, turned to look at a few Jiu women, and his face was gloomy again, painfully said, the forefathers shed blood, only to let us straighten up in front of those foreigners and powers, only to let my Manhwa women from bullying. Damn you women for taking the initiative to bend over and lift your legs, for fawning over foreigners and boasting of your inferiority. Facing Tian's stern and indignant military temperament, the 499 women were all shocked, but watching Wang Wu leave just like that, they also instantly exploded. 999 woman, let us go. We want to get out too. Why are you locking us up? 998 female, yeah, why should the guy get to go when we don't? 997 woman, what wrong have we done? Is it wrong for us to like freedom? 996 also climbed up in anger. Today, if you don't let us go, you're dead. You are soldiers, your duty is to protect us. I don't believe you dare to beat us. The 4 women ironically thought that Yi Tian and the others didn't dare to take them, so they directly got up and were about to break out. But in fact it did, and several masked SWAT officers had to team up to intercept it. No injuries to the 499 women. They are soldiers and their duty is to protect the country and protect the people. You are not being released because you really have an infectious disease, and I am afraid that if I let you out you will harm others. But since you don't like to stay here, when I find out what's going on, I'll naturally give you a different place. Song Sickness calmly explained to the 4 women. His mental institution. He really didn't like to keep such a group of people. I'll be damned. It's a mental illness and an infectious disease. Who are you scaring? The 999 woman laughed, with a disgusted look on her face. Yes, a kiss to the old crooked and you get a contagious disease? What's this about pandering to foreigners and dying of laughter? In my opinion, other people's old crookedness is tall and powerful, but much cleaner than you small-minded native men. The 998 female followed suit and mocked. 996 woman, I'd be happy even if I got a contagious disease. So what? You bit me? 997 female, hurry up and let us go. Don't worry guys, after this disgusting experience, there is no way that I will ever look for a man from my own country again in my life. Certain that Song Sickness and the others didn't dare to beat them, the 499 women were even more arrogant and unrestrained. Have fun however you want. You guys are just plain stupid. Yi Tian was speechless with anger for a moment. The idea was to have Song Sickness step in and find a way to save these people. After all, they're all Anhwa's women. As soldiers, it was their duty to protect the women of Manhwa. But these guys are unknowingly looking for death. Really? You guys are pretty brave then. I hope that later on, you'll be just as brave. Song Sickness wasn't half as angry. Why would he be angry at someone who was about to die? Instead, I kind of admire these women for being brave enough to face life and death head on. I just hope that later on, they will still be able to maintain this bravery. Lieutenant Yi, please invite their father here. Song Sickness turned back to Yi Tian and laughed. Yi Tian froze slightly, reacted, and hurriedly ordered down. Go and escort those two old crooks here. Yes. The two SWAT officers retreated, and within moments, pushed the $4.99 death or dads in from next door. At the moment Stone and Jimmy were still securely bound to the mental ward, and has awakened. Oh-hoo! Seeing Zhang Taiju again, the pupils of the two men suddenly shrunk. It was hard to hide their fear, and their buttocks subconsciously trembled non-stop, because this is the same guy who actually took that big syringe and sedated them last night. That's clearly for animals. Abuse. Abject abuse. The $4.99 girls didn't dare to make another sound when they saw the dad pushing in. With both hands in the pockets of his white coat, Song-sik calmly stepped forward and ripped off the tape that had stuck the two old crooked ones. Abuse? You guys are abusive. I'm going to sue you. I am the Prince of Gaul, and you are trying to start a war between the two countries. Have you forgotten the lessons of my Gallic Empire, which in the past invaded Yuan Kingdom's land and plundered Yuan Kingdom's women artifacts? You guys want to go through this again? Yes. What's wrong with us just playing with a few Anguo women? Or did they do it voluntarily, and we have to use force to subdue you? Once opened, Stone and Jimmy were full of threats. Saying whatever comes to mind seems like a real head case. Pa, shut the anus. One more word of nonsense and I'll make you never be able to speak. Song Disease frowned slightly, backhanded two forcing pockets to serve, while faintly opening his mouth. Stone and Jimmy's incisors were slapped on the spot, and they were briefly in direct concussion. Song's sickness seemingly lightweight forced pockets are no joke. The $4.99 women even had their pupils contracted and covered their mouths in shock. Apparently once again, he was shocked by how powerful Song's sickness was. However, once they thought that they were Anguo women, and Song Disease would definitely not dare to beat them, their hearts settled down again with confidence. Stone and Jimmy managed to close their anuses, and only then did Song-sik slowly extend both hands, close his eyes, and start feeling around from each of their heads. Knowing that Song's sickness was inspecting, Yi Tian hurriedly ordered the crowd to shut up so as not to disturb them. Under the contact of Song-sik's ghostly hand, a series of more detailed information about this secondary disease also flooded into Song Disease's mind at this moment. Song-sik's heart also clouded. Surprised by this secondary infectious disease, the disease delivery system officially names it, Class 2 Yellow AIDS Genetic Infectious Disease. Chapter 157, My name is Song. With a single character sick. Opening his eyes and withdrawing his hand, Song's sickness retraced his steps to his seat and sat down. Stone and Jimmy, who had been slapped around in a daze, also slowed down at this point. Looking at Song's sickness, there was no longer the arrogance and dominance that he had just shown. There was only fear. How can they be unafraid when a random forced pocket nearly sends them away? Song's sickness, actually, if I wanted to, half a forced pocket would be enough. Spare us. We apologize for our previous behavior and we will never molest an anguish woman again. As long as you let us go, we will leave immediately and never set foot in an kingdom again. Stone's mouth leaked open and blood quivered out of his mouth. Spare you? Song's sickness smiled and didn't bother to talk nonsense, directly opening the door and asking, Speak up, who ordered you to do this? And where was this virus created? Song Disease's words were like two ice-cold, bone-piercing steel needles that pierced the hearts of the two men at once. Stone and Jimmy's pupils instantly contracted, but they pushed down their hearts and pretended not to know. What virus? We don't know. Yes? Then let me refresh your memory. The corners of Song-sik's mouth hooked slightly as he stood up and strolled towards the two men while opening his mouth. It's a cool new infectious virus that looks like AIDS. The mode of transmission is almost similar to that of HIV, but it's hundreds of times scarier than AIDS. They are constantly attacking and altering the genetic sequence and immune system of the diseased body, like countless ants frantically remodeling your body structure, transform you to their liking. During this time you will be subjected to all kinds of unspeakable pain and suffering. Once the disease strikes, the lethality rate can be 100%, and it has several very scary features. For one thing, it is not lethal for black and white, but instead is fatal for yellow skin. Secondly, the virus can also invade the reproductive organs, resulting in the birth of offspring that also carry the virus. So, I have named this virus, the Yellow AIDS Hereditary Infectious Disease Virus. Song-sik's voice was calm. However, every word that was uttered caused Ji Tian and the others to have their scalps numb and suck in cool air. He had already extracted the blood of the two old crooks beforehand and sent it to the top for examination. But so far there has been no test to find out what kind of virus this is, and some experts even think it's just plain old HIV. But today, Song Disease can easily tell the illnesses without any instruments, and these illnesses have infinitely refreshed their knowledge. Deadly only to yellow skin, it can also be passed on to the next generation. This was clearly a plot to exterminate the clan against the heavens. The gazes of Yi Tian and the several special police officers had completely iced over with killing intent. On the contrary, the $4.99 girls were looking at each other, their eyes wide open, like living treasures. Got some of it, but not all of it. But I'm sure soon, they'll all get it. At this time, Song Sickness had already reappeared beside Stone and Jimmy, and a number of silver needles appeared in his hands, gently scratching from both of them respectively. And at the moment, Stone and Jimmy, long ago, were trembling and unable to speak, and the source of their trembling was naturally due to Song Sickness' precise and unmistakable debunking of it all. If I'm not mistaken, you two belong to the asymptomatic infected, right? That's why you dared to willingly contract this virus and come so blatantly to Anguilla to release the poison. Song Sickness continued to speak and explain, but it was like undressing, stripping Stone and Jimmy of their buried secrets. At the same time, the silver needles in Song Disease's hands pierced into certain acupoints in the two men's bodies respectively. Using a kind of Chinese medicine, the two births were treated. How did you check it out? At Song 6's condescending statement, Jimmy quivered his large lips and took the lead with an incredulous query. Impossible. Impossible. This new type of virus can't even be detected by those now top-level testing instruments. There's no way you could have found it. Masked. You must be masked. Stone followed up by breaking the defense and reacting even more aggressively. To his death. He didn't want to believe how Song Sickness had probed it. Could it be that Manhwa has invented a world-leading high-end medical instrument? Looks like you guys don't know me yet. So introduce yourselves. My humble name is Song. A single name for a disease. And my greatest hobby is delivering diseases to animals. Song Sickness smiled. Boom. Song Disease? Dr. Song. Dr. Song. Are you the Dr. Song of Ligua? The two gentlemen froze, then thought of something and instantly widened their eyes, looking at Song Sick even more full of incredulity. Now isn't it time to tell us who ordered you? And where was this virus created? Song Sickness redirected the conversation back to the two questions originally asked, also not forgetting to place the last two silver needles, dangling down to the two men's eyebrows. He added with a smile, I don't like to hear any more nonsense. We don't know. We joined an exterminator organization and then there was a mysterious woman who gave us this virus. She said that this virus can make us black and white stronger, but instead it can kill the royal race. We confirmed it through various experimental tests before we dared to use it. Yes, we were wrong. We were the ones who got carried away. Dr. Song, you're a doctor. You can't kill people. Please spare us. The thin, icy silver needles pierced the nerves of the two men, coupled with Song 6's harmless, and completely unlike a joke, smile. The two no longer dared to lie and shook it all out. At those words, Song Sickness frowned slightly, his heart inevitably disappointed. Peering through his forbidden pupil, he could determine that these two guys weren't lying. It looks like just two pawns being used, and the man behind the curtain, for whatever purpose, did not reveal the slightest hint of his intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind finding the one who started it all. Let's see what the other side is capable of creating a secondary virus. Are there other kinds? This is a disaster for humanity, but it's a great tonic for him. Of course, he wouldn't be heartless enough to use these viruses to infect the world. It's just a matter of catching a few bad seeds as infections at most. Is there a vaccine? After a moment of silence, Song Sickness continued to ask a vital question. It was also what Ji Tian and the others were most looking forward to, with 100% morbidity and mortality. The vaccine is the equivalent of an antidote. And, no, she only gave us this virus. No vaccine. Stone and Jimmy continued to fear the word. What do they need a vaccine for when this virus won't even affect them? Shameful. All of you born against humanity deserve to go to hell. Learning the truth about everything. Yi Tian finally couldn't tense up and couldn't wait to cut these two out of life. Of course, the most taught has to be the 499 women who have witnessed everything throughout the whole process and have thoroughly listened to it. At this moment, even if they were stupid, they all understood. They seemed to be really sick, and a terminal disease worse than AIDS. Song Sickness really didn't lie to them. It didn't scare them either. For a while, the expressions of the 499 females also changed from the initial untamed and unruly to the horrifying despair of today. Chapter 158, The Desperate and Remorseful 499 Women. With a look of incredulity, the 499 women looked at Stone and Jimmy, whom they had always found to be tall, handsome, reasonable, honorable and charming. It's still hard to accept that the dad they love so much on their knees could be so vicious. The so-called kissing challenge was just to use them as e-girls and pass the disease on to them? No, it's not true. I'm not sick. I'm not sick. The 999 female roared out madly, still unwilling to accept it. But the facts are right in front of us. Why? Why are you all doing this? In vain I like you all so much. The 998 woman even rushed up and grabbed her favorite Jimmy, questioning him frantically. Bastards. You two bastards. 997 woman also rushed up and grabbed Stone and frantically slapped the forced pocket. Oh, I'm sorry, pretty girl. Don't fight. We know we're wrong. Please forgive us. We didn't mean to. Generous girls. You guys have beautiful eyes. Ah, you guys are the prettiest girls we've ever seen. And you're greatly kind-hearted. Surely we'll be forgiven, right? Tied up, and already with broken arms and legs, Stone and Jimmy could only keep heartily begging for forgiveness and continue to use the compliments that the 99 women loved to hear. For a moment, the two 997s and 998s froze slightly and really stopped. Pretty Nima. You two are not human beings. Is that excusable? Luckily, 999 female followed and rushed over, waking up 998 and 997, and the three women vented together. Oh, Wang Wu, I was wrong. Please help me get Wang Wu back, okay? I was really wrong and I realize now that he loves me the most. The 996 female cried, then looked at Yi Tian and the others and prayed. Learning that you are infected with a disease that is 100 times worse than AIDS and that you will die. And then he thought of the various horrors that Song disease had just described this virus. The 996 female instantly tensed up and was left with nothing but helpless fear. She had fallen in love with countless male bananas, but the first thing that came to her mind was Wang Wu, the man she hadn't bananas in love with. Pretty lady, have you forgotten that Wang Wu is no longer a licking dog? You're crying to the wrong person. Cry to a different lickspittle. AI Beast reminded mischievously. The 996 women were like lightning strikes, frozen on the spot. Ooh, you two were born. The isolated 996 women also cried and joined the battlefield. Together, they beat up Stone and Jimmy on the bed. Oh beautiful girls, listen to my sophistry. Pa. Ah, you guys have beautiful eyes. Pop pop pop. You guys are the most girls we've ever seen. Ah ha, help. Stone and Jimmy continue to flake out, but the truth is that the 499 women are just down and dirty. Not. How can you graciously choose to forgive when you've learned that you've been infected with a terminal disease? That would be a little too generous. So the four revered 99 women, in a rare turn of events, turned out to be anti-sheep women and tore into Stone and Jimmy like crazy, venting the despair in his heart. The picture is inexplicably comical and ridiculous. Seeing this, Song Disease's face looked strange. Didn't you say you'd be willing to get sick? What's with the defense? It shouldn't. He still liked the way the four women had been untamed before. But there was a good show that naturally had to be watched. So Song's sickness retreated directly to his seat and simply sat back and watched the good show. Yi Tian and the others did not intend to stop it. Dog eat dog is the best. Aha, get off. Get off. You lowly stinking women. Being humiliated and beaten by the four easy women they viewed as playthings. Soon, fueled by the pain, Stone and Jimmy also became enraged. No more compliments and snubs, but instead a frantic head bobbing back. More than anything, it speaks from the heart. That's right, we just purposely sent you guys sick. What's wrong with that? Aren't you a generous bunch of girls? It's an honor for you to be chosen by us. Didn't you guys say you'd be willing to die and get sick if you could just get high by us? This disease is our gift to you, and you should rush to rejoice in it. Jia. This disease is incurable, and all of you will die and infect your offspring family members. Stone and Jimmy grimaced, knowing that compliments didn't work, and mocked the 499 girls who didn't know any better. The four women were immediately struck by lightning. Their faces turned pale, their legs went limp, and they knelt on the ground. At this moment, there was nothing but 10,000 remorse in their hearts. Ahawk, I'll kill you both born. In a brief moment of despair, the 499 women once again went berserk and rushed at Stone and Jimmy, tearing right through them, pulled them apart. Seeing that Stone and Jimmy were about to be bitten to death by the 499 females who had gone crazy, Yi Genius spoke in a cold voice. It was only then that several heavily armed SWAT officers rushed forward to pull the four women apart. The same fear of being bitten, which is contagious if you are bitten. Let me go. I'm going to kill these two born. However, the 499 women with red eyes in a hurry were still not willing to do so. Hated Stone and Jimmy a long time ago. This might be called love it or hate it. Unbridled. If you dare to disturb me again, I'll shoot you now. It wasn't until Yi Tian stood out and chanted in a cold voice, which calmed down the 499 ladies who had gone berserk and biting. He must not think in terms of getting his men bitten. Didn't you guys just say that as long as it's old and crooked, you're happy even if you get an infectious disease? Why don't you like it now? Facing the quiet and disoriented four women, Yi Tian nonchalantly asked back. The four women's delicate bodies trembled, and immediately thought back to their previous anticlimactic speeches, which made them realize how ridiculous they were. That's what they said? But that was just their gaslighting. Whoever thought they'd really catch it? Or a terminal disease worse than AIDS? How can they accept it? Holler! Keep clamoring! Weren't you all so proud and honored just now? You don't like your own countrymen, and you're just going to apologize to your father when you see an old crook, or whatever he looks like. Why don't you lick it now? I tell you, if it were not for us, the men of this country, whom you despise, guarding the frontiers and guarding with our lives against these wolfish outsiders. There's no need for you to get on your knees. They'd have stormed the land long ago and made you lick it all up. Yi Tian continued his chilling questioning. Oh, we were wrong. We won't dare again. The 499 women immediately broke defense and cried. They feel that it is more dignified to find an old crook, so they all subconsciously have a favorable impression of the old crook. It doesn't matter if it's ugly or good or bad, as long as it's old and crooked, blinded by vanity. However, now they regret it. But it obviously didn't work. Seeing this, Yi Tian was also too lazy to say anything more. It was all useless. Coldly sweeping his eyes at the half-dead Stone and Jimmy, he then walked towards Song's sickness and apprehensively inquired, Dean, is this disease really incurable? You want me to save them? Song's sickness looked at the 499 women. I have 3 brothers who were bitten and scratched by a couple of infected women in the process of capturing these men, and they are presumed to be infected as well, Yi Tian said truthfully, and his expression tensed up. If Song disease can't cure this disease, then his 3 brothers will also. He didn't dare think any further. Bring them here. Song's sickness sniffed. Words, without hesitation, opened his mouth. Thank you, Dean. Yi Tian was instantly overjoyed and quickly ordered to bring someone. At the same time, the 499 women, who were originally desperate, also heard the conversation between the two. Then he thought that just now Stone and Jimmy had called the youth in front of him divine Dr. Song. As well as the youth in front of him was able to tell about this terminal disease, he was filled with hope for life. They looked at Song's sickness again, and only then were surprised to find that Song's sickness was so handsome, giving people a feeling of hardiness like a spring breeze. It turns out that national men are also so handsome, much better than those old crooked ones with bad intentions. For a while, the 4 women's mentality changed, and they suddenly felt that it was better to be a male in their own country. Not only do they protect them well, but they defend their women's rights at every turn. Chapter 159, Happiness and 400 Merits. A short while later, the 3 SWAT officers who had arrested the 99 women who had been bitten were brought in. The 3 had by now retired their SWAT suits and changed into an isolation hospital gown, because they have learned the horrors of this contagion. So voluntarily accept isolation and await your fate. Although the 3 were able to face life and death with an open mind, they were still suffocating inside. Their lives should have been dedicated to their country, guarding the people and protecting the country. It turned out to be bitten by 99 women. Who wouldn't feel bad about this kind of death? Captain, Dean. The 3 SWAT officers respectively saluted Yi Tian and Song's sickness with a smile. They felt that Yi Tian had asked them to come, most likely to perform euthanasia on them to avoid the spread of this horrible disease. Although it was still hard to hide their fear inside, the 3 of them tried to act as relaxed as possible. Let's just say, 20 years later, it's still a good man. Yi Tian nodded and turned to look at Song's sickness expectantly. Lie down on the hospital bed, Song's sickness said with a faint smile. Of course, the 2 did not know the mental activities of these 3 iron beaners at this moment. Knowing that would probably kill me with laughter. Yes, the 3 troopers grinned the same way and lay down in each of the other 3 empty beds, open to death. Song Sik then took the lead and went to Stone and Jimmy's hospital bed. At this moment, the 2 have long been dying. Face and body are full of scratches and bites. Simply miserable. Even Diao Diao doesn't seem to have been spared and has been lost. I don't know who was so heavy-handed. It's all down to the mouth. It was enough to see the terror of the 499 women's fighting strength. In ancient times, there were definitely 4 female ministers of justice. Leaky, please, kill me, and don't let those 4 bites bite me again. Goodbye Song's sick walk. Dying Stone and Jimmy actually did not fear, but instead, a heart of desperation to die. Looking at the 499 women, Song's sickness couldn't help but look strange. Nice guy, where's the love? It's a real rush. Dad's hitting it as it is. If he's still tougher than him, where's his prestige as Dean? I'm going to save you. Shaking his head and withdrawing his gaze, Song's sickness looked at the 2 people with a kind smile. Then without further ado, he used both hands in unison and applied needles to the 2 men. Shet. Aha. Stone and Jimmy saw Song disease smile, as if seeing the dawn of love. Just want to thank. The next second, drilling pain straight to the head. Instantly, the 2 men's bodies tensed up. Their green energy exploded, and their pupils filled with blood, unspeakably sour. Each of Song's 6 needles combined with the needles that had just pierced into the 2 men. Direct access to the body's pain points. Hit, you lowly yellow dog. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. The pain spurred an adrenaline rush as Stone and Jimmy went completely crazy and exposed their natures. Song disease is as if the ears did not hear. Increase the silver needle. Ghost hand constantly wandering drop needle. Still self-concerned about healing. The also Yi Tian and others in the room, listening to the hissing of the 2 old crooked, had long been scalp numb. There's a pain called listening to it. The 499 women who were originally full of anticipation in the distance saw this scene, and instantly not looking forward to it. It lasted about 10 minutes. The system voice finally sounded. Ding! Successfully absorbed level 2 rare infectious disease. Merit plus 100. Ding! Successfully absorbed level 2 rare infectious disease. Merit plus 100. Song disease removed the original disease from Stone and Jimmy in this way. And the moment the virus clears, Stone and Jimmy also happened to pass out from the pain. Song sickly continued to walk towards the 3 bitten troopers lying in their hospital beds. Seeing Song Sickness wearing a white lab coat with a smile on his face and holding several silver needles in his hand, the bodies of the 3 people who were originally frank unconsciously tightened and trembled. All fear stems from Stone and Jimmy, who have just done a demonstration. It's too scary, Jen. It makes them unconsciously recall the domination of being injected as a child. The Sun Sickness in their eyes also looked to be Rongmu, who was walking towards them with a needle and a smile on her face. Relax. My hand kisses. It's fine. Seeing that the 3 people's bodies kept shaking, Song Sickness couldn't help but smile and comfort them. It was better not to be comforted, but when they were, the 3 shook even more. Think back to the scene where Stone and Jimmy were just screaming in agony. The 3 wanted to ask the last question. Are you sure? Dean, come on. We're not afraid. The 3 gritted their teeth and fortunately closed their eyes. Song Sickness smiled helplessly and could only prove it with practical actions. Silently replaced the super-duper oversized pins with tiny ones. Started physical therapy up for the 3. He was a veterinarian and a miracle healer. It is natural to treat birth with the same treatment as birth. It's natural to treat people the way they are treated. Thus, under the trembling bodies of the 3, Song Six hand was like a wandering silk, and each silver needle gently pierced into the bodies of the 3. The imagined sharp pain did not come. On the contrary, there was actually an unprecedented sense of comfort. It makes their hearts happy. The 3 of them unconsciously opened their eyes one after another with an incredulous look on their faces. Seriously wonder if they are too physically strong? Can't feel the pain? But it was too cozy, wasn't it? Confirmed eyes. The 3 often breathed a sigh of relief. Turning indignant, he glared at Stone and Jimmy, who had long since passed out. Mental cursed. Ma duh. So comfortable. These 2 blindly screamed there. Scared lousy. Stone. Jimmy. Gradually, the 3 actually began to close their eyes and enjoy themselves. It's as if you've arrived at a massage parlor and enjoyed an ultra-luxury package. This unrealistic scene caused Yi Tian and the others, who originally couldn't even bear to look at it, to start doubting their lives. Unconsciously, he looked again at Stone and Jimmy, who were unconscious with white blisters in their mouths. No, is it too good to be true? Are these 2 guys getting high? Perhaps this is a different emotion for the old crooked expression of cool. Well, it must be. Look at the 3 men with their soothing faces. They even wanted to lie down on it and let Song Sickness give them a couple shots to try as well. Stone, D, Jimmy, never be born again in your next life. Ding, successfully absorbed level 2 rare infectious disease. Merit plus 100. Ding, successfully absorbed level 2 rare infectious disease. Merit plus 100. And at that moment, Song disease managed to absorb the disease that the 2 were infected with, and a short period of time to absorb 4 secondary diseases in a row. That familiar feeling of fullness and dizziness returned. The ailments produced by the genetic contagious disease of AIDS yellow worked directly and insidiously on Song disease. He was capable of absorbing diseases, but it wasn't an unlimited and invincible absorption. For the first time, the first illnesses all take time to digest and adapt. Just like eating, you can choke on too much. Nowadays, the strength of his physique was already very easy for absorbing level 1 diseases, and he wouldn't suffer much from absorbing hundreds of them almost continuously. However, it is not so easy for continuous absorption of secondary or tertiary diseases, especially the first time you absorb it. You need to endure an adaptation process. After a short break, Song Sickness continued to the 3rd person. Drop the last stitch. Ding, successfully absorbed level 2 rare infectious disease. Repeat merit plus 100. Warning, the disease can be automatically stacked due to a full duplicate of the disease. The host's pathogenic constitution already has the disease. Therefore, this merit is a duplicate merit and is only used to send a sick person for credit, and is not valid for the merit of strengthening the body. The system's voice sounded again, but this time it became a reminder. In response, Song Sickness shook his head with a bitter smile. Not surprised, because before that, similar to cancer, AIDS, kidney deficiency and many other common first-degree illnesses, the repetition degree has been full, as if absorbing some sort of treasure. His pathogenic constitution had become immune to these diseases. Much of the extra merit is duplicate merit. Now that this disease could add 400 merits in a row, he was already surprised. If he could really brush infinitely, this highly infectious disease would be beautiful. Still, It's nice that these duplicate credits can be used to send in sick credits. Chapter 160, Against All Odds Speech. Riot of the Infected. Dean. You got a nosebleed? Master. Are you alright, brother? Yi Tian's three faces suddenly changed as they rushed forward. Because at this moment, Song Sickness actually had a nosebleed. It's okay. In response, Song Sickness just casually wiped it off without much discomfort. Compared to the pain caused by that tertiary genetic disorder that was first given to Candy to absorb one last time, it's only 5 secondary diseases today. Not enough to make him shrivel up, but that's almost enough for today. If he continued to absorb more, he would probably really shrivel up. It's ready. You guys get up and feel it. Song Sickness turned his head down and patted the 3 SWAT officers who were already asleep and snoring. The 3 of them woke up and only felt refreshed. It was as if I had taken a divine trip to fairyland. Unwrapping the gauze from his hands, he was even more surprised to find that all those scratches and bites had miraculously disappeared. The skin returned as if nothing had happened. We're good? The confused trio looked at Yi Tian with a dumbfounded and unbelievable face. Shouldn't they be euthanized? And thank you, Dean. Yi Tian was equally hard to hide his surprise and reminded with a smile. Thank you, Dean, for saving our lives. Our lives will be Dean's in the future. The 3 men drifted off and gave Song Sick a salute on the spot. At this moment, it was finally clear why Marshallin had sent them to protect the youth in front of him. It's a genius. I have to protect it at the risk of my life. When the 499 women not far away saw this scene, they could hardly hide their delight. The eyes that looked at Song Disease were like looking at a treasure. In this moment, they were no longer stupid. Already, they were able to see that Song Disease was able to cure them of the infected last name disease. And we might have gotten sick too, save us too. The 499 women were like Amazons grabbing for vegetables, and they hurriedly became agitated to rush towards Song Sickness. Several other SWAT officers rushed to intercept them with dog fighting sticks in hand, equally scared. In their eyes, these 4 women were like rabid dogs with rabies. They were stopped, but the 499 women opened their mouths with a puzzled expression. Stop us for what? Save us. That's right. People are feeling all over the place right now. They're already sick. Come on. I just had a nosebleed. It must be a precursor to an attack. Song Sickness indifferently swept his eyes at the 4 women. Cure? He didn't even think about healing the 4. Not only these 4, but the rest, 996 as well. A 99 woman is a 99 woman, as evidenced by their various previous disgusting behaviors. It's just the way these people are by nature. They chose their own path and made a mistake. So why should he pay for it? Maybe it's cured, released back into society, and claimed to be a tool for poisoning. Of course, the main thing is that the repeatability of this disease is now full as well, and it would be futile to cure it, and absorbing all these dirty diseases for nothing to torture your body. This kind of thankless task is not something he likes to do. Didn't you guys say before that you didn't like staying in? Don't worry, we'll soon move you to wherever you want to go. Facing the 4 women's anxious gazes, Song Sickness smiled. The 499 women froze slightly and reacted. What do you mean? Could it be that you don't want to heal us? I'm sorry, as you just saw. I'm not feeling well and I'm afraid I'm not capable of healing anymore today. Song Sickness politely declined, then asked curiously in return. Besides, weren't you all quite brave at first? When I said you were sick with die, one of you was still proud and fearless of life and death. Why are you afraid now? Song Sickness was quite a bit disappointed. Looks like it's the fake warriors. He remembers it well. Recall the 4 women's very first words. 999 woman sneered with a disgusted face. I'll be damned. It's a mental illness and an infectious disease. Who are you scaring? 998 women followed the mockery. Yes, a kiss to the old crooked get infectious diseases? I've been drafted before. What's this about pandering to foreigners and dying of laughter? It seems to me that the old crooked man is tall and powerful, and much cleaner than you small-minded native men. 996 woman, I'd be happy even if I got a contagious disease. So what? You bit me? 997 female, hurry up and let us go. Don't worry guys, after this disgusting experience, it's impossible for me to look for a man from my own country in this life. The 4 women were slightly stunned, and in the face of Song Sickness mercilessly revealing her old self, they only felt their faces turn blue. Self-esteem is insulted. But soon, the 996 women were scowling and threatening. You're soldiers, if you don't treat us, we'll sue you. The 999 female's eyes lit up, and she also said with arrogance, right, what's uncomfortable? You're faking it at first glance. 997 female, if you are not feeling well you should have treated the 4 of us first. Why should you treat the 3 men first? Ladies first, understand? They are soldiers and are meant to serve us. 998 female, this is a mistake in your decision making. We don't care. Why should we be held responsible for your mistakes? Now we're very uncomfortable. And you're going to have to treat it or not. Oh, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. If you had caught these two damn old crooks earlier, we wouldn't have gotten infected. You will pay for your transgressions. The 499 women talked more and more until they forgot about it. It's amazing. In the end, it magically blamed all the faults on Song's sickness and the others. Would you say awesome or fluff? Song's sickness, Yitian, Zero, Aiza, AI Little Beast and Zhang Taiju, as well as a few SWAT officers were also silent. This clear-cut brainwave is just. Song's sickness looked towards Yitian without needing to say anything. Give a look and experience it for yourself. Take them away. All of them, to the concentration camps. Go there and pay the bill. Yitian decisively ordered. This would be a cancer on society if saved. How dare you? The 499 women's faces changed greatly. Just wanted to say something. Has long been unable to tolerate the special police subdued. Bundled and packed. Loaded the car, in one fell swoop. Captain. Dean. It's bad. In the backyard dining room. Those infected suddenly rioted while eating. Now the whole hall is in disarray. And there have even been suicide threats. All to get out of here. The 4 talents had just been sent away. When another SWAT officer rushed in to report. It was the 300 or so captured last night who took the opportunity to riot during dinner. Yitian's face sank slightly as he asked in disbelief. The video of the trial just now wasn't shown to them? It was shown. But there was incitement. All saying it was a fake video deliberately edited to scare them. The SWAT officer who came to report said helplessly. Just go and take a look. Song's sickness spoke at this time. As with AIDS, this virus has an incubation period. And the onset of illness generally takes time. It won't be long though. The group quickly arrived at the backyard restaurant surrounded by SWAT officers. Let us out. You're illegally detaining us. That's right. What a bull ***** epidemic. Who are you fooling? Oldney is in good health now. Even if there is a disease. I admit it. I just don't want to be cured. Why do you guys force me to be cured? This girl goes up and down hundreds of thousands of dollars a day, delaying me from making money. Can you pay for it? I'm just happy to find old crooked die sick. You guys biting me? Good lord. As soon as we got close to the restaurant, all sorts of bullpen comments came out of it. At first, the Song sicknesses faced just 499 women, but now it's 996th place, with another 300 or so divine assists. Imagine the horror. I guess only 996 Amazons of the same caliber can curse and win. Chapter 161, Fulfill the requirements. Send them all away. If they have said so, then satisfy them and send them all away. My mental hospital is still not for everyone. Sweeping over the 99 women who were rioting in the restaurant, Song Disease frowned slightly and looked at Yitian as he faintly opened his mouth. After saying that, he turned away blandly, no longer interested in staying. Zhang Taiju and AI Shao Beast looked at each other and also hurriedly followed Song's sickness. Looking at Song's sickness decidedly departing back, Yitian smiled helplessly. He naturally felt that Song's sickness was truly angry. And that means that these people have managed to make themselves disappear. Turning his head to look at the many 99 women who were still frantically venting inside the restaurant, Yitian's face turned cold. Be quiet, all of you. What shameful things have you done that you don't already know? Do you realize how horrible the disease you are carrying is? Once the disease strikes, not only will it kill you, but it will more than likely introduce there is a terrible contagion to anguish. Yitian took the loudspeaker and came to the door, and chided in a good-natured manner. Several SWAT officers were armed with dog fighting sticks to protect against 99 women jumping out and biting people. Once these words came out, the noisy crowd in the restaurant really quieted down. Many of the timid were also apprehensive, fearing that it was true. And just as they hesitated, several QB women who were even more arrogant than the first 4 stepped forward. Bang! They simply tipped the cupboard over, stood up on the dining room table, and opened their mouths condescendingly. 666 woman, bull *********. You're framing me. I'm innocent. I'm a big cucumber donkey. I haven't even kissed those 2 old crooks. 555 female, we know our bodies best. What kind of bull ****** infectious disease? I think you guys are just jealous of us kissing old crooked and purposely targeting. For 44 woman, that's right. Words are not evidence. You say there is a disease. If you have the ability to produce evidence, to find foreign authorities to identify, so that let you cure. 111 woman, either let us go today or kill us. I'll see if you soldiers dare. 2 women, that's right. Sisters, don't be afraid. We have to join forces to protect our innocence. Go on a hunger strike together to sabotage and scare them to death. To put it bluntly, they are afraid that their husband's family at home or their meal ticket boyfriends will find out, which is why they react so violently. After all, it's no honor to be caught in the act of kissing old crooked. The riot in the restaurant escalated again after being incited by several 99 women. Direct evolution wreaks havoc. The Kuju women, who have never been able to unscrew a bottle cap, even broke the seats that were fixed in the dining room. Poured the surrounding glass doors and windows just smashed. The funny thing is that the infected males also helped out, including the rich 99 female, bagging the big black one. They are just inappropriate underground relationships with these 99 women. It's all behind the backs of these 99 women's husbands' families. So for fear of taking any charge, naturally they dare not stay any longer. Bang bang bang, dang dang dang. Release or not? Will you release? Why don't you rob us if you can? Rob me? The originally intact restaurant was turned into a mess in an instant, and countless 99 women plopped down in front of the glass door and questioned Yi Tian. Ask and smash. Provocations are full of it. Good. Very good. Since you want to leave, let's send them all away. Yi Weather's 7 orifices were in the air, and he was also completely dead. Born a soldier, he was desperate to save the lives of these fellow soldiers. It was a mission etched in his bones, but good words are hard to persuade to drive out the dead. At this moment, he was also completely dead. Everything that needs to be said has been said, and everything that needs to be persuaded has been persuaded. What could he do if these people were hard up for death? Even one that screws up and bites his brothers again. It's really not worth it when the time comes. Since these people want to leave, let's make it happen. I just hope they don't regret it. After saying that, Yi Tian directly ordered. Shortly afterward, several large military prison vehicles arrived again. The car door was wide open. Princess, please get in the car. I'm putting my word down that I'm here to heal you. Those who don't want to be treated can get in the car now and get you where you want to go. After Yi Tian finished speaking, he directly signaled his men to open the restaurant door wide. Bah! What the hell is this place? I don't want to stay for a moment. In an instant, led by a group of 99 women, they were the first to proudly get into the car. Honey, why don't we just stay? What if it's true? You're silly. There's nothing wrong with us. Besides, if it's true, we'll come back for more. That's right. How dare they not treat us? In this way, under the lead of the 99 women, more than 300 people chose to get into the car. In their minds, if they really want to be sick, they can just come back and get cured. It's curable now, but not in a couple days? What's the big deal? Song sick, you guys are thinking about fart eating. Go to the king of hell for a cure. Prepare to send all of them, along with the 4 women just now, to the isolation camp. Yi Tian sighed and shook his head, still ordering. After saying that, he quickly chased after Song Sick in the direction Song Sick had left. At this point, the 3 Song Sicknesses were back in the hospital room where they were treating Stone and Jimmy. They were attracted by the hissing of the 2 men. Stone, Ayahawk, get off me. My dad is the king. My mom is the mother of the nation. And Jimmy followed suit, shouting, ABA, ABA, ABA. I'm my daddy. My daddy is me. That's right. Under the careful treatment of veterinarian Song, the 2 men, who were in perfect health, managed to become mentally ill, plus a little bit of retardation. Sun Sik looked at his masterpiece and was a few points more satisfied with his satisfaction with his acupuncture technique. Chinese medicine is really profound. Brother Sung Sik, do you need a tranquilizer? At this time, Zhang Taiju, who had been silent, suddenly took the initiative to ask. Song Sickness was surprised and twisted his head to look at the other party. Zhang Tieju's naive face was firm, and it didn't seem like a joke. Yes, he witnessed the entire interrogation. In the end, he also finally believed Song Sik's words that the 2 guys in front of him were born, using the women of his kingdom of peace and infecting them with a terrible disease. It's almost like it's worse than being born. Then have some. Noticing Zhang Tieju's change, Song Sickness smiled in relief. Yes, Dean. Zhang Taiju nodded seriously, carrying his own vet's box, and walked towards Stone and Jimmy. This time, he didn't hesitate. Taking out a large, impossibly thick syringe, he pumped it full of tranquilizer and forked it up both guys' asses. Prickly. Ow 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 ow. Stone and Jimmy, who had been fuming, went wide-eyed, cheered twice and went to sleep. At this time, Yi Tian also happened to arrive and wanted to say something but was interrupted by Song Sickness. Send these 2 guys along with them. Don't those 99 girls love them? Leave them with a thought. Yi Tian was slightly stunned, but still nodded. He had indeed come to take away the 2. This is a big deal, and after the Song disease checkup, we have to hand these 2 guys over to the top for interrogation. And so it was. As the evening darkened, several military prison vans, carrying a group of 99 female infected, as well as Stone and Jimmy, the Hulk drove out of the sending of the sick psychiatric hospital and headed for some deep forest. There are isolation camps built especially for them. Inside the prison van, The 99 women who got back their cell phone items immediately resumed their ladylike image, not forgetting to take a picture to document this hard-won victory for rights. All smiling and happy to be out of this damn place, retained his innocence on earth. However, there was a prison car with the 4 escorted women 996, 997, 998 and 999 crying uncontrollably, tapping on the window one after another. Won't leave. Oh, put me down. We know we're wrong. Please, let us stay and heal. The 4 women humbly prayed and tried to return to the psychiatric hospital where they had been sent. The rest of the 99 women had strange faces and laughed at the 4 women's devilishness. Chapter 162, 2 major events. Rushing to the hot search. A few days later, 2 strips of news rushed to the hot search of major platforms one after another. It caused a momentary sensation. Shocked, Ma Yut-sai, who has served as ANU's president for 45 years, suddenly announced his retirement for old age and resigned as president. National celebration. The new ANU president has revised the harmonization of several supranational treatments for bovine students and improved the treatment of national students. Several major universities have been pressured to follow suit. 1. The welfare of the average cow student versus the national student. 2. Reduce the monthly living allowance of $29,000 to $1,000 per month. Reduce the $200,000 a year subsidy for cow students to $80,000 a year. At the same time, the supplemental food allowance for national students was increased from $2 a day to $4 a day. 3. National students compete with cow students on a level playing field, such as super high scholarships, prizes for international competitions, preferential treatment for enrollment, tuition-free places. 4. Unify the treatment and benefits of cattle students and national students, such as food and accommodation subsidies, transportation subsidies, employment subsidies, employment competition, resolutely to achieve the same treatment. 5. Eliminate the policy of increasing tuition fees for national students and extend the interest-free repayment period of student loans to 3 years to reduce the pressure on national students to repay their loans upon graduation. One by one, good news and good policies are bursting out like lottery prizes, shocking the nation. The main idea is to treat everyone the same and be fair. However, the national students remain in a state of ignorance. There has been a flurry of swipes. Grip it. Zoon do fake do? It's not a fake, is it? This kind of good thing will come to us? Fake do. Must be fake do. Don't believe the rumors. That's right. A $4 a day allowance. That's over $1,000 a year. That's bogus. It's better to keep rolling. Otherwise you'll have to pay back the loan again when you graduate. And you'll have to drink the northwest wind if you can't find a good job. At first many students from this country were disbelieving, until a number of students have been showing off the preferential treatment they have received. Woohoo, it's true brothers. The interest on my loans for all 4 years of college has been cancelled, so I can add eggs to my meals this month. Better add buns. That stuff tops the satiety. Brothers, Zoon do. I've been given a chance to compete with cow students for a super high scholarship, and I'm straight up crushing it in every way. Okay? Happy with the $100,000 scholarship. Shake it off. Bro, great talent. Woohoo, the state has finally stepped up. Finally, someone sees that it's not easy for our own students. Thank you God. Thank you Earth. Thank you country. In time, the many national students who believed in the truth were once again swept away, all in tears of joy. In that case, the old man can't lie flat. That's right. It used to be that no matter how hard you tried, it was useless. Now there is hope. Who still lies? Brothers, neck up. Great. Finally no need to leave the country. Who'd be happy to leave their home if they couldn't make it? Doesn't a native home smell good? Brothers, send a collective video to pay your respects. The time has come to show your talents. For a while, all the major platforms are full of strange and funny videos of students in their own countries thanking all kinds of people, which can be called brainstorming. But it is true, there are still a number of preferences for cattle students in the policy, but the guys are getting over it. National students are well catered for. After all, Manhwa also needs to open up for development, and giving some favorable preferential treatment is inevitable. Everyone understands. The reason why students from their own countries were upset before was because the difference between the two was just too great. Many of the cow students are subsidized to the tune of over $100,000 a year. Many national students study hard for more than 10 years and graduate with a monthly salary of $3,000 to $4,000 and take out a study loan. This gap, not even enough for people to subsidize. Who is comfortable in their heart? Let's just say there can be gaps and the gaps can be bigger. After all, friends come from afar, but don't get too damn far off the mark. And shortly after this news of preferential treatment for students from the country stormed the hot seat, the official revelation of another powerful news continues to hit the screens. Recently, some people from an evil foreign organization outside the country infiltrated into our territory with the virus and took advantage of the opportunity to spread the virus under the guise of a kissing challenge. The main target is women. Fortunately, the people involved in the case were discovered in time by our national doctor, Dr. Song, who has succeeded in breaking the evil plot of the foreign forces. Below is a broadcast of the real situation of the infected quarantined people. Soon, the scene shifted. The camera switches to a makeshift isolation camp in a deep forest. The soldiers guarding the area are all dressed in armor and protective clothing, prevent bites. And somewhere in a concentration camp, all 999 of the 99 women were placed, and wore gowns with numbers that belonged to them. The numbers, coincidentally, were coded from the notes filled out for the 999 women in Stone and Jimmy's cell phones. It's safe to say it's all precisely in the right place. But unluckily, the XXN, who used to be one and the same proud XXN, have all been lying on the hospital bed at this moment. Many have even left early. The rest of them cried out one by one, "Agu, my aya, help me. I'm dizzy and want to throw up. Oh, I was wrong. I'll never throw a tantrum again. Please heal me. I don't want to die. I still have my husband. I love him so much. Yes, we're willing to be treated now. Get us to treatment. Ooh, I admit I kissed those two old crooks. It was all a moment of confusion on my part. I'll never do it again." Under the interview in camera of the Ice reporter, one of the 99 women is extraordinarily miserable. Some skin ulcers. Pretty eyes are rotten too. Some have sores on the corners of their mouths. Some have summer face sores. Some are also pregnant. Stone and Jimmy, hey, beautiful girl. The baby is our gift to you. Definitely not faking it this time. A second-degree infectious disease, so you can imagine how scary it is. Even though several professional national doctors and military doctors are here to cooperate fully with the treatment, it is still of no help. Only some painkillers to make it not so painful for them to go. In fact, from the moment they vandalized the hospital for the sick and mentally ill and clamored to leave, it sealed their fate. What awaits them is to remain isolated until they sleep peacefully. Nip this disease in the bud. It's naturally impossible to put out another scourge. A shot to the end, and the culprits Stone and Jimmy are revealed at the end. The crowd of netizens watched and gnashed their teeth, but they also hated it. If these 99 women were a little more reserved and slow to warm up like they do with the men in their own countries, how could Stone and Jimmy possibly stand a chance? After broadcasting, the Ice reporter finally took the microphone, facing the camera. Grueling opening. After this painful lesson, hereby call on the majority of women. Wipe their eyes. Rationally look at crooked people. Not every crooked person is a good person. Don't become a tool for those lawless people outside the country to use for the pursuit of vanity. Our reporter, Bing Bing, reports to you. Netizens immediately responded positively. Ooh, still my ice is good. The old patriarchs are sincere. Illness enters through the mouth, so keep your mouth shut. What is beyond your honor's words? Guess, bad joke. The XXNs who worship the foreigners see this. Do you still dare to give it casually? Dog head to save life. Ooh, just finished giving it away for nothing. Scared. Ad official. 99 women found. Hurry to arrest and kill. Don't. I'll never dare again. This terrible viral invasion incident is undoubtedly like an ice needle that really woke up a lot of women who covet the old crooked one. Chapter 163, A Smart Aleck. Live broadcast to find a disease. Sent to a psychiatric hospital. Successfully sent away the first psychopaths. In the past few days, Song's sickness was quite free. Regarding the two major pieces of news that have exploded onto the screen recently, he naturally brushed it off. It was so hot after all, and it's all about him. He was not surprised at what happened to those 99 women who died in torture. Rather surprised by the retirement of Mayukai and the overhaul of the major universities. It seems that invariably, he cured a lot of social ills with veterinary medicine. Sort of mindless. At this, Song's sickness laughed it off. These days, my free time is spent looking up ancient texts, studying medicine, and getting to know more about difficult diseases. By the way, teach I shall beast in Zhang Taiju some medical knowledge with Chinese and Western medicine. There are also veterinarians. Even Yi Tian would bring a group of SWAT officers from the mental hospital to learn after training his team. These are the teachings of the world's #1 miracle doctor, and many people pay money not to hear them. Of course, what remains the same every day is that there are many high-ranking officials and rich people who come to seek medical treatment. Help Song's sickness add dozens of small goals to your income every day. But the only thing that gave Song's sickness a headache was that he hadn't received a rare disease for several days in a row. The diseases in these rich and high-ranking officials are either cancer or leukemia, these kinds of terminal diseases that have long been full of repetitive degrees. Therefore, all that Song disease reaps is repeated merit, with the addition of those 500 merits. Now, Song Sickness's strengthening merit had accumulated to 9,000 points. There are still the last 1,000 points left to reach 10,000 points and move on to the next round, meritocracy. In addition, Song Sickness had unintentionally accumulated more than 5,000 points of repeat merit. If there had been no repetition of the word, he would have long ago reached the fullness of his merit. The only use for these duplicate credits seems to be to send in sick credits. Almost all of it comes from his continued absorption of diseases whose repetitions are already full. His constitution today seems to have long since sucked up all the diseases that often afflict humans and animals. So, next, although there were only the last 1,000 points of merit left, in order to accumulate the full amount, he would need to find 1,000 rare first-class diseased bodies that he had not inhaled. Alternatively, an advanced disease of level 2 or higher is introduced. But obviously, the latter is about luck versus man-made. The former, on the other hand, if he could get everyone in Ankaku, and indeed in the world, together, and try to find 1,000 more quandaries from it that he had never absorbed before, he would obviously still have them. After all, the population of Manhwa alone is more than 1 billion, so how can there be fewer difficult cases? But he couldn't just let go of the message and let the whole country come to him. Could he? Can you imagine? Not to mention exhausted. His physique couldn't handle it. Besides, he didn't want to suffer a second betrayal of his humanity. Right. Suddenly, Song Sickness' eyes lit up. 2 pieces of news from the past 2 days that have exploded online. Associated with the live streaming industry that is prevalent today. Why can't he just have a live stream to see the doctor? This is the age of the internet. People are connected almost exclusively through the internet. What video, voice, phone? The world is so big that trying to meet offline one by one to screen them is almost impossible. Instead, the web can easily bring together tens of thousands, if not millions, of people. Wouldn't that make for perfect screening? But can the forbidden pupil diagnose a phase through video viewing? Song 6 brows immediately furrowed again. He didn't try. Immediately and without hesitation to download the current Anchor's hottest platform Douyin. We'll know if it works or not when we test it. Families, please click to follow. Thank you Pungji Big Brother for the carnival. Love you. Wahahaha. Casually clicking on the live stream, the first thing that popped up was a sexy, tall, long-legged internet beauty dancing in a JK uniform. Dance while asking for gifts. I have to say, the women are really pretty. With fair skin, the kind that brothers don't get that white even after 7 days of death. Sharp chins, big eyes, swan necks, and lifelong legs, the sockets are deformed. There is no need to doubt that it should be a beauty top. But even so, there was still a 10,000 plus popularity holdout. No need to wonder. It's all old snakeskin. Of course, Song Sickness wasn't here to appreciate this, directly concentrating and activating the forbidden pupil to diagnose. In the next second, Song Disease's pupils transformed into a different color. However, after half a day of watching, my eyes hurt and the beautiful woman in the video remained distorted and hazy. It's like changing swirling colored ink. Profoundly impenetrable. At the same time, the system beep sounded, warm reminder, the current sick body has been disguised with top-tier means, and it is impossible to determine the original body. I'm so beautiful? Oh, dove, thank you. Thank you babies. I'm just a face anchor. I was born looking like this. At that exact moment, the anchor woman also covered her mouth and laughed out. Song Sickness froze for a long time and slid decisively down to another one. It still turned on with the beauty disguise. Next. Still. Next. Still. It was hard to search for one that said it didn't have beauty on. Click in. Fart. It's still on. Even if it's on less, it can still interfere. Song is sick with numbness. It hurts my eyes to look at it. Good lord. The emotional internet is so deep, isn't it? I just don't believe it. Exasperated and laughing, Song Sickness also came to the temper. Continued to brush. Came to a female anchor live room that wrote send gifts to make requests. Female anchor net name, Black Silk Sister. Barefoot wearing black silk plus short skirt. Looks delicate features. Lovely and pure. It makes you want to stop. Popularity is likewise 10,000 plus. Gift giving is a bit of a dime a dozen. Though, families, want sisters singing and dancing rap. All move your little hands. Brush a small gift. Sister can meet your small requirements. Oh. Swipe a Kalienhua can also meet offline. The Black Silk Sister's voice is soft and sticky, constantly revealing her black silk jade feet, tempting the 10,000 plus netizens in the live broadcast room. But to our surprise, the 10,000 old snakeskin is as steady as an old dog. And there are not many hard swipes of gifts. Occasional nods of approval and support. Lowly old dog, sorry sister ha. It's not that brother doesn't brush. It's the balance it doesn't allow. Cigarettes and women, hey. Sister ah. If brother had that kind of money, he wouldn't be here to quench his thirst. Mojue old age poor, brothers. Today's fighting sound ends here. The old man fights first. Gosh, that was fast. I'll have to work on that for a while. Black Silk Sister. Good man. That's the way to play it, isn't it? However, just as she was disappointed that today's live broadcast was like this again, suddenly a Jia Lianhua lit up the screen. The Black Silk Sister froze, and her beautiful eyes immediately glowed, instantly locking onto the screen name, Sending Sickness Master. However, without waiting for her to speak, a few more Kalianas bloomed. The Black Silk Sister's small mouth slightly opened, reacted, and hurriedly got up to show her legs, bowed 90 degrees, and kept thanking. Thank you for sending the sick big wet. Thank you wet pigeon. Sister will private message you next broadcast. Now what wanna see sister perform what show? Excessive may only be offline. Oh. The Black Silk Sister gave an all-knowing smile. The originally dead air live room also instantly exploded. Grip it. Master Broad. Kill me for the master's pleasure. Guys, it's about to start. Get your tissues ready. A bunch of old snakeskins came to life. Hands on the knobs, ready to put it in gear and whore out the ride for nothing. However, just as they were filled with anticipation, a string of requests from the Sending Sick Master appeared on the pop-up screen. Turn off all the pretty faces. I want to see what you really look like. News flash. The crowd of veteran drivers who were originally excited to hang up their gears were instantly silenced. The Black Silk Sister, who was all set to show off her talents and hang on to this big moneymaker, was silent as well. Chapter 164 on the Power of Beauty. After the silence, a group of netizens then immediately became excited again and were up in arms. Master Open Man speaks to our hearts. Sister, start your show. Brother can't wait. Jia. I'd say the old snakeskin is looking forward to it the most. Except for more leg exposure from the female anchors he follows. It's the real look behind its powerful beauty. But the Black Silk Sister was blushing, dryly smiling and changing the topic. Wet, why don't I show you a talent? If you go to beauty, you can watch it offline. However, no sooner had she finished speaking than another series of Kalianhua bloomed on the air. It's still from the Master Sender of Sickness. This is the most direct answer to song disease. You can't spend dozens of small goals a day anyway. Press doesn't care about the money. Now he just wanted to test his suspicions. However, the fact that song sickness doesn't care has caused countless netizens to blow up. Gosh, this can't be Monopoly. Master, actually I can sing and dance rap. I even practiced for 2.5 years. Why don't I dance for you? Sighed. Sister, what are you still hesitating for? In my place, let alone turning off my beauty face, I can wear open pants. The crowd of old snakeskins rose up. The Black Silk Sister reacted from her shock. And this time she didn't hesitate any longer, decisively turning off all the beauty features. Soon, a heavily made-up spiritual little sister turned up on camera. The face is no longer so precise. The eyes aren't so big anymore. The legs are no longer so white and long. But it's a good thing there isn't much of a difference, because she's wearing makeup. It was her second line of defense. And that was a line of defense she was not likely to break again. What's the difference between that and smashing your rice bowl? Although, she has a third line of defense, plastic surgery. At this moment, the live broadcast saw the state of the Black Silk Sister without a beautiful face, and also blew up here. And yet there is no condemnation. Instead, it revels in its heavily made up, glamorous appearance. Of course, none of this has anything to do with song sickness. Finally getting the other party to turn off the beauty interference, song sickness decisively opened the forbidden pupil. This time, the surprise finally came. Under the forbidden pupil, song sickness finally saw through his opponent. It takes more energy to concentrate though. This made song sickness unable to stop his heart from racing. To get a better look, song sickness casually sent a couple more Kalianhua while requesting, feel free to dance. Okay, wet pigeon. Black Silk Sister is about to pass out with joy and post today. Immediately happy and hot dancing. Burn it how you want. Show song sickness his talent to the fullest. She was already certain that the master in front of her was ironically an invisible bigot. Not sure why it was given such a strange name though, but none of that matters. Even if it's 100 or 80-year-old man, it's still her old northern nose. Black Silk Sister is already meeting offline in the fantasy thread. The old snakeskin of the live broadcast also finally had a great feast, and immediately followed the Black Silk Sister, hanging the gear to send the car. But no one is old enough to drive and the engine has aged. It hadn't been open for long before it fell off. Ding, disease body detected. Disease body, human. Diseases, disease information. Physical condition, missing nasal bone, missing jawbone, silicone prosthesis in the body, excessive chemicals in the body. After looking through the other party's body, a series of detailed information also appeared in song sickness brain, where the other person had been cut, where they had scars, what kind of disease they had, it was all clear under Song Sickness's vision. It takes more effort than reality to see it though, but Song Disease was satisfied. With such a method, why worry about that remaining 1,000 merits? Even more can be amassed by such means. At the same time, another evil and terrifying thought surfaced in Song Sickness' mind. Since he was able to see through his opponent's physical condition by way of video, so can you send the other person sick through the forbidden pupil? Forbidden pupil sends the sick only need to meet each other eye to eye immediately. Video can be eye to eye, too, and those guys love to utilize beauty on wide eye mode. Wouldn't it be easier for him to deliver? Of course, that's all Song Sickness thought about. The main thing at the moment is to accumulate virtue. Hi master. Just as he was thinking, suddenly his back was slapped. An AI little beast appeared out from behind Song Sickness in a quirky manner at some point. She had seen Song Sickness sitting there giggling with a cell phone, curious about what Song Sickness was looking at, and also secretly curious to come over. As a result, it didn't matter if she didn't look at it. She was silent and her beautiful eyes were wide open. The cherry mouth was open as well. Her beloved master was here to swipe Manhwa for the hostess and watch the Black Silk Sister dance? Faced with the sudden appearance of AI little beast, Song Sickness was also silent. Master Fu, is this a bad time for me to come? AI asked tentatively. Looking at the other party's big, curious, watery eyes, Song Sick didn't know how to explain for a moment. That, actually, wet pigeon, does sister dance well? In fact, people will be more. Offline sister personally give you a one-man show, okay? Love you, wahahaha. At this time, the Black Silk Sister also finished jumping, sweating to the camera, deliberately revealing the pair of black silk legs, to the Song Disease pampering temptation. Ooh, I want to watch it offline too. Good girl. We don't have any money. Let's watch the line. Don't envy the master every day. What does a master do? Delivering the sick? Why don't you take me too? The pop-ups continue to pop up with messages from the old snakeskins. The live stream is buzzing with activity. Reality was silent. Song Sickness silently exited the live broadcast and pressed the screen off button, still trying to figure out how to explain it. AI Little Beast was the first to get anxious and grabbed Song Sick's arm, advising with a worried face. Master, all the things on the internet are all lies to run. You mustn't go. If you like Hivis, the little beast can wear it for you too. The corners of Song Disease's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but give this girl an old melon crash, saying in a bad mood, what are you thinking about? Is your master that kind of person? As he spoke, he subconsciously skimmed his eyes and realized that the girl was wearing white silk. Retracting his gaze, Song Sickness continued righteously. Ahem. I was simply researching just now, and I intend to start a live stream to see the doctor. Open a live stream to see a doctor? As expected, when these words came out, AI Little Beast was instantly attracted. Where are those business cards we collected from the previous visit? Song Sickness asked with a mysterious smile. In order to start a live stream for medical care, you first have to be popular with your fans. That was still clear to him, but does he need to slowly build up a fan base? Apparently not. My room. Go. Soon. Song Sickness arrived at AI Little Beast's room. Instead, AI's Little Beast held out a pink case from under the bed, containing countless high-class business cards. These business cards are clearly those left by the bigwigs who came to see the doctor and smiled voluntarily. In response, Song Sickness just casually handed it to AI Little Beast to put away. There are many more business cards like this one at Lee Country's Delivery Medical Center. I don't know how many bigwigs are eager to flatter him. Song Sickness began to rummage around and quickly pulled one out of it. The name of the person on the business card was Chenjin, and his identity was the founder of Douyin. Song Sickness dialed directly and was soon answered. Hello? Song Sickness. The opposite end visibly froze, seemingly identifying the voice, and then his tone became more respectful. Song, Divine Dr. Song. Hello, what do you want to see me about? I'm planning to live stream my medical appointments on your platform, so I'd like to ask for your help in spreading the word first. Song Sickness explained his intentions succinctly. Chenjin visibly froze, obviously not expecting that the titular Dr. Song would come to his platform to live stream a cure? Lack of money? You're kidding. He was well aware that he had spent more than $100 million on going to Song for a cure, and it had been rumored in the upper-class industry that the amount of money Dr. Song had made was probably enough for them for a year. There are even whispers that the richest man in the world has been replaced. This invisible mega-rich man all points to Dr. Song. Welcome to the utmost. Divine Dr. Song, you can come to Douyin. It's our honor. Don't worry. This little thing, I'll definitely help you do it. Reacting. Chenjin were going to refuse. He couldn't wait for an opportunity to draw closer like this. And if Dr. Song is stationed in Douyin and opens a live broadcast to see patients, not only does it set a precedent, it is more likely to pull this platform, in one fell swoop, to greater heights. And so, a win-win partnership was struck. Chenjin personally went to supervise the propaganda. This must be organized in place. Master, you must be trying to give back to society and help the poor people by live streaming medical treatment. You are so loving. AI Little Beast also believed Song's 6 words at this time, and was even more admiring of Song's sick. She had been with Song's sickness for the past 2 days to help. Naturally, I am aware of how expensive the consultation fee for Song disease treatment is. Moving is a small goal. Who can afford to look at ordinary people? In response, Song's sickness smiled and didn't explain anything more. No at all. Chapter 165, 2 Elders Visiting. Little Beast making chicken. By the way, did you come to see me about another patient? Suddenly thinking of something, Song Sickness looked at AI Little Beast and asked. AI Little Beast reacted from the worship, then remembered, oops, I forgot. Master, there are 2 old men who came to visit you, saying that they are your deceased. Deceased? Song Sickness frowned slightly, but still said, Go and take a look. Following AI Xiaobei to the hospitality hall, 2 old men were already waiting on the sofa. Surprisingly, it's the national doctor, Lin Jiaxing, and the teacher that Song Sickness had made a good connection with in the land of prophet, Hua Sigua. On one side was Zheng Taizhu, who was entertained by social terrorism. The 2 old men immediately got up when they saw Song Sickness arrive, both revealing happy and relieved smiles. Ha, divine Dr. Song, goodbye. Lin Jiaxing was extraordinarily polite to Song Sickness. In fact, after hearing that Song Sickness had returned to Endu, he had long wanted to invite Hua Sigui to come along for a visit. But it was not good to interrupt when I thought that there would surely be a lot of big shots coming to seek medical attention in the next few days. That's why I waited until now. The main thing, of course, is that for the past 2 days they've been in quarantine camps, involved in saving the lives of this invasive contagion. But it's a good thing they were all dead and buried yesterday. This 99-woman invasion contagion was declared a victory, lamenting the fact that Anguish is missing 999 women. You're welcome, Elder 2. Have a seat. Song Sickness treated them with the same courtesy, and both old men deserved respect, especially Hua Sigua, who was still nominally his teacher. The gift of the ancestral Chinese medicine book also allowed him to research many valuable things in his spare time. Beast, go prepare the meal. Between treats, Song Sickness turned his head and whispered his orders to AI Little Beast beside him. Master, I only know how to cook chicken. Is that okay? AI Little Beast came to Song's 6 ear and whispered. In fact, her voice remained loud enough for everyone to hear, and revealed itself to be full of innocence. The scene was quiet. Song Sickness, the second old man, was also silent. Master, I'm a very good chicken maker. I can make all kinds of flavors of chicken, and I've also created an original white silk chicken, which is guaranteed to make your mouth water, your appetite increase, and you'll want to eat it again. Thinking that Song Sickness didn't like it, AI Little Beast continued to come to Song Sickness' ear and described it in colorful detail. But the sound was still audible to everyone. Ha, is that so? You're making my master drool with your words. Go on. You said it very well. Don't say it. Song Sickness hurriedly interrupted with a forced smile, reminding in passing. Actually, we have a restaurant in the hospital, so if you don't know how to do it, you can ask the chef to do it. Master, Chef Zhang is on vacation today, so let me cook it myself this time. Definitely won't let you down. Pillar, let's go. Let's buy chickens for dinner. AI Little Beast immediately happily pulled Zheng Taizhu and decided to show off his cooking skills. The 3 Song Sicknesses were left alone and embarrassed where they were. Teacher, where do you work now? Song Sickness changed the topic and looked at Hua Sigua, who looked much better, and asked with concern. Hua Sigua is a professor of Chinese medicine at the #1 school in Leek, earning millions of dollars a year. Ha, little friend Song doesn't have to worry. This old guy has the status of being a professor at the world's #1 school, plus the resounding reputation of being your teacher. No matter which one of these 2 items is taken out, who else would dare to disobey? So, just after returning to China, he was named a national doctor. And even more so, he was directly appointed to work in the military hospital, and now his status has to press me. Lin Jiaxing spoke for Hua Sigua, his tone envious, but more than that, he was touched with joy for him, an old friend who had stuck around for half a lifetime. Both he and Washi Guoben are from a family of Chinese medicine practitioners. In order to make a living, he gave up the path of Chinese medicine and switched to Western medicine, and the country of Worth still clings to the legacy, so it's being suppressed all over the place. But nowadays, there is the name of Chinese medicine that has been made famous by Song disease. Add to that the reputation of Washiku as a teacher of Song Sickness. Who dares to suppress and question Chinese medicine? Go to Dr. Song and compare notes. I can have the second half of my life in all its glory because God has favored me by letting me meet you. Hua Sigua also looked towards Song's sickness with emotion, and what came out of his old eyes was indescribable gratitude. He wanted to thank more than just being valued because of Song's sickness fame. Instead, he wanted to thank Song's sickness for saving his wife. More than anything else, he wanted to thank Song disease for allowing him to witness the rise of Chinese medicine and fulfill a long-cherished wish that he could not accomplish. This student of his, by himself, in just half a year, proved not only to Manhwa, but also to the rest of the world, Chinese medicine is no worse than Western medicine. Teacher, you deserve it. In the face of Hua Sigua's gratitude, Song's sickness just smiled. In fact, all of this was just a show of hands for him. There is also the point that Chinese medicine is really no worse than Western medicine. By the way, these are the ancient books I left in Manhwa, all of which are ancient Chinese medicine books inherited from generations of my Hua family. Nay, I am too ignorant and have always read only a little bit. I believe that if these ancient books of Chinese medicine are given to you, you will be able to bring out their true value. Thinking of something, Hua Sigua proceeded to take out a rotting wooden box, inside of which were many yellowish-looking ancient books on Chinese medicine. They were all ancient books that he had buried in his old home in Manhwa when he left Ligua. These are the Chinese medicine Kueihao belonging to Manhwa. For his wife's sake, he can leave, but not these ancient books. And me, these are also inherited from my Lin family. I'm a Western doctor now, and it's no longer useful, so I'll give them all to young friend Song. I hope you can unlock more of these ancient Chinese recipes. Lin Jiaxing followed suit with the same antique box, in order to make a living. Although he abandoned China from the West, but the family inherited the ancient books. He will not give up. To be honest, now he was regretting it a little. If he had been as insistent as Washiku at the time, now he must be a Chinese medicine practitioner. I suppose, looking at the ancient Chinese medicine books inherited from the family that the two old men suddenly took out, Song disease froze slightly, obviously not expecting it. He was aware of the importance of these books for the two old men. It's their heirloom, so to speak. But looking at the firm gaze of the two old men, Song's sickness thankfully accepted it. Next, the three went on to discuss medical knowledge. In this regard, all three forget their age status and communicate only as close friends. Of course, the so-called exploration and exchange was actually the second old man unilaterally asking Song disease for advice, even about this 99 girl epidemic, and whether facing Hua Sigua of Chinese medicine or Lin Jiaxing of Western medicine, Song disease was able to give detailed imparted answers. And from the perspectives of both Chinese and Western medicine, the two old men were given the opportunity to solve their problems. In just one day, the two old men not only got a lot of inspiration, but also learned a lot of ways to treat terminal illnesses. Of course, what shocked them greatly was that Song disease was actually involved in both Chinese and Western medicine. No, perhaps it would be more detailed to say proficient. They realized that Song's sickness's brain was like an ocean, and his knowledge reserve was too rich, not at all like a normal person. But they weren't much skeptical. They just thought that this was how a genius should behave. It was explored until the evening and came to mealtime. A table of food was finally served. In addition to dishes from other restaurants, there are also the best dishes cooked by AI Beast himself. Cooked chicken wings, kung pao chicken, chicken with radish, spicy chicken, 3 cups of chicken, and the centerpiece, shredded white chicken. Yes, these chickens are really all made by AI Little Beast. She's not lying, she really only knows how to cook chicken. Master, 2 grandfathers, try my cooking, it tastes really good. AI Little Beast took the initiative to give several people a warm introduction. Even more, she added her original white silk chicken to Song's sickness. Song's sickness tasted it and lit up, because it tastes really good. Well, such a delicious chicken. The old man has never eaten it before? Lin Jiaxing and Washikus immediately gave their approval. Sister Beastie is amazing, and these chickens are delicious. Zhang Taizhu also praised from the bottom of his heart. The meal was enjoyable for everyone, and AI Little Beast was recognized by Song's sickness. And just as Lin Jiaxing and Hua Sigua were about to take their leave, 2 of the special police officers who were guarding the area arrived with an old man in a flashy suit. Dean, this person says he's your friend and has come to visit. A special police officer stepped forward. Song's sick gaze fell on the other party, but his brows furrowed. A friend? He didn't know the other guy at all. However, Song's sickness did not realize that in the face of the arriving middle-aged man, Lin Jiaxing and Hua Sigua's originally kind and smiling faces had also clouded over. Chapter 166, The AI Group's Invitation. You said you're my friend? Song's sickness asked with a smile as he looked over the old man. Ha ha ha, Dr. Song don't come back well. Introduce yourself. My old husband Chao Bao, one of the controllers of the AI Group, and also the national doctor of the Manhwa Medical Association. I've long heard of Divine Dr. Song's great name, so I've come to visit and get to know him. Chao Bao stepped forward and smiled at himself. The villainous, urging gaze then landed on Lin Jiaxing and Hua Sigua, flashing a wisp of gloom. Apparently, they also didn't expect that the two would be here as well. Oh, you've heard a lot about me? Chao Bao, you didn't have this attitude before Dr. Song returned to China, did you? Lin Jiaxing, however, sneered nonchalantly. Chao Bao's face changed slightly, but he still hurriedly took out an invitation and handed it to Song Disease. Divine Dr. Song, this is an invitation to a banquet from my AI group, and I sincerely invite you to come and discuss some medical matters together. I also asked Divine Dr. Song to be sure to come with his face, and I believe that I will never let you down. Song's 6 eyes narrowed slightly, but he still accepted this invitation made of pure gold. When I opened it, there was another World Bank card inside, labeled with a caption of $100 million. An invitation alone is full of sincerity. Seeing Song's sickness accepted, Chao Bao also revealed a smile and continued, since Divine Dr. Song still has friends here, then I won't bother you much. We'll raise our glasses together when the time comes. After saying that, Chao Bao gave Lin Jiaxing a provocative look and hurried away. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, Lin Jiaxing would continue to reveal to his face what he had done that day at the medical association meeting, and then it would be really hard to say. Elder Lin, teacher, you guys have a problem with this guy? The insightful Song's sickness naturally saw some clues and looked at the second old man and asked with a smile. From the other man's last name, he had guessed something. In fact, he already had some knowledge about the Big Love Group. This was because he had investigated the Lu family's situation after returning to Indu. Finally, he got information from Marshallin that the Lu family had killed Lu Shangfeng with their own hands after they went all crazy that day. Then with Lu Tianzhao at the head, the family went to the west to fetch scriptures. Don't get me wrong, it's a real trip to get the scriptures. As soon as the police arrived, the family was already outfitted and ready to go. Lu Tianzhao is armed and carrying an AK, acting as the Monkey King. Lu Shuahai carries a nail rake from nowhere. When they encountered injustice on the road, they said it was a demon or devil, and rushed up to them and beat them severely, like hitting Lu Xiangfeng. It was the police who finally stopped the odd family under a bridge. As a result, Lu Tianzhao actually took the police as heavenly soldiers. With a group of Lu's family, they are about to cause havoc in the heavenly palace. The end is naturally predictable. Facing the gun-toting Lu family, the SWAT fighters are here. After a fuss, the police ended the farce with one death. Interestingly, the one who died was the same Lu Haifeng who abused his power and arrested Song's sickness in the first place. During the course of the great battle, she also became ill and claimed to be his Erlangshen, rushing out to fight Lu Tianzhao in a firefight. As a result, he was blitzed to death by Lu Tianzhao. After this incident, the other survivors of the Lu family were also removed and investigated. Yes, this is the final comedy of the Lu family, which has been jokingly referred to by netizens as the modern-day version of the Great Trouble in the Palace of Heaven incident. If it weren't for the video, Song's sickness would even be a little disbelieving. But aside from that, Song's sickness also learned from this that since the fall of the Lu family, the Lu's pharmaceutical group had changed its name to the AI group. Instead of suffering, it has become more profitable because of the name change. Through the inside information given by Marshallin, the AI group is now controlled by the Chao, Zhao and Wang families, and behind these three, the Gao family, which is vaguely constrained by the government and business. This also explains clearly the reason why Lu's pharmaceutical group was not affected in the slightest after the fall of the Lu family. Because the Lu family, too, is just a pawn raised by the Gao family. If anything happens, just get another one. Such pawns are plentiful in Anguilla. Song's sickness, there's something I have to tell you. This Chao Bao, as his name suggests, is no good. When it was about you, he even came out blatantly to smear you. Your teacher returned to the country to bestow the name of the national doctor. He and some guys are even behind the back of the constant small moves. If not and Marshall personally intervened, perhaps again by them to get their way. So, this so-called banquet must be a Hongmen banquet. You mustn't be complicit with these guys. When Marshallin finds out everything, there will be good fruit for them to eat. Lin Jiaxing spoke gruffly to Song's sickness. Not only did he tell what Chao Bao and the others had done before, but he also revealed many hidden secrets. Of course, he was mainly worried that Song Disease wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of money and be bribed by Chao Bao and the others. Chao Bao, if I had known, I wouldn't have gone. Elder Lin, don't worry, I have my own plans. Song's sickness smiled and didn't say anything more. Is this invitation really just for the three Sao Pao families? I'm afraid there's still the will of the Gao family back there. Old Lin, there's no time to find out. Let's go. What kind of person is Song sick? Aren't you clear about that? Lin Jiaxing wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Hua Sigua, who had been silent. He smiled and nodded towards Song's sickness, then led Lin Jiaxing to the car. Although it was only a few times of contact, he vaguely felt that Song's sickness was not simple. He believed that Song's sickness had his own ideas. Seeing off the two old men, Song's sickness re-picked up the invitation that was made of pure gold, throwing the 100 million World Bank card, which was full of sincerity, to AI little beast casually. He laughed without a good mood. The chicken you made today was good. A reward for you. He's got so much money now that 100 million feels like a piece, and he doesn't even bother to transfer it to his name. AI little beast. Thank you, master. Love you. The reactive AI little beast was happy like a daughter who got pocket money, gave Song Sik a fierce hug, and pulled Zhang Taiju to go shopping. Song Sickness smiled helplessly as his gaze continued to fall on the invitation, his eyes narrowing slightly. Want to go? Definitely going. Instead of being passive and tentative, we should be proactive. Moreover, he would like to see what this AI group, Gao family, in turn, wanted to do. It's also good to prepare ahead of time, e.g., get the sick delivered first. Smiling, Song Sik put the invitation away and sat down on the reclining chair, taking out his cell phone and opening Dujang to see what was going on. Unsurprisingly, one click in and the front page immediately popped up with a welcome poster that Douyin had made just for him. Everyone who clicks in almost pops up. It can be described as sincere. Title, China's famous genius national Dr. Song Shinsher, studying abroad to return home, will be stationed on the platform live to see the doctor on the same day. In addition, there are also cases about many Song diseases that have been treated well for a variety of difficult cases. Coupled with the fact that Song's sickness had just returned to the country, the heat of the row in which Marshall and personally greeted him did not go down. In time, the news also quickly rushed to the hot search. Gripes. Live streaming medical care. That's even possible? Can this be seen accurately? Going to the hospital requires all kinds of photos and blood draws for diagnosis. I can only say that I admire his courage. The reality of seeing a doctor requires all kinds of instruments. And even many doctors have to search online. Either this Dr. Song is too strong, or he is looking at the live broadcast dividend and also wants to live broadcast to make money as an Edison. Indeed, don't ruin your life's reputation if you can't see it right then. Regardless, it's better to pay attention to support it. After all, this is a real service for the people. Already following, looking forward to, the Master Disease Center, prescribing me a pair of early herbal medicines, crying. Judging from the comments, many are skeptical. After all, nowadays go to a large hospital to diagnose who is not all kinds of blood draw photo examination. Who's gonna believe you when you come straight to a live streaming doctor's appointment? But in the face of the achievements of Song disease, and the curiosity of many people about this novelty of seeing a doctor, quite a few people are still pointing their attention in anticipation. Plus Doulin's so promoted. In a day's time, Song's 6 account had skyrocketed to over 5 million followers, and it continues to soar. Ask for some gifts to generate electricity, brothers. Chapter 167, I'm not a face value anchor. Big love group building. Inside the high-level conference hall on the topmost floor, the three holders, Chao Bao, Zhao Ming, and Wang Ben, converged here. But in front of the trio, in addition to the youth of yesteryear, there was an additional woman clad in mink with red high heels. The woman was sexy and seductive, with a misanthropic and cold melon face, leaning back in her chair with her eyes closed and a pair of long, white, slender legs just resting casually on the table. However, it caused Wang Ben's 3 men to keep their heads dead low, not daring to look at them more than once. Report, young master. Great miss. We have already sent an invitation to Song's sickness, and he has accepted our invitation, so he should have agreed to the feast. Chao Bao took the initiative to report. Very well. I don't need to teach you what to do next, do I? Gao Xingjie turned around and looked at the 3 of them and smiled. Understood. The 3 of them hurriedly nodded their heads. Naturally, they had long been familiar with this aspect of bribing and pulling people's hearts together. Otherwise, the Gao family wouldn't have given them a chance. Gao Ling, who had been resting her eyes with her eyes closed, also opened her beautiful eyes at this moment, coldly looking at the 3 of them, and calmly said, by the way, let me remind you, the last thing Song's sickness lacks right now is money, so I hope you guys work more on some other aspects. It's best not to let us show our faces, or the entire AI group could be reduced to a bargaining chip. The 3 people's hearts trembled as they hurriedly assured, we understand, we will definitely do our best. Sent to a psychiatric hospital. Looking at the more than 5 million fans that have risen in a day's time, Song Disease immediately planned to open a live broadcast to see the effect. For the first broadcast, his main goal was not to find a disease, but to show his strength first and dispel doubts. This will attract more disease pollen. It's much easier to follow up and find the disease. As soon as he said he would do it, Song Sik immediately put on a brand new set of white coats and messed up his image in the process. As a doctor, one must surely behave as that doctor should. Otherwise, If you stand in front of the camera in flip-flops and slippers with shorts and say you're a doctor, who's going to believe you? Fire Cloud Evil God is more like it. After doing all the details, Song Sickness was then in the courtyard, set up his cell phone, kept a kind smile and opened the live broadcast. Soon, the camera showed Song Sick in a white coat, handsome features, paired with the perfect physique brought about by the enhancement. Even without the beauty face on, it was still difficult to hide the natural gas quality of Song Sickness. The appearance and temperament alone are enough to kill countless stars. So soon, with the added benefit of appearances, netizens began to enter the live stream as soon as it opened. Grass grip. What a handsome man. Love. It looks so natural. Is this without the face? It's really not on. And it doesn't look like he's wearing any makeup. Oh my god. So much more handsome than my brother. Spotted an all-natural potentate. Blanched. One look and I'm in love. I'm drooling already. This young lady. May I ask which orifice you are from? The ones who clicked in seemed to be mostly female, and they all seemed very enthusiastic. Hello everyone on the internet, my humble self sends the master of disease, professional doctor, specializing in treating all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. Human and animal can be cured. The reason for starting a live stream is to give back to the community and save more lives, actually, to find diseases. For the first time to engage in this thing, Song disease is still a little strange and unnatural. So try to keep a smile, began to introduce themselves, a blind bragging, but soon, Song Sickness realized that something was wrong. Wow, really? Master can cure anything? Evil grin. Master, the water pipe in my house is clogged. Can you help me clear it? Master, I'm thirsty. Master, you're so young. I've got lovesickness. I need a kiss from you to get better. Maestro, please change your perspective. I'm already starting to sicken myself. Countless cow-horse pop-ups popped up one after another, and Song Sickness was dumbfounded. Goddamn mess. Feeling that these first ones to enter the live room were not because of his name, but because of his looks? It's true. If you're good looking, you realize how proactive girls are. Ahem. Please watch your words haha. This is a proper doctor watching live room, not a face anchor. Song Sickness face black reminded. This would be really hard for him to explain if AI little beast came back and saw it. However, Song Disease's decency didn't seem to be of much use. Instead, it aroused the teasing desires of these empresses even more. More love. The master is angry. Even anger is so charming. Master, no more pretending. Showdown. Sister is a rich woman. Sister wants to adopt you. Make a price. From now on, you will be exclusively Sis's personal doctor, and you will only be allowed to give me injections. 500 injections a day. Grip it. Big Sis. 500 stitches a day, are you serious? Master, are you cosplaying? I really like this aura of yours. Song Sickness. 0. Eyes What did he go through? Why was the first time he started a live broadcast different from what he thought it would be? Apparently, no one at all believed that Song Sickness was a real doctor. Just assumed it was dressed like that for live effect. After all, who would trust such a young doctor? Just as Song Sickness was having an incomparable headache, a number of netizens who had come because of his fame had finally entered the live broadcast room. Is this divine Dr. Song? So young and handsome. Looks like he's only in his 20s. So young to be able to study abroad and return home. And also achieved so many honors. Young man amazing. Big mother top you. Yes. Dare to be creative. Support you. Everyone, don't open your yellow mouths. This is the genius miracle doctor who returned from studying abroad in our country. Manhwa. Not long ago. Along with a growing number of seriously supportive pop-ups. Those queen people who were still flirting before finally realized that something was wrong. Could it be that this is the true master? For a moment, they panicked. It's over. Master, I'm sorry. I thought you were cosplaying. Oh, I was just about to ask Master to fix my faucet. Shame on me. Master, you give me a hole to drill. Master, I was wrong. I am willing to give my body to you. A crowd of flirting empresses hurriedly apologized. And many of the shy ones even hurriedly swiped a gift and slipped away, off to find the master who can truly save them. They really didn't think that Song Sickness was a real doctor. After all, in their minds, mustn't a real master doctor be bald and addled? At this time the number of people in the live broadcast room had come to more than 3,000. Seeing the live room finally back on track, Song Disease sweating for a moment, or hurriedly straight to the point and laughed, in order to thank the first live broadcast today. I will be free to live for 3 people to see the doctor. There is a need for friends can describe the disease, and then apply for a continuous microphone. First come, first served. Don't miss out. This was what Song Sickness had broadcasted for the first time today, and it was natural to do so to make a name for himself first. Otherwise, Who would believe you if you come in here and just open your mouth and collect money? However, even when Song Sickness said that it was free, at the first moment, there was still no one who dared to try it. There's no way around it. It's just human nature. Not many people dare to be pioneers when faced with an attempt at uncharted territory. Chapter 168, The Kidney Slugger. Master, is this live streaming of your medical care reliable? Right. What if you can't see it right? Or if you're wrong? This is a human life. Divine Dr. Song. Your intentions are good, but there are all sorts of people on the internet. So take my advice. It's better to just chat and explain to us some general medical knowledge. Don't get hacked in that way by people who don't have bad intentions when the time comes. Yeah, I'm a doctor too, and it's really not safe to visit online. Listen to Uncle, you're still young. Everything on the internet is virtual. You can't grasp it. Kid, let Uncle come. Questioning and admonishing pop-ups kept popping up. Apparently people don't believe it. True or false? Those who need a cure will know if they try it by connecting to the microphone. And there are only 3 spots. In response, Song Sickness just kindly reminded. As for the con? Oh, he's not the same Song Sickness now. He's got plenty of money. How much is a life? To cheat is. Hey, you'll regret it. Wants to be a netizen like crazy. I'd like to see how you can cure it. Do you still know how to see with fiery eyes? You can tell what someone is sick with one glance across the screen? Countless well-spoken netizens sighed in disappointment in the face of Song Disease's indifference. It only felt like Song Sickness was obsessed with not seeing the coffin, waiting for a good show. At this time, there was also finally a netizen who applied for a link. The type note was, "You can diagnose what's wrong with mine from across the screen. Count your blessings." Song Sick looked at it and clicked agree without hesitation. Soon, the screen was filled with a muscular man in a tank top, still pulling dumbbells in the gym. Master, didn't you say that you were live streaming medical treatment? Then there's no need for us to name the disease. If you're capable, you can diagnose it yourself. That's how you convince people. The muscular man laughed provocatively at Song Sick while pulling the dumbbells, trying his best to show off his biceps and strength. Apparently the visit was fake. The test and the opportunity to suck traffic was real. And Muscle Man did get a response when he said that. It is only reasonable to think that Song Disease should be allowed to see the disease for itself. Crazy swipes of approval. In response, Song Sickness didn't care and spoke directly. Yes, but it requires you to turn off all your beauty faces so that you can see accurately. The muscular man stalled in his movements, but turned it off, and the video was instantly less white and had many more pimples on his face. Master, watch carefully. I hope you don't let everyone down. The muscular man continued to open his mouth and laughed. Song Sickness didn't say anything, and between the narrowing of his eyes, the other party's body continued to disintegrate in his eyes. The illnesses and physical conditions that should be there surfaced one by one. However, looking at the disease on the other party, Song Sickness had a strange look on his face. There was a deep silence. Well, Master, tell me what's wrong with me? Don't ever say I'm healthy, because I just had a full body checkup at the hospital not too long ago, and you can't fool me. Seeing that Song Sickness didn't say anything, the muscular man scoffed more confidently. His favorite thing is to fake these crooks. If live streaming can see patients, what's the point of having outpatient clinics in big hospitals? This is so fake. Shake it off. Dude came prepared. All muscular, strong as an ox, healthy at first sight. Where did he get sick? Yes. Why don't you tell us, Master? For a while, the atmosphere in the broadcast room was also ignited by the muscular man. To see how Song Sickness ends up. If a weak body, but can say what the Black Hole of India. There is a disaster of blood and light to fool there for a while. But this is a straight-up muscle man. How do you fool him? Can you still say that people have weak kidneys? In the face of the crowd's anticipation, as well as the muscular man's provocation, Song Sickness smiled faintly and spoke truthfully as well. If I'm guessing right, you have weak kidneys. At these words, the broadcast room went quiet. It took half a day for the pop-ups to pop up like crazy. Po ha 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 ha. And really ing kidney weak? Laughing doesn't live. Master, are you serious? Find a good reason to snub as well. Such a strong little brother. You say he has weak kidneys? Might as well say he has a pimple on his face. Yeah, Divine Dr. Song don't play anymore. If you play, it's over. The netizens are not believe. After all, look at the muscle man strong with the cattle. Pressure root with the kidney deficiency does not match well. However, what they didn't notice was that the muscular man's face changed when Song Sickness said those words. The same face of shock and disbelief. The dumbbells he had been holding in his hand fell to the floor as well. Obviously not expecting to actually be told by Song Sickness? How is that possible? After all, to an outsider, he was definitely a man among men. It's more of a fighter in the eyes of a rich woman. Who would associate a muscle-bound man like him with a weak kidney? But the truth is, he does have weak kidneys. And more than weak kidneys. And he was the only one who knew this secret. That's why he went to the hospital for a checkup. But nah, it was too serious for the hospital to do anything about. Big slugger. Just pull out the hospital bill and slap him in the face. Yeah, the big face-punching scene starts right away. The crowd of netizens who finished mocking then pointed their spears at the muscular man. Reacting. The muscular man's face changed for a moment. When he looked at Song Sickness again, it was hard to hide his heart. At this moment, he was the only one who knew that this was a kick in the teeth. This is the true guru. But at this moment, is he going to admit that Song Sickness is right? Then the whole internet will probably know he has a weak kidney. Even his family. I don't know if it's possible that the first muscle man with weak kidneys will be born. When the time comes, he's really on fire. No, don't. Thinking of this, the muscle man's face paled. Hastily looked at Song Disease to open his mouth forcefully. Quack. You are a quack. Lousy strong very. You only kidney deficiency. In the face of the muscular man's incompetent rage, Song Sickness was calm and unperturbed. After all, a man's biggest fear is being told he can't, or in the form of a live broadcast. But in order to make everyone believe, he could only kill the chicken to warn the net, so he opened his mouth to pacify. Relax. I can completely understand your feelings. After all, anyone who encounters this is not suffering. And if I'm reading this correctly, you have necrospermia and birdie in addition to kidney weakness. Right? Once this was said, the live broadcast room exploded once again. Pohahaha, another kidney deficiency, another dead spermatozoa plus birdie? Laughing my ass off. Master, don't live stream your medical treatment, just live stream your curses. I'll definitely give you a shout out. Yeah, this is too much ow. It's so hurtful to a man's ego. This is outrageous. Look at our brother's size. It is comparable to an ox. It seems to be a good hand at repairing water pipes. You're saying he has birdie syndrome? Master, show us how big you are? We can't stand that anymore. Pohahaha. The netizens in the livestream were amused by Song's 6 words. However, they didn't notice that at this moment, without the added power of beauty, the muscular man's face was turning red to the naked eye. Slander. Slander me. You're slandering me. I. The muscular man panicked, pointing at Song Sick through the screen, his face reddening as he opened his mouth. But it was hard to hide the weakness. Because Song Sickness was right about everything. It's simply more accurate than a hospital checkup. As if you're seeing through him through the screen? Shake it off. It's not really a weak kidney, is it? Seeing this performance of the muscular man, the netizens could not laugh. Finally realized something was wrong. Don't panic. I can cure all these diseases of yours. Give me a private message later. I'll cure you offline for free. And make sure you'll be alive and well in the future. And become a real muscle man. Song Sickness threw out the temptation directly. The chattering muscular man stopped his sophistry at once and subconsciously spoke excitedly. Really? You can really cure me. But after saying that he regretted it and hurriedly covered his mouth. But is it still useful? The live broadcast room saw its third climax as the number of people online came to 10,000 plus. Grasp. It's even true. A real kidney slugger? Upstairs. There's dead sperm you forgot. Upstairs. And a tiny little bird. Oh mom. My 3 views. The slugger of my heart. Brothers, cold fact, muscle men aren't always strong. They're all big. Don't worry brothers. This live streaming visit is just a way for the protagonist to acquire a rare disease. It won't take long to write. And the final theme will be fixing the internet exploding keyboard warrior. Lastly, I'm begging for a gift to generate electricity, carat o carat. Chapter 169, Shock. Master is actually a veterinarian? In the face of the holy ruin slugger that suddenly swiped the screen, the muscular man stiffened in place, only to become lifeless. Done. It's all over. So his little secret is out in the open? Ooh, master, save me. You must save me. Otherwise I have no face to live. The muscular man held his cell phone and kept begging. The oldest piece of head is crying like a baby at the moment. Poor thing. Don't worry. I can cure it when I say I can. And I can not only restore you, but I can make you a wine-eating slugger. Song Sickness smiled and assured him, since that other party to kill the chicken to warn the net. Naturally, good people to the end. Otherwise, I guess Muscle Man would really get off lightly. Really? So my birdie syndrome can be cured too? The muscular man asked again with eagerness, because his brother is really that pathetic. Whenever he took off his clothes, it was a miserable sight compared to his strong block of flesh. It's like using your own imagination. Totally asymmetrical. Naturally I can. I'll satisfy you. Song Sickness nodded confidently. Birdie's disease is a disease, too, and he can naturally cure it. And it's a disease he's long since filled with, if you dare to believe it. In addition, when he was in Lee, he had collected a number of large bird syndromes. It's really not possible not to send another one of these diseases to the other side. It's guaranteed to be a good idea. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. I apologize to you for my recklessness before. You will heal me. You will be my father from now on. The muscular man placed all his hopes on Song's sickness and was incoherent with gratitude. He doesn't care what the internet thinks anymore. Anyway, the moniker kidney slugger has been formed. The only way to take off the word kidney deficiency now is through Song disease, and to hear Song's sickness say with unbelievable confidence that he could cure these men's pain. The live feed ignited again. Master, I also apologize to you for my recklessness just now. Master, I have a friend who also has weak kidneys and asks you for medicine. Master, help. That old in my house blows and s me every night. I'm dying. Master, I've been a craftsman for 30 years. Now I want to quit. Is there any salvation? Many men were not calm and asked for help from Song's sickness. Don't worry, everyone. I'll put together a few good herbal remedies for the next broadcast, and I promise to revitalize you all as well. At this, Song's sickness naturally did not mince words and opened his mouth to assure him. Letting him touch them one by one is definitely out of the question, but it's okay to give a few good herbal remedies. And naturally, these remedies were researched by him from the book of ancient medical techniques given to him by Hua Sigua. The effect is immediate. Absolutely barfy. The master is open. Long live the master. Thank you, master. My friend is saved. Upstairs. That friend of yours wouldn't be you, would it? Master, is there a cure for women? I'm dizzy chickens. Grip it. Sister, my little one. And make sure you don't get dizzy. Really? I'm actually male. The crowd of netizens swiped their screens to pay their respects, and the more they talked, the more outrageous they became. Hold it. Hold it. There's a second patient in need. Song's sickness hurriedly interrupted. He was finding out that this class of netizens could really live with the whole thing. As Song's sickness words fell, this time, with a pioneer, many people no longer hesitated and applied. Of course, there are also many kidney-weak hearts that dare not even, deeply afraid of being seen by Song disease. Social death like a muscle man. A holy ruin slugger had just appeared on the entire network, and they didn't want to be the second. Song sick swept his eyes, then randomly selected a person. Net name, Snowwind Heartling. ID called Clea 321. Since it's free, it's a good idea to get your name out there first. It's only afterward that there's more to pick from. Soon enough, a pig farm appeared in Snowwind Heartling's camera, and there were countless pigs lying in the pig farm at the moment, and lots of standing around drooling. At a glance, there were thousands of heads. Immediately afterward, a desperate and pleading voice rang out from the camera, Master, these are my pigs. I don't know what happened, but they suddenly contracted swine fever, and I fed them a lot of medicines but they didn't work. Can you help me look at it? It's my life savings, and if it's gone, me and my family are basically ruined. It was a man's voice, and although the man didn't show his face, it wasn't hard to hear the urgency and desperation in his tone. Hey, only those in farming know the heartache. Ooh, what a poor piggy. Master, aren't you able to heal both humans and animals? Help him. Crowds of netizens have also swiped their screens to sympathize. Song's sickness, however, froze slightly, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Good lord, isn't this a professional match? Let's not forget that he studied postpartum care before. In this life, I thought I would never be exposed to this industry. It turned out to be in such an alternative way. At that moment, Song's sickness didn't say anything and directly opened the forbidden pupil. It was finally determined that it was indeed a swine fever that only occurs in pigs, and he absorbed it back when he was a vet going out to volunteer. It spreads like the human plague. It's hard to cure. So, if you don't specialize in treating these pigs, you're basically going to end up with the same thing as those 99 women. Victory against the epidemic was achieved through collective burial and disposal. These herbs are found in the mountains, so go find them now, decoct them, add them to these western herbs, mix them in the pig's food, and dunk them to see what happens. Song's sickness contemplated for a moment, and a cure came to his mind, which he instantly typed in sent. I know these herbs, and I have these western medicines that specialize in treating pigs. Okay, I'll go get them. Without much hesitation, the men set off at once. What he was facing now would have been despair, and with hope, he would naturally seize it. In a short time, the man carried a mixed bale of grass from the hills. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were mowing the lawn to feed the cows. Pressing on, the men, however, don't care, they just mix it with the pig food and cook it, plus the western medicine. Found a sick pig that was dying and dunked it. An operation as fierce as a tiger. The next step was a long wait to see the results. It was a long process, but everyone watched it with great interest. One is to expect a miracle. Secondly, I wanted to see if Song Sickness was fooling people, and so the wait went on for about half an hour. Just when the crowd of netizens were getting a little impatient, the pig, which had been lying motionless on the ground, slowly squealed and stood up, even volunteered to eat the leftover pig food from those dunks. God, it's okay, it's really okay? No one was more excited first than the hog farm man on the verge of despair. He watched the scene in disbelief. Nothing but disbelief. Soon, however, he moved frantically and began to go up the mountain to pluck herbs. There are thousands of pigs waiting for him to cure. Grip. Really cured? Can any real person or animal be cured? The master turned out to be a veterinarian as well. Master Bull. Master Wonderful. Master Quack. Master, please accept my knee. I now believe that the master can really cure kidney deficiency. The live broadcast room also exploded, and at this moment, no one doubted Song Sickness anymore. All the fame and prestige are far less shocking and convincing than a practice. In response, Song Sickness was not surprised at all. Treating pigs, he's a professional. And don't look at what his specialty is. Goodbye, master. And when my hogs are ready I'll come and give you 2 of them myself. The pig farm man was busy and hurriedly turned off the live broadcast, not forgetting to express his gratitude to Song Sickness at the end. Who would have thought that what brought him back from the dead would be a live broadcast? There's one last free spot left. At that moment, Song Sickness kindly reminded, the master even me? Master, master, I need you. Master, I'm your long-lost son Smash. The crowd was abuzz, begging on their knees to be connected. It is only at this moment that I realize how valuable these 3 places are. How dare they hesitate at first? It's like a chance to change your destiny. Thinking about this, countless people regretted it. At this moment, the number of people in the live broadcast room had already come to 50,000 plus, and it was still rubbing up. Seeing this, the corner of Song Sick's mouth slightly hooked. At this moment, the offense and defense are different. Changing netizens begged him. That was the effect he wanted. But since the 3 places he said were free, he would naturally practice it. Seeing that it was getting late, Song Sickness planned to continue connecting one at random. Eyes, however, were inadvertently drawn to a reason for applying for a connection. Master, please help me. I really want to be a real woman. Song Sickness, Chapter 170, Stone Woman Disease. Looking at this genuine request, Song Sickness decisively chose her. Soon, under the camera, an innocent girl with no beauty face, no filter, no additives, wearing a high school uniform and full of youthfulness, appeared under the crowd's sight. She was, however, sitting at a balcony, with tear tracks on her pale cheeks. What a pretty little sister. Seriously doubt the master is looking at the face company? It's too bad such a pretty little sister can get sick. Hey, when I see my sister, I think of my girlfriend who passed away not long ago. The resemblance, it's just too much. Sister, don't cry. You can say whatever illness you have. The master is very good. He can definitely cure you. The live stream quickly fell, but someone else noticed the young girl's low mood and carefully calmed her down. However, the young girl's mood was still low, and looking at Song Sick's handsome face on the screen, her mood was only a few points better. Then he choked and cried out to Song Sickness. Master, why does heaven like to toy with me, giving me the appearance of a woman but taking away my woman's body? Listening to the young girl's cries, Song Sick didn't say much, but the netizens in the live broadcast room exploded. Grip, what do you mean? My sister doesn't have an extra chromosome, does she? There seems to be such a thing as hermaphroditism. In short, blow up. It's really a shame to see such a beautiful sister. Actually, I don't mind. Got it. Go play. Ignoring the entire live broadcast, Song Sickness' eyes narrowed slightly, and the forbidden pupil activated. Ding, a rare disease of the 1st degree has been detected. Disease body, human. Disease, lithiasis. Symptoms, women who have atresia of the primordial female MO, or hypertrophy of the primordial female feeler. Congenital absence of the phonic tract, or congenital underdevelopment of the phonic tract, and who are unable to carry out the family name Petite. The main symptoms include abnormal menstruation, cyclic abdominal pain, and difficulty in intercourse. Song Sick's eyes brightened slightly, not realizing that this 3rd slot had given him an unexpected gain. It's a disease that he definitely hasn't absorbed. Master, can you tell what ails mine? The young girl lost her mind and cried for a long time. Wenko suddenly asked seriously. Because, this was the last hope her gave herself. If Song Sickness says it's wrong, she doesn't seem to hesitate to jump off the balcony. The first female touch hypertrophy or narrowing, congenital underdevelopment of the phonic canal, which causes the last name Jubyao difficulties, medical commonly known as stone female syndrome. This condition is caused by congenital underdevelopment and cannot be cured with current medical treatment. Song Sickness calmly looked at the young girl and slowly spoke. He knew that if he didn't show it, the other guy could really jump. And hearing Song Disease's incomparably precise and unmistakable words about his own illness, the young girl's gray eyes appeared to light up, but it was still hard to hide her surprise. How did you see it? The netizens also blew up. Gripes. I can't believe it's the rare stone woman syndrome I've heard of. Away from the original spectrum. Master, this can be seen. I now seriously doubt that Master really has eyes of fire. No, it must be perspective. How else could you see so well? It's over. Now there are wizards in the visiting world too. Brothers, hurry up and cover your private parts. Don't let the masters see you. Song Sickness. This class of netizens is so smart that they actually guessed it. Ahem. Chinese medicine is concerned about looking and sniffing. What disease can be seen through the color of the face? Do not understand, don't guess here. Song Sickness didn't interrupt in a good mood. Keep guessing. So the question is, Master, can you cure this disease? Yes. Master, what do you want to cure? Can you share the treatment plan? We want to learn too. +1, +1, +666. Master, I have a plan. The netizens were instantly enthusiastic and were looking forward to seeing how Song's disease would be treated. Song Sick's face was dark. He was going crazy with all this talent. At this time, the young girl also looked at Song Sickness with anticipation and asked, Master, can you cure it? Ahem, yes you can. But this is a bit of a serious illness you have. And this will have to be treated offline with me alone. Song Sickness said in a serious manner. Joking aside, it's a disease he hasn't inhaled. So naturally he won't let it go. Really? You can really make me a real woman? The young girl's beautiful eyes glowed with renewed hope for life. With her pure and delicate appearance and body conditions, she became the school recognized as the rightful schoolflower. But because of this disease, she was not only disliked by her parents, she was told by her best friend to the whole class. It was so well known that not only did the girls laugh at her, but even her boyfriend, who used to be her boyfriend, left her because of it. She had wanted to come to the rooftop to end her life. However, he inadvertently learned about Song Sickness and entered the live broadcasting room of Song Sickness. Of course, if you trust me and give me a day after we meet, I can make you a real woman. Song Sickness looked at the young girl, his eyes clear and without a trace of impurities. However, the octopus dude on the air was not happy. Master, what do you want? The more I hear, the more outrageous it gets, I'm a decent guy in a decent business for over 30 years, and I'm thinking the wrong way. This offline treatment of yours sounds immodest, and I won't allow it. The guru eats alone and lures bad girls. Brothers help. Report. How would you like to be treated? Vigorously for a miracle? Sister, don't believe him. Brother can cure it too. The octopus buddies had a bellyful of sewage and were in opposition. But what they say doesn't count. Under Song Sick's handsome appearance, plus a smile like a spring breeze, plus clear eyes, the young girl finally chose to believe Song Sick. Well, nah, Master, I'm willing to let you try. And I don't blame you if you can't cure it. The young girl smiled sweetly and had the courage to live for the time being. Well, I'll private message you the address later. And you can come see me tomorrow. Song Sick nodded and laughed. Well, thank you, Master. You're so nice. And you're so handsome. And you have so much honor. It's just a false name. It's not worth mentioning. Why yes, someone as good as you. Someone who doesn't do it for fame or fortune and thinks about giving back to the community, is the example we should follow. Ahem, you're welcome. Crowd. Watching the two chatting enthusiastically, completely ignoring their presence, the crowd of netizens completely broke their defenses. Little sister, how can you trust him so easily just because he's handsome? What if he's a bad guy? TM bastard. We're still here. I'm afraid it's a bit disrespectful for you guys to talk like that, So I go. In the midst of the crowd of netizens breaking defense, the young girl waved goodbye and agreed on a time, which broke the connection. That's the end of today's broadcast. I've got some things to do. Back off, Song Sickness also smiled and waved to the crowd of netizens. The effect was achieved and it was time to end it naturally. The crowd of netizens once again suffered a 10,000 point storm, but still immediately conceded. Brother, you're still young. Head for the road of crime. Brother, we were wrong. Brother, where is the treatment? Give an address. We are really fragrant to learn. Right, brother, it's better to be happy alone than to be happy together. Don't go off the air yet. I still have some specialized poses I'd like to ask you about. Brother, just tell us the treatment plan. I'm crawling like ants all over my body right now. It's unbearable. Master, how can I live without you? Maestro, I'm treating it properly. Don't think about it. Song Sickness' face darkened. The broadcast was decisively taken off the air after the collective pleas of the center's netizens. These octopus guys are full of ink and hopeless. Looking at the growing evening sky, Song Sickness got up and stretched. Master, let's eat. At that exact moment, AI's little beast came and shouted, "You guys eat. It's on the house tonight." Song Sickness smiled slightly. The big love group banquet is tonight. He was looking forward to what kind of gift they would have for him. Chapter 171, Hongmen Yen. Big love group building. A certain hall on the -6th floor. Compared with the solemn office buildings on the surface, this place is extremely luxurious. Like a top luxury restaurant. More like an intoxicating ballroom. 4. In the center of it was a huge dining table, while in front of it was an extravagant stage. On top of that, there's a swimming pool, a sleeper sofa, a variety of mesmerizing lights and music. Various layouts for human comfort and enjoyment are almost always presented here. It's like the emperor's harem, King Zhou's drunkenness. And at this moment, on the stage above, a woman dressed in sexy and revealing clothes with a tall and hot body gathered here. What stockings, short skirts, JK outfits, high heels, each female is dressed differently, each with their own characteristics, but all to show off their seductive and sexy body appearance. It can be said that all of them have all the fantasies that men have about women. And when you look at these women, all of them have pretty faces, exquisite and provocative. All of them are special. Pulling out any one of them would be enough to rival a popular star in the entertainment industry. There were even 3 women who wore a provocative mask on the upper half of their faces, deliberately concealing their features to add a bit of mysterious beauty. But at this moment, it is these special objects that countless geeks have fantasized about and longed for. And at this moment, they are all obediently lining up to stand on the stage, as if they were being selected as concubines. In fact, they do all wait to be picked. Also at that moment, Chao Bao, Zhao Ming, and Wang Ban walked onto the stage. Scanning the layout of the scene, his eyes only finally landed on the dozen or so beautifully and provocatively dressed young girls. The eyes of the 3 men fluctuated, equally attracted by these special objects that made men's blood boil, but the trio quickly suppressed the evil fire beneath them. These women, they were hand-picked from the entertainment industry. It's all for Song Sickness. I'm sure your bosses have made it clear to you. I'll get the terms out of the way first. This time your purpose is to curry favor with the next guest of honor, Divine Dr. Song. Whoever gets the favor of Divine Dr. Song tonight and accompanies him to bed will be Ngua's next diva. Chao contained a smile and opened his mouth. When these words came out, the beautiful eyes of a dozen or so preparatory female celebrities were all glowing. No one doubted Chao Bao's words, because before they came their boss had made it clear to them about this rare opportunity. They know the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry, but the temptation was too great this time. Get into bed once and you're off to a flying start as the next diva. Fly up to the branch and become a phoenix. Who could resist such a temptation after a lifetime of fantasizing about being a star? Thinking of this, not a few teenage stars clenched their pink fists, lightly biting their red lips. Their hearts have long been secretly determined. Tonight will surely bring out their best. No matter if this Dr. Song was a human or a ghost, fat head and how ugly he looked, they were going to take it. Boss, what if there's more than 2 he picks? Suddenly, a witty actress asked. Chao Bao and the 3 of them froze slightly, equally dazed. Yes, sir. If Song Sickness has a big appetite, or even all of them? After all, they had seen Song Sickness, and he looked like nothing more than a young and energetic young man. It's no match for old men like them. 1 counts as 1. The district is just a diva. My AI group can still afford to cultivate it. Wang Ban opened his mouth at this moment. It made the 16 actresses even more excited and more serious about touching up their makeup and getting ready. Regarding the financial power of the AI group, their bosses had naturally told them all about it. Enough to buy tens of thousands of the groups they sign up with. You can imagine. However, among the 3 masked actresses, there was one who acted calmly till the end. Through those beautiful eyes under her mask is what distinguishes these actresses from their desire to be famous. The 3 didn't seem to notice the difference in this woman, and with a slight smile, they retreated from the stage. Yes, these actresses are one of their gifts to Song Sickness. Since ancient times, heroes have had a hard time with beauty, not to mention the bloodthirsty youth. Everything is ready for him to come. After checking around, Wang Ban breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, after putting in so much effort, I don't believe he's a saint, Zhao Ming said confidently with a gloomy face. Dean, the AI group is a group that the marshal is focusing on investigating, and I'm afraid that this banquet is not with good intentions. It might even take a swing at you, so why don't you let me accompany you? Sense Sick Psychiatric Hospital. See Song Sick in a car to leave. Yi Tian offered to accompany. He was sent by Marshall and to protect Song Sickness. If anything happened to Song Sickness, he would not be able to account for it at all. It's me they're inviting. It's no fun for you to go. Song Sickness laughed and set off with a kick of the gas. From the Lu family to the Chao, Zhao and Wang families, what has changed is the family. What remains the same is this medical group that dominates the Manhwa market. It can be called a change of scenery. He wanted to see what this so-called medical group was really like. As for the Hongmen banquet, he wasn't worried at all. After all, he wasn't Lu Bang. Even if Xiangyu comes, he is not afraid. After half an hour's drive, Song Sik finally followed the address and arrived at the first ring of Andu, the territory of the AI Group. What caught my eye was the Dai AI Group building. It was a 100-story, single-family building that couldn't be seen at the end of a glance up. And on the building, there are still a few eye-catching slogans: selfless dedication, great love for the people. May I ask if you are Dr. Song? Song Sickness had just parked his car, and a lady in professional attire who was waiting specifically at a distance immediately greeted him respectfully. I am. Song Sickness nodded. Great. Divine Dr. Song. Welcome, please come inside. The service lady immediately smiled and respectfully made way to greet them. And the floor had long been covered with a red blanket. With the service lady leading the way, Song Sickness rode all the way up the elevator leading to the -6th floor of the basement. This caused Song Sickness to frown slightly. Was this planning to secretly strike at him underground? Just as Song Sickness was thinking, the elevator then opened, and what came into view was an extravagant hall that looked like an emperor. Bright as day lighting, fresh and pleasant music, dazzling in various furnishing layouts, wide sandalwood tables, flower-filled flower pools, and a striking and inviting stage. This hall, which was like an imperial harem, was compared to the stately mansion that had just been seen on the ground. This includes the big words that stand out on the building: selfless dedication, great love for the people. There is a strong contrast. It gave Song Sickness even the illusion of traveling. What a selfless dedication. What a great love for the people. The corners of Song Sik's mouth twitched, sort of seeing what it means to enjoy yourself. That's enjoyable. Really, if that's the case, he'll want to in the future. 2. Selflessness and great love for the people. Divine Dr. Song. Ha ha ha, truly speaking of the devil. We were just thinking about whether or not to invite you in person, but to our surprise, here you are. Ha ha ha, it's truly an honor for us that Divine Dr. Song was able to come with his face. Come, the banquet is ready for you, though somewhat humble, so don't be offended. At that exact moment, the suited and booted trio of Chao Bao walks up, all smiles. As soon as he saw Song Disease, he warmly greeted him as if he had seen his own father. The various etiquettes of the workplace are brought to life. It makes a lot of people who are still working in the workplace ashamed of themselves. Look and see what it means to be a professional. That's the specialty. One looks like he's the one who eats it. One look at being able to sit in this position and make so much money. There's nothing wrong with him, because that's the kind of talent this society needs. Talent? Effort? It doesn't mean. Can't say it's useless. At least it's a little bit of. Chapter 172, Song Sickness choosing a consort? Oh, the three of you are welcome. If that's considered humble, I'm really envious of the three of you for your usual extravagance. Song Sickness responded with the same smile. The trio's smile stagnated slightly, but they still continued to be enthusiastic. Come, please take a seat. Greeted warmly by the trio, Song Sickness nonchalantly sat down in the chief position facing the stage. The three of them then took their seats. The hearts of many of the attendants nearby were shaken. This was the first time they had seen the three power holders of the Great Love Group groveling so much to a youth. Because usually, it's almost always someone else who comes begging for three people with all kinds of generous gifts. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and serve the food. Chao Bao looked at the crowd of service staff and spoke unhappily. The crowd reacted, and only then did they move in a hurry. In a short while, a colorful and flavorful dish was served on the table. It soon filled the huge sandalwood round table. It already has a few of the qualities of a full house. In addition to this, all kinds of expensive and famous wines were present on the table, such as Amalfi Supreme Lemon Liqueur, Islay Whiskey Limited Edition, Eye of the Dragon Vodka, Billionaire Vodka, Lay Point 925 Tequila. Matai has become the worst of the worst. With so much alcohol, plus so many people, it was obvious that there was a suspicion of trying to get Song Sik drunk. But is it possible? With the current body of Song Disease nowadays, with the unique origin of the disease physique, not to mention drinking a few bottles of paraquat is like a joke. Ha ha ha, it's all just a family affair. Divine Dr. Song mustn't mind. You've worked hard coming all the way to the banquet. I'll toast you, Chao Bao said, raising his glass and taking a sip. Sincerity. You have worked hard to prepare such a sumptuous feast especially for me. Song Sickness raised his glass and laughed. Divine Dr. Song. Introduce yourself. My humble self Wang Ben. I've long admired the name of Divine Dr. Song. Forced man Zhao Ming. It's a pleasure to meet Divine Dr. Song. Wang Ben and Zhao Ming signaled a glance and also rose to toast Song's sickness one after another. Press was in no hurry to put out the purpose of the feast. Song's sickness contained a smile and was naturally nonchalant. Since I like to drink, I'll have a good time. And so much good wine, it's a waste not to drink it. So they drank one glass after another, accompanying the three men. Snap! Divine Dr. Song atmosphere. Divine Dr. Song is seared. Divine Dr. Song is really a good drinker. When the three saw this, their smiles intensified and they patted their asses. In fact, what they didn't realize was that Song's sickness was truly massive. It was only after a round of toasts that Xiao Bao clapped his hands. Soon, on the stage, colored lights came on. A troupe of a dozen sexy, tall actresses took to the stage. It instantly adds to this lavish hall the gravitas it deserves. And the beautiful eyes of the dozen or so female stars also glanced down on Song's sickness, who was sitting in the C seat. For a moment they all froze, stunned by Song's young and handsome appearance. It was completely unexpected that the so-called Divine Dr. Song was such a handsome young man. It's nothing like the Mediterranean, beer-bellied, old men they imagine. With that kind of appearance and temperament, it's possible to get a good deal, not to mention the conditions. For a while, the eyes of the dozen actresses looking at Song's sickness changed. There is a lot of anticipation for the next princess selection program. Faced with all the pretty faces and sexy dresses of the actresses on the stage, Song's sickness similarly froze. I didn't realize these three old guys were so thoughtful. Sure enough, it's still men who know men. Among them, Song's sickness even found a few popular female leads who had done quite a few movies and TV shows. These actresses and celebrities who are usually so high up in the sky that ordinary people can't reach them are right now standing on the stage in their cool clothes, dutifully performing for you. This is the life of a plutocrat. Just ask if you're envious. Suddenly, Song's eyes swung slightly, noticing the woman wearing the mask in the corner. At first glance Song's sickness is attracted by her even taller and sexier figure. Looking more closely, Song's sickness was attracted by her aura and eyes that set her apart from other actresses. As if she had sensed Song's gaze lingering on her, the beautiful eyes of the woman who stayed in the corner wearing a mask moved slightly. Soon it was natural again, even showing the surprise of Song's sickness looking at himself. Seeing this, it would be really hard to say if Song's didn't use his perspective again. Immediately, the forbidden pupil was opened. In the next second, the mask on the woman's face was reduced to nothing, revealing that exquisite, high-flying visage. A few more beautiful than all the actresses in the scene, especially her natural nobility. It's something that these actresses don't have. Song Disease's heart fluttered. Of course, it wasn't the woman's beautiful appearance that surprised him. Rather, it's who she is. Gao Ling, a member of the Gao family, granddaughter of Gao Tianqi. In the past, before Song's sickness returned to Endu, Gao Tianqi had brought Gao Ling to meet with him. Song's eyes narrowed slightly at that moment. In addition to seeing through Gao Ling's identity, she also found a delicate dagger between Gao Ling's two peaks. Good man, that's how it's done, right? Who would have thought of that if not for perspective? Song's sickness quickly averted his gaze. It wasn't going to be a surprise. He'd like to see what this woman is up to, taking advantage of the sub-opportunity to kill him at the hands of the Wei group. It's also true that by doing so, who can find the head of the Gao family? I'm afraid that even Gao Ling mingled among the dozen or so actresses, and the Strawberry Three didn't even know about it. Ahem. What are you waiting for? Proceed with the music. Proceed with the dance. Xiao Bao coughed and reminded at this point. The dozen or so actresses then snapped out of their surprise, and so they began to follow the music. Hot dancing and singing, eager to attract the attention of Song's sickness through her charm. Sexy bodies, ravishing looks, tantalizing outfits. This is a concert that the average person doesn't get to see. Among them, Gao Ling, who pretended to be an actress, also followed the hot dance, with a pair of long legs swinging recklessly, and there was actually no sense of incongruity. He, Divine Dr. Song, let's toast you again. That's right, it's going to be good food and drink today. The three Xiao Bao took the opportunity to raise their glasses again. Good. Song's sickness smiled slightly, so he raised his glass in response as well. At the same time began to eat the food on the table, because he really hadn't eaten dinner, and now he was starving. There's good wine and good food, so why waste it? And you can sing and dance with the stars for free, so it's just cozy. There's even a high family granddaughter dance. That's a lot more comfortable than paying $100,000 for a ticket. Seeing Song's sickness eating up the food and enjoying it, the three looked at each other and smiled even wider. Continue to take turns persuading people to drink, intentionally getting Song's drunk. It was fine at first, but gradually, the three realized something was wrong. A few times, several bottles of wine had been consumed. They all felt intoxicated, but looking at Song's sickness, he still looked as normal and had no intention of getting drunk. Come on, don't just watch. Keep drinking. Come on, I'll toast you. Seeing the three stop. In turn, Song Sickness was not happy and took the initiative to make a toast. Chao Bao, Zhao Ming, Ben Wong. This isn't right, is it? How come it's the other way around? However, in the face of Song Sickness' enthusiastic handing over of wine cups, the three of them forced out smiles that were worse than tears and could only grit their teeth. And so it went on for a few more rounds. The more Song Sickness toasted, the more energized he became, and he toasted back at the trio in turn. The three hadn't even finished their last drink before it was their turn again. Now the three were finally confused. They were confident in their ability to hold their liquor. After all, they had been in this position for years. And it's still three people taking turns drinking Song Sick one. The result was unexpected. Divine Dr. Song is truly a sea of admiration. I'm sure you're tired of drinking with us. How about you pick an actress to drink with you? The three of them were quick to make comments. They had planned to get Song Sick a little drunk and then call out those actresses to accompany Song Sick. By then, with the help of alcohol, any decent person will have to obediently turn into a giver of jingles. But it was obvious that if they drank anymore, they would get drunk first before Song Sickness got them drunk. Song Sickness froze slightly, then nodded with a smile as well. That's fine. Now he was basically certain that the Strawbag Trio really didn't know about the hidden high spirit. That's even more interesting. The actresses performing on the stage, hearing the conversation below, their beautiful eyes all lit up, and they were all tense with anticipation. Both expect Song Sickness to pick them. Only Gao Ling frowned slightly and intentionally dodged a few points towards the corner. Doesn't seem to want to be picked. However, is it possible? Song Sickness pretended to look around a few times, and his gaze still happened to land on Gao Ling. Just you. Song Sickness smiled and spoke, pointing precisely at Gao Ling in the corner. Chapter 173, Song Disease's Favor. Just you. Song Sickness smiled and spoke, pointing precisely at Gao Ling in the far corner. Seeing this, the beautiful eyes of the rest of the actresses who were selling their displays were all dark, lost in the fact that Song Sickness hadn't even chosen them, and that meant that they lost a great opportunity to make a name for themselves. At the same time, Gao Ling in the far corner became the center of attention in the eyes of all the actresses. Looking at Gao Ling wearing a seductive red mask, she wore a set of short JK dresses, revealing a pair of snow-white and exquisite long legs, coupled with long iris blue hair with a few pigtails. It is indeed a combination of sexy, high-flying and mysterious beauty. The actresses were remorseful in their hearts. It turns out that Dr. Song likes this one. I should have known they were dressed like that too. It was a moment when many actresses how they wished to turn back time and let them dress up again. Especially lost were the two actresses who also wore masks. They don't feel any worse than this woman, do they? Gao Ling, who had instantly become the center of attention. Under her mask, her cold eyes moved slightly, obviously not expecting Song Sickness to pick himself so precisely. Is this a coincidence? Or did she expose something? Hey, the one in the far right corner. What are you holding back? Didn't you hear that Divine Dr. Song chose you? This is your third life's fortune. Why don't you come down and thank Divine Dr. Song and have a good drink with him? Seeing that Gao Ling was still stupidly standing still, Xiao Bao chided in a bad mood. They had just been clearly warned, and each one of them showed a great deal of excitement and eagerness. Now you're acting all reserved? Mud. The face of Gao Ling on the stage changed slightly, but he still could only walk stiffly. Seeing that the other party had such long legs for nothing and walked so slowly, Xiao Bao, this violent temper, rushed forward of his own accord, whispered into Gao Ling's ear, and said in a gloomy tone, "Very well, congratulations on being chosen. Your mission today is to serve the Divine Dr. Song in front of you to your heart's content, no matter what means you use. At the same time, later on, no matter what request Divine Dr. Song makes, you have to fulfill it unconditionally. Understand?" Gorin, twisting his head and coldly sweeping the straw bag, he still came to sit beside Song Sickness. Xiao Bao then revealed a satisfied smile, and this scene was completely caught in Song Sickness' eyes. He could sort of tell that these three goods really didn't know Gao Ling's identity. That's even more fun. The corner of Song Sick's mouth slightly hooked, already thinking of a more fun game. Ha, Divine Dr. Song. Come on, keep drinking. What are you waiting for? Pouring wine for Dr. Song? Zhao Ming also took the initiative to open his mouth at this time, still being polite to Song Sickness, but instead, his tone towards Gao Ling was unconcealed. In response, Gao Ling remained silent, silently rising with her legs together and pouring wine for Song Sickness himself. That's good. It was the first time in her entire life, except for her grandfather, that she had ever been berated for pouring a drink, or by the three dogs kept by the High family. Song Sickness took the wine handed by the other party with a smile, but said with a disappointed face, What? This actress is so far away from me. Does she think I'm dirty? The moment these words came out, the faces of the three Chao Bao, who had just revealed their smiles, suddenly froze. Nonsense. It's your honor that divine Dr. Song chose you. Why are you so distant? It's really outrageous. You don't even look at it. Which of these actresses on the stage doesn't desire to be in the arms of Dr. Song? And you don't even know what you're getting yourself into? Divine Dr. Song is not only young and handsome, but also has behavior. How many women can't even grab it? So don't sit closer. Divine Dr. Song is not to blame. It's all our fault for not disciplining properly. The three apologized to Song's sickness while reprimanding Gao Ling. The eyes that looked at Gao Ling were already filled with coldness. This time down. Even if Gao Ling's camouflage skills were high, the corners of his mouth moved for a few moments. But under the reprimand of the three, they obediently moved their chairs closer to Song's sickness. However, just as her butt was about to sit down, Song's sickness pushed the chair away with a kick, at the same time spreading out a leg. He continued to smile and tease. Sit on my lap. He would like to see how much the limits of this Gao family's great lady's patience were. Gao Ling's delicate body trembled. Apparently he didn't realize that underneath Song Disease's gentle appearance, he was really a womanizer. Just as she hesitated, she saw that the faces of the three Chao Bao people, who had just revealed a smile, were once again gloomy. Why are you still frozen? Can't you see that divine Dr. Song favors you so much? Still not quick enough to sit down. The three of them were so anxious that they wanted to lie in Song's sickness arms for Gao Ling. On stage, a host of actresses were equally hard to hide their envy. They hated the fact that the high spirits on stage were them. Don't even hesitate for a second to move on the third leg, let alone on the lap. They love men who take the initiative like that. Provided, of course, that you're handsome and have money. Gao Ling's silver teeth lightly clenched, and with a crossed heart, she still sat on Song's sixth lap with her butt. Cluck 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 cluck. Thank you for Dr. Song's favor. It was me who was unintelligent just now. I'll drink to you. Gao Ling revealed a smile and took the initiative to pass Song Sick a drink, trying to use it to shift the target. But is it possible? Song's disease, not at all. Yes? Song's sickness contained a smile, and his large hand directly wrapped around the other party's slender waist, roguishly taking it into his arms. The trembling of Gao Ling's delicate body was clearly felt. This means that the other person is rarely, if ever, touched by a man. That would be nice. Keep pushing the limits. Song Sick's body then leaned back, closed his eyes, opened his mouth, and pretended to be a little drunk. Sorry, I'm a little drunk. It's better if you feed me. Underneath the mask, Gao Ling's cold eyes were already filled with murderous intent towards Song Sickness. The murderous weapon lurking between the two peaks was ready to move. However, after looking at the three Chao Bao people who were full of threatening warnings, she still forced down her anger and fed the wine to Song Sickness to drink. Only then did Chao Bao's trio nod their heads in satisfaction, smiling and signaling to Gao Ling. Ha ha ha. Divine Dr. Song has a huge amount of seafood. Continue to refill Divine Dr. Song's cup. At this time, Song Sickness was sitting up straight and continued to increase his strength. The other hand reached directly to the other's face, and said with a bad smile on his face, "A beautiful woman smells so good. I guess she must be very pretty, right?" Gao Ling's originally used pretty face changed slightly, and she subconsciously raised her hand to block Song Sick's hand. Oi vey vey vey. Nonsense. Stupidity. What are you doing? At this point, the trio saw this and the divine helpers fired up again, exasperated by the stupid woman's mesmerizing operation. What's wrong with touching your face? You should be happy to touch other things, not to mention your face. Divine Dr. Song. This woman blames us for not teaching her well. Don't be angry. There are so many more on the stage. Why don't we change it for you? It's okay to change too. Afraid that Song Sickness would be displeased, the three of them hurriedly proposed to give Song Sickness a different one. The actresses on the stage heard this, and their beautiful eyes immediately glowed, thought the opportunity had come. They secretly resolved that if Song Sickness chose them, they sat wherever Song Sickness told them to sit, and any half-hearted hesitation would be disrespectful to this opportunity. And they not only let Song Sickness touch them at will, they also touched Song Sick. But Song Sickness' next words instantly made them lose their minds. No, I like this one. Song Sickness meaningfully met Gao Ling's eyes under the mask and firmly stated, "Switch? No way. Absolutely not. How can an actress smell as good as Miss Gao?" Divine Dr. Song is atmospheric and temperamental. The three of them hurriedly praised, and then they looked at Gao Ling to reprimand him. What are you still waiting for? Why don't you quickly thank Divine Dr. Song for his undying kindness? Yes, can't you see that Dr. Song wants to take a look at you? Why don't you let go of your hand? You should be happy, do you know that? Gorin. She suddenly wanted to slaughter the three dogs. Chapter 174, She's Too Burnt. I suddenly don't like it again. Giggle. Mr. Song, I'm shy. Why don't I show you alone later? Not wanting to be exposed, Gao Ling pouted and took the initiative to stay close and pour another glass of wine for Song Sickness, trying to ease into it, divert attention. But would Dr. Song, who was a decent man, eat this? Apparently not. Naughty, but I can't wait to see it now. What should I do? Song Sickness revealed a harmless smile and raised his hand again, reaching for the other's face. Gao Ling once again conditionally grabbed Song Sick's hand. In response, Song Sickness didn't say anything and innocently looked at the three Chao Bao people. Look at the actresses you've brought in. Is it decent? You won't even show your face? Give a look to experience it for yourself. The three men's faces decidedly turned evil once again. Not to Song Sickness, of course, but to Gao Ling. If Song Sickness wasn't here, they would have hated to give this woman a few big BB. He even took off his pants on the spot to put him in his place. It's so infuriating. You like to play innocent, don't you? Oh, divine Dr. Song. Allow us to persuade and advise. The trio tried to squeeze a smile out of Song Sickness. But don't use force. I'm a person who doesn't like to force people. If she doesn't want to, forget it. Song Sickness stated with a sigh, actually to add fuel to the fire. Ha ha, no, it won't. The three of them compensated and laughed. Chao Bao and Zhao Ming took the initiative to get up, and as soon as they rudely pulled Gao Ling over they came to the side to reprimand him. The king stayed behind to accompany Song Sickness. It can be described as a clear division of labor. Bitch, are you some kind of big disease? You're playing games with me, aren't you? What did I just tell you? As soon as he pulled it over, Chao Bao came up to Gao Ling's ear and cursed without a good reason. Then came Zhao Ming, *******. I'm warning you, don't think that just because you're a bit popular that you really consider yourself a big star. I'd like to make you lose your reputation in a minute. Then it was Chao Bao's turn. Listen to me. This is your last chance. If you dare to go crazy again, act reserved, and screw this up, I'll buy you in an African kiln afterward and make you a black koan. Zhao Ming, give you some sunshine to be brilliant, give you some color to open a dye house? Don't think you're a princess just because you have a few poses. Goods like you. Old me. I play every day. Still don't know well? Strawbun, I'll put my words down here. If you dare not obediently obey and serve divine Dr. Song again, serve us tonight. You hear? The two men were on each side of Gao Ling, reprimanding him left and right for anything difficult to hear. Underneath the mask, Gao Ling's cold appearance had long been colored with a layer of frost. Silver teeth clenched, pink fists clenched. Can't wait to slaughter those two arms on the spot. But after a moment passed, she took a deep breath and her violently turbulent demeanor calmed down, seemingly resigned to his fate. He looked to the two men and nodded slightly. I know. Not this time. Humph. I count on you to be sensible. Remember, this is your last chance. When Chao Bao and Zhao Ming saw this, they were able to calm down, not forgetting a warning. But, at the dinner table, Song Sickness took everything in and couldn't help but get sidetracked on the spot. What happened to you, divine Dr. Song? Wang Ben said as his face shifted. Ahem, it's okay. It's okay. Song Sickness quickly waved his hand and continued to act back to being uninformed. He was especially looking forward to the scene when the three of them took off their masks at Gao Ling. Can't you be so brave? At that moment, Gao Ling also returned after the two had finished their training. Cluck 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 cluck. Divine Dr. Song. Just now it was someone else who didn't know any better. I'll toast you. Gao Ling took the initiative to obediently sit back on Song Sick's lap, and even took the initiative to pour and feed Song Sick wine. A look of good behavior and understanding. It seemed to be truly convinced by Chao Bao and Zhao Ming. Seeing this scene, the three Chao Bao people were relieved. At the same time, there was a cold grunt in his heart. This kind of woman is just and doesn't listen without beating or scolding. However, only Song Sickness could see clearly. Underneath Gao Ling's mask, on those smiling red lips, it was a pair of cold eyes that had long ago made up their minds of some sort. Song Sickness drank the wine that the other party personally fed him and felt the other party's soft and fragrant body. But instead of being the least bit intoxicated and enjoyable, it was extraordinarily sobering. Was his opponent suddenly letting go, intending to flip out and kill him when he unmasked? Or is there another purpose? From the moment he came into contact with this woman, he clearly felt that this woman was unusual. Inside her body, there were certain unique substances that normal people didn't have. There was a slight resemblance to the drug contained in the body of the assassin who had assassinated him at the castle in the past, but it was much more secretive. So secretive that he even developed a hint of scorn. As for what exactly it is, a more detailed and in-depth probe is needed. But clearly, the moment had reached this woman's bottom line. Playing any further is tantamount to exposing each other. At that time, both sides will really be immortal, and it is not a good idea. At least not yet. Moreover, on this trip, he had counted on seeing the AI group and the Gao family. Doesn't Mr. Song want to see what I look like under my mask? Please, Mr. Song, uncover it. It will definitely not disappoint you. Between Song 6's thoughts, Gao Ling's voice suddenly turned enchanting Dao, and even took the initiative to extend her slender jade hand and cross Song 6's face. Yeah, then I'm welcome. Looking at the cold eyes under the other party's mask, Song Sickness contained a smile and reached his hand out a little. This time, Gao Ling seemed extraordinarily calm and really didn't stop anymore. Song 6's hand touched the mask on the other's face as it should, even felt the other's nostrils. The atmosphere, however, had inexplicably become saber-rattling. It was as if as soon as Song Sickness removed this mask, the veil between the two sides was also declared to be broken. Then a great and unexpected event will occur. However, under the gaze of Gao Ling's cold and calm beautiful eyes, Song 6's hand that had originally uncovered the mask continued to slide down, running across her cheeks until he picked up her delicate chin. Song 6 revealed a teasing smile. Gorin, as she froze. At once, she felt that Song 6's hand wrapping around her brutal waist suddenly exerted force. Then with one hand, he flung her out like a piece of trash. Gao Ling was confused. The smiling Chao Bao trio also froze. No, we're at the climax. How can you just throw it away? Have you considered our feelings? By now, the three of them were damn well looking forward to Gao Ling's face under the mask. Song 6, you don't want to know. Oh, divine Dr. Song. What's wrong with you? After a short silence, Chao Bao asked with a compensatory smile. Nothing, she's so tight that I suddenly don't like it again. I still like her before when she was untamed. Song Sickness smacked his thigh with a serious face. The scene was quiet again. Chao Bao, Zhao Ming, Ben Wang, and the high spirits on the ground. The four were silent again. This is something they never expected. The beautiful eyes of the group of actresses on the stage were once again glowing. Catch the keywords. It turns out that Dr. Song likes to be rigid and wild. At once, a couple of hotly dressed actresses felt like walking again. Divine Dr. Song. Then why don't you choose another one? Reacting, Ben Wang offered. No, the excitement is all gone. Thank you for your hospitality, and I should be going. Song Sickness waved his hand, looking like he was about to withdraw when he had enough to drink. Dr. Song wait. The trio's faces changed, thinking that Song Sickness was dissatisfied, and they hurriedly opened their mouths, not forgetting to glare hard at Gao Ling. I blame this for disrupting all their plans for tonight. They had planned to get Song Sick drunk, then take a few actresses to sleep with Song Sick and record the video. At that time, we will talk to Song Disease about the conditions. That way, the initiative is all in their hands. It turned out to be spoiled by this talented woman. Gorin, Chapter 175, Enticing Conditions. Oh, anything else? Song Sickness asked knowingly. The three men looked at each other. Chao Bao opened his mouth first and laughed. Ahem, Divine Dr. Song. It's not easy to come here. Why don't you rest for a night before leaving? Zhao Ming followed and agreed. Yes, you see it's also late, and we don't feel comfortable letting you go back alone either. And look at all these actresses. They've been admiring you for a long time, and they all want to delve into some academic discussions with you. Do you guys think so? Wang Ben smiled with him, not forgetting to look at the dozen or so sexy and alluring actresses on the stage and asked. At once, the originally disappointed actresses rekindled their hope once again. Right away, a few actresses who are good at seizing opportunities graciously stepped forward and took the initiative to invite. Yeah, Divine Dr. Song. People really admire your virility. Divine Dr. Song. My name is Schwerer. The first time I saw you, I thought you were a man of many talents, and was deeply attracted by your aura. Can we get to know each other? Divine Dr. Song. I'm a bit weak. Can you stay and treat me alone? Dr. Song. My throat hurts. Dr. Song. My butt hurts. Divine Dr. Song. People hurt everywhere. Someone took the lead and a host of actresses spoke up, and the flavor was instantly off. Song Sickness. Dude, do you guys recognize me? Just admire my majesty. That's no admiration. And a sore throat and a sore ass? What do you want me to do about it? Don't be too obvious about the hook. As Song Sickness glanced around, there were all sorts of hidden cameras everywhere. You can imagine that tonight he's going to agree to spend the night here with these actresses. It's definitely going to be a big headline in the future. The headlines have all been thought out. On the night of his return from his studies abroad, the famous genius Miracle Doctor has been underwriting more than a dozen actresses in one night. And the Miracle Doctor song is transformed into a big kidney doctor. This is the fall of morality, or the distortion of human nature. At that moment, Song Six gaze once again looked at Gao Ling, who he had kicked away in disgust, then deliberately showing a sigh of disappointment, he said, "Hey, no need, I'm not in the mood today. Some other time," meaning, obviously, that I was interested in this woman, but was spoiled by the others' repeated refusals. and now I'm not interested in other actresses either. As expected, seeing Song disease like this, Xiao Bao's trio looked at Gao Ling with even more disgust. Decided to teach this a lesson afterward. Spoil sport, why are you still licking your chops? Get outta here. Wang Ben immediately did not give a good face and grimly rebuked. Gao Ling's red lips trembled slightly as she looked deeply at Song's sickness, but she still climbed up and obediently retreated to the corner of the crowd of actresses. It was met with another set of resentful gazes from the actresses. Dr. Song isn't interested in them. I blame this for spoiling the fun. Jealousy among women is often worse than men. So not surprisingly, there was indeed an actress in high heels who deliberately stretched out her snow-white legs and moved Gao Ling a bit. Luckily, Gao Ling used a different reaction and balance than normal people, which prevented him from falling. Coldly sweeping her eyes at the woman, Gao Ling still chose to hold back. Instead, his fists clenched a few times again. This was not at all what she had expected beforehand. What exactly is wrong with the link? At the dinner table, seeing that Song's sickness really lost his interest, the three men nodded at each other and had to give up on this vital piece of the puzzle. Advance to the next session. Ha. Divine Dr. Song. Come on, I'll toast you again. In fact, this time, apart from inviting you to dinner, I want to become friends with you. The expressive Wang Ben took the initiative to get up and gave Song Sik another toast. The three of you are in charge of the De AI group. You have power and influence. I'm just a poor boy who has just returned to the country. I have no power or influence. How can I dare to climb up to the three of you? Song's sickness humbly laughed and did not drink the cup of wine. At those words, the corners of the three people's mouths twitched. Poor boy? Powerless? They were certain that Song's sickness worth today was so high that they feared the three of them would not be able to match it even if they were tied together. Not to mention the power. With Marshall and backing him up, who in Ningbo would dare to touch Song Sik? Coupled with Dr. Song's reputation today, what country wouldn't snatch it up? That's power. But these three did not speak out. What's the point of talking about it? Why talk to them when the other side is so hungover? Divine Dr. Song really knows how to joke. Zhao Ming stood up at that moment, and from the briefcase underneath him, he took out a piece of real estate. Handing it to Song's sickness, he laughed. Dr. Song, this is the first ring of Ndu, the prime location, a most well-preserved prince's residence, covering an area of more than 2,000 acres, which has been fused with modern technology. And inside it there are all sorts of antiques and novelty buildings that it should have, and even a medicinal garden. The market valuation alone is upwards of $30 billion, and it's still priced to sell. Knowing that you have just arrived in Andu not long ago, I have prepared this humble gift. Please accept it. Xiao Bao, in addition, we have discussed and are willing to take out 20% of the shares of the De AI group and gift them to you. And we will do our best to elect you as the next president of the Medical Association in the upcoming election. At that time, you will be the highest shareholder like the three of us, and your yearly earnings will at least start at $100 billion, and your power will be the same as ours. And all these actresses, in fact, are our thinly veiled gifts for you to take with you. Let them serve you. The three power holders of the De AI group, at this moment, successively threw out conditions that could be refused. The three men's voices were not loud, but they silenced the scene. Surrounded by waiters, a host of actresses on stage, all of them couldn't help but gulp and suck in a breath of cold air. Power, status, money, women, these conditions are almost the highest pursuit of all men in their entire life. But no one who is an individual can resist refusing. They looked in shock at the handsome young man sitting at the top of the table. Again, curious as to who this person is? Can make the three power holders of the De AI group put out such conditions to draw them in? It was hard to hide the trembling of the group of actresses on stage. Even though they were one of the gifts given to Song's sickness, they were not the least bit angry. Instead, he was overjoyed. If they were to go to the entertainment industry and crawl around, I don't know how many greasy old directors they would have to climb into bed with. I don't know how much sweat and water it takes to be popular and make money. To get it all. And now to be able to do it in one step and only have to serve a man who was so handsome for so long. Who wouldn't want that? It's the that won't. Thinking of this, the group of actresses couldn't help but look at Gao Ling in the corner again. Identification is complete. This is, looking at these fatal temptations in front of us, it can be said that all the articles are poking in the soft underbelly of the man. So you can understand why there are so many corrupt officials. You can better imagine how many real clean officials there can be? Which cadre can withstand such a test? You guys gave me so many gifts? I'm afraid it's not simply to become friends with me, is it? However, Song's sickness was always smiling without much waves. It's not that he's much of a purist. Rather, he is not lacking. There is no shortage. And naturally, there is no such thing as a test or not a test. Why don't you show me a few $1 trillion in bribes if you can? Chapter 176, The Capitalists. Divine Dr. Song is overly concerned. We really just want to become friends with you. More friends, more ways. Ben Wong continued to play his old game, speaking ambiguously. But a fellow traveler can understand it when they hear it. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't like to be abrasive. Song Disease frowned slightly. Although he had already guessed the other party's intentions, he still said, "Ha ha ha. Divine Dr. Song is indeed a smart man. So let's get right to the point." When the three saw this, they once again looked at each other. An old waiter next to him immediately understood and dismissed everyone around him. It also brought the group of actresses on stage to rest and wait behind the screen as well. Soon, bright lights shone in the extravagant hall. Only the trio of Song Sik and Xiao Bao remained at the luxurious dining table. It's like this banquet. In addition to wanting to be friends with you, we also want to invite you to become our AI groups, AI Divine Doctor. This is a position and title we have set up just for you. The crowd retreated before the three looked at Song Sickness and revealed their true purpose. The Great Love Doctor? Upon hearing this, the corners of Song Sik's mouth couldn't even help but twitch, but he still laughed. Do you guys think that with my current status, I would need such a position? Divine Dr. Song. Nowadays your fame is indeed renowned all over the world. Your medical skills, even those remedies for terminal illnesses, are truly unmatched. You do make a lot of money in a day, and there's a steady stream of rich and powerful people who come to visit and seek medical attention. Yet, we, the AI group, can still help you make more money and make your position untouchable globally? The three men gave a compliment before finally explaining their role, like three old foxes. Oh, I'd like to hear about it then. Song Sickness managed to be attracted to the trio's words. Oh, it seems to me that you're charging too little for those high-powered tycoons, and you also cured them all at once, which completely misses the point of your true earning power. Xiao Bao smiled grimly and spoke first. Zhao Ming continued, when you join our AI group, we will be able to make you the AI Divine Doctor. You are the only one in the world who can cure these terminal diseases. In other words, you have a monopoly. Over time the title, Great Love Divine Doctor, can determine life and death. At that time, with the fame of this title, we will be able to make those rich and high-ranking officials who come to see us obediently spit out more money through certain means, which will be at least 3 or 4 times higher than your usual amount. Wang Ben also reminded with his eyes narrowed slightly. In addition, Divine Dr. Song seems to have forgotten about the large market of the lower class. Don't look at these bottom feeders as poor, but if so many of them were to come together, the wealth would be equally immeasurable. You're not good at scouring this big market on your own with limited energy, but Big Love Group can do it all for you. How? Song Disease's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was considered to have seen that there was a sky beyond the people. Take a look. He treats those rich and high officials. Sometimes charging $100 million is considered high, but in the eyes of the trio, that wasn't high enough. Even the eye is on the bottom market early on. Compared to the three, Song Sickness all felt that he had instantly become a great benefactor. Seeing that Song Sickness was interested, all three of them believed that Song Sickness was moved. After all, who's going to mess with money? Even if you're rich. I haven't touched money. I'm not interested in money, are all false. So the three continued to analyze for Song Sickness. Xiao Bao, Divine Dr. Song. With your status, we naturally won't let you go and treat those lowly pariahs. They are not qualified to let you treat them either. Your main thing is to continue to see the rich and high officials of the upper class and earn big money from the upper class. Zhao Ming smiled evilly. As for those pariahs at the bottom market, you only need to come up with some prescriptions for the terminal illnesses you're treating. Of course, as long as there's a little bit of effect it's fine. Our AI group will have the ability to mass-produce these remedies into medicines, or even health supplements, coupled with vigorous publicity to quickly monopolize the market. The corner of Wang Ban's mouth hooked slightly. At that time, the entire pharmaceutical industry is AI group and AI Divine Healer, to say the words. These monopolized medicines. Want to set how high the price is still not a bite of our say? GGG. As the three of them spoke, they all couldn't help but laugh out loud, and their gazes were even glowing with greed. Under this extravagant and luxurious light, the three power holders of the AI group exposed the ambitions and desires of capitalists. Pricing at a single price? Then what if it's set too high and the people can't afford it? Song Sickness continued to feign curiosity in his inquiry. Ha ha ha. However, the trio laughed out loud at their words, and then confidently explained. Divine Dr. Song, this is something you don't understand, right? The drug and property rights are in our hands. We are the monopoly and what we say is king. How much do you want to set the price? We still have the final say? At that time, they would buy it even if they had to smash their pots and empty their homes. If you don't buy it, you're just going to die. We can even dilute the potency as a way of lowering the price so they can buy more and slowly milk it dry. That way, they won't think the price is high. Anyway, As long as we can monopolize it, we have many ways to make the underclass pay good money for their medicines. Even if a family is tens of thousands, how many people in Manhwa? How many families? How many countries in the world? Divine Dr. Son. The profits from this are no worse than the upper market. The trio is constantly tempted to greedily name all sorts of amazing statistics and methods. It was as if everyone was no longer a human being in their eyes, but an object that they mercilessly scavenged and sucked blood from. They don't care about human life, much less if they can be cured. Rather, they care about monopolies and how much money they can make. How can you maximize the benefits of scavenging the bottom feeders clean? How to squeeze the last value out of these dying? Even if Song's sickness was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the capital fangs that these three people revealed. Doing so seems to go against the tagline of your great love group. Ha! Song's sickness interrupted. He felt like he was really going to follow the blackout if he kept listening. It's so inhuman. The three of them were slightly stunned, obviously not expecting Song's sickness to suddenly come up with such a sentence, but they still laughed and said, Divine Dr. Song, all of this is just superficial work. Why should you care? People are like commodities. Once more, they are also inexpensive. For inexpensive people, naturally, you can only go to even cheaper ways to draw blood, to claim their last value. Otherwise, what's the point of having them? How else can we develop? How do you make money? After Chao Bao and Zhao Ming finished explaining, Wang Ben continued with a smile and assured, Divine Dr. Song, we can't finish telling you about the wonders and ways of generating wealth in a moment. But if you join us, we can guarantee you supreme power and make 10 times 100 times more money than before. After saying that, all three of them looked at Song's sickness expectantly. They've played all their cards, except for the first link that went wrong. The next step is to look at Song Disease's choices. What you all say is indeed tempting, but such a thing is so unethical that I fear the wrath of God. So, I refuse. Under the trio's expectant gazes, Song's sickness smiled and shook his head. Let's not talk about the feasibility of all this. Did the three really just want to make him money by pulling him in? If you want to think like that, then congratulations. You've succeeded in becoming a lamb for them to use. The real purpose of the three is to pull him in and avoid being targeted by this official anti-corruption effort. More just trying to use him, or even alternatively control him, to make more money for himself. It was the same as the royal purpose of the Lu family and the Li kingdom in the beginning. Only, because of Song Disease's current status, a different method of entrapment was used. Chapter 177, The End of the Party. All three were silent. They've been talking hard here for half a day. The mouth is dry. I thought Song's sickness had already had his heart set on it. Fooled by them. They were even fantasizing about controlling Song's sickness to make money for them. But I didn't expect that the next second, the other party would refuse so crisply. Looking at each other, the reluctant trio continued to open their mouths to persuade. Divine Dr. Song, this world is like this. Only earning money is king. Where is there any retribution? That's right. You're like an internet celebrity now, with all the fame and power, but the ability to realize it is too low. And we, that AI group, are like the best and biggest media company in Manhwa that can fully realize your fame. It's a win-win. The trio switched to a more apt metaphor. And what if I want them all? Song's sickness suddenly came with a smile. The monstrous trio was instantly quiet. Even his face changed, looking incredulously at Song's sickness. Why are they so eager to invite Song's sickness over for dinner? Except for the high family mission, martial on's anti-corruption. More so, because in the few days since Song's sickness arrived, it has gradually taken over the upper market. Many of Manhwa's high-ranking and wealthy officials, like Ligua, went to seek medical treatment for Song disease. It gave them a sense of crisis. That's why he wanted to pull Song sick into the gang, through various means. Little by little control Song sick, drain Song sick. As a result, this guy came unapologetically? Divine Dr. Song. Mida AI Group has been deeply rooted in Manhwa for many years, and has long since gained the hearts of the people and been loved by the people. So you can certainly rely on your fame to make wealthy and high-ranking officials come to you for medical treatment. But if you want to be big and strong, you simply can't do it without the support of my big love group. Even a slip-up could set the fire on itself. So, still, I hope you'll reconsider. The smiles on the three men's faces were no longer there, and their tone was slightly threatening. How could they not hear that Song's sickness was not only unwilling to join them, but also wanted to go it alone, with the other side's hand of superb medical skills? This is tantamount to creating a hostile relationship with them. I'm not exactly a good person, but I'm at least a human being. I for one love freedom, and there's one thing about my practice of medicine. The man I want to cure, he must be cured even if he doesn't want to be cured. The man I don't want to cure, I won't cure him even if he is a king and kneels before me. Taking in the gloom and the depths of the three's eyes, Song's sickness got up, reached out his hand and smiled. Thank you for your hospitality. Invisible has added fuel to the fire. Faced with Song Sickness' enthusiastic outstretched hand, the three who had long ago played all their cards knew that there was no way to persuade Song Sickness. The resentment in the bottom of the three people's eyes deepened by a few points. He even wanted to take this opportunity to keep Song Sickness here forever. However, thinking of Gao Shengjia's reminder, the three of them still suppressed the killing intent in their hearts. Ha ha ha, since Divine Dr. Song doesn't like it, then we won't force it. The cooperation didn't work out, but friends are still to be made. Wang Ben was the first to rise and shake hands with Song Sickness. Then came Zhao Ming, smiling like a tiger. Please also ask Divine Dr. Song to be magnanimous and just earn the big money from the upper market. Don't divulge the Chinese medicine formula prescriptions and leave the small money from the stratified society for us to earn. Lastly, it was Chao Bao, who smiled profoundly. The door of our AI group is still open for Divine Dr. Song. I believe that in a few days, you will definitely come back to us. Disappointment flashed in Song Sickness' eyes in the face of the trio's collected killing intent. That's right, he had thought of deliberately provoking these three guys. Let the three do it to him. That way, he could also make a name for himself. At that time, the three will be sent directly to the psychiatric hospital for the sick that night. And in the meantime, the entire AI group will be in their pockets. How hassle-free is that? How convenient. One can only say it's a shame. However, he could also hear it, and he was afraid that the three of them were going to strike at him next. You're welcome. You see, I was in a hurry to go out and didn't bring a gift. I'm really sorry. Sending some small illnesses as a token of appreciation. I hope you don't mind. Song Sickness shook hands warmly with the three people one by one, full of apologies. Meanwhile, the disease sends. Ding. Successful delivery of delusional fantasies. Merit -1. Ding. Successful delivery of delusional fantasies. Merit -1. Ding. Successful delivery of delusional fantasies. Merit -1. One for each of the three, prepared in advance. He, Divine Dr. Song is polite. It's already the best gift for you to come. I look forward to the next meeting with Dr. Song. The three men still smiled and said, I look forward to it as well. See you later. With that, Song Sickness waved goodbye and entered the elevator. It wasn't until the elevator closed that the smiles on the three faces faded a little. It turned to gloom. Bang. Ungrateful thing. Piss me off, me too. The long-suppressed Chao Bao dropped a wine glass on the spot. Since he won't eat his toast, there's no choice but to teach him to behave. Wang Ben's eyes narrowed slightly. Humph. It's all that S fault. If she hadn't sabotaged it, we'd have recorded the video of him in bed and had that handle. Let alone begging him to join. Even turning him into a puppet is not impossible. Zhao Ming was furious, and the spearhead was suddenly pointed at Gao Ling. Yes, it is all because of that, pretending to be noble. Right. See how lousy taught her a lesson. Chao Bao also instantly found an outlet for his anger, and headed for the room at the back of the stage on the spot. Wang Ben and Zhao Ming looked at each other and followed suit, decided to teach this troublemaking a lesson. In the room behind the stage. At the moment, a bunch of actresses are waiting here. Gao Ling's white thighs were crossed and she sat alone at the edge of the bed near the door, high and mighty like a queen. From here you can just about make out the wine table outside. At this time, Chao Bao's trio also walked in, their gazes pointing straight at Gao Ling, who was sitting on the edge of the bed with her legs crossed and high and cool. He was even more angry. All get out. Chao Bao spoke grimly. A group of actresses were so shocked that they fled on the spot. Inside the room, only the Chao Bao trio and Gao Ling were left at once. There's also a queen-size bed. Gao Ling coldly twisted her head and looked at the three, continuing to cross her long legs. Under the mask, a pair of beautiful eyes were calm and cold. She didn't leave. On the other hand, just to wait for these three idiots who called her names. As soon as she saw the three, the scene of the three constantly cursing her immediately surfaced again under Gao Ling's lofty soul. The beautiful eyes suddenly became a few degrees colder. You you're still addicted to pretending, aren't you? Seeing that Gao Ling was still in a superior posture, the trio of people were so angry that they had already sentenced this woman to capital punishment. You like to pretend so much? I'll let you pretend enough today. I'm on fire right now. Let's see if you die. Don't like taking off your mask, do you? Then let us take it off for you. If we don't get you out of your prototype, we'll take your last name. The three of them said, stripping off their clothes while walking towards Gao Ling, already thinking about how to teach this or a lesson. Gao Ling also raised his hand and removed the mask on his face a little bit as the three men stripped off their clothes and approached. Chapter 178, Flogging. The unfathomable Gao family. Chao Bao, Zhao Ming, and Wang Ben, three people in charge of the AI group. At the moment it was a woman who was showing her ugly face. They took off their clothes to reveal a greasy beer belly, rushing furiously toward the tall, cold woman. He was about to hideously draw his gun and shoot. The high and cold woman also took off her mask at this moment, revealing that cold and frosty absolute face. Look at these three in disgust. Boom, boom boom, rumble. In an instant, the moment they saw the real face of the high and cold woman, the pupils of the originally hideous and lewdly smiling Chow Bao trio instantly contracted. Their bodies trembled straight, and their faces changed drastically. It was like a thunderbolt. The little gun in his hand, which had been straightened and cocked, also softened instantly. Da, Missy? All three shivered as they spoke, their minds going blank. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Even if they were killed, they wouldn't have thought that the masked actress in front of them was Gao Ling, their top man. In front of Gao Ling, no matter how lofty they were still just a dog, not even worthy of a dog. I can't even look at it more than once on a normal day, because the other side is going to destroy them with just one sentence. However, it is such a master. Instead, they insulted each other as women one after the other. The party also kept forcing the other party to serve Song Sickness. Sit on Song Six lap, pour the wine for Song Sickness. How to serve Song Sickness. One insulting and tempering, even just now tried to pull a gun and shoot? You know, on weekdays, they don't even dare to look at each other more than once, deeply afraid of desecration. Thinking of this, the three of them turned even a few shades of white, their minds going blank. The body shivered straight away. The pistol also shriveled up several inches. At the same time, the three men who realized that they had already taken off their outer pants were in a hurry to not even mention it. Put, Missy, spare your life. Missy, spare your life. We didn't know it was you. In the next second, the three people who couldn't lift their pants, their legs went limp and they directly knelt in front of Gao Ling, kowtowing frantically. Thinking about what they just did makes you want to die. In the face of the trio's sudden humility, they knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Gao Ling's cold face was not half moved. All there is just three people lewd look, and mouth full of dirty words. Aren't you guys going to teach me a lesson? Gao Ling finally spoke out. She dropped one leg from the other and stood up. We didn't know it was Missy. If we knew it was Missy, we wouldn't have dared to nah if we had 10 guts. The three of them were already bloodless and hastened to explain, wanting to cry. Chow Bao, in particular, was already about to pee in fear, because he was the one who cursed the hardest. Even both got up and pinched Gao Ling. Lift your head. Gao Ling, however, didn't care and rebuked in a cold voice. The three were startled and raised their heads in a hurry. Snap! The next moment was ushered in by Gao Ling's angry Dobby pocket reward. Even grabbed the unknown whip from the bed, relentless whipping on the backs of the three men as they stripped off their clothes, venting out the humiliation he had just gotten from Song Sickness. Song Sickness, pa! Song Sickness, pa! Song Sickness, pa! I will make sure that you return the humiliation you have inflicted on Miss Ben today 100 times over. I'm going to turn you into a dog at my feet. Snap! Gao Ling whipped and shouted Song Six's name as she did so, her high and cold face filled with anger and humiliation, because what she was most angry about was not the insults of the three Chow Bao, but the teasing of Song Sickness, where by now she couldn't see it. Song Sickness must have seen something. Why else would she be so intent on leading the Chow Bao trio to humiliate her? Thinking of this, Gao Ling fought even more vigorously. Chow Bao's three men, however, did not dare to resist and gritted their teeth to bear it. What's this pain compared to death? At the same time, in their hearts, they had long since cursed Song Sickness, this asshole, so inducing them to insult Gao Ling, even drew a gun. It's not like they're going to be put to death. Song Sickness, we don't share the same fate as you? Pa-ah, I'll roar, ha gasp. On the drive back, Song Sick, who was humming a little song, suddenly snorted. Who's cursing me? Innocent Song Sickness scratched his head, but the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Then with one hand on the steering wheel, his other hand reached out and in it was a unique and delicate red dagger. That's right, the murder weapon hidden between the two peaks of high spirit. It's hidden deep though, but what can't be stolen in front of his ghostly hands? So I stole it on the way and am going to study it sometime. After this incident, he could sort of see that this Gao family was not simple, ancient lineage that has existed since before the founding of Manhwa. It was definitely not comparable to families like the Lu family or the Li family. That AI group building. In the underground room, the oldest Wang Ben was the first to fall to the ground, unable to stop, bright red whip marks all over his back. Missy, don't fight, we're wrong. They were followed by Chow Bao and Zhao Ming, both of whom had crossed whip marks on their faces. However, in the face of the trio's pleas for mercy, the long whip in Gao Ling's hand swung even more violently. In his head was the look of Song Sickness. She had never been humiliated like this in her entire life. Just as the three were being beaten to death, the door to the room opened at that moment. Gao Shengjie, dressed in a suit, walked in accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Seeing this scene, the same strange faces appeared. I don't know what happened. However, seeing the 3 people who were about to hiccup, he still stepped forward and blocked Gao Ling's whip. Sis, what's the hair? Gao Xingjie asked with a frown. Failed. Gao Ling coldly left a sentence and flung his hands away. As he passed by Qiao Bao, he didn't forget to give his opponent a kick. Sort of a revenge for being tickled by this idiot. Hearing Gao Ling's words, Gao Xingjie's face also grimaced, guessing certain things. Immediately, he looked down at the Qiao Bao trio and said in a cold voice, 3 seconds, and if you can't climb up, don't ever get up. The 3 people who had been beaten and whipped all over their bodies were so excited that they hurriedly lifted up their pants and climbed up with difficulty. Little Master Tai, spare your life. We really tried our best. That Song Sickness is clearly defecting to Marshallin, and no matter what we ask, he won't accept it. The 3 of them hurriedly opened their mouths weakly. Upon hearing this, Gao Xingjie frowned slightly and lost his patience. Since he won't eat the wine, let's make use of Netstorm and let him have no foothold in Ningbo first. As for the rest, just leave it to us. After saying that, Gao Xingjie followed Gao Ling's departing steps. Yes, don't worry little elder. We will make him regret his decision this time. Make sure he comes begging for us. Qiao Bao and the 3 of them hurriedly assured themselves, and their gazes became resentful. They were close to being killed by Song Sickness, and their hatred for Song Sickness was palpable. The roof of the topmost floor of the building resembles an open-air sports field. Even the tarmac. Gao Ling had arrived in the elevator. The cold wind from high above ruffled her hair, revealing that cold and haughty face. However, what she couldn't get rid of was still Song Sickness's teasing and dislike. Suddenly, she sensed something. Her face changed, and she hastily reached out to feel between the 2 peaks. It was only then that she realized that her personal weapon had long since disappeared. Gao Ling's face was suddenly a few degrees more icy. Song Sickness, Grandpa was right. You really are different from the norm. This time you're tough. We'll see. There will come a day when you will kneel and submit to me. Sis, did he find out? Gao Xingjie arrived at an unknown time and asked with a grave expression. Gao Ling didn't say anything, but just raised her hand, then pinched it towards the inside of the red manicure of her pinky. In the next second, a drop of colorless liquid lowered out, dropped on the ground. It is like evaporation in general, instant bubbling volatile, leaving a shallow mark. You didn't get off? Seeing this scene, Gao Xingjie's face changed slightly and said, he could see right through me and steal my dagger without moving. What do you think would happen if I got off? Gao Ling looked at Gao Xingjie and asked rhetorically. Gao Xingjie was silent. This person is even more terrifying than you and I can think of. And even as Grandpa said, it's highly likely that he's the kind of person that the group is desperately studying. Give me some time and I'll figure out how to take him. Gao Ling stared. No, Gao Xingjie, however, shook his head, then said with a hot gaze, news has come from the organization's side that there is progress in the latest experiment. Grandpa asked you and I to travel to participate, and since you've been exposed, by the way, you're out of the way. This whole thing will be a matter of letting those 3 idiots draw attention to themselves for now. Gao Ling's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and she also nodded without hesitation. The 2 instantly boarded the helicopter and disappeared under the darkness of the night. Chapter 179, Seeking a Doctor Late at Night, Sacred Ruins and the Stone Woman. Late night, outside the remote and stark sentient psychiatric hospital, a young high school girl wearing a blue and white school uniform and carrying a pink school bag was wandering around. Looking towards this prison-like mental hospital, Xia Sihan's pretty face that was originally full of anticipation gained a few more points of fear. Just then, around the corner of the high wall, a muscular man in a tank top with a big body suddenly walked up. Holy Market Slugger. However, seeing the muscular man, instead of being afraid, Xia Sihan took the initiative to walk up. Little Stone Woman, why does this place where the master lives feel unreliable? Why don't we come back tomorrow? The muscular man was still surveying everything around him and only felt a chill down his back. That's right, the 2 were the Sacred Ruin Slugger, who had been checked for kidney weakness during the day at the Song Sickness livestream, as well as the Stone Woman. Although Song Sickness gave them until tomorrow, but they couldn't stand it, not for a second. So they left each other's contact information and came overnight. As for why Xia Sihan wasn't afraid of the Holy Market Mastodon being a bad guy? No at all. Holy Ruin versus Stone Maiden. Heavenly Grams. Would you like to see a hard one? You can go if you want to. I'm going to just wait here until morning, and I can't sleep anyway. Xia Sihan directly shook her head. Song Sickness was her last and only hope, where she was in the mood to wait slowly. Then I'll wait with you too. I can't sleep either. The muscular man slumped as well. Because the title of Sacred Ruin Slugger has rushed to the top of the Doji Hot 100, now a whole bunch of people are coming to frantically private message him. Holy Market Slugger, Are you really Holy Market? Brother Holy Market, do muscular men really have weak kidneys? Brother Holy Market, come up with a tutorial. I also have weak kidneys and want to have muscles like you. Son, do you really have weak kidneys? He's kind of really on fire. The fans have been rubbing off. It's broken a million now. So, Xiaxihan and the muscular man, then both came under a tree, intending to wait until dawn. At that exact moment, a sports car sped by, brushed past the two men, and drove into the mental hospital. Soon, however, the sports car drove backwards again and came to a stop beside the two men. The car window slid down, and Song Sickness once again took a closer look and couldn't help but look stricken. Master, seeing Song Sickness, Xiaxihan and the muscular man also rose excitedly. It's hard to hide the surprise. I didn't expect to meet a master here? Wasn't the appointment at noon? Why are you guys so late? Song Sickness asked groggily. Master, help. Now everyone knows I have weak kidneys. Seeing Song Sickness himself, the strong muscular man finally couldn't tense up, and with a sliding shovel, he knelt down in front of Song Sickness's car door. Master, you said you could turn me into a real woman. Xiaxihan also grabbed the corner of her school uniform and came forward somewhat shyly. See Song Sickness real. She realized that the other man was even more handsome than in the video. The key is driving such a beautiful sports car. Come with me. Song Sickness had no choice but to speak anyway. Then he led the two men unhindered into the asylum. Picking a ward at random, Song Sick put on his white coat before looking at the two. Which one of you two will come first? I. The muscular man raised his hand in a hurry. After what time is it? Still a gentleman? Just like that, Song Sick took the muscular man and entered the hospital room. As soon as his pants were off, the muscular man's face turned red with shame and he tried to find a hole to turn in. Looking at the hanging pinky, the corners of Song Sick's mouth also twitched slightly. It was more serious than he thought, but still asked, are there study materials? The muscular man froze slightly, then understood in a second, nodding his head repeatedly. Yes. Open and watch for now. It'll be ready soon, Song Sickness said, and then began to apply needles for treatment as well. Ding, successfully absorbed kidney void. Merit +1. Ding, successfully absorbed kidney void. Merit +1. Ding, successfully absorbed kidney void. Merit +1. Ding, successfully delivered Big Bird syndrome. Merit -1. Ding, successful delivery of persistent disease. Merit -1. Song Sickness is a direct step towards creating the best slugger. 2.5 minutes later, outside the ward, Xiaxihan had been waiting anxiously. The next moment the muscular man's voice was heard in shocked excitement. Oh my god, is this for real? I feel energized? Am I really better? Thank you, master. You are my new parents. Righteous father up again. I kowtow to you. Hey, don't do that. Don't do that. Put your pants on first. Go back and eat some more great food, and you'll be sure to be even more surprised. Thank you, master. Ka-ching. The ward door opened at that moment. Holy Market Slugger, are you really well? Xiaxihan asked with anticipation. Well, little stone girl, the master is really strong, and he will be able to turn you into a real woman. You must trust him. Don't resist. Come on. The muscular man smiled and encouraged. Well, I will. With the muscle man's successful experience, Xiaxihan suddenly gained a few more points of confidence. Looking towards Song Sickness, he bowed deeply and said, Master, I'm troubling you. No trouble, come on in. Looking towards the young girl's innocence-filled appearance, Song Sickness smiled faintly. Dry. Not with muscle men. It's a rare disease he hasn't inhaled. It's only level 1, but a mosquito is still meat. This also means that he is one step closer to the fulfillment of his merit. Take your clothes off and lie down. Closing the door of the ward, Song Sickness looked at Xiaxihan, and the healer smiled. Seeing the other party's nervousness and fear, Song Sickness tried to play a gentle big brother again, smiling and comforting. Don't worry, it won't be very painful. After you're done, you'll be a real girl, and you'll be able to go after your own life and living, and no one will be able to laugh at you anymore. Looking at Song Sick's handsome smile that was like a spring breeze, Xiaxihan's apprehensive heart was finally comforted. Well, I trust you. Don't worry about doing it. I can endure even more pain, even if it's bad. I won't blame you. Xiaxihan nodded her head slightly, before she gathered the courage to undress and lie down on the hospital bed. Only then did Song Sick put on his mask, finished sterilizing his hands, and took a step towards the young girl. Outside the hospital room, the quietly waiting muscle man kept giggling, occasionally looking down at his big baby. Still haven't gotten over the joy. Now, he would say goodbye to the humiliating title of Holy Ruin Slugger. When he thought about it, The guys in the live broadcast room who constantly private messaged and mocked his holy ruin. The muscular man clenched his teeth. On the spot, he took out his cell phone and opened the live broadcast with great vigor. Prepare to raise your eyebrows and proclaim, he, the real slugger, is back. Grip it. Holy Ruin Slugger actually started a live stream? Brother Holy Market. Sell a class. How to turn a weak kidney into a fierce man. I must buy it. Brother Kidney. I just love contrasts. No, where is this? Holy Market Slugger. You're not in a hospital for treatment, are you? As a result, as soon as he opened the live broadcast, sure enough, by virtue of his popularity, a bunch of water friends poured in. Oh, I have good news for you guys. From now on, Brother is no longer a Holy Market Slugger. The master has cured me. Now Brother is a real invincible slugger. Facing the jeers of the crowd, the muscular man announced with his head held high, full of confidence. At first, seeing the crowd say that, he was inferior, because he's really weak in the kidneys. But now, he laughed it off, because he's not vain anymore. Chapter 180, Sacred Ruin Slugger State. Che, who would believe nah? I don't believe it anyway. Not until you prove it to me. In the face of the muscular man's confident clarification, the wave of ridicule that greeted him continued and grew. How am I supposed to prove this? I can't just take it off and show it to you, can I? The muscular man held his tongue. If you can't do it online, do it offline. That's right. If you have the ability to make an offline date with Sis, if you can fight Sis for 300 rounds, count yourself as a cow. Sis is mighty, and dares to expose the lies. You don't dare, do you? Scared little man? Sweating it out. It's not too late to admit defeat. Muscle Man's face is iron blue. Suddenly also came to temper. Good. War on war. Have the ability to private a battlefield. Brother does not beat you down. With your surname. Oh, the brother is not big, but his temper is not small. Sis, I've never met a man in my life who could fight me for 3 rounds. Let alone 300. The address is private. Come at me if you can. Sister waits. Good. Wait and see how I'll show you what it means to be a real gunstiff and fierce. To prove his innocence, the muscular man set off in a rage on the spot. The live feed instantly exploded. Not even a little buffer time. Don't be private with the address. I want to watch the battle. The poor monk has been enlightened for more than 30 years. How can this great battle be fought without me? +1. I haven't seen such an amazing battle in years. Let me witness it. The Great War? What Great War? Just came in. Don't know enough to ask. Go play while you're a brat. And keep your nose out of grown-up business. The live feed was shut down and Muscleman just set off in a real huff. Who are you? Coincidentally, AI little beast appeared out of nowhere and looked at this imposing fellow. Instantly alert. I'm here to see the master. Say thank you to him on my behalf. I have an appointment, so I'll leave first. The muscular man stormed out of the courtyard gate without looking back, like a maddened bull. You can see that this is going to be an amazing battle for honor. AI's little beast's dark eyes, big question marks. She came to check it out when she heard the commotion. Thought it was her master returning. Oh. Just then, a moan of enjoyment came from the ward with the lights on beside him. AI little beast. Inside the ward, the conversation between Song Sickness and Xia Sihan came immediately after. Well, get up. Feel it, isn't it much more soothing? Really, I feel noticeably better. I'm not suffocating there anymore. And there's a sense of fluency that I've never felt before. Congratulations, you are now a real woman. Ooh, thank you master. Without your presence, I might have left this world by now. You're really too good. Ahem, you're welcome. It's all I should do. In the future, if you come across such difficult cases, you can come to me. Also, remember to refrain from strenuous exercise for a while, and rest more, when you've recovered completely. Aha! Listening to the conversation coming out of the hospital room, AI little beast's beautiful eyes widened, and her small mouth opened so wide that she could stuff an egg. Crunch! At that moment, the door to the room opened as well. Only her master and a young girl in school uniform walked out. Ah, master, I didn't see anything. I was just passing by. AI little beast came back to his senses, covered his face in a hurry, and turned around to run. Song Sickness' face darkened as she reached out and grabbed both bunches of her partner's long ponytail. What's gotten into this girl? Returning a glance around and not seeing a muscle man, Song Sickness frowned and asked, Little beast, have you seen a muscle man? Yes. He said he had an appointment with someone and went to fight, and asked me to thank you for your healing on his behalf. AI's little beast wanted to think about it. A date? Song Sickness froze. You just turned into a slugger and you're going to fight? Is this one serious? Okay. Then leave him alone and help me take this little sister home. And by the way, grab her a couple more herbs on which to raise her, as I taught you. Song Sickness decisively ignored Muscle Man Dao and commanded, "Can a big man be beaten to death?" AI Little Beast opened his little mouth wide again, looked at the shy Xia Sihan, and still nodded. "Oh, master, thank you. You'll be my idol from now on. I'll try my best to become a good doctor like you." Before leaving, Xia Sihan didn't forget to make another sincere bow to Song Sickness. The handsome young man in front of her who saved her was like giving her a second life. It had already carved an indelible and tall image in her mind. "Well, come on. You'll be better than me." In response, Song Sickness still pulls out the poisonous chicken soup he used to drink in high school and encourages. There was no way around it. As someone who had been there, he knew how hard high school was. What with 1,000 armies crossing a single bridge? It's all or nothing. Fighting a bloody battle. Spell a life of no regrets? As toxic as it is undeniable that these poisonous chicken soups are undoubtedly the only medicine left to quench the thirst of many high school students. Just like that, AI Beast took Xia Sihan and left. After a busy day, Song Sick could also finally stretch out and go to bed. It's not easy to earn this merit, but that's just the prelude. Tomorrow is when the real earning of merit begins. Having the pressure from the Gao family this time made Song Disease a little more eager for the next merit fulfillment, though these days he hasn't met his match. But through really weird stuff. Uncomplicated candy. Extraordinary killer of castles of yesteryear. A secondary infection brought on by two old crooks, as well as the bizarre substance inside Gowling's body that made him throb. Song Sickness inexplicably had a bad feeling, as if there were many pairs of eyes staring at him in the dark. So, hurry up and merit to improve your physique and get another level of strength. Undoubtedly the best way to fight this bad feeling. Only the last 999 enhancement feats are missing. The first 2 times were flower-picking ghost hands and forbidden pupils. He was looking forward to what amazing things this enhancement would get him. Powerful Vajra kick? Iron head kung fu? Early the next morning, Song Sick got up early to get ready for the live broadcast. Naturally, he didn't forget to pull on AI Little Beast and Zhang Taiju to pull the banner behind him to learn. Of course, there was the fear that AI Little Beast's seductive appearance would attract the old snakeskin's attention. Song Sickness decisively put a mask and a military coat on this girl. Only after doing this did he open the doujinshi. At once, one sees countless messages about the master of sending sickness. Shocked, Dr. Song is an original handsome man. China's famous study abroad guru first opened a live broadcast to see the doctor. With the strength to break the questioning, conquering the netizens, the master of sending diseases treats his stone girl sister offline. And the treatment turns out to be, almost the first few entries in the hot search have to do with Song Disease. And when Song Sick One opened his account, his fans even soared directly to more than 10 million, and they are still soaring. Various private messages can't be seen at the end of a slide. They all came to find a cure for Song's disease. You can see the sensation caused by Song Sickness's live viewing yesterday. It's strength plus value plus fame plus seersucker, all aspects of the hegemonic service stacked on top of each other. Seeing this, Song Sickness was quite surprised. It was better than expected. Of course, the #1 hot search that made Song Sick even more surprising. It was a hot search that was semi-related to him. Why? Because the title is called, Sacred Market Sluggers 300 Rounds of Dating. A big win. And at this point, Muscle Man just happened to be on live. He even took advantage of this wave of traffic and changed his screen name to, Sacred Ruin Slugger. Hundreds of thousands of people online in the live room plus, families move with me ha. These are the first steps to becoming a holy ruin slugger. Move it, ow ho ow ho ow ho. Song Sickness, Chapter 181 Second Battle. Battle to seal the Emperor. Looking at Muscle Man's 100,000 plus online, and over 1 million followers, Song Sickness was silent. How can you be so outrageous? This one is going to take its chances. Slugger, be a real slugger. I can practice even if I have weak kidneys. Is there any goddamned reason for you guys not to work hard? The muscular man pulled dumbbells while yelling at the live feed. The live effect pulls straight through. 666. Attention brothers, it's a holy market. Not a kidney deficiency. Whoa whoa, holy ruin emperor. Please accept my little brother's obeisance. It's over. So the clowns are us after all. Sacred ruin slugger. Is there a video of yesterday's great battle? The poor monk has reached the bottleneck of breakthrough and needs to feel the light of the great Tao in order to make a breakthrough. I still hope that you, fellow Daoist, will fulfill me. Still have to be a monk nah. You're so refreshingly uncluttered. The live broadcast of 100,000 plus water friends served. Fondly. Still Muscle Man last night's great battle. He, the karma of that great battle is too heavy for you to bear. The muscular man said proudly. Live Waterboy. 6-inch. At that exact moment, another group of netizens flocked en masse to the live broadcast. Holy market slugger. Sis is at it again. There's a guy named Thorny Rose, who even swiped a gift with a text and went straight to the top of the list. Gosh, If it isn't that big sister from yesterday. Didn't big sister lose? Why are you still here? Could it be revenge? 666, another good show. The live broadcast instantly blew up, and the netizens were abuzz. Seeing the familiar ID, the muscular man froze, then sneered. Thorny Rose, you still dare to come? Last night's lesson from me wasn't enough? Humph. I counted you as good last night, and I'll admit you're strong, but I'm upset again. This time, I've brought 5 sisters with me and I'm ready to launch a second battle at you again. Do you dare to take it? Thorny Rose said irritably. The other 5 sisters also swiped gifts to speak. That's right. From what my sisters said, you're pretty cocky? Dare you accept our challenge? Sis has never convinced anyone in her life, so convince me if you can. That's right. Sis isn't bad. If you can defeat us, we'll obey you, recognize your title of Sacred Ruin Slugger, and willingly become your loyal fans. Day by day, I'm going to give you a brush up on Manhwa. Hundreds of thousands of dollars is nothing more than a sprinkle. Muscle man. Nice guy. You think my kidneys are made of iron? However, the live stream was abuzz. Gripes. Is this going to be a twofer? Playing it that way is it? 6 major factions besieging the top of the light? Sacred Market Mastodon. Can this be tolerated? Legendary soft and hard. Hurry up and take it. Sacred Ruin Emperor. Requesting to fight. Show them what it means to be a real slugger. +1. +1. +999. The corners of the muscle man's mouth jerked. You guys are standing around. How does this pick up? I have no more need to prove my greatness to you than to go. The muscular man shook his head decisively and refused. 6. Just kidding. Even if he had the heart, his brother wouldn't agree. However, as soon as the muscular man refused, he immediately drew collective mockery from the 6 sisters. Oh, at first glance. No. If you're afraid, just say so. Why beat around the bush? A weak kidney is a weak kidney, and I guess I was stoned yesterday. And a holy market slugger? Yuck. The live streamers followed suit. Sacred Ruin Emperor, can this be tolerated? For the dignity of a man, go to war. Kneel en masse and kneel to invite the Sacred Ruin Emperor to battle. Being so aroused, the muscular man also came to passion. He proudly said, good, this is what you guys forced me to do. Since you guys are begging for sure, I'll fulfill you. Come as many as you can. It's either you sure or me tonight. Say a time. This time, he was going to break the 10,000 ways alone. Even if his head is broken and bleeding, he will fight until no one in this world dares to provoke him again. Thorny Rose, pick a day. Today. Okay, wait. I'll be right there. Thorny Rose, enough buddies. Or the old location Frantically swiping gifts. Nuance all of them. Practicing for my man the great. Sacred Ruin mighty man is mighty. If he wins this battle, he will directly be crowned an emperor. Brothers, if you can't see Brother Holy Ruin open a live stream tomorrow, it's all understandable. Woohoo! Sacred Ruin Slugger, report your address, and the poor monk will go to help. Hee, a fight of this level. You're probably soft before you even get close. That's all with you. You're a flower monk, aren't you? Holy Ruin Slugger just went offline for a second and went off to answer the war with real vigor. Song Sickness, AI Little Beast, Zheng Taiju. A few short minutes of live streaming silenced them. What foo? Isn't it illegal for them to fight like this? AI's Little Beast's dark eyes, big question mark asked, was really thinking that the Holy Ruin Slugger went to fight. Yeah, it sounds so powerful. All claim to be an emperor. I've only seen it in novels. I didn't expect reality to be like this. Zheng Taiju also had a few moments of naive fear. What are you afraid of? My master is definitely better than that muscle man. AI Little Beast looked at Song Sickness with a face full of adoration. Song Sickness, twisting his head to look at the 2 simple cuties. He didn't know how to answer for a moment. You don't really think they went to fight, do you? It seems like it's really just going to be a dry run. Ahem. This kind of live broadcast is too bloody. No watching in the future, okay? Song Sickness coughed dryly twice and said seriously. That's when he exited and opened his live stream. Time to get down to business. The live stream is now open. Immediately there was an influx of squatting netizens. Whoa, master. Finally you're on. I thought I'd never see you again. Waiting for you for the flowers. Oh. Master, yesterday it was us who had no eyes. Please help. Master, where's the prescription you promised? I want to be as fierce as the Holy Ruin Mastodon. The waiting crowd of netizens immediately called for help. The remedy has been made into a video and posted. So go take a screenshot yourself, haha. In addition, pay attention to the dosage. Too strong will hurt the couple's relationship. Song Sickness opened his mouth, not forgetting to remind. It's natural not to go back on your word if you promise. Thank you, Master. Master Mighty. Master, I love you. I want to have a monkey with you. Master in return. Let's make a date to fight too. There was a rush of gratitude from the crowd of sailors. The corners of Song 6's mouth twitched slightly, and he lazily ignored it and went straight to the point. Yesterday was the premiere, so I'm giving back with 3 free spots, and I'm sure you're getting an idea of my healing skills. The words just fell. Yesterday to help cure pigs. Pig farm owner immediately spoke. I come to testify. The master is a real master. Using the master's prescription, my family's pigs all better. It was tantamount to saving my life. I'm here to return a wish, a little gift, to express my feelings. Thank you, master. I hope the master doesn't mind. After that, a series of Manhwa went straight to the screen. Chapter 182, straight broadcast delivering sickness, fixing bad kids, and I, the holy market mastodon, hereby attest to the master. The guru is my reborn parent. I'm the best witness to that. Anyone who dares to doubt that, come and get me one-on-one. The pig farmer had just finished swiping his gift to thank him, and the muscular man proceeded to swipe his gift to thank him as well. Grass, the sacred ruin emperor is here too? Nope. Didn't you go on a date? The live stream was abuzz. Holy ruin slugger, it's already on, but it doesn't affect play in the slightest. That's how powerful a slugger is. Happy to report that one has been laid out. Crowd. Song sickness. Grip it. Holy ruin emperor is awesome. Please take my bow. Old me counts on my fingers. This battle will be won. Egu. The next opponent is too strong. I'm a bit busy here. Master, don't blame. First, after this victory, I'll come back to the master to fling gifts to pay my respects. The sacred ruin mastodon stopped talking back after one final brush with the Kallenberg. Go go go. Understandable. How can a battle of this level be a distraction? The sacred ruin emperor will win. The sacred ruin emperor will win. This kind of great battle, how can it be without me? Sword come. Crowds of watermen have been swiping the screen in big letters to pay their respects. The corners of Song 6's mouth twitched, feeling that this bastard is in a busy schedule, but also took the time to brush their gifts to thank, right? For a moment, he didn't know whether to be thankful or what to do. Also at that moment, another statement and gift covered the holy market mastodon. I'm the one who had stone girl syndrome yesterday, and just last night, the master cured me overnight, 1,000 times over. The guru is really gentle and awesome, like a big brother, even more handsome than in the video. The whole process was painless and comfortable. I'm a real woman now. Thank you, guru. You are my idol. I am your most loyal fan. That's right. The person who came was none other than Xiaosihan. Between the lines, there was nothing that did not reveal the gratitude and admiration for Song's sickness. The crowd of netizens were indeed instantly captivated. Grass. Is the master so strong? He can even cure this disease? I think it says that stone woman syndrome is more than just thick walls that don't make sense. Right. But it may also lack the self-supply that a woman should have. So how did the master cure it? That's right. Little sister. This needs to be elaborated on. Seriously, little sister. Was the master decent when he healed you? Oh, master handsome. Actually, people's pipes are clogged too. Can you help me clear them for free? I'll. A bunch of old snakeskins popped up. Song's sickness, who had long since gotten used to it, continued to choose to ignore it and asked with a smile. Now, does anyone else have any concerns? No more. No more. Master, we all believe you. Turn on the connection now. I demand to be connected. Yes. I'm sick and need a guru. The crowd of netizens instantly swiped the screen begging to be connected. My original intention of opening a live streaming clinic was to give access to those who were suffering from difficult illnesses and had nowhere to turn to for medical help. Next, I will continue to turn on the live streaming of consecutive visits, as I did yesterday, but at a cost of $10,000 per consecutive visit. Song Sickness got straight to the point and offered to collect the money directly. Of course, collecting money is not the goal. He can't see past that amount of money. The main purpose is for screening. Otherwise, if you come to him for any minor ailment, like a water pipe or something, how busy would he be? When can you pinpoint the difficult problem that hasn't been sucked? $10,000 is indeed a lot of money for the average person, but I'm sure that if you really need it, you will be able to come up with it. Besides, he didn't want to make himself that cheap again. Degrading yourself only makes people think you're really cheap. If you are free, others will only see you as a free tool. Instead of gratitude, you end up with ridicule and betrayal. That's his experience as someone who's been there. Gripes. What's with the fee? Wasn't it free yesterday? Right. And charge $10,000. Too expensive. Why don't you go and rob it? Ha, is this the master? After all, the money-grubbing nature is still exposed. Don't fall for it, people. It's not a good idea. All three of those guys are actors. $10,000? You're crazy about money. aren't you? Taking off and pulling the plug. Disappointment, disappointment, disappointment. As expected, Song Sickness was immediately greeted with a brush of skepticism as soon as it broke the news that it was going to be charged. There is an instant 10,000 charge today compared to yesterday's free. This strong contrast instantly let many people cannot accept, began to doubt. Immediately incarnated a small black brush screen live room. That's human nature. Always don't want to take a loss. At this, Song Sickness wasn't surprised, and had even expected it. But the truth is $10,000 expensive to get him out? No, it's not expensive. It can even be too cheap. Let's not forget that the first time he went out to heal someone after being a vet in the first place was $500 billion. When you get to the Leafy Kingdom later on to treat those high-ranking rich and powerful, is it casually not a small goal? If those rich and powerful high officials knew that Song Sickness was now live streaming medical treatments and only charging $10,000, they would probably be crying in the toilet. You can't even grab it. Humph. What are you guys babbling about? $10,000 for my master to make a move isn't expensive at all. Just about every day. Many people come to my master for medical treatment, and the consultation fee is $100 million at a time. Seeing that so many people began to swipe the screen to mock Song Sickness, the simple AI little beast instantly stepped forward to retort. The words came out, and the live broadcast once again swiped the screen. $100 million for one consultation? Ha ha ha, little sister. Are you serious? Do you know how much $100 million is? Is lying so unskilled anymore? Solid. It's a fraud. That's right. If you're really making money, why are you still here on the air? I laughed. I can barely believe you when you say $1 million. Isn't $100 million a joke? If you have the ability to show evidence. If $100 million, I live to eat death. Specializing in the big man to eat. Little beauty voice so really good. Long should not bad. Accompany me one night may be worth this price. Cheap laugh. Song 6 gaze was slightly cold, locking the paragraph that mocked AI little beast, and said with a smile, this netizen said so. Then I really have to be generous and give you a free treatment. I don't know if I dare? Why don't you dare? Come on. The other party agreed to connect directly. Soon the video showed a boy who was only 11 or 12 years old and had a wistful look on his face. A lack of tutoring kind of thing at first glance. Slightly, Grandpa, I'm open? You bite me? Don't you want to make $10,000? Put this chick up for sale. I'll be the first to buy it for sure. When the boy opened his mouth, it was full of profanity. There is absolutely no innocence as a child should be. Kid, after my diagnosis, I'm sorry to tell you that you have a very serious heart condition, and you won't be able to curse or bully anyone else in the future. Song Sickness announced with a pleasant smile. Oh, scare your grandpa? I'll curse. I'll curse. I'll curse. You bite me. Bite me, the bad boy said, not forgetting to pat his ass with a look on his face. Song Sickness remained smiling, his eyes coalescing as he used the video to send Sickness for the first time. Ding, successful sudden heart attack. Merit -1. Ah, almost immediately, the bad boy who was still having a good time suddenly looked pained, covered his heart, and collapsed to the ground. A hard bouncer. Instantly, the arrogance he had just felt was gone. Chapter 183, he's still just a kid. Gripes. A real heart attack? How is it that as soon as you say you have a disease, you immediately fall to the ground and have a seizure? Has the master's mouth been opened? Bah! I hate this kind of bear child the most. It's better to have a disease and act recklessly on the basis of one's young age and wreak havoc at will. Full of filth. You see the things he just said? Like a normal kid would say? Hey! No tutelage. No upbringing. This kind is the typical parent spoiled. Sooner or later to pay back. It's a big ing deal to pay it back now. Cool. The crowd of netizens who have been deeply hurt by the bears in the live broadcast room have also spoken. It was actually a clean clap. No one stood up to pity the bad boy. Bang! Also at that moment, the door to the bad boy's room was suddenly slammed open and a snarky-looking woman rushed in with a cell phone. Coincidentally, she was even watching the live stream. Even more coincidentally, she was watching a live stream of Song Sickness. Baby boy, what's wrong with you? Goo, don't you scare mommy. As soon as the women rushed in, they immediately picked up the bad boy and it was heartbreaking. That's right, she didn't hear the commotion and come in. She found it by watching the live stream of Song Sickness. At first, in the face of the boy's uneducated speech, she criticized it in the guise of justice, only to suddenly realize that it was his big baby boy in the shot. At that moment, she froze, facing the camera with the bad boy showing all kinds of beguiling in S. She could hardly imagine that this was the usual, meek and well-behaved baby boy in front of her, but on second thought, she accepted that her baby boy was only 10 years old. Still a kid. He doesn't know any better. It's normal to swear a billion times. Just grow up. And also Song Sickness was at fault. Her son is only 10 years old and he can surf the internet alone. How marvelous. Be more courageous in exposing the fraudulent behavior of the bad guys. Dare to connect the dots. Face the bad guys head on and insult them. That's remarkable. Simply her pride. Her baby boys are really all perfect. In that moment, she immediately took on the role of the bad boy's most solid backer, constantly speaking up and supporting her son. Good scolding. The cursing is wonderful. My baby boy is amazing. You're mommy's pride. I'm proud of you. As a result of posting, he suddenly realized that his big baby boy fell to the ground and convulsed. It would be sudden, so the smile on her face disappeared. Not bothering to make a speech, he immediately rushed in. There's the scene just now. Unfortunately, the bad boy was still covering his heart, his face in pain and twitching. Press couldn't respond to his mommy. Oh baby, don't scare mommy. I can't live without you. The women panicked and hexed. Ever since she was a little girl, she hadn't let her baby boy suffer a bit. She would fight anyone who dared to let her precious son suffer a little. How did she suddenly get heartburn after such careful and loving care? It shouldn't be. Suddenly, the woman thought of something and hastily looked at the cell phone on the table with the connection turned on. Immediately, he cried out urgently. Oh, Master, help. Don't look at me. Quickly save my precious son. This big baby son of yours has a sudden heart attack if he is uneducated and loves to curse. A disease that is good to cure and hard to cure. Song Sickness said in a serious manner. Sexual heart disease when you're uneducated and sudden and cussed? What kind of disease is this? The anxious woman, however, froze, her heart sinking. First time I've heard of such a strange disease. In layman's terms, it means that he should be housebroken and educated, and not have an attack if he's cursing. Song Sickness laughed. What kind of strange disease is this? How can there be this kind of disease? And now he's not cursing? Why is it still bad? The woman was spared from fainting by the song disease, and her anxiety remained with her twitching baby son in her arms. The netizens in the live broadcast room were immediately tensed. Ha, laughing my ass off. A master is really a master. Teaching people lessons is so refreshing. That didn't even make the odd woman come to her senses. So you can imagine how hard it is for parents who are still trying to get their bare children to come to their senses, because they just think they're homeschooled. Looking at the screen of pop-ups, the anxious woman's face froze, finally realizing that she had been tricked. Immediately, his face grimaced, his eyes widened, and that snarky look was immediately displayed. It was as if he had instantly transformed into a monster. Yeah, dog. Master Nima, you dare to fool me? My baby boy is dying and you dare to joke? He's just a kid. What does he know about anything? What kind of tutoring do you have him talking about? It's natural for him to understand when he gets it. You're a grown man who's pussyfooting around a kid. Do you want some face? You've lived your life for nothing. The woman immediately transformed into a human-sized mouthpiece, and at once she was outputting on Song Sickness. Practicing it immediately is not a root that produces a seed. How can you raise homeschooled and educated children when the parents are not homeschooled and educated? Don't worry, he won't be a kid anytime soon. Song Sickness smiled slightly. And you netizens, how dare you make fun of my precious son? Apologize. Today you must kneel and apologize to my precious son. I'm telling you, if anything happens to my baby boy today, none of you will escape. I'm going to sue you all, and every one of you is going to jail to atone for my baby boy's sins. After scolding Song disease does not seem to be too much, the women spearhead and immediately pointed at a group of netizens. It's none of his business. Let's just get it over with. The crowd was silent. Single Waka 6. This lady, I have to tell you some bad news. At a glance this disease is hereditary in your family. You can stop cursing, haha. If you keep on cursing, maybe you'll have an attack too. In the face of the other party's incompetent rage, Song Sickness acted breezily and warned. He's met too many people like that. You can't reason with reason. Can you bite a dog? Just send a sick one and be done with it. Repeating the merit is more than enough now anyway. One doesn't work to send two. Two won't do to send three. Send it until the other person is completely anal retentive. Simple and rough. Convenient and time-saving. What's with all the bleeping and bleeping? I poo. You still want to cheat me? I don't care. He's still a kid. If you don't cure my baby boy today, I'll curse you to death. Day after day. You come up to your house and throw your auntie's wipes. Holy, ah. The women who are addicted to cursing are not afraid and continue to do what they are doing. However, in the next second, a sudden sharp pain like a drill came from her heart. Immediately his face turned white. He covered his heart and fell to the ground convulsing along with his precious son. Look, I said what's wrong with the onset? Hey, why don't you believe me? Seeing this, Song Sickness' deep expression helplessly spread his hands. Why bother? Why bother? The crowd of netizens in the live stream also exploded. Grip really hereditary? A sudden heart attack for being uneducated and cussing? Is there really such a disease? It's not scientific. Seriously doubt the master's mouth is open. The crowd of netizens were shocked to their core by this scene. Bad guys go down so fast? Then why are the bad seeds they see alive and well? Duh, master. I was wrong. Save me. On camera, the woman immediately behaved herself and used her last ounce of strength to plead with Song Sickness for help. Song Sick, see, what did I say? Isn't that a good boy? And no more cursing, and realizing the error of his ways. Sometimes it's not that hard to convert a bad seed. The key is to use the right method. The right medicine for the right disease. It's okay, haha, just bear it and it'll pass. Even though he was scolded, Song Sickness still threw the other party an encouraging smile. That's when the connection was cut off decisively. Chapter 184, is 10,000 still expensive? Master, honestly, do you know evil magic? Yes. It's too much of a coincidence that as soon as you say you're sick. Send away the sick, master. Send away the sick. Send away the sick. Wait. This word send is very mysterious. Masters don't just send away illnesses. They can also give them to others. Right? Asterisk. Dude, you've read too many novels, haven't you? Such a big brain hole? Why don't you say that the master has a disease delivery system that can directly deliver diseases to others? Ha ha ha, laugh me to death. Where there's a crouching dragon there's a phoenix chick. Bull asterisk. But the relief is real. Finally see the bear children and protective parents get their comeuppance. It was able to put me in a good mood all day. The live stream was once again bristling with shouts of comfort and skeptical speculation. Song Sickness, did he really guess everything? In the future, there is a suspenseful case suggested to put up various pieces of information on the internet. I guess it will not take long to be pushed out by the talented internet users. Ahem, everyone stop guessing. If I really have that ability you guys are talking about, I'll go straight to world domination. And you'll already be on your knees singing conquest. This mother and daughter really have a hereditary sudden heart attack, which is easily induced under emotional excitement. And from the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine it's blah blah blah. Song Sickness hurriedly brought his expertise into play with a flurry. Let's keep these guys guessing any longer. Got it. Master is really a master. Surprisingly, he even knows so much about Chinese medicine. It's so heavenly that this disease should be born in such a person. Under a meal of expertise blindly fooled, a group of netizens also believed Song disease. After all, what with the sick delivery system? It was all a joke to them in the beginning too. Who in the real world believes in that stuff? I believe it's more or less the same with Dragonfall. Okay, back on topic. The rules have been made clear to you, and the live viewing is officially on. Song Sickness took the opportunity to change the subject. Che, again? Yeah, Maestro, although you're strong, $10,000 is really too expensive. $100 we can think about. Oh, $10,000. And if more than 3 people watch today, I'll eat Ollie's give live on the spot. Guys don't believe it. It's a game within a game. And I guess this mother and son were hired by this guy to put on a show. Gripes. Why didn't I think of that? The crowd of netizens immediately mocked again. Once again, it is logical to question the authenticity of the Song disease. If you don't look at it, someone else will naturally look at it. And it's getting late today, so let's just open 100 slots. First come, first served. Song Sickness went straight to the little yellow car, not bothering to talk nonsense. He was sure the 100 spots would be bought. And it's a second buy. 100 slots was 100 chances for Song Sickness to strike. Do you guess that the commotion made by Song Sickness live broadcast yesterday will attract the attention of those rich and powerful officials? Guess again whether those high-ranking tycoons will come to the live broadcasting room to grab such a rare opportunity when they know about it? Normally they come to Song for a cure and move a small target. They are rich and take this one small goal for the cure. But they're not people with stupid money. Why be stupid and spend $100 million when you can have the chance to pay $10,000 for drive Song's hand? It was estimated that right now, there were countless high-ranking officials and tycoons squatting among Song disease's 100,000 plus online numbers, just to grab this rare opportunity. In their opinion, the $10,000 consultation fee can be too cheap. It's the equivalent of 100 million coupons. As for why they kept it quiet, naturally, I don't want these shouting nobles to know. The fewer people who know about it, the fewer people will grab it, and the better their chances of getting it. 100 spots? $10,000. That's $1 million. Know it all. You want to make $1 million a day by treating 100 people. Why don't you go rob $1 million? You're crazy about money, aren't you? There's no way someone would really place an order. Is there? Laugh it up. We're not stupid. It's still the same thing. More than 3 people place an order and I'll immediately eat Ollie's give live. In the face of song sickness on the shelves of the small yellow car, the crowd is bristling with ridicule and all sorts of confident assurances. However, not waiting for them to finish laughing, the 100 slots that had just been put on the shelves were gone in seconds. That's right, it's seconds gone. The moment it first hit the shelves, it was gone in an instant. Song sickness was not surprised by this, just lamenting the good tactics of this group of rich and high-ranking officials. See, sometimes opportunity really lies in the hands of those who control the closest news. The bristling jeers came to an abrupt halt. The live broadcast room also instantly quieted down. What the hell? It's gone in a second? What about the promise not to rob? Where's the promised fake? How did you just snatch it all up without saying a word? But a wave of skepticism soon followed. Grip it. It's gone in a second. Fake it? Big anchors don't even sell goods as fast as this. $1 million just like that? With this $1 million, put it in the bank to eat interest. The master will not have to worry in this life. It's a fake at first sight. It's full of setups and swipes again. Brothers, go away. Don't believe it. Mud. You're showing orders up there, and you're asking me not to believe it? Let's congratulate the 100 spots that have been snapped up, and then we'll start connecting the dots in the order in which the spots were snapped up. Remember, the connection time is only 1 minute, and there is only one chance to connect. Abandoning the connection, or going over the time limit, is considered abandonment. Song sickness went straight to the point. Thunder finished the rules and immediately connected the first snatcher. Not the slightest bit of a cushion for this group of backroom manipulators. True or false? We'll see soon enough. Soon, against the backdrop of a luxury yacht, a man wearing a mask hastily appears on camera. It looks like the masks were found in a hurry. And when you look closely, they don't even look a little like masks. With the beauty off, behind the man, a number of women in bikinis with sexy, hot bodies could be vaguely seen hurriedly avoiding the scene. This life? This dude's rich. Huh? No. Why does this dude feel a little familiar? The man's eyes dodged and he hurriedly said, Divine Dr. Song. I know my condition. I don't need to diagnose it. Can I come to you directly for medical treatment? No. In order to avoid a malicious billing situation, I must first identify the patient. And in the meantime, please open the mask or it will be considered abandoned. Song sickness said decisively. The man was torn for a moment, but once he thought of the 100 million coupons that he had managed to grab with great difficulty, he still gritted his teeth and took off his mask, showing the true colors of MT. Grass. Isn't this the son of the richest man in Magic City, Lu Tanchi Lu Xiao? Is Lu Major sick? No. Wait, young Lu also came to see the master? What does that mean? Good. Now who the hell dares to say that master is looking for someone to act? Lu Xiao has even shown up. Can the Grandmaster still afford to have Xiao Lu act? It's over. I suddenly regret not grabbing it. The moment he saw Lu Tianqi's true face, the live broadcast instantly became unsettled. The fact that even the son of the richest man in Mordor had come looking to steal a bill from the poor people like them was enough to illustrate the fluffy nature of Song sickness. I know about your condition. Do I need to tell you about it? Song sickness looked meaningfully at Lu Tianqi, revealing a smile that all men knew how to smile. Lu Tianqi's face changed drastically, and he quickly spoke. There's no need. I trust the master. I'll just come to the master for treatment later. It's fine if you don't. Come see me later and I'll be able to heal you as well. But in the meantime, here's a little favor I need you to do. I think you get the idea, right? Song sickness laughed. Understood. As a smart person, Lu Tianqi naturally knew what song sickness meant. And after receiving song sickness assurance, he didn't care. At that moment, he smiled and said, Friends of the live broadcast, Dr. Song is the elite of the study abroad, and nowadays in the medical world is known as the first person in the medical profession. Giving all kinds of high-ranking officials and tycoons offline treatment are moving hundreds of millions of dollars. Not long ago, my father paid $120 million to have Dr. Song cure him. This time, by doing so, Dr. Song really wanted to help everyone. So $10,000 is really not expensive for Dr. Song to make a single visit. It's even cheap and pathetic. So there's no need for anyone to question it anymore. After saying that, Lu Tianqi then cut the connection. Immediately following the next second, countless Manhwa rushed straight into Song sickness live broadcast room. It's been going on for ages. Lu Tianqi directly swiped $5 million for Song sickness as a token of appreciation. This time down, the live feed was instantly quiet. Those who had been shouting wildly about being expensive before were instantly nonplussed. The first divine doctor of medicine. Cure a disease, a small goal. Now it's straight down to 10,000. It's a whole 999. 900. 000 cheaper from 100 million down to 10. 000. This comparison. But it's too cheap. Chapter 185 Big Star's Stinky Feet Disease. Next. Ignoring the shocked crowd of netizens, Song Sickness continued to connect to the next one. The fun has just begun. He wants these people to recognize it. $10,000 is indeed expensive. But it's not expensive at all to get him out. And he is. No less. Soon, a delicate and high-class goddess face appeared in the camera, with a luxurious and atmospheric mansion in the background behind her. After the first experience, the woman who connected this time was much better behaved and didn't do any more cover-up tricks. Unless she doesn't want the $100 million in coupons. Song Sickness has made it clear that beauty and face coverings are forbidden. Connecting on the spot, he cures whoever is on camera offline. This wave of openness and transparency comes down. How do the rich and powerful officials who want to secretly grab and hoard orders hide? As soon as he saw the stunningly beautiful face that appeared under the camera, the live broadcast room once again boiled. Isn't this the hottest contemporary big star Luo Xinyu? God. My goddess. Zune de fake doo-doo? The goddess is still so perfect without the beauty filter. Love. Ooh, goddesses get sick too. I'm heartbroken. Beggar. You're heartbroken. Others are not. Seeing the second burst out is actually a big star. Or the hottest contemporary goddess Luo Xinyu. The netizens once again not calm. Dr. Song. Hello, please. Luo Xinyu ignored the various greetings from the crowd of fans and gave Song Sick a gentle and respectful smile. She had naturally heard of Song Sickness' great name. Aha! Song Sickness nodded bashfully, but did not have the crazy enthusiasm of the netizens. Beautiful women. He's seen a lot of them. Not long ago, if he had nodded his head, the AI group would have simply had to send him a dozen of these levels. But can you be more beautiful than Candy? He could even restrain a level like Candy, let alone the district's biggest star in front of him. The other side is really pretty. The features are three-dimensional and the body is diminutive. Big as it should be and small as it should be. It's time to move. What should be gone is gone. Of course, these don't matter. After all, in this society nowadays, how many truly pure and flawless women are there? Beauty is done. It's okay if you can seduce people. And Luo Xinyu this looks put on the internet. Absolutely all men harvester. One collection at a time. However, this didn't concern Song Sickness. The forbidden pupil opened and began to roam around the other person's body in search of the disease. After half a day's tour, Song Disease's heart moved slightly and he opened his mouth to request, show your whole body, including your feet. In the camera, he could only see the upper half of the opposite side, and the other side of the disease. It seems like the lower half of the body is the key. The apprehensive Luo Xinyu's pretty face changed slightly, but she still obediently set up her cell phone and took a few steps back, revealing her entire body, including those wet and pink little feet. Grip. Master, you're my father. Big wet. You do understand live effects. Man, the first time I've seen a goddess's entire body so close. I have no regrets in dying. Wow. Goddesses have beautiful feet. Goddess. The ground is cold. Keep warm. You can't imagine how good she smells. The live stream also instantly boiled over, and a bunch of old colorful people popped up. Song Disease's gaze wandered around Luo Xinyu's lower body and also ended up on those rare wet and pink feet. Ding. Disease body detected. Disease body, human. Diseases, heavy smelly and sweaty feet. Excessive secretion of body fluids. Easy sweating in running water. Excessive body sensitivity, comprehensive assessment. Up to grade 2. Sure enough, Song Sickness lit up before his eyes. It came as a surprise, though he'd inhaled similar ones before. What with his smelly feet, sweaty feet and other oddities. But it's the first time I've seen one this serious. Especially with this heavy foot odor. Totally a first-time inhaler. Can you imagine how bad she stinks? Looking at the array of perverted LSPs that swiped the screen, Song Sickness couldn't help but look strange. Secondary feet stink. This is not to mention Tim. A sniff of it is probably going to make you ascend to immortality in place. I wonder how these guys would look if they knew that the goddess they wanted to be with had these strange diseases. In a pinch, I'm guessing there are a few old snakeskins who would be more excited. I've got a general idea of what's wrong with you and need me to. Finding the cause of the disease, Song Sickness opened his mouth to ask, but before he could finish, he was hurriedly interrupted by the weak-minded Luo Xinyu. No. I believe in Divine Dr. Song's medical skills. I'll just come down on the line to find Divine Dr. Song to heal me. And please ask Divine Dr. Song to keep my secret. At this moment Luo Xinyu's pretty face under the camera has long been blushing. Knowing that the disease had struck again, she hurried up, her little geo shrinking back to cover her lower half. This shows that the geo mark just now was not water. Fine. Cut it off then. Come see me tomorrow and I'll cure you. Seeing the other party's dilemma, Song Sik took the initiative to cut the connection. Gripit, what kind of unimaginable disease is the goddess suffering from? Why don't you let it be said? Please, master. Reveal it. I'll give 10,000. No. 30,000. It's not some kind of body odor or anything, is it? Finished? Then I love it even more. A crowd of netizens who like to pry into other people's privacy pleaded in a hurry, even going so far as to come up with a big price tag. It's someone else's private business. I wouldn't tell you. Song Sickness gave a scornful look. At the same time, the live stream was once again greeted by a wave of Kalanish meteor showers. Another couple million in gift value. There was no need to doubt that the one who swiped the gift was Luo Xinyu, who was expressing her gratitude. Millions of dollars are likewise a sprinkle in front of a big star of her caliber. Anything to cure her of this strange disease. This damn strange disease was driving her crazy. Whether it's attending an event or dancing and performing on stage, it's most torturous. Especially in the summer. Moving sure. The stockings and underwear that you bring basically have to be changed off at regular intervals. Otherwise you don't want to finish a show. Her smelly, sweaty feet in particular required not only a lot of perfume to cover them, but also a lot of absorbent toilet paper in her shoes. Otherwise, once you take off your shoes, you're probably going to smoke half of it. And in order to maintain the innocent persona, this is a secret that only she and her mom know. Even in order to keep this secret from being exposed, she had hardened herself to sleep with a man for the past 24 years. For the first time, it was also given to my own hand. Of course, crawling through this dirty showbiz industry to her present position, naturally, it is inevitable to have a smooth sailing. Among them were a number of director bosses who had coveted her body. But luckily it was all blocked by her background mom. Only at a killjoy reception, a male director, greedy for her beauty, sneaks into her room while she is drunk and tries to violate him. Hooray for the director. He's a big creep. The first time didn't go straight to the point. Instead, he went ahead and took off her shoes. As a result, in the next second, a terrifying baleful aura rose to the sky, straight to the male director's ceiling. The male director became old and dizzy on the spot. His body staggered continuously, as if he was drunk, plopped to the ground, just under those enchanted chimera pawns. When he realized the gravity of the situation, it was too late. Trying to move away, he found that he had long since been smothered and couldn't lift an ounce of strength. Unluckily, the medicine was too strong, and Luo Xinyu slept soundly. The press didn't even notice it in the slightest. It was only after waking up that he realized the male director who had fallen at his feet. Luo Xinyu was frightened and hurriedly put on her shoes, and the male director was taken to the hospital because of severe corrosion of the lungs and brain. The body stinks. It was eventually characterized as, mistakenly, inhaling some kind of noxious gas. Resuscitation was unsuccessful. A great director of his generation died under the very thing he coveted most. And Luo Xinyu was also investigated for a long time at that time because of this matter. Good thing it cleared itself in the end. Chapter 186, Big Brothers show up to brush gifts. Song Sickness kills madness. Okay, next. Song Disease continues to connect in third place. Unsurprisingly, on camera, another high-status broad. The setting is in a top luxury bar box. Every now and then a delicate beauty behind him stole a glance. Hiss Wang Qixi, Wang Xiao, not seeing you for a day and you've changed girlfriends again? It looks like a lot. Brother, pick up girls and take us with you. Ooh, Wang Xiao, take it easy. You're looking sick. This time, there's no need for the master to speak. The old man has already guessed what kind of disease young Wang is suffering from with a pinch of his fingers. As soon as Wang Qixi showed his face, he was recognized on the spot. Look at the fame even higher than the first one. Lu Xiao. Seeing the other party, Song Sickness also had a strange look on his face, because this broad, even he knew him. It's too famous. His life is the dream of many men. Dr. Song, as usual, don't say anything about my illness. I trust you. Wang Qixi also hurriedly laughed awkwardly. Yes, but you still need to moderate. You're being a bit serious, Song Sickness said with feeling. Keith Wang. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. Did you hear that, Wang Xiao? Masters don't joke around. Bring me along next time. I'll share the pressure with you. Upstairs, your wishful thinking is heard in my South Lake. The crowd of netizens were also amused by Song's 6 words. I see. Thank you, Dr. Song. Wang Qixi smiled awkwardly before cutting the connection. At the same time, naturally do not forget to give Song Disease brush gift. Directly broad brush at 10 million. Now that Song Sickness was the savior of his lower body, he naturally had to please. Inside the bar box, as soon as the connection was closed, a group of Wang Qixi's girlfriends all enthusiastically surrounded him. Each of these women was born beautiful. No celebrities, almost all of them were internet celebrities. The main focus is a value for money. Looking at Wang Qixi in a frenzy to send Zhao Lianhua to Song Sickness, It is even more beautiful eyes shine. Love Zithwang even more. It's pure love. Young Wang, we're Cohen. Let's go back to the hotel. A bunch of girlfriends spilled their guts. That's it for today. Wait until tomorrow passes. Thinking of Song Disease's warning, Wang Qixi still suppressed the desire in his heart first, and he was sure that tomorrow's experience would be better with Song sickness out of the way. Jesus, $10 million? Is this serious? Young Wang is Young Wang. He's just generous. Inside the live broadcast room, looking at Wang Qixi's crazy brush of gifts, the crowd of netizens were shocked. At this moment, Wang Qixi had come to number 1 in Song sickness fan ranking, directly squeezing out Lu Tianqi and Luo Xinyu. It's more like doubling the value of a gift swipe right after a visit to the doctor. Next, Song Sick repeated the phrase again. This time, the crowd is already looking forward to it. Which big name will be next? Hissed the king of automobiles, Mana Hongli. As expected, it was another anguish mega-rich man. Unsurprisingly, Shan Honglei continued to request confidentiality. It's as if you're just following the rules of Song Disease and showing your face. Likewise, after showing his face, he abided by the rules and swiped a few $1 million in gifts for Song sickness. Everything that follows is pretty much as it should be. Next, hiss, Internet Guru, Ma Dato. Next, hiss, Mineral Water Leader, Lu Yingkai. Next, hiss, Master of Nutrition, Kao Longevity. Even the Masters of Wellness are sick? I don't believe in bull wellness anymore. Next, hiss, Elizabeth Gadot, the international superstar of Europe. Even foreign celebrities are here? IING. Next, hiss, the ones who grabbed the spots were all upper class, powerful people, or high-ranking rich people, or rich kids, or star-studded. Any one of them is basically a big name in some field in Anguilla. One is more noble than the other. There's even a couple of crooked guys. Can you believe it? The usually unassuming bigwigs all showed up at Song 6 live broadcast. It was even more of a courtesy to Song sickness to lower his stance. After showing up, they are all equally clear in their request for confidentiality. Then swipe a few million gifts for Song sickness to increase his popularity as a token of appreciation. It's as if a rule has invariably been formed. After all, they were all well aware of how expensive Dr. Song's hand was. $10,000 is too cheap, and you can swipe millions or even tens of millions of small gifts to gain a little favor with Dr. Song. That's simply not too profitable. And one after another, a big brother's face showed up. All sorts of respect for Song Disease, all sorts of low-profile brush gifts. It was like a thunderbolt that kept bombarding the crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room. Strongly impacted their 3 views. The crowd of netizens has also gone from initial skepticism, to shock, to now numbness and trembling. Quite a few people go back to that original question. $10,000 for Drive Song to make a single strike. Is that still expensive? Does Song sickness really care about that $1 million? At the same time as countless bigwigs showed their faces one after another in the Song sickness livestream to see the doctor, with swiping gifts, the entire Fighting Voice platform had boiled over, thoroughly nonplussed. A beautiful anchor woman dancing live in the studio. What are you doing, brothers? What? Watching a beautiful woman rub her nose in Fiji. And look at the ball. The master disease sender next door has killed the madness. Various Anhwa bigwigs show up to swipe their gifts to see the doctor. Yeah. What with all the star broads coming, and remedies to heal men's wounds. Gripes. I'll have to check it out then. I have a friend who needs it badly. After a few minutes passed, the female anchor's live broadcast instantly dropped from tens of thousands of people to a few. Babies, did Poise dance look good? Good looking. Remember to click to follow and brush the gift. Oh. The female anchor also finished dancing at this time, went up to see the number of people online, and was dumbfounded. Baby, wait for me. I'll go take a look too, ha. After that, the few remaining ones slipped away. The live feed was completely deserted. Anchorwoman, a certain bandwagon won Lychee's live room. Families, this eyebrow pencil is finely crafted. Lowest price on the net. Don't want $1 billion. Just 79, haha. Wouldn't it be a bit pricey to ask for 79 for such a crappy pen? Lychee, 79. Where is it expensive? Sometimes look for your own reasons. Did you work hard? Did your salary go up? Sisters, what are you looking at? This one is just screwing us over. Treating us like Sasha. Now that we're making money, we're starting to resent us. Good news. Master sending disease live is killing the madness. All kinds of big shots are coming to seek medical treatment. The master can cure anything. Maybe there's a good formula for skincare and beauty. Much better than this crappy eyebrow pencil. Sisters can punch it. Oh, wait for me. In an instant, Lychee's online million popularity was madly and greatly crippled. Lychee froze, and immediately his gaze was gloomy. Go and see. Which ungrateful thing is it that dares to rob me of my popularity as the first brother with goods? What would he do with his hundreds of millions in sales without all those good-for-nothing fans? In an instant, not only Li Chi, but all the major anchors who were live at the same time froze. The live broadcast was like a demon, with a crazy big disability, or even cleared. At one point it was suspected that there was a bug in the platform. But soon, they also followed the crowd of netizens and flooded into Song 6 live broadcast room. Intend to take a look at it. See if it's one of the big stars in residence live. That makes Gene popular or not. But just clicking in, they were all shot at once. At this point, with such high efficiency in showing his face and brushing his gifts, Song Sickness had already connected all 100 spots. But the various Kahlua gifts continue. A bunch of bigwigs brushing together are not bad for the Lord. All the highest specification gifts of Kalanishwa. In just a few hours, it's already broken several hundred million. It's the rarest and most spectacular scene on the net. May I ask, since the introduction of the internet, that live room appeared in such an unparalleled scene? How dare you think that you can get all the bigwigs in all fields of anguish to willingly swipe their gifts in unison? Song Sickness Live's popularity also soared at a rate visible to the naked eye. Millions online, 10 million online, 10 million plus online. It's so popular that it's already lagging. The backstage of Douyin at this moment was even busier, and the entire operations department was about to be paralyzed by Song 6 skyrocketing popularity and gift value. Can't afford it. It simply can't be afforded. Song 6 backstage fanbase is even skyrocketing in tandem. 20 million, 30 million, 50 million, 80 million, 90 million. People who feel the horror of song disease are frantically clicking for attention. It's as if they're afraid that if they pay attention late, they won't be able to pay attention. Such a spectacle has never been seen before. It feels like magic. Can you believe the hundreds of millions of gifts in a few hours in a single day? Do you dare to believe that Angua's bigwigs in various fields came to show their faces for medical treatment? A single day's increase of nearly 100 million fans, you dare to think? Chapter 187. Song Sickness is on fire. It's still popping like never before. After the bigwigs on all sides have sought medical attention to show their faces, people from all walks of life were drawn to it. Men, women and children. With Dr. Song's reputation for curing all diseases, it can be said that he cuts off both men and women. Even the live webcam anchors were off the air to find out what was going on. Anyone who enters the live room can't walk out. The live streaming of gifts continued. And also finally some netizens reacted from their shock and began to speak out. My mama! Even these rich kids and big stars have come to seek medical treatment and find the master. And also madly brush millions and millions of gifts to thank them. Who still dares to say that the master is putting on a show? Now who dares to say that the guru is running a scam? Hiring actors? Such actors? Try hiring one? Whoa, the real deal. The master really wants to treat the common people. Otherwise we, the bottom of the barrel, probably wouldn't even see a hair on the master's head. If he wanted to make money, where would he need to go through all the trouble here? I am now thoroughly convinced that the guru offline heals those rich people once and collects a small goal. Hiss, healing one small goal at a time? In that case, the master is not poor at all, and is even very rich. Ridiculous. There were clowns just now mocking the master for this $10,000? People hit the bottom with a small goal right out of the gate. Care for your little bit of live traffic? And is $10,000 still expensive to get the master's hand? At least the master can get you cured. And you go to a big hospital and dump your money. And you probably can't even cure it. And you get kicked right out for not having the money. Mud. Black people speak. Where are those spammers who say that the guru was a fraudulent money grabber? Give me the old man to come out and speak. If the master really wants our money, we probably won't even see the master's face. Yes. Misleading our trust in the masters. Just now I was all set to buy a spot. I blame these hacks for misleading us. I'm wondering if it could be that these hacks are these rich stars who are up to no good and are saying this on purpose so that we don't grab them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You do not say I have not thought. Irony is this. Otherwise these quotas, how can they be clear of these rich and powerful senior officials? I can kind of see that these tycoons didn't say a word because they want us not to grab them, and then they can hog the spots. Wannabe dog capitalists. Fall for it. The live feeds began to go sideways, embracing Song Sickness without questioning it anymore. Even started to speculate whether the ones who said song disease fraud in the first place could be these same tycoons who are up to no good. And the people who came to their senses were endlessly remorseful, starting to regret that I was just stupid and didn't grab a spot. Weekday guru offline visits are a small goal. It's only $10,000 now. So that's a bargain by comparison. The key is that there are so many rich and high-ranking celebrities rushing to buy it. You don't have to worry about being cheated at all. It's just a shame that they missed out on such a heavenly good thing. Thinking of this, the crowd was filled with regret. And even more so, they were swiping the screen to ask for another quota. Oh, master, we were wrong. Give us another chance. Put some more spots on. We want to see a doctor too. Yes, master. You can just put on more spots. It was us who had no eyes just now. It's all the fault of those hacks. Master, I've scolded them for you, and will never listen to those hacks lie so easily again. We embrace you in the future. No matter how much people hack you, you are our God. +1, +1, +1, +999. See, that's human nature, to lose and realize it's for the best. It's only then that I think about cherishing it. What comes easily feels cheap, but if they were to get it again, they would really do this as they say now. Will they really always embrace song disease no matter how much others blacken it in the future? Or will you choose to go with the flow? This is a question to be tested. Next, I'll be live diagnosing another 100 spots, but this time it's no longer a rush. It relies on people to send in their physical ailments, or photos. Instead of looking at status, I will select people who are really sick to be treated and ensure that the 100 places will really go to the patients who need them. That's the same rule for all future live visits. 100 slots up for grabs and 100 slots chosen by me for people who really need them. Song Sickness spoke calmly, though there were a number of rare diseases found in the just 100 rich celebrities that hadn't been inhaled. Especially that big star Luo Sinew secondary disease, belongs to the unexpected surprise. That adds up to over 110 points of merit, enough to absorb tomorrow. However, looking at the popularity of the live broadcast, as well as the pleas of the people who knew their mistakes and repented, Song Sickness still decided to have another 100 places. Ride the heat, make up a couple 100 points of merit. With his current physical quality, he should have no problem absorbing this bit of disease. Vertigo and nosebleeds at best. Hooray, hooray guru, I love you. Whoa, Dr. Song is really only doing this in a desperate attempt to give us poor people a chance. Or else if we all used snatch and grab, we probably wouldn't even have anything for us. Who knows what more dogged tactics those higher-ups can pull. Divine Dr. Song is allotted to enjoy the Imperial Temple. Master, from now on, I'll be your most loyal fan. Whoever dares to slander you again, I'll execute his 10 plans. And on hearing the good news, the live broadcast room once again boiled over with the crowd of netizens swiping their thanks. This lost and found feeling is palpable. Well, hurry up and describe the condition if you need to. In the face of the crowd's gratitude, Song Sickness didn't feel much. It's really hard for someone who has been hurt once to heal again. He wants merit. Let's just say that helping these people is just passing through. Or maybe it's more apt to take what you need. Of course, if there hadn't been the betrayal of those 18 donkeys in the first place, he probably still has that pure and good heart, and really will give everything he has to this world. It's just a shame that the naive Song Sickness of that time died in that courtroom. The re-emerging Song Sickness has an additional title, Song Veterinarian. Soon, countless pop-ups describing the disease as well as photos began to be screened on the live broadcast. The pop-up swiped quickly, but it made no difference in Song Sick's eyes. Pick one by one. It was only after the initial diagnosis of a difficult case that the connection was given. Unsurprisingly, with such a selection, Song disease easily found rare diseases that had not been absorbed. For example, anosmia, a rare condition in which the bones of the face are congenitally underdeveloped. The main conditions are ptosis of the outer corners of the eyes, absence of facial bones, abnormalities in the structure of the outer ear, deformation of the mouth, slurred articulation and other multiple disorders. Huntington's disease, a movement with a large range of motion, where the whole body is in constant motion at the onset of the disease. When connected, Song Sick thought the other was dancing. Tourette's syndrome, symptoms are vocal tics, which in simple terms means a tendency to make strange noises. Song Sickness had even seen this disease in a movie back in the day, Chapter 188. Except, of course, for these really scarce and rare diseases, it also absorbed many diseases that it hadn't absorbed before. However, these diseases are not considered rare. On the contrary, they are very common and even have a large group of people who suffer from them. It's basically because of the long hours of late nights and overtime, or eating too much food tech and ruthless living, or working for long periods of time in harsh, hot and toxic environments. It even includes all kinds of mental illnesses that arise from study, work, life, stress. It's the years and years of living under these underclasses and the lack of money to get treatment in a timely manner that causes the disease to build up. Anyway, Song Sickness has treated so many rich and famous people and never encountered these diseases. So, let's call these diseases, collectively, poverty diseases. 100 places down, there are a total of 86 unabsorbed diseases, except for 9 really rare diseases. The rest are poor diseases. Coincidentally, Song disease, which is just picking the disease that you haven't absorbed with your eyes closed. These 100 slots, with no internalized dark rules, were all cleanly selected for the bottom of the barrel. Of course, the ones that swiped the screen the most were suffering from terminal illnesses such as cancer and AIDS. Guru, I have terminal cancer. Why don't you pick me? Yes, Master. Can you cure UTI? I don't want to die. Ooh. Master, can't you cure AIDS? Master, I need to take heavily medicine for the rest of my life for this disease. I just can't support it anymore. So, after some visits, there are still countless terminally ill people who are desperate not to understand the request. Obviously they're both terminally ill in the worst way. So why didn't Song disease choose them anyway? Of course, it's not that Song's disease is not an option, but these cancers or AIDS. He sucked it up and doesn't need it anymore. Secondly, in this age of technology and ruthless living run amok, Anguilla has close to 9,000 cancer diagnoses every day. Global not to mention. All the other universal terminal diseases are likewise no better. How can he cure so many people? The body can't take it either. Without addressing the root cause of the problem, there will only be a steady stream of terminally ill patients that simply cannot be cured. I'm sorry, but I'm not infallible. And I don't currently have a cure for diseases that have been classified as terminal, like cancer AIDS. However, it has researched some suppression of relief. Some Chinese herbal remedies can be given to you, in order to avoid trouble. Song's sickness lied bluntly. Human nature cannot be tested. As for what he said about the prescription, it was not a lie. Same remedy as previously posted for kidney weakness. All as a result of his research all the way through the doorways of Chinese and Western medicine, especially in those ancient books of Chinese medicine given to him by Hua Xigua and Lin Jiaxing. It's amazing how much has been discovered about the treatment and prevention of these terminal illnesses. Only many of them were already decayed and unclear. And so far Song disease had only figured out some ways to treat the early stages and inhibit the onset of the disease. It will take time to see if all of them can be subsequently excavated. But this is enough to see the magic of Chinese medicine. Thousands of years of inherited wisdom. The crystallization of countless forefathers' personal practice. How can it be so easily denied? When these words came out, the live broadcast, those patients who were terminally ill and waiting to die boiled over and prayed in a hurry. Really? Master. Then send it. Ooh, Master, you are my benefactor. The remedies I will send out subsequently. And they still have the potential to cure early terminal illnesses. For the severe ones, there is no cure, but it is enough to inhibit deterioration and ensure that you will not suffer as much. At least it's better than your choice of painful chemotherapy. Of course, the best treatment plan is to not get this disease. So I'll also send you some ancient Chinese medicine methods to prevent the disease from occurring. Song Sickness said directly. It's both a way to give these people a little light and a way to shut them up. Don't bother him with these terminal illnesses in the future. Anyway, it was just some remedies, or from the ancient books that Hua Xigua and Lin Jiaxing had given him for free. Oh, Master, you're so nice to just generously send it to us. If those black-hearted capitalists were to get these prescriptions, it is estimated that they would all immediately apply for patents and prescribe and buy overpriced medicines. It's still got to be TCM. Blackie talk. Who dares to say that the guru is in it for the money now? Master, you study it well, and we believe you'll definitely research a prescription to attack these terminal diseases. Master, why don't you open a hospital? We all believe in you. The crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room had been touched to the core. Of course, there are many capitalists whose eyes have long been scarlet. In their eyes, whether it's a cure for a kidney deficiency or a terminal illness, these prescriptions are money nah. Can't make enough money. It's amazing that Song Sickness is going to be sent out like this for nothing. How does this not break their hearts? Of course, even more heartbreaking is arguably the pharmaceutical groups. No, they should be fearful. Well, I'll organize the prescription and send it out in the follow-up. And as for opening a hospital, let's wait until the time is ripe and mature. And, for those patients after today's live consultation, remember to come see me tomorrow. A hint of cunning flashed through Song Sickness' eyes as he casually replied. Whoa, compliments to Divine Dr. Song. A crowd of netizens frantically swiped gifts to say goodbye, but Song Sickness voluntarily turned off the live broadcast. Don't care about the gift money. Now he suddenly understood that classic quote from a wealthy man. I've never touched money. I'm not interested in it. Coincidentally, now he's really not interested in money. It's too much. It's numb. Master, you are too great. Brother, I realize now that you are so great. You are my role model. Behind them, AI Little Beast and Zhang Taizhu had also long been filled with admiration when they looked at Song Sickness. In response, Song Sickness didn't bother to explain anything and stretched. The mind is looking forward to the 200 or so points of merit that will be delivered to my door tomorrow. This earning merit is really much harder than earning money. At the same time, big love group building. Inside one of the offices. Looking at the live stream that Song Sickness closed, Chao Bao's three faces had already clouded over. Stupid. This is stupid. How precious are these prescriptions? And he wants to publish them like this? Xiao Bao is furious. It seems like he's determined to go against us. Zhao Ming's face turned blue. Now Song Sickness opens a live stream to see the poor and the rich directly. It has even taken the initiative to publicize these Chinese medicine prescriptions for the treatment of terminal illnesses. A few simple medicines took care of the chemo, blood draws, tests, all the various procedures they needed. Who will come to see the doctor under their group then? How else are they going to sell overpriced Western medicine and raid the bottom feeders? How else are they going to make money with all the imported Western medical instruments? One can only imagine what it would do to them. Not only did Song Sickness ignore their warnings that day, but he also acted so quickly. What is this if it's not against their big love group? I think he's got an ulterior motive when he comes up with this live viewing. Compared to the anger of the two, Wang Ben was much calmer and calmly analyzed. In just 2 live broadcasts, he has now appeared under the public's view. Secondly, he obviously has a cure for these terminal illnesses. Yet he deliberately only comes up with prescriptions for common inhibitions. It's obvious that he's purposely using this to build his identity and reputation first, followed by a thunderous opening of hospitals to capture our market. Chapter 189, The AI Group's Ambition. Since he wants to be famous so badly and dares to show his face in front of the public, let's fulfill him. Accelerate the progress, contact those departments, and add another $10 billion. I want him to experience what it's like to go from being admired by 10,000 people, to being spurned by 10,000 people, Xiao Bao said with a spiteful gaze. Stupid guy. Since he wants to fight us, let him know what the real boss of Manhwa is. Killing intent surfaced in Zhao Ming's eyes. He, that AI group, had been deeply rooted in Nguo for decades, and had long won the hearts of the people. Can't be shaken by a little song disease? No, it's not enough. However, in the face of the two's determination, Wang Ben shook his head. Under the two men's puzzled gazes, Wang Ben's eyes narrowed slightly and said, "You guys have overlooked the most important point. We're not the only ones threatened by him doing this. Rather, it's the entire healthcare industry, the patent medicine industry, the medical equipment industry, experts in various medical fields, the healthcare industry, and even those monopolized medical groups abroad will all be affected. Now, by just broadcasting a live show and disclosing a few prescriptions on the aspect of kidney deficiency terminal illness for free, he is tantamount to destroying the position and interests of the monopoly in the aspect of kidney deficiency terminal illness. It is tantamount to smashing these people's jobs. And who's to say if he'll be begging for more next time he's on the air and keep announcing other remedies? Therefore, we are not the only ones who should be anxious now, but the group companies that monopolize the various fields of the medical industry, and even the various industrial groups associated with the medical industry will be affected. When Xiao Bao and Zhao Ming heard this, their gazes suddenly blossomed with sharpness, and they looked at Wang Ben with a sardonic smile. Do you mean to unite these groups together to make a move against song disease? No, it's not just that. We also need to take this opportunity to utilize Song Sickness and become the lead group. And while getting rid of Song Sickness, find a way to monopolize those prescriptions he published and seize the market in one fell swoop. Counteract those foreign pharmaceutical groups, and let the Great Love Group completely dominate the entire world's pharmaceutical industry. Wang Ben said with a long-term vision. He was ambitious to do more than just make Song Sickness have no foothold in Manhwa and lose his reputation. It's more about using song disease to hit the entire pharmaceutical industry. They would then take advantage of the popularity that song disease had accumulated, as well as monopolizing the prescription, to take advantage of the opportunity to dominate the markets of various countries, become the world's #1 pharmaceutical group. Old Ben, still you think long term? Ha ha ha. If this battle is successful, we three will be walking on eggshells in the future, and we will surely be deeply appreciated and reused by the Gao family. Upon hearing this, the greed in Xiao Bao and Zhao Ming's eyes managed to be inspired as well. Let's find a way to pull those pawns together first. If you don't make a move, it must be a thunderous move, and you must not let him have the slightest chance to catch his breath. That guy has martial and official backing behind him after all. Once dragged out and exposed, it's never something we can afford. King Ben scrupled. Don't worry. Anyway, it's not like we're the ones who made the move. We're just borrowing the knife to kill people. With so many people online, even if he checks through the sky, he won't be able to find out about us. Xiao Bao, however, was incredibly confident. Zhao Ming followed suit and laughed. That's right, with this thing called the internet, even if the head of a country is outed for blackmail, it's difficult to erase it, let alone a district song disease. Those stupid keyboard warriors are brainless. They don't care about evidence. You just need a little guidance and they'll be aroused to their nature like dogs. They'll bite any way you want them to. You want them to bite someone, they'll catch that person and bite them to death. It's a rule of law society now, but cyberbursts are enough to kill people. Early the next morning, Then a dozen big shots came to visit Song Sickness. There is even no shortage of crooked people. However, they are not here to seek medical attention. Instead, he came to Song Sickness to seek cooperation, trying to overpay for those prescriptions that Song Disease is about to release. In response, Song Sickness said, "Hug Silk, you're too late. I've already published the prescription." Upon hearing this news, a group of bigwigs were suddenly disheartened. With Dr. Song's means of healing, the efficacy of these prescriptions could be imagined. If it is monopolized and sold in mass production, one can imagine the profits. And Song Sickness published it without hesitation. This also means that they can't monopolize it. At least any one of them alone is a group that can't do it. And once a thing is in circulation in the lower classes, it also means it's not worth anything. Divine Dr. Song, do you have any other prescriptions? Sell them all to us. How much is negotiable? That's right. Or we could work together and split the profits. Divine Dr. Song, these prescriptions are worth a fortune. How can you make them public like this? A group of capitalist bigwigs remained reluctant to say, "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in money right now, so stop bothering me with it." Song Sickness rejected with boredom. Money, 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 just no money. He's all tired of it. A host of capitalist bigwigs. In the end, after Yi Tian stepped in, even though there was too much unwillingness in their hearts, they all left in disgrace. With the rising sun, it signaled the beginning of a busy day for Song Sickness, and it was about to begin. The 200 people who were diagnosed live yesterday have come one after the other to seek medical attention. As per usual, Song Sick put on his white coat and looked for a diagnostic room. AI Little Beast and Zhang Taiju played the hand. Yi Tian led a group of well-trained SWAT officers to maintain order. Take off your clothes and lie down. Relax. Next, hands sterilized. The corners of the mouth slightly hooked. The merits of the opening and closing. Ding successfully absorbed kidney void. Merit +1. Ding successfully absorbed facelessness. Merit +1. Ding successfully absorbed Tourette syndrome. Merit +1. Ding successful absorption of pneumoconiosis. Merit +1. With Song Disease's current physique and system level, absorbing a level 1 disease was almost always a breeze. Once your shirt and pants are off, find the lesion, touch it with both hands, and absorb it easily. During this period, the big star Luo Xinyu also finally came. She wore sunglasses, a mask and a hat, which is basically standard for big stars going out. But Luo Xinyu had another reason. It was a hot day, but the clothes on his body were extraordinarily tight. Even on a pair of slender legs, she wore a pair of airless white boots. Of course, maybe it's afraid to penetrate. The one who followed Luo Xinyu was a beautiful young woman who looked to be in her 30s or 40s but still had a lot of charm. Definitely the kind of level that Chow thieves can't even walk away from when they see it. The beautiful woman was holding a small fan in her hand, but it wasn't for herself, but for Luo Xinyu. Seeing the arrival of his most anticipated patient, Song Sickness couldn't be happier. It's fine if everyone else doesn't come, but this Luo Xinyu must come. She's sick, and he has to be the one to suck it up. It's a second-degree disease. 100 merits. 1 is comparable to 100. How can Song Disease be spared? Thus, Song Disease even took the initiative to stop working and went up to warmly entertain Luo Xinyu's mother and daughter. Let AI's Little Beast arrange the two of them into the guest room first, treated as the last patient. Otherwise, I guess there's no rule of law for the patients in the back. Chapter 190, The Terrible Luo Xinyu. Luo Xinyu was somewhat flattered by Song Disease's sudden enthusiasm, because Song Disease doesn't have this attitude towards other rich and high-ranking officials. Is it because she's a big star? Fancy her beauty? Trying to open the back door for her? Song Sickness, it's actually your sickness I'm looking at. The day of healing had come to an afternoon. I was able to cure the last little girl of neurodegenerative disease with brain iron deposits type 6. Little girls are beautiful, like little angels with broken wings when it comes to this genetic disorder. Thank you, Master. Thank you for saving my daughter. I really don't know how to thank you properly. This is a little bit of local specialty I brought from the countryside. You mustn't mind it. The little girl's father was so grateful that he almost knelt down to Song Sickness and took out a bag of rural souvenirs that he had carried into the city. You're welcome. You spend the money. I see the doctor. As it should be. No need for souvenirs. Song Sickness politely declined. No, 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 no. $10,000 cured my daughter. I can't even think about it. You should take it. The man finished, put down the souvenir, picked up his own daughter and ran away. Seeing this, Song Sickness shook his head with a bitter smile and had no choice but to accept it. It's after work. You two go ahead and eat. Retracting his gaze, Song Sickness looked towards AI Little Beast and Zhang Taiju who had labored all day and said, Master, isn't there another patient you forgot? AI Beast reminded. What was said was naturally Luo Xinyu. I'll heal the rest of this patient alone. Song Sickness laughed. Why? Is there some unspoken pose you don't want to teach us? AI Little Beast said in a depressed voice. He couldn't help but think of that night when Song Sickness treated Xiaxihan alone. What a mess. I was afraid you guys wouldn't be able to hold it. Song Six's face darkened and he directly threatened. If you don't leave, I'll finish the chicken in the restaurant later and leave only your ass for you. Ah, master, I was wrong. AI Little Beast immediately conceded and slipped away with Zhang Taizhu. Only then did Song Sickness head towards the guest room where he was entertaining Luo Sinyu's mother and daughter. Inside the guest room. Mom, it's almost dark. Why don't you get to me? Luo Sinyu was blowing on a fan, and her dress pants under her trench coat were already all sure. Holding on a little longer. Perhaps it is because he knows the danger of your illness that he has kept you to the last. Mother Luo comforted, bringing Luo Sinyu a bottle of water while turning the small fan to its maximum setting. But it was obviously no longer helpful. The chair Luo Sinyu was sitting on was already dripping. She has to drink at least 10 bottles of water a day to keep up with the water loss. Change your dress pants 3 times at the same time to make sure you're not exposed. But it's clearly over the limit now. Crunch! The door to the room opened at that moment as well. And Song Six's gaze fell on the two mothers and daughters, quickly moving back down to the puddle of water on the floor. Good lord! This water leak? It's a bit of a serious disease. A walking water fountain? Noticing Song Six's gaze, Luo Sinyu's pretty face changed slightly, subconsciously merging her legs together in an attempt to cover her masterpiece. Luo's mother also stepped forward, blocking Song Six's gaze, and asked with a polite smile, Divine Dr. Song, I've long admired your great name, and on the live diagnosis, you said that you could cure my daughter's strange disease. I wonder if it's true or not. I have a natural guarantee for what I've said. So families get out. I'm going to start the treatment. Song Sickness retracted his gaze and said, pretending not to see it and giving the other party the decency to do so. May I assist you from the sidelines? I know my daughter's illness best, and it will never bother you. Luo mother was the one who made the request. Song Disease frowned slightly, looking at the charming and beautiful young woman, giving a look to experience it for himself. Have you ever seen a doctor perform a surgery with the patient's family assisting? How are you going to assist? Sorry Dr. Song, but a word of caution. If you need my daughter to take off her shoes, you'd better do something to protect yourself. Also knowing that her words were inappropriate, Luo mother smiled awkwardly, left a word of advice, and obediently went out as well. Before closing the door, he didn't forget to throw Luo Sinyu a comforting look. Take your shoes off and lie down on the bed. Song Six's gaze then fell on the big star. Take off your shoes. Can you not? As soon as she heard that she wanted slippers, like a conditioned response, Luo Sinyu's pretty face instantly turned red and her heartbeat accelerated. The water dripped harder from the chair. It even dissolves into a trickle. How can I cure you without slippers? Don't worry. Knowing you're a big star, I'll keep your secret. Song Sickness is helpless. Thanks. But can you put on a couple more masks? The flavor might be a little strong. Luo Sinyu reminded awkwardly, but she was more scared. After all, with those feet, she had killed people. Even her mother usually handled her with a gas mask. It's okay, take it off. One is enough. Song Sickness said indifferently. It feels a bit exaggerated. A district with smelly feet can still stink to death? Besides, with his physique, he's still afraid of the smell of this district's feet? Seeing that Song Sickness didn't listen to advice, there was even a bit of impatience. Luo Sinyu had no choice but to take off the windbreaker that was covering her, revealing a blue and already sure-tight dress. Then he jerked up the hem of his skirt to reveal the white boots that closed off the odor. Underneath the boots was a pair of white-dyed wet stockings. Luo Sinyu used her nail to cut right through the stockings, revealing her white skin, which disconnected her from the boots, then pulled down to ease down the zipper of the white boots. Before the shoes had finished coming off, a white geogas was already scrambling to emerge. In a matter of moments, it spread out at great speed with Luo Sinyu's feet as the center. With a hint of heat, it was as if a terrible poisonous gas easily broke through the defense of the mask and wanted to invade Song Six's nasal cavity. And the smell was enough to instantly disintegrate all of a person's will. Song Disease's pupils suddenly plummeted. Shock was written all over his face. Stop it. Pull it on. Reacting. Song Sickness hurriedly opened his mouth, stopping Luo Sinyu from taking her feet out of her shoes. That's right. He was surprised by his opponent's geo-breath. This kills like no other in the world. Not that he couldn't handle it. Of course, this secondary foot odor is certainly awful, but not enough to be a threat to him. The reason for stopping the other side was that they were afraid of being a threat to the place. If we continue to rule here, this place will definitely be ruined. Being startled by Song's sickness, Luo Sinyu also hurriedly reinserted the foot she wanted to pull out back in. Hurry up and zipper it up. At the same time, He looked at Song's sickness in disbelief. The look was as if to say again, "Aren't you afraid? Why are you scared again? Let's change places." Taking a deep breath, Song's sickness explained. The door to the room opened, and outside the door, Luo's mother was already wearing a special mask, obviously a man with a story. "Divine Dr. Song, I'll give you another mask. If you can't stand it, you can wear one more." Having already heard the conversation between the two, Mother Luo wasn't the least bit surprised, and even had to give Song Sick another mask. Song's sickness, but still, he silently took the other man's mask. It was then that the mother and daughter were taken to one of the most remote psychiatric buildings in the Sentinel Psychiatric Hospital. Then you take the elevator all the way up to the top floor, the 18th floor, came to one of the innermost treatment rooms. "This is it. Get in there." It was only after looking inside that Song's sickness said, "Here, it's definitely safe enough." He'd like to touch it carefully to see what kind of weird disease it was. Can it be that outrageous? This is clearly beyond the realm of normal people getting sick. It must be studied and researched. Chapter 191 Bold Ideas. Receiving a comforting look from Luo mother, Luo Xinyu then gathered the courage to enter it. This is a treatment room specializing in psychiatric care. The walls around them were well stocked with all sorts of medical equipment specifically designed to treat mental illness. There's only what you can't think of, not what it doesn't have. Seeing this, Luo Xinyu was shocked on the spot. "Are you sure this is a treatment room?" Crunch. And by now, Song's sickness had already closed the door and unlocked it. Then under Luo Xinyu's apprehensive gaze, Song's sickness proceeded to find some fabric and block the doorway, then close the windows and draw the curtains. Seal off the entire treatment room completely. Try not to leave a single gap. Luo Xinyu. She knew Song Sick's intention in doing so. "Take it off." Only after doing all the protection did Song's sickness look at Luo Xinyu and said, a few less of the disdain that was just there. "Good, good." With apprehension and shame, Luo Xinyu pulled up her skirt again, pulled down her shoe chain, and resumed removing her shoes. However, it seemed to be for closure and worn too tightly. Luo Xinyu clenched her silver teeth and took it off for a long time, but she just couldn't take it off. Helpless, she subconsciously looked towards Song's sickness. To avoid leaks, her shoes are tight, and with toilet paper to absorb sweat, it's basically hard to take them off again once they're sweaty. At least she couldn't do it alone. That's why she needs her mother's help every time. That's the reason why Mother Lo asked to stay and assist in the first place. Song Sick frowned slightly, but still stepped forward and lifted the other's foot. "I should have known that. I really should have asked Luo's mother to stay and assist. The first time someone other than her mother helped her take off her shoes, and it was still a guy." Luo Xinyu's face was already red. "Hold on tight. I'm pulling out." Song's sickness voiced a reminder. Reacting, Luo Xinyu hurriedly practiced a skillful grip on the bedpost and assumed a good position before saying somewhat shyly, "Well, I'm steady. You pull it." Song's sickness grabbed the boot and pulled it lightly for the first time. "Ha! It didn't even move?" Snip 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 snip. The sound of Song's shoes scraping against his feet came as he increased his strength. Pft, stab. Finally accompanied by a sweaty pluck. A pink jade foot wrapped in transparent white, and wet. It was hot when it was finally pulled out of the long white boots that enclosed her. The familiar and topsy-turvy smell spread again. It seems like the demonic aura that broke the seal is going to completely erode all living things in this world. Good thing it was blocked by the closed room. At this moment, even though Song's sickness was wearing two masks, he could vaguely smell it. Luo Xinyu looked at Song's sickness with the same concern, deeply afraid of being smoked out by Song's sickness. The other one. Song's sickness only adapted for a moment before continuing on, raising his hand in a gesture. Seeing that Song's sickness was really fine, Luo Xinyu was relieved, and at the same time took the initiative to lift her other foot and send it to Song's sickness hand. Put. Another sweaty pluck. With experience, this is the Song disease is very easy to pull out. Between the splashes, the fog in the treatment room thickened a few degrees. Looking at these wildly smoking hot pink jade feet, Song's sickness was shocked. Who would have thought that such a pair of showy feet would be a biochemical weapon strong enough to exterminate everything? Song's sickness was sure that with his half a year of experience in practicing medicine, the lethality of this Geo-Chi in the treatment room right now, enough to smoke a grown man to death in half a minute. You could have worn a gas mask if you couldn't stand it. Seeing that Song's sickness stayed in place without making a move, Luo Xinyu said with some concern, because at home, her mother takes off her shoes and basically has to wear a gas mask in addition to a mask. "It's okay, take off all your clothes and lie down on the bed. I'm going to start the treatment." Song's sickness came back to his senses and blinked and said, "Because it's a little spicy." "Good, good." Luo Xinyu nodded, and no longer having any concerns, she began to take off her sweat-soaked long skirt. What is there to be concerned about when the biggest secret is known to Song's sickness? Soon, Luo Xinyu stripped off and lay down on the bed. Her skin was icy and her body was perfect. The horizontal view of the mountains is different from each other, and the heights are different from near and far. It seemed to be extraordinarily white and flawless because of the constant covering. Skin like this was the only thing Sung-sik had ever seen on Candy after healing so many people, combined with the other's natural hyperhidrosis. Her snow-white skin was wet and steaming. It looks like a lotus flower in the water, which makes it even more attractive. Of course, none of that is the point. The point is the disease. Song's sickness went up as usual, his eyes calm and without any impurities. In this moment, he is the doctor. The fruiting body of any creature is the same before him. The lying Luo Xinyu also blinked her big eyes and looked at Song's sickness with surprise in addition to nervousness and shyness, because Song's sickness was the first man who was able to get close to her even when she took off her shoes. The last one. It's dead. Doesn't Sung-sik feel bad? Before I heal you, I have 2 questions I'd like to know. Song's sickness spoke up. Well, you ask. Luo Xinyu was puzzled, but still nodded. First, I'm afraid your Geo-chi has reached the level of killing, and yet you seem unaffected? Song's sickness spoke out the question in his mind. Yes, even he is wearing a mask at the moment, though it's fine if he doesn't wear it. After all, he's not a normal person, and Luo Xinyu herself is unaffected, wearing only a mask. If this was a normal person, they would probably have fallen to the ground. Well, I don't know. In fact, I won't lie. I don't even think it stinks. Instead, I think it smells like a unique fragrance. Luo Xinyu hesitated for a moment, but still told this secret. Song-sik, equal smiley face. Are you sure? Song's sickness looked stricken. Well, really, believe it or not. Luo Xinyu once again nodded affirmatively, even fearing that Song's sickness wouldn't believe her. She simply removed the mask from her face, and took a deep breath. Song's sickness? Good lord, it really is a big world. But Song's sickness still believed the other party. After all, it was everyone's taste buds that were different. Some things you find stinky and hard to swallow are fragrant and delicious to others. Like what gourmet folded earrings, parsley, skinny eggs and the like. It's just that in this world, maybe except for Luo Xinyu, there won't be anyone else who feels that her geogas smells good. Okay. Second question. Do you have any experience of infecting others with this foot odor? Song's sickness asked the question that concerned him the most. Imagine if it was contagious. What can he do? Ha! You! Luo Xinyu couldn't be holed by Song-sik with inexplicable questions. But her mind still thought of the director who was smoked to death by her. The other body stunk at the time. Is this an infection? After thinking about it, Luo Xinyu still colored shyly. I don't know. Okay. Thank you for your answer. Next you just need to close your eyes and get a good night's sleep. Seeing the dodge in the other party's beautiful eyes, Song's sickness already had an answer in his heart. Whether it will be infected or not, we'll find out when we collect it and do an experiment. Chapter 192 Mother Luo's Bidding. Okay. Luo Xinyu nodded and closed her eyes, pretending to sleep. But how dare she sleep? Always alert. To put it mildly, in this closed room, a man and a woman in a room together. If Song's sickness secretly did something bad to her, how could she justify it? And as she waited nervously, she only felt a hand drop down to her skin. At once, her body, which was naturally sensitive, immediately tensed up, even needy sweaty. Seeing this scene, Song-sik frowned slightly. This was clearly not a reaction that a normal person should have. Immediately, both hands were used in unison for a more intimate and detailed examination. Many details that the forbidden pupil could not check. There is only the most primitive and effective method to rely on, and that is touch diagnosis. But soon, Song-sik himself was sweating. Don't even dare to go down. The reaction is too sensitive. At the same time, a more detailed system detection sounded. A rare disease has been detected. Disease body, human. Systemically named diseases, somatotropic meridian foot odor genetic disorders. Symptoms, sweating, sensitive skin, strong geo. Disease characteristics, geo odor kills and can be infected. Hearing the naming of the system, Song's sickness fell silent. Good lord, that's a random name, isn't it? It was translated exactly as it was. However, what caught Song-sik's eye was, this disease is indeed contagious. This simply opened the door to a new world for Song's sickness. The kind of contagious secondary disease that those 2 old crooks had brought in the first place had helped him reap 400 enhanced merit points. It was then that a seed of evil was planted in Song's sickness heart. Of course, it's not about creating advanced viruses to infect others and gaining merit that way. The first is that this advanced virus he has no access to find the source of the virus, is not to say that it is created. Secondly, even if he did have that ability he wouldn't do it unless he could control it. The awesomeness of this infectious virus stuff is no joke. An accidental epidemic is a disaster. At that time, even if he could have heaven-defying means, he would not be able to catch up with the spread of the virus. He wasn't much of a nice guy, but he wasn't so heartless. Brush up on merit by such unethical means. Of course, if it was less transmissible and could be controlled, he could consider it. For example, the disease in front of us, luo sinew. Their foot odor can then infect others, can be controlled, and is minimally transmissible. Totally consider it. Imagine that. If, let luo sinew spread her foot odor to a few people first. After all, he hadn't received this secondary disease. At least there are 3 or 4 more to be collected, as was done with the original contagious disease. Wouldn't he be able to swipe a few hundred merit points out of thin air? Obviously there are downsides to this though. For example, who gets infected? This stuff, if you can't make it through, you'll be smoked to death before you get infected. Thinking of this, Song Sickness suddenly had some regrets. I really should have kept a couple of 99 girls in the first place, as experimental subjects. It's a shame there's not a single patient in the mental hospital right now. Hey, we'll just have to suck it up for now, until someone at the asylum is experimenting with it later. Song Sickness sighed helplessly. Then they also had to absorb it first. But the mind is already looking forward to hurrying up and getting some lucky person to come to his asylum. Put away this evil thought in your mind. Song Sick then hurriedly began as well, fully massaging luo sinew. The other's body continued to sweat. Soon, the entire treatment room had been vaguely surrounded by mist, giving it a fairy-like feeling. Nay, the flavor was so great that Song Sickness was in tears. Soon, under Song Disease's exquisite and unparalleled techniques, luo sinew began to drift and let out soulful moans. After many times of practice, Song Disease has long practiced a unique set of massage suction disease techniques. No one can resist, especially women. In order to take care of the other's sensitive constitution, Song Disease absorbs the healing from the head, including those jade feet he was most jealous of. It seems to be because of the years of not seeing the light of day. These feet of luo sinew are simply beautiful. The feet are exquisitely flawless and the skin is white and pink, like the skin of a newborn baby. There has been no damage. It is far superior to countless foot molds several times over. It's just a shame that such a beautiful pair of feet was born with its own biochemical weapon, killing without form. At this moment, Song Sickness took out his watchful eye and tried to be as careful as possible. But what's coming is coming. It was destined to be a difficult rescue. Ding successfully absorbed body fluid secreting beauty foot odor gene disease. Merit plus 100. Outside the hospital room, Luo Mother had an extra set of clothes for Luo Sinew to change in her hands. As Luo Sinew's mother, she naturally knew very well that Luo Sinew's current clothes definitely could not be worn anymore. However, listening to the faint screams coming from the treatment room, her heart was in her throat. "Daughter, you must hold on," Luo Mother muttered to herself with a face full of heartache. Thought Luo Sinew was suffering. She also wondered why Song Sickness didn't have an anesthetic. Crunch! Also at that moment, the surgery door opened, and the slightly wretched Song Sick walked out. "Dr. Song, how's it going?" Luo Mother instantly looked at Song Sickness nervously. "Go in and see for yourself." Song Sickness left a sentence and hurriedly cleaned away. "It's outrageous." Upon hearing this, Luo Mother excitedly just wanted to step in, but was immediately dissuaded by the surge of Gio Chi, hurrying to put on a couple more masks, this time holding the clothes inside. Once inside the treatment room, already inside the operating room, she was met with images that surprised her. Mother Lo, how was this different from the pain she had imagined? How can the surgery be so soulful? A few minutes later, at the end of the corridor, Song Sick had come out from the restroom after washing his hands and cleaning up. The white coat has been lost, but the smell of the body will probably take a few days to dissipate. This wave was careless and didn't flash. It should be well protected. At this time, Luo Sinew, who had changed into her new clothes, was also helped out by Luo Mother. Luo Sinew lowered her head, not daring to look at Song Sickness more than once. "Well," Song Sickness took the initiative to inquire. "Thank you, Dr. Song. I can already feel it clearly. I don't have that feeling anymore." Luo Sinew lowered her head and said, "Divine Dr. Song, do you need to be hospitalized for a few more days to convalesce?" Luo Mother suddenly asked with a smile. The eyes that looked at Song Sickness changed. Regarding Divine Dr. Song's status and position, as a member of the upper class, she naturally couldn't know better, even more than Luo Sinew. It was clear to her that this was a big, unassuming man. "No, don't, Mom, I've been cured by Dr. Song. No need." Luo Sinew was the first to refuse in a hurry. "Are you kidding me?" The last thing she was ashamed to see right now was Song Sickness. "How many more days? I did cure her of all her illnesses, and she is well enough to go home and convalesce." Looking deeply at this rather heartfelt beautiful young woman, Song Sickness laughed. "Ha ha, then thank you for Dr. Song. Dr. Song is truly a wonderful healer, and his reputation is true. By way of introduction, this is my daughter Luo Sinyu, whose identity I'm sure divine Dr. Song is aware of. My name is Luo Yen, chairman of the board of directors of Luo Li Culture Company. Dr. Song is also considered the life-saving benefactor of my daughter, and I will have the opportunity to communicate more in the future. If there's anything you need to use us mother and daughter for, just ask. Don't hesitate to ask. Luo Yen took the initiative to send her business card, her smile seductive and provocative. She has a place in the entire entertainment industry, but it's probably not worth mentioning in front of Song disease. That's why you want to take advantage of the opportunity to balk. Could be. In the face of the other party's enthusiasm, Song sickness naturally could not refuse and politely accepted it. There are countless bigots who come to seek medical attention, and almost all of them want him. Song disease has long been commonplace. Just like that, Luo Sinyu mother and daughter thanked Song sickness goodbye, departed as the last patient in the night. Chapter 193, Little Blackie's Stupidity. For the next few days, Song sick pretty much stayed at the mental hospital, repeating three things: live streaming to find the disease, healing offline, earn merit. With the fame that had been built up from the first two live broadcasts, the next couple of broadcasts went extraordinarily well, and in such a new age way of live streaming disease finding, all kinds of strange and rare diseases are easily pocketed by Song disease. Song disease's originally stagnant merit was also rubbing up. It was only a little over 200 points away from 10,000 reinforcement merit points. At the same time, the name of Master of Sending Sickness began to resonate throughout the country with such a live broadcast. In the past, Song disease made a name for itself in the country of Li, although it resounded through the medical world and even alarmed wealthy and high-ranking officials from all over the world. But that's pretty much just the upper class, those rich and powerful people who know about it. The bottom feeders don't even have the opportunity to seek out Song disease to see it, so how would they understand it? And now it's different. In the case of Song sickness active live watch, many people from the bottom of the Manhwa have been saved by Song disease and in a live streaming format. The fame of Song disease invariably breaks through the blockade of capital and flows to the lower class in a fair and equitable manner. In Song sickness's live broadcast, there are poor people and rich people, but everyone is in the same position. It's not about how many gifts you swipe. 100 up for grabs. 100 by Song sickness initiative to pick the quota. $10,000 for the consultation. There are no means. There is no underhandedness. Whether you're poor or rich, it's all the same in front of Dr. Song. It's totally fair game. This has made many people at the bottom of the ladder really feel the fairest thing other than the high school entrance exams. The main thing is that, in all of this, Song sickness will follow the request call of many people. From time to time, some of the remedies for finding out are published. Can't afford a $79 eyebrow pencil, for example. It doesn't matter. Song sickness directly announced a set of salves about beauty and skin care. Leave it on for a few days, and you're guaranteed to have fair, pink skin that looks better than makeup. So why bother with eyebrow pencils? $20,000 to $30,000 a bottle of overpriced medicine is unaffordable. It doesn't matter. The guru directly announced a prescription for free, which can directly cure this disease. What's the need for a gross sky-high price of medicine? Can't afford to buy health supplements. Can't afford to buy overpriced formula. It doesn't matter. Dr. Song is directly announcing the healthiest Chinese medicinal diets and the most nutritious soups for nursing babies. The key is that it's inexpensive. The herbs are universal, and it's like a daily meal. Much better than those so-called wellness formulas. These prescription programs, which seemed ordinary to Song disease, have invariably saved countless people at the bottom countless expenses. So, just a few days of live streaming, Song disease's fame in Manhwa soared almost by leaps and bounds. The fan base went straight through the roof. The number of online viewers is in the millions and millions. There is even no shortage of foreigners who come to watch and seek treatment. It's conceivable that if it continues to develop, the name of Song disease will truly resonate around the world. However, Song disease did this, and in the eyes of countless capitalists, it was not only to compete with them for a share of this big cake. It's more like smashing their jobs. In just a few days, the sales of certain major brands of eyebrow pencil cosmetics, certain kinds of overpriced medicines costing $20,000 to $30,000, and certain high family regimen milk powders have seriously declined. Therefore, will they let the Song disease continue to develop in the future? As a result, in the past few days of peaceful live broadcasting, there have gradually appeared some about Song disease sensitive thinking topic, intentionally evoking the evil side of human nature. For example, Dr. Song, if you're so good at medicine, why do you go abroad to treat the Lilliputians, instead of treating the people of Manhwa? There are so many of us in Manhwa who need you. Is it that the air is sweeter abroad? Now you're back in Manhwa. Did you come back to ring up Manhwa's money? Dr. Song, I've done some research and you're now the richest man in the world. Dr. Song, if you can make so much money in a day, why do you still charge money for medical treatment? Can't we get free medical care when we're all compatriots? Or even give us a little money? You still allow foreigners to come to the broadcasting room to seek medical treatment, and there are still so many people in our Manhwa who need it? These sensitive topics are a few that appear intermittently, but it was soon lost to the crowd. After all, song sickness is so popular these days that its advocates can be imagined. But it is clear that the purpose of these sensitive topics, which first appeared, was not to try to blacken the song disease all at once. Instead, a seed is first planted in the minds of the congregation, a seed of the dark side of humanity. It has made many people unconsciously scrutinize the information on song disease to think, a study abroad experience in Lehigh that serves Lehites for 6 months? Now back to circling the wagons? Dr. Song's personal fortune, the richest man in the world? You're so rich, yet you still charge 10,000 for a consultation? They're all Manhwa people, but they're treated like foreigners? These usual topics start to look different when they are changed. They thus gradually catalyze the growth of this seed, peel back the dark side of the crowd's mind. When the time is right, ignite and detonate in one fell swoop, not giving Song Sick the slightest chance to catch his breath. Let Song Sickness stand as high as he can and fall as hard as he can. By then, even if the officials blocked all this, I am afraid it would be too late. The following day was exceptionally sunny. Today is another day of live disease finding. Looking at the nice weather, Song Sick simply set the live broadcast location under the courtyard tree of the Sen Sick Psychiatric Hospital. As soon as he opened the live broadcast, countless netizens immediately flooded in like a tidal wave. 10,000 plus, 100,000 plus, million plus, 10 million plus. In just a few minutes, the popularity came straight to the highest moment. Gift taps take off straight away. Song Sickness went straight to the point and shelved 100 spots first. Unsurprisingly, it was snatched up in seconds. Because these 100 slots are kind of Song Sickness' way of giving all the terminally ill people a chance. But soon there was much more grumbling. Master, I've investigated. At the rate you were making money, you're probably the invisible richest man in the world. Yeah, Master, you are so rich. Why do you still charge money for medical treatment? Shouldn't it be free? Master, you're so greedy. Can you spend all the money you make? Do you realize how many people in Manhwa are still living in dire straits? Doesn't it hurt your conscience to earn so much money? This time, more than ever. Again? You little hacks never stop, do you? What else do you want to do when the master is this cheap? That's right, if it weren't for master's good heart, we wouldn't even have the qualifications to seek treatment from master. If you think it's too expensive, you can stop reading it, get lost, and don't even think about hacking my guru. Soon there were also countless loyal fans who embraced Song Sickness who came forward to swipe the screen. Same as yesteryear. But it's clear that the rate of scrubbing is much less than in previous days. In response, Song Sickness frowned slightly, still continuing his diagnosis. Basically, as before, take a look to recognize the individual, understand the disease, and then come by private letter to be sent to a sick psychiatric hospital for treatment. So the connecting diagnostics are very fast speed. One is basically just 2 or 3 minutes. However, when the streak reached the 99th position, Song Sickness's brow furrowed. Only a familiar person appeared under the camera. He was leaning against the hospital bed, his whole body unable to move except for his head. Divine Dr. Song. Long time no see. This number of yours is really hard to grab. Even I had to grab it for so long before I was lucky enough to get it. Seeing Song's sickness, Anchuan on camera also smiled. Compared to his former high and mighty self, after so many months of paralyzing torture, this high-ranking official's son has matured a lot. There was a little more heart and ice under the smile. Song Sickness frowned slightly, likewise not expecting to meet the other party again in this way, but trying to get him to heal by doing so? Is that possible? There is no taking back a disease that was given away. I'm sorry, senior officer, but your illness, which I had diagnosed in the first place, is too serious and there really is no cure. Song Sickness laughed outright. Break the other side. At those words, the smile on Xian's face stiffened. He had thought that in front of a large crowd, Song Sickness would agree to save his life for the sake of face. More than that, they will disregard the past for the sake of the face of the Yin family. But the result is still the same as in the past. Song Sickness is not even willing to let him to the line he tried. Chapter 194, and Xian seeks medical treatment. And Xian's gaze clouded over. He naturally didn't believe in what Song Sickness said, as he had already been given information that Song Sickness had cured many patients who were completely paralyzed, even worse than him. In other words, in this world, only Song Sickness can get him back on his feet. So, Song Sickness was clearly lying when he said he couldn't be cured. It's just a willful failure to treat him. As for the reason, He also already knew, it was only because he had said 2 sentences about Song sickness in the first place, and it's harboring a grudge. Vicious retaliation. Thinking of this, the depths of Xian's eyes became a few points more gloomy, but he still forced a smile and pleaded, Divine Dr. Song, I was wrong before, so I'm here to apologize to you, and I'd like to ask you to give me a chance. After all, no matter what, I'm a member of the anguish. And Xian bit down on the last 2 words, actually implying that he was a member of the Yin family. The displeasure in the depths of the other party's eyes was visible to Song's sickness. Some people, with that notion of superiority in their bones, will not change so easily, but does he care? If the Yin family really stood on Xian's side, this guy would have come to him a long time ago. Wouldn't he have waited until now? It was even assumed that the guy showed his face through this way because Marshallin had ordered him to be forbidden to come to him. In response, Song's sickness didn't bother and directly intended to disconnect the connection. Looking down on him in the first place with all kinds of condescending contempt? Now you apologize and want him to treat him just because he's an unfamily member? I'm sorry, let alone the ANS. But if the King of Heaven comes, he'll have to send him a few sick before he can say anything. But soon, Song's sickness had a flash of insight and thought of that foot odor experiment that he had wanted to do not long ago. It's just that there were no patients at the time. And now, isn't this Anshuan ready-made? The other party would have helped him with this experiment and successfully swiped the merit. It's not impossible to give it a chance to make amends, but only if the other side survives. Guess it's a bit up in the air though. Thinking of this, Song's 6 eyes changed when he looked at Xian, and it was suddenly like he was looking at a big baby. In that case, come see me tomorrow. I'll try my best to cure it and see, but let's say it in advance. It may not necessarily be cured, and may even leave a billion after effects. Song's sickness pretended to be grave. At those words, sharpness finally flashed under Xian's gloomy eyes, thinking that it was his identity as an Yin family member that finally made Song's sickness give in. Immediately, he smiled and said, then I'd like to thank Divine Dr. Song first. At the same time, in one of the high-class healing rooms of the Great Love Group, Xian in the hospital bed cut the connection with a smile. The smile on his face clouded over. Oh, Officer An, were we right? He can cure you. When he could have treated you back in Ligua, he deliberately said he couldn't, pronouncing a death sentence on you, causing you to endure so many days of torture. This is clearly deliberate retaliation. The Chaobao trio who had been waiting on the side also sneered and brainwashed. At those words, Xian's gaze also became resentful. Song disease could have cured him, but at that time, he deliberately said he was hopeless? If it wasn't for the help of Chaobao's 3 men today, then wouldn't he have been paralyzed forever in his life by Song disease for the rest of his life? Thinking about this, coupled with the paralyzed life that was worse than death these days, Xian's heart became even more twisted. Instead of being grateful because Song sick had just agreed to save him, he was filled with resentment towards Song sick. 3 months. 3 whole months. Who knows how he spent those 3 months? Just lying in bed like a wreck every day. Eat, drink, and be merry with the help of mediocre people. Those old pleasures are no longer there. When Song's sickness arrived in Andu, he was going to send for Song's sickness to cure him, but it was blocked back by Yi Tian, so he thought it would be okay to come in person. Right? Sort of giving face to Song's sickness. Right? But as soon as he set off, he was caught by Marshallin in the back, stripped him of all his rights on the spot. He even put down the word that if he dares to force Song's sickness anymore, he was then expelled permanently from Anguilla. From this, it is clear that the Yin family wants to completely give up on him for the sake of a Song disease. How could he not hate that? Well, in the most desperate of times, the 3 Chaobao found him. Song sickness, when you cure me, I'm going to make you experience paralysis like me as well. Xian gritted his teeth and opened his mouth, only believing that it was Song's sickness that had taken everything from him. If I wasn't paralyzed and unable to move my body, I'd probably have to do some smashing to get it out of my system. Seeing this, Chaobao's 3 men looked at each other, revealing a sinister smile of plotting success. Officer An, now that we've secured this treatment for you as well, then our cooperation. Chaobao took the opportunity to laugh and reminded, I, Xian, naturally keep my words, but please also remember what you have said. After the matter is accomplished, 3% of the shares of the AI group will be mine. Xian looked towards the 3. It could be said that it was the 3 who had given him the opportunity to be reborn, so where would he refuse? Moreover, after the accomplishment, he would get 3% of the shares of the largest pharmaceutical group in Manhwa. How tempting. Oh, you can rest assured, we, the AI group, have always been known for our reputation, Chaobao assured. Next, it's time for a good show. Zhao Ming smiled slyly. Several people then looked at the projection screen hanging on the wall. It was the live broadcast of Song's sickness. At this moment, It has come to the random selection of patients. All kinds of words that stand on the moral high ground to kidnap Song Disease continue to appear one after another. But Song Disease still doesn't care, and only wants to accumulate virtue. How do you kidnap as long as there are no morals? Master, my illness is very odd. I always move around and fall asleep very easily. Sometimes when I'm walking on the road, I fall back and fall asleep. See this application comment. Song's sickness brightened up and agreed to connect without any hesitation. Soon, a cute girl in pajamas, sitting on a chair, appears under the camera. She has a baby face, with fleshy cheeks that you can't help but want to pinch. And looking at the girl's background, it looked like she was in some college dorm room. Ah, sisters, come and see. Master connects me. Master connects me. I'm going to die. In a row. The pajama girl was clearly stunned, obviously not expecting Song's sickness to choose her, but reacting, he immediately shouted in excitement, and then, fell back asleep. There was even rhythmic snoring. Song's sickness. The netizens in the live stream also froze. Asterisk. What's this? Performing a 1-second sleep? It's good to be young and fall asleep. I actually have this. Especially 8 in the morning. And sleep in seconds. Also at that moment, 3 more college girls came over. Seeing that it was really connected to Song's sickness, he immediately called out as well. What a master. I can't. I'm so excited. Oh, hello master. I love you. Song's sick. Why do you scream whenever you see him? Xiao Shui Ling. Wake up. This is the master. Haven't you been chanting for a master? How come you fell asleep on the connection? After the excitement, the 3 roommates hurriedly shook the pajama girl, but the latter was actually thunderstruck. It's like being drugged. Oh, master, I'm sorry. She's having another attack of sleeping sickness. Yes, that's her disease. She tends to fall asleep if she's not careful. Sometimes when we go out to eat, we can fall asleep, or we carry them back. The 3 roommates shook for half a day, but they really couldn't wake up. So they gave up and looked at Song's sickness. It's fine. Please let her know when she wakes up and come see me offline for treatment then. Song's sickness laughed helplessly. He took a closer look and the other man had a rare disease called narcolepsy. And it's still severe. Episodic sleeping sickness. It's easy to fall asleep if you're not careful. It sounds outrageous. But for this, Song Disease has long been commonplace. Even just now he had just diagnosed a severely thick-skinned man and a hairless woman. Can you believe it? This thick skin syndrome is, as the name suggests, a condition where the skin is exceptionally thick, whether it's cheeky or whatever. It's ridiculously thick. Hairlessness, as the name implies, is not only a lack of hair, but also a lack of mao. Chapter 195, The Horror of Keyboard Man. Disconnecting from the sleepy girl, Song's sickness then moved on to the next patient. Dr. Song, I have a strange disease. I easily have nightmares, and when I wake up, I cough up blood. My chest is stuffy and I am short of breath. Every day I live in pain. Lately, I've been feeling even more unwell by the day. I'm in my 90s, I have no children. I know you're a great benefactor, so please, consider it honoring the old and giving me, an old man, a spot. It's a long hyphenated request, and it just looks humble, and it looks like a poor old man. Plus the disease it describes does sound a bit rare. So Song's sickness then decisively granted the other party a spot. Soon, a yellow-faced grandpa appears on camera. In its background is an extremely dilapidated room. Even the bed was a couple of ragged quilts spread out on the floor, and Moncler outlet store clad only in a tattered coat. He lay in bed in such a haggard and weak condition, coughing continually. Just one look at the filthy environment easily earns one a move. So, in an instant, it aroused the sympathy of countless people in the live broadcast. Geez, Grandpa, this is a terrible environment. Oh, old Grandpa is childless and poor. I want to donate money to him. And can he get his hands on this $10,000 consultation? However, compared to the crowd of sympathetic netizens in the live broadcast room, Song's 6 brows were slightly furrowed. Forbidden pupils can see many things that normal eyes cannot. For example, the Moncler outlet store in front of you is not at all in its claimed 90s. At most, he's in his 60s or 70s. The reason why it looks old and so haggard is because the other person intentionally dresses herself like that. In addition, the other party did not give Song's sickness the feeling of half the kindness that an old man should have, but only the viciousness hidden under this old body. Cough cough cough, divine Dr. Song. Aren't you able to cure any disease? Quickly give me a look. I feel like I'm dying. Am I very sick? Under the live camera, the old man coughed more intensely and even coughed up blood. However, as a matter of fact, Song's sickness at a glance. The other party did not have any major illnesses at all, except for the minor injuries brought to his body due to various bad hobbies. That is to say, Those serious descriptions just now were simply lies told by the other party, with the purpose, just to make Song sick even him. By this point, Song's sickness had vaguely guessed many things. The corner of his mouth hooked up a cold smile. Song disease to look at this chest grandpa. Direct smile, grandpa. That's right, your disease is indeed very serious. And then do not cure. I guess it is really going to die. Fortunately, you even early. Later I will give you the address. You come to find me. I'm determined to cure you. The old man on the bed stopped coughing at once, and incredulity flashed in his eyes. Is he very sick? Still dying? No, he's not sick. The old man panicked in a certain direction, seemingly getting some sort of guidance, and hurriedly asked, cough cough, divine Dr. Song, shouldn't you talk about the diagnosis first? What if you can't cure it? You have a disease like you described. It's called infatuation. I can cure it. Don't worry. Remember to come early tomorrow. Song's sickness laughed. The old man froze again. Obviously, he didn't expect Song's sickness to be so nice. That's not right, is it? Shouldn't the other side have diagnosed him as not sick, or even not seriously sick? Then he could take advantage of the opportunity to lash out. And in the posture of an old man, he condescendingly scolded the other party for being a money-grubbing quack who didn't want to treat him just because he was poor, and then faked his death on the spot, to respond to the topic of hair and light that fuse. But Song's sickness is now saying he's sick? It's still serious? Still dying? Not only did this disrupt the original play those people had set up for him, it made him panic instantly. Looking once again in a certain direction and receiving guidance, the old man said darkly, forget it, I'm not going to cure it, just die. Dr. Song, thank you, you're a good man, but your consultation fee is too expensive. I can't afford to be cured. You're rich, so you think this $10,000 is nothing, but it's just too expensive for poor people like us. After saying that, the old man was about to directly disconnect the connection, not intending to give Song's sickness another chance to speak, obviously intending to take a direct bite out of Song's sickness to start a conversation. Ding, successful delivery of rabies. Merit -1. But Song disease and will not easily let go of the other side. In the other side of the disconnection of the moment directly to send a disease again. At the same time, under this operation of the old man, a bunch of long-standing pop-ups instantly swiped the screen. Oh, what a poor old grandpa. Dr. Song, look at what you're doing. That's right. Are you even an Manhwa person anymore? Even charging such a poor old man? Doesn't your conscience hurt? According to my investigation, you are worth no less than a few $100 billion. With so much money, can't you take out half of it for charity? We don't blame you even if we don't share, but you're so rich, why can't you give us free treatment? Have you fallen into money's eye? In vain I liked you so much. You let us down so much. According to my investigation, you had given free medical treatment to the Ligwa people in Ligwa in the beginning, and you also became a professor of Ligwa University, passing down all sorts of our Manhwa's Chinese medicine essence to those outsiders. Now you come back to the country just to circle the wagons? Various rumor-mongering and slanderous comments flew across the screen, and this time it was no longer just a few appearing one after another. Instead, it's a whole lot. You can imagine the number of keyboard warriors behind this is only huge. At the same time, though, there were many others who were speaking for Song sickness, but it was soon overshadowed by all the bashing and bad reviews. Even quite a few people, who managed to get sidetracked under these comments, followed suit and transformed into keyboard warriors, questioning Song's sickness as well. Master, I think what you're doing is really not right anymore. There's still some conscience in being a human being. That's right, you've got hundreds of billions of dollars, and you still want to earn our poor people's $10,000. It's indeed a bit excessive. Master, according to me, you have so much money, why don't you take out some of it for charity, in addition to giving us free treatment, so that we still embrace you? That's right, and when that happens, no one will talk about you. Xiao Xiao Sihan, laughing to death. You guys mean, Dr. Song not only doesn't charge you money for treating you, but also wants to subsidize money to you. So what does he want? Sacred ruin slugger, that's right. Brothers, don't listen to the wind as the wind, listen to the rain as the rain. These keyboard warriors, internet spammers are just not as good as they want to be in life. They go around looking for other people who don't count as good, brushing up their sense of existence. Fairy has a body odor, and just now, Divine Dr. Song didn't say that he had to charge money before treating that old man. It's obvious that the other party cut off the connection all of a sudden. Can this be blamed on Divine Dr. Song? Do we have to have Divine Dr. Song kneeling down and begging the other party to come and see the doctor? I am the Bull Demon King, you keyboard warriors, and you who don't use your brains to follow the trend, are starting to hurt Dr. Song, aren't you? Dr. Song is not your father. Why should he give you free treatment? Moreover, Divine Dr. Song has provided you with so many prescriptions for free. You guys don't know how to feel at all, do you? Many of the people who had been treated by Song sickness rushed to speak up and speak for Song sickness. But it's clear that there is still organization and discipline and premeditation in the face of keyboard warriors and internet spammers. There's no way you could have said that. Oh, that's a nice way of putting it. If he really wants to do us good, he should do it for free. That's right. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Take it off, take it off. What a bull asterisk 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 guru. My ass. It looks like an undercover agent sent by Ligua, showing his capital fangs after all. Chapter 196, all sorts of news. The show begins. Master, don't you dare admit that you have a few $100 billion. Right. Yes. You have so much money. Have you ever done charity? Given money to those charitable organizations? Why are you treating foreigners? Are you a spy sent by the likeness? When the organized crowd of receivers saw that the touch of black was almost over, they began to turn the tables and point at Song disease. Facing the chaotic live room at the moment, Song sickness knew that the next few remaining spots could not be carried out. Otherwise it would probably be another bunch of patients deliberately waiting for him. At first, when confronted with those occasional few sensitive comments that called him names, he just took it at the time as some keyboard warrior mindlessly speaking out of his ass and not being able to see the good in you. After all, the forest is full of birds. There are a few keyboard warriors who still understand. But now suddenly so many keyboard warriors have erupted. It was as if it had been planned for a long time. That's obvious. It's not random, but someone is behind it. As for who it was, Song sickness had already guessed. I'm afraid there are many more besides the Dai AI group, even many foreign pharmaceutical groups. So for the time being, let's call all these guys capital groups. Hurry up. I can't wait. Song sickness sneered in his heart, looking at the keyboard warriors who kept spraying him on the live stream. It was as if Song sickness had been transported to a live court hearing in a courtroom of yesteryear. The live courtroom screen at that time was filled with the same myriad of internet spammers who vociferously denounced him. It's just a pity that the man of today is no longer the Song sickness of yesteryear. These capitalist groups want to screw him. And why would he not want to screw them? It's been a good few days of live streaming to find the disease though, but it's still too much of a waste of time. So he's going to let someone else find the disease for him, then send it to him for healing. Isn't that more convenient? And it takes a lot of hospitals and doctors to help. But what a hassle to build a new hospital and slowly recruit doctors. Isn't the ready-made one on its way to your door? Say something. Aren't you ashamed that you have so much money? Nothing to say, right? AI. Master, you can't really be a spy from the Li Kingdom. You've disappointed us too much. As Song sickness pondered, a group of keyboard warriors became even more uptight and aggressive. No, you are wrong. My assets are not hundreds of billions, but trillions. But it's my money. What do you care? Seeing this, Song sickness corrected with a smile, not to answer the premeditated keyboard warriors, but to answer the brainwashed, brainless people who used to praise and embrace him in every way, but are now following suit and questioning him with their hatred of the rich. At these words, the broadcast room went quiet. Trillions? What kind of concept is that? Rich as a nation? Many of the followers were confused, but the premeditated keyboard warriors have once again found a topic of conversation. Now believe it. I told you he was the richest man in the world. One cure for one small goal. So much time must have long since amassed a fortune. Good lord. A few $1 trillion. Beast. You're so rich that you want to make money from us poor people. I thought it was a capitalist, but it turned out to be a capital source. There are still so many people in Manhwa who can't eat. Doesn't it hurt you to spend so much money? Refund, refund, refund. At once, the hatred of the rich in the live broadcast peaked, led by a group of premeditated water friends. Many people who used to support Song sickness also logically thought that Song sickness had so much money that they should donate it. Think Song disease should be given to them for free. It's only reasonable to even propose that Song sickness pay them 10,000 bucks back. Under such brainwashing, many people even forget to reason, and don't care about the truth. Now it just feels like Song sickness is at fault for having so much money, cheating them and owing them. Began to take the moral high ground and constantly condemn Song disease. Even though there are a number of Song disease advocates who keep trying to wake up these brainwashed keyboard warriors, it doesn't help. It was quickly overwhelmed. Song sickness decisively closed the live broadcast, too lazy to waste any more words with these idiots. Master, why is this happening? Brother, why are they all scolding you all of a sudden? Didn't they all like you before? The faces of AI Little Beast and Zhang Taiju, who had been witnessing all of this, changed, still not reacting from this sudden situation. Somebody's behind this and it's human nature. And you can praise the good side of human nature, but you should never underestimate the evil of human nature. Song sickness calmly taught the two, then looked at the large mental hospital and smiled. Get some rest. There's a lot of busy work ahead. It was clear to him that this should only be the first step for those guys to smear him. There's definitely a good show to follow. All the same, Song Sickness is sure that the next delivery of the psychiatric hospital will be hilarious. As expected, after Song Sickness turned off the live stream, the incident continues to fester. The trigger was the image of the dying, desperate old man who chose to wait for death because he had no money. This sets off the ugly face of song disease. At the same time, more incidents of groping for song disease broke out one after another. A platform live room, 10 million female net read, Big Fairy, directly sent live real name crying, "Woohoo, sisters. Sorry, I can't live anymore. I've been XSR by Dr. Song, the beastly beast with a human face. I just admire Dr. Song's reputation and it was hard for me to grab this spot." Speaking of this, the great fairy suddenly choked and cried out, and then commiserated. Under the psychological silver shadow, I've already got Jade syndrome. When this story broke, it stirred up 1,000 waves. Seriously, I've always admired Dr. Song. He's actually such a person? It must be true. How could a girl slander someone with her innocence? It can't be hype. Isn't it normal to see a doctor and take off your clothes for a checkup? At once, countless XXN chose to unconditionally believe the words of the great fairy. The reason is that a girl wouldn't take her innocence and smear it. Of course, there were many who suspected hype. At that moment, the big fairy opened the live broadcast again and said angrily, "I'm a girl. How can I take my innocence to slander others? I guarantee with my personality. I really was thanked by Dr. Song for it. Whoa, I really don't know what to do now. I'm so desperate. So miserable. And just when the crowd was still skeptical, another mother posted a video report on Song Sickness under her real name, claiming that Dr. Song took advantage of the treatment to XQ her youngest daughter, even produced quite a bit of evidence, like panties with Shwe, as well as his own daughter nodding her head to prove it, then cried and claimed that children don't lie, cursing Song Sickness for being an animal and ruining her daughter. To fight Song Sickness, to get justice, the two waves of black information broke out one after another, echoing each other, and instantly shifted the hearts of countless people. In the absence of evidence, Song Sickness has been visualized as a great lecher. However, this is not the end. Following the two shocking events broke out, then also followed many people, also followed claiming that they were molested by the Song disease XQ, or was cheated, or the disease did not cure. At the same time, it was even revealed that those prescriptions announced by Song Sickness ate people to death. From live groping, major victims are now coming forward to denounce Song disease. It all happened quickly and horribly. Countless combinations of punches were thrown. In just one day, Song Sickness became a target. Chapter 197. Big Love Group Building. Inside a high-class viewing room that looks like a movie theater, Chow Bao's trio was wearing ice silk pajamas, lounging leisurely on the reclining chairs, enjoying various massages from beautiful women. All the while, champagne red wine was shaken in their hands as they took in everything that was being broadcast on the big screen in front of them. Above, there's Song Sickness forced off the air, as well as those who successively exposed the people and events that smeared Song Sickness. They kept rushing onto the hot search. Overnight, the entire internet was virtually flooded with exposés with the Netstorm Song disease. Seeing this scene, the three of them laughed and smiled extraordinarily brightly. Glancing at each other, they then gracefully raised their glasses and shared a drink. Even got up and did the How Lonely is Invincible dance. Ha! Fight us? You're still a bit young. Song Sickness, this is what happens when you die. Chow Bao sneered as he jumped. Just a milquetoast brat who really thinks that he can dominate the world because his medical skills are unrivaled and he can cure diseases? Ridiculous. Stupid. Zhao Ming also cursed, while pulling over a beautiful woman to jump with him, venting his unhappiness from being rejected by Song Sickness the other day. Song Sick, I don't just heal people. I heal births. The best is yet to come. We're not the only ones who are going to screw him, and his ridiculous end is already predetermined. Wang Ben's eyes narrowed slightly. This was the first step in the fight against Song disease. One way or the other. Why don't we just do the same with his family? With the men as slaves and the women as chickens, and make his life worse than death. Chow Bao suddenly laughed spitefully. His family is from Money Springs. Springs Village. Only his parents. Zhao Ming immediately opened his mouth with a sardonic smile and spoke the information about Song disease, clearly having thoughts in this regard as well. Ahem, don't forget what the young master said about not hitting on his family again. The young master has already tried, and I've sent people to investigate. And now there's an additional military base next to Quan Village, which is clearly Marshal N's handiwork. Wang Ben immediately spoke out, breaking the unrealistic fantasies of the two. A military base, and Marshal N was able to go this far for him? At those words, the pupils of Chow Bao and Zhao Ming, who were still hideous, contracted slightly. Who dares to move this? Try moving one. Ugh. This old man who gets in the way doesn't know when he'll die. Xiao Bao spat in displeasure and stopped jumping all of a sudden. Whenever the AI group tried to develop, the one who got in the way the most was Marshallin. They had exhausted all kinds of bribes and impressed countless big officials, but they just couldn't impress this old guy's psyche. Well, the banquet has begun. It's time to meet those people. This is the key for my AI group to become the world's #1 pharmaceutical group. King Ben got up and laughed. The three of them pleasurably enjoyed themselves before changing into a suit and arriving at the -6th floor on the ground floor of the AI group. The same hall that had entertained Song Sickness in the past was now filled with various banquets. Meanwhile, at the banquet, a bigwig related to the pharmaceutical industry arrived secretly one after another. Except for Ankakos, there are even many foreign ones. For example, Rikoku, Sakura, Oba, Western Power, and other countries that are rich and powerful in the world in general. There is no doubt that the identities of these people and the group industries under their names are almost all related to the pharmaceutical industry, or pharmaceuticals, controlling a variety of sky-high remedies, or making various medical instruments that control patents, or make elderly health products, infant nutritional milk powder. These people on the scene could almost monopolize half of the medical industry. Among these people, there were also many who had previously traveled to seek cooperation with Song disease, or who had been rejected for trying to buy out the prescription at a high price. As to why they are gathered together at this moment, it's simple. They all felt the pressure of being replaced from Song Sickness. Song disease not only had unbelievable medical skills, but also created many remedies that were far more effective than them, and then so let the Song disease develop. Healthcare around the world is estimated to change drastically. For example, with the Song disease regimen, people no longer get sick easily. With those remedies for Song disease, the disease is easily cured and there is no longer a need for all sorts of high-priced instruments and overpriced medicines. This is undoubtedly going to knock down the prices in the most profitable medical industry. At the end of the day, the most profitable healthcare industry becomes cheap, even free global healthcare. People are not worrying about getting sick and emptying their homes for treatment. Those backward countries also no longer need the Gao family to import their overpriced drugs and overpriced equipment. How else are they going to make money? How else are they going to enjoy this affluent life? Their rich rice bowls for profiteering were mercilessly smashed by such Song disease. How can they not be anxious? How can they not be afraid? Just as a bunch of capitalist bigwigs climbed over each other and waited, Xiao Bao's trio finally arrived and immediately caught the eyes of the capitalist bigwigs. One by one, they immediately greeted each other with smiles and went forward to greet each other politely. They were all invited in by the Big Love Group. The invitation also serves a single purpose: joining forces to fight the rise of Song disease. To this, naturally, no one would refuse. Since they can't work together, they can't pull Song sickness into their category. Then there's only destruction. Thank you all for giving my AI group the benefit of the doubt and being willing to join in this cooperation against the evil Dr. Song disease. After a sloppy greeting, the three Chao Baomen walked up to the podium where they used to dance. The scene fell silent. I believe that as you can see, this collaboration was a success, and now Song disease's reputation has been stigmatized in Manhwa, and he can no longer rise through the air and build his own medical empire. As for foreign partners, with Manhwa's reputation today, I believe you have something to talk about. Chao Bao was the first to make a statement. The crowd's eyes flickered as they heard the words. That's right, the AI group is the main force in this storm of smearing Song disease, yet they are also behind it. Otherwise it wouldn't have been so fast. With so much noise? This is the first step in suppressing Song disease. The follow-up of my great love group will continue, and I also hope that all of you will join us with all your might. And I believe that under the leadership of my great love group, we will make Song disease never turn around. Otherwise, once this person is allowed to rise, I believe you have already thought of the consequences. Zhao Ming smiled and reminded, while taking the opportunity to consolidate the position of the AI group. Good, we are willing, and since he won't give us a chance to live, he will never rise either. That's right, we have the heritage and status. This cake, is it not something that he, a small Song disease, can shake? That's the way the rules of the medical industry are, and since he wants to break that rule and reduce medical profiteering, let him not even be qualified to set foot in it. At once, several capitalist bigwigs hastened to state their positions. Among them were a number of foreign groups that controlled countless advanced patents and were even more powerful than the Big Love Group. They could not see the rise of Song disease the most, and so this incipient joining of capitals was consolidated even more under this banquet. The banquet ended and many people left one after another, yet a couple of capitalist bigwigs stayed behind. Among them was the chairman of the Kawada Pharmaceutical Group in the Sakura country, Matsumoto, the chairman of the Zaishi Pharmaceutical Group in the country of Oba, Zhao Yincheng, Anya Pharmaceutical Group of the Western Powerhouse. Chairman Evelyn. Are a few of you planning to visit my big love group? Wang Ben smiled, but the wise man had already guessed the purpose of a few people. Wang Ben-kun, truth be told, we stayed to talk to you about another collaboration. Matsumoto, who had a mustache among the men, smiled slyly. Oh, what cooperation? Wang Benming said with feigned surprise. 3 of you. I'll be blunt. While you guys are smearing Song disease, you don't forget to smear him for those published prescriptions that eat people to death. The purpose must also be to take advantage of the opportunity to monopolize these prescriptions for profit after defeating Song disease, right? Zhao Yanqing looked at the 3 Wang Ben people. Evelyn also laughed, but to put it bluntly, these prescriptions have already been published, and you alone, the Great Love Group, are not yet able to monopolize them and take them for yourself. So, we want to seek cooperation and win together. Chapter 198, The Darkness of Human Nature. We are arguably some of the largest pharmaceutical groups in the world. With us on board, I believe it will be easy to monopolize these prescriptions. Several capitalists have taken a stand. How could they not see that little bit of Big Love Group's mind? But is it possible for the Big Love Group to try to swallow this big cake on its own? The 3 Chao Bao looked at each other, and they were not surprised by this, because it is true that the Dai AI Group alone cannot monopolize those prescriptions. At best, it would be a monopoly in Manhwa, and it would not be able to venture into other countries at all. For example, subsequently raising the price and taking possession of it is just a lot of work that needs to be done. It's not like the capitalist bigwigs abroad are little cute. So this collaboration was inevitable. Only by uniting several of the world's largest capital groups, it's the only way to really monopolize those prescriptions. It's like a few of the world's jewelry giants teaming up to easily monopolize the diamond market, taking broken stones that were originally worthless and firing them up to sky-high prices. That's the power of capital. A few of you are really smart people. Since that's the case, we won't pretend anymore and welcome a few of you to join in this cooperation. I hope we work together to defeat the evil Sung disease and take the pharmaceutical industry to the next level with all those poisons he released. The 3 Chao Bao extended their hands in cooperation, but their smiles were extraordinarily confident, though it's going to be a big piece of the pie. But the proximity of the water is the first thing to go, and they, the Big Love Group, are leading the fight. A combination of the right time and the right place. Enough for them to do a lot of things ahead of time. So this big cake, at the end of the day, their share must be the biggest. Haha, that's right. Defeat the evil poisonous Dr. Song disease and take the pharmaceutical industry to the next level. Have fun working together. For the bright future of the medical profession. For the happiness and well-being of mankind. Down with the all-pervasive Song disease. A few of the bigwigs smiled and extended their hands as well. In a big way. Each in his own way. For example, although the Dai AI Group is dominant, it is also the outlier. And the risk is the greatest. And just like that, another capital partnership was struck. And this partnership is to monopolize these remedies after defeating Song disease. As for how it's going to be monopolized, it's simple. The Big Love Group has played the prelude. Those remedies given out for free for Song disease ate people to death. Plus so much exposure of the darker side of Song disease these days. Who else dares to eat or use it afterward? After all, free stuff is the cheapest. And this has been true for ages. And at that point, they will simply reuse these remedies to produce them quickly. Add a package, change the name, raise the price. Dilute the gradient, even add some other ingredients. Then add some flimsy sales ideas like diamonds are tied to love. A brand new overpriced drug, overpriced regimen, overpriced genius formula. Wouldn't that be nice? It's like capital smearing lard in order to sell vegetable oil, smearing MSG in order to sell chicken essence. The truth is more ancient and indestructible. It is the perfect control of human weakness. It's just a shame they missed the point. Dr. Song, what an evil doctor. Don't mess with it. Don't ever mess with it. Night. Sent to a psychiatric hospital. Inside a certain well-equipped training ground. Sun Sik is working out naked. This training ground is for SWAT officers in psychiatric hospitals. But it's basically empty out at night. So as soon as the night is over, Song's sickness comes to release it. After all, I'm already used to working out, except when there are beasts to practice on. Of course, these things are really too pedestrian for him. It all has to be retracted or it could easily turn into a scene of mass destruction. What foo? Something big has happened. After those internet spammers sprayed you during the daytime broadcast, so many more people have suddenly appeared to smear you, and now so many people all over the internet are hacking you and cursing you. Just as Song's sickness was practicing boxing against a special sandbag made of iron, AI little beast hurriedly came running with a cell phone, panting and flushed. There's no rush. Wait until I'm done fighting. Bang, bang, bang. Song 6's expression remained indifferent as he continued to swing his fists. Each punch seemed to be random, but it made the iron bag, which weighed several hundred pounds, keep flying. There was no need to doubt that this punch could really kill a cow, whether wild or domesticated. Anxious, AI little beast had to watch from the sidelines, and was soon mesmerized. That perfect muscular body, cold side face, awesome punch, flying sandbags, so handsome. AI little beast blinked her starry eyes and opened her cherry mouth in a flowery manner, fascinated by Song 6's manly movements. Handsome you, I'm your master. A towel flew in with precision, covering AI's little beast's face full of dandyism. When AI Shao Beast scrambled to remove the towel, Song 6 had already dressed and came to his side. Ha! Master, you're so fast. AI little beast was so surprised that he screamed out, Song sickness, hurry your ass up, brother. At this time, Zheng Taizhu also arrived with a pale face, obviously swiped those groping Song disease videos too. What is it? Say it. Song sickness already knew the purpose of the two men's visit. Master, look, AI Shao Beast reacted and hurriedly took out his cell phone. Soon, in the cell phone, there were many headlines of Netstorm Song disease. It can be said that any article that is related to Song disease directly dominates the list. The clicks are all billion-dollar existence. A stark contrast to the explosion of Song disease the day before. Then, AI little beast swiped many more videos and live streams. It's all about groping the black Netstorm Song disease. There's even no shortage of many that take advantage of the heat. Obviously not a victim. For the sake of heat, and regardless of the official briefing, and regardless of whether it is correct or not, directly follow the brainless black. Internet rumors cost zero anyway, and all of this happened in just this one day, and the heat is still going crazy. Soon, AI Shao Beast swiped into the Great Fairy live room. This is the proof of my diagnosis of Jade syndrome, and the onset of my illness. I am willing to take my identity as a livestock daughter to guarantee that everything I say is true. If there is half a lie, I shall not die. At this moment, the big fairy is crying with a haggard face, telling the fans in the live broadcast room in detail about the process of being Song sick for thanks. He even showed his diagnosis of Jade syndrome, the details of what happened, plus the tearful victim performance. With this kind of acting, even a popular movie star would have to back off. Live streaming popularity is a rare breakthrough of 1 million plus, reaching heights never seen before. Countless fans were even frantically rewarding gifts for comfort. Great Fairy, you are good for being brave enough to stand up and expose this birth and defend our girls' rights. We're all behind you, and we'll definitely beat this guy for you, no matter how much background he has. Bah, so handsome, turns out to be a pervert with a human face. No wonder he's so kind. It must be all for the sake of thanking women. Dead scumbag, lower head guy, should have castrated him. How in the world can there be such disgusting creatures as men? According to me, all men should castrate their brothers and cut them off. That's how we keep our XXN safe. Am I right, sisters? Right. Countless XXN started speaking mindlessly, in a refreshing sort of way. Master, look, how can these people be so stupid as to believe this? And this big fairy, isn't she the woman who came to seek medical treatment not long ago and got polycystic ovary syndrome, gynecological disease? At that time, me and Pillar were both giving you a hand. It's a normal healing process. Where's the thanks for her? It's obvious that she tried to seduce Master and was rejected by Master's dislike. As soon as he paddled in and saw such an exasperating scene, AI Shao Bei really wanted to rush over and give this Pusheen woman a big beady. At that time, after Brother Song's sickness cured her, she was still thanking Brother Song's sickness all the time. Why is she turning her back now? Zhang Tieju's face was pale, and it was difficult to accept this sudden change. The Great Fairy at the time gave him an extraordinarily good feeling, knowing and welcoming. But now it's this face? It's something the simpleton couldn't think of or figure out. Why are people so fickle? Chapter 199, similar history repeats itself again, compared to AI little beast's anger, and Zhang Tieju's shock and disbelief. Song Sickness looked at these various rumors and slanders against himself on his cell phone. The expression was as calm as ever, without a ripple, even looking at it all with contempt. How familiar is this scene? How similar to when he was in court. The Liu family's behind the scenes, the 18 donkeys accusations, his girlfriend's slander, the insults of those towering keyboard warriors on the livestream. How similar. The same good intentions to save lives are vilified. At that time, he was new to the system, new to love and kindness, but in return, he was as small as dust, desperation and helplessness. Even justice couldn't see him. Only a woman named Sia stepped forward to help herself. And now, facing this dramatic scene which seems to be deliberately arranged by God. Even worse than that one, it went from 1,000 to 1 billion. Will the same tragedy ever happen again? Apparently not anymore. Because, Song's sickness has changed too. When he was the Song divine doctor, he might still abide by the rules of this world. And when he was veterinarian Song, ask who else in this world would dare to stand and look at him. Song disease has always believed that human medicine can only cure human diseases, but never cure the human heart. The only way to get both is to have a veterinarian added to the mix. It is only then that everyone can be ruled into submission. It's like ruling the land of profit in the old days. So, since walking out of the courtroom that day, he abandoned human medicine and took a different path to veterinary medicine. Hey, looks like it's time to go back to my old job as a veterinarian after being a divine doctor for too long again. There are some people that really only a veterinarian can cure. Looking contemptuously at these constant groping net storms of him in the live broadcast room, the corners of Song's sick mouth hooked up into an evil smile. He wasn't half angry. Really, it's just like watching a clown. When you are strong and fearless of anyone, you will also know this well. See a screen full of comfort, with all kinds of takeoff gifts. In just 2 hours it was already over $100,000, and surprise flashed under the haggard eyes of the great fairy, who instantly cried and performed more vigorously. AI Xiaobei couldn't stand it and instantly typed in a question. I'll be damned. You shameless Puxin woman. Full of panic words. How can you say my master covets your beauty? Do you have beauty? Are you as big as me? Are you as pretty as me? You, Princess Siping, are flat everywhere, no oil at all. My master won't even thank me for being such a beautiful disciple. He'll thank you for being such an ugly bastard? My master is so handsome. Girls who want to chase him can line up in France. Well, XS are you? Pa lower head female. You white to my master are too dirty. Think of the beauty. AI little beast was straight up cursing with his mouth as he typed. Zhang Taizhu on the side was stunned, full of admiration. Little beast's sister is too valiant. Song sickness looked at AI little beast with the same surprise. Obviously I didn't expect this girl to suddenly go on a rampage without any signs at all. While wanting to give this chick a brain buster, Song sickness was more than a little touched in his heart. Who doesn't long to be loved? Even though today he was strong enough to defy everything, but he is still human and still has the emotions that humans should have. Still can be moved. As expected, as soon as this grungy interrogation from AI little beast was sent out, it's like a drop of porridge that fell into a pot of rat. It quickly caused a furor. No, who are you? Why are you scolding our great fairy like that? Our big fairy is defending our girls' rights. What's wrong with that? Laughing to death. And saying that our great fairy is Princess Siping. Not pretty? How big are you? Have the ability to reveal it. A whole bunch of XXN, like a cat that had its tail stepped on, immediately stood out and frantically attacked AI Xiaobei. Why is the big fairy live room now all clear of cursing Song disease? Naturally, they are all their masterpieces. Anyone who dared to say that the great fairy was not, who dared to defend Song's sickness, they began to attack indiscriminately. Scold those little hacks away. Humph. Even so, who's afraid? AI little beast, who was furious, immediately initiated the connection. A little show of weakness. Don't. It was too late for Song's sickness to stop it. And seeing that someone was trying to find a scolding to flush their traffic, the great fairy smiled contemptuously and instantly agreed to the connection. In the next second, AI Xiao Beast, who had a concave and convex figure and a stunningly beautiful and watery look that could be called the chosen lady, appeared in the live broadcast. The contrast with the emaciated, dry-as-dust great fairy is immediately striking. In comparison, AI little beast was like a heavenly fairy descending to earth, while the great fairy was simply like a village shrew. The highs and lows are very visual. For a moment, the broadcast room was silent. Whether it's the XXNs of Pushin or the old perverts who love the beauty of the great fairy, all silent. It's a nifty comparison. Straight up seconds. Really ho hum. This figure, rare in the world. The chosen lady, ha, the great fairy is indeed peaceful in comparison. Not only is it flat, it feels ugly. Love love love. Attention attention. Countless old colorful people were immediately attracted to AI little beast and stood in line. AI little beast originally no work account immediately crazy powder. They had come with the attitude of eating and eating. Who was beautiful to look at. Where is the brainless loyalty? The great fairy's face changed, not realizing that the one who was even there was AI little beast. She had met AI's little beast at the time of the cure. Worked as a nurse next to Song's disease. It was then that she was attracted to AI's little beast's body. Even intentionally hooking up with Song's sickness and trying to get Song's sickness to turn her into this as well. Unfortunately, Song's sickness didn't even give her a second glance, which was what made her harbor a grudge. She's a big internet star with millions of followers. High and sought after. Who dares to despise her? Old turtle dove, you say, where my master for thank you? You tell me clearly. I'm so pretty, and I'm still a chick. My master won't even touch me. Will he look at you? A dry old turtle dove? Where's your face? AI Beast disliked it directly back at the screen. Being suppressed by AI Xiao Beast's aura. The original acting skills of the Great Fairy on the line cracked and panicked. At this moment, she wanted to cut the connection. Jealousy was also written all over the faces of the crowd of Pusheen XXN in front of the screen. The appearance of AI's little beast was like a demon shining mirror, immediately making her feel inferior and want to find a place to hide. But when I think about it, this is the internet. So, a bunch of XXN immediately turned jealousy into power, pounded on their keyboards, and started spewing indiscriminately and furiously. Bah! Vixen, it's a fake at first sight. Move the knife. Full of technology. Laugh your ass off. I'm over 200 pounds, but I'm all original and better than you. That's right, sisters. Cyberstorm her. I see. You're the woman behind that beast of a doctor at the time. You're all in on it together. Give us an address if you can, and we'll go down the line and get real with you. Beat this shameless vixen to death. Seeing this scene, resentment flashed in the eyes of the Great Fairy, and she immediately saw the wind and steered up. That's right. This female is an accomplice. She's one of that beast's wooden dogs. The live streaming curses got even worse, as Xiao Beast couldn't say anything at once. No matter how powerful she was, she couldn't possibly talk over so many brainless XXN. Just then, Veterinarian Song directly took the cell phone, and appeared on camera. Chapter 200 Veterinarian Song comes online. Gosh, isn't that the big lecher? Sure enough, he's in bed with that woman. Bah! Downhead man, you have the nerve to show your face. Why did you XSR our Great Fairy? Come for thank me if you can. The moment she saw Song's sickness, the Great Fairy's face changed slightly, and she immediately became weak. She was tempted to turn off the live stream, but seeing so many voices cursing Song's sickness, this only strengthened her. This lady, you said that when I was treating you, I coveted your beauty, and instead of treating you, I even caused you to get Jade syndrome in order to thank you. Is that true? Song's sickness directly ignored those brainless pop-ups and looked at the other party and asked with a smile. In the face of Song's six handsome appearance and calm demeanor, the Great Fairy couldn't help but feel a tremor in her heart, as if she was lying in the face of God, and was suddenly too weak to speak. Don't be afraid, Great Fairy. Speak boldly and we'll all believe you. Yes, you are the bravest. Say it and we'll webstorm this birth together. Go down the line together and beat him. Countless XXN mad encouragement. Seeing so many voices in support of her, the Great Fairy gritted her teeth, looked straight at Song's sickness, and continued to act scared. That's right, you're the one who thanked me for it. If I don't agree, you haven't cured me and you've caused me to get Jade syndrome. You're a birth. These are all evidence. Do you still want to deny it? Whoa. After saying that, fearing that Song's sickness would question her, the Great Fairy immediately cried in aggravation. The live broadcast room was instantly infected by the Great Fairy's pity, and immediately frantically swiped gifts and scolded Song's sickness. The Great Fairy's live broadcast room was also instantly hotter because of Song's sickness arrival. This made the Great Fairy pretend to be more than she was at once. Got rich. In response, Song's sickness laughed it off and disconnected the connection. At the same time, ding successful delivery of polycystic ovary syndrome. Merit -1. Ding successful delivery of advanced cervical cancer. Merit -1. In fact, if it weren't for AI Little Beast, he wouldn't even bother to ask the question, since the other side said it wasn't cured. Just give it back. No. In addition to the other person's pre-existing condition, double it up with a terminal illness that can kill. That's how you can afford to slander each other. Like to play the poor guy? Like to slander? Playing the victim? No need to pretend. Meet you. Veterinarian Song makes you a real victim straight away. After delivering the sick, Song's sickness looked at AI Little Beast. AI Xiaobei looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast room that were even more frantically abusing Song's sickness, even rising to parents. Thinking that Song's sickness would blame himself, he immediately lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. Are there any others who have falsely accused me? Find them all. I'll make a record, and when the time comes, they'll realize their mistake and come to apologize to us. However, Song's sickness threw his cell phone to AI Little Beast and smiled. They'll apologize? AI Little Beast had a look of disbelief on his face. Brother, how can these people come and apologize to you when they are so bad and have framed you like this? Zhang Taizhu was equally puzzled. He was looking forward to this. But is it possible? Don't worry. Find them all and show them to me. They will. Song's sickness laughed mysteriously without explaining too much. Although they didn't believe it, AI Little Beast and Zhang Taizhu still took out their cell phones and searched for them. There can be too many live accusations against Song now. No worries at all about finding it. Found it. This is the same mother who brought her daughter in for treatment yesterday. At the time, her daughter was suffering from leukemia and even had an infection in her lower body from infrequent cleaning. Master are to help its cure. Her mother is still kneeling in tears of force to thank the master. Said the master is a living god, is her great benefactor. As a result, she is now saying that master XQ her daughter. It's so hateful for a mother to take her daughter's honor and circle the wagons like that. Soon enough, AI Xiaobei swiped another. A 100,000 plus online accusation against a woman with song disease. It was Sissy's mom who followed the big fairy's outburst about song sickness XSR and followed the outburst about song sickness XQ her own daughter. Because it's another female. There's a lot of traffic under this wave of rumor mongering. Song disease this birth? What bull ******* God doctor. Even such a small child is not spared. My poor child if God can't give me justice, I won't live. Ooh. At this moment, within the live broadcast, it wasn't just Cece's mom who was tearfully crying about song disease ruining her daughter, even letting his own daughter show up and cry in the public eye. The back is plastered with pictures of something with blood, hospital reports of redness and swelling, all kinds of so-called evidence. Born, beastly, mud. I can't take it anymore. Who has the address of this birth? Let's go down the line and get real with him. Yes. Where is the hospital he runs? Go smash his hospital. I want to send wreaths and throw. I'm going to XQ his relatives too. All this is cheaper for this birth. Just drown him. I'm going to kill him. Under this performance, countless netizens were indeed flooded with sympathy, frantically cursing angrily and frantically swiping gifts to sympathize, even donations. In just one day, Cece's mom has already received 1 million donations. Can you believe it? Ding successful delivery of leukemia. Merit -1. Ding successful delivery of acromegaly. Merit -1. Same recipe, song sickness directly doubles to send the disease. The difference, though, is that these illnesses were given to this mother, not this clueless girl. There's a right to be wronged and a wrong to have a right to be wronged. Whoever is sick, send them to the sick. This is something that song sickness still shares, please. Okay, next, after delivering the sick, song sickness laughed and didn't look any further. AI Xiaobei froze slightly. How was this the same as healing? But still, he rushed off to find the next slanderer. And this, touchy-feely you announced the medicine to eat the dead. Zhang Taizhu brought his cell phone. It was a woman on the live feed, crying in tears. Next to him lay a man, pale and coughing constantly. Oh, song sick. You devil. What you published is a poisonous prescription. My husband took your medicine. Look how sick he is now. If you have the ability to come out. If anything happens to my husband, I'll die with you. The live broadcast immediately a bunch of sympathy, but also was scared to not dare to use song disease those prescriptions again. Song sickness bashfully swept his eyes at the man who was weakly coughing. No need to wonder. Pretend. That is, normal body weakness. How insubstantial is that? It's so unlike. Song sick decided to help them. Ding successfully delivered terminal bone cancer. Merit -1. After sending women, send men. Ding successful delivery of sudden heart attack. Merit -1. Ahem, ahem. You see, the man coughed like a lot all at once. The woman was also awed by the man's instantly sublimated cough. The time came to circle the wagons even more vigorously. Next, song sickness continued to speak. Master, and this, and so, that night, song sickness became a veterinarian. AI Little Beast and Zhang Taizhu continued to act as assistants, helping to find those netstorm touching the black. Either that or being cured of song disease and then biting back and saying it wasn't cured. Then the woman basically says that she was thanked by song sickness and calls song sickness a big lecher. Even a few old ladies who are in their 60s and 70s say that song sickness coveted their beauty and thanked them for it. Do you dare to believe that? The men then make all sorts of excuses, slandering Song for being a bad doctor, a fraud, or for being worse off after being treated. Either that or it's saying it doesn't work after taking the medication announced by song disease. At first it was a few people, but after seeing that this can be live to increase the powder and money, many people followed the trend and stood out to follow suit. How to hack it? One is more outrageous than the other. To this, veterinarian Song said, must meet hard. Those who say it's not cured can simply double back, the certain death kind. Pretending to be more serious can, well, make you really more serious. Those who say they wanna die can, guaranteed, die the next day. 5,000 or so repetition credits in hand. Come as you are. Despite the slanderous groping, despite the netstorm, not enough song sickness to brush on the spot. It's just an illness. Veterinarian Song can still afford to give it. 201, Victims Union Group. Late night, babies. It's getting late. Let's call it a day. Tomorrow I'll continue the live broadcast and state for you what happened when that beastly doctor tried to XSR me. The Great Fairy. who has been storming song sickness for a day on live web, finally said goodbye to her fans in tears, and the moment she turned off the live broadcast, the big fairy, who was still crying with tears in her eyes, immediately stopped crying, got up and went to the bathroom to wash off the haggard makeup she had put on today. Meanwhile, click backstage to see today's live bounty earnings, which are directly approaching 1 million. The fan base is more than 1 million new, and that's just for one day. If the hype continued like this, one could only imagine how much money she would be able to circle using song sickness fame. It might even be the hottest female internet sensation in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, the great fairy laughed excitedly, her eyes filled with greedy resentment. At that moment, an old man with a big belly appeared at some point and hugged the big fairy from behind, his hands wandering around in an unfaithful manner. His eyes also fell on the data on his cell phone, and he also laughed sarcastically. Hey, baby, how's it going? Listening to me was right, wasn't it? This slander is enough to make you famous in one fell swoop, isn't it? But I'm a little scared. Would that be breaking the law? The great fairy didn't stop the old man's restless hand, but inside she was inexplicably a little worried. What lingered in her mind was still the way song sickness looked at her today. The smile on the old man's face disappeared, and he grabbed Big Fairy's shoulders with both hands, saying disdainfully, "What are you afraid of? The internet is all virtual. As long as you don't say anything and I don't say anything, who knows you're slandering? You just need to bite the bullet and say that it was song disease that was born to thank you. Then keep live streaming and posting videos accusing Song of being sick, and by then public opinion will be one-sided and you'll be the real victim. Who cares about the truth? At that time, what you get is fame and fortune, no? Well nah, Song's sick, that birth is for thanking me. For my innocence, I won't let him go." Tempted by the old man's enticement, the great fairy also threw the last vestige of concern in her heart behind her, and laughed firmly. "That's right, I believe justice and your fans will return the favor." The old man then smiled in satisfaction, and his hand went into the bottom of the big fairy's coon. "Aw, it hurts." Just as she was about to make her next move, the great fairy suddenly covered her lower abdomen and looked pained. "What's the matter? Are you sick again?" The old man's face changed slightly. "I don't know. I remember being completely cured by that guy." The great fairy shook her head in disbelief. "That's probably some after effects. Should be fine with some rest." The older man could only suppress the desire beneath him and said, I'm going to have to conceptualize the plot too. How I'm going to expose him next." Unaware of the seriousness of the matter, the great fairy was still thinking about the hype flow that would follow. "Anyway, it's as black as it gets, and it's best to describe him as the great shadow demon who deserves to die." The old man laughed grimly. In the meantime, inside a certain neighborhood building, Sissy's mom was also reluctant to turn off the live stream. Looking at the millions of donations and rewards in the background, her eyes became hot and her breath caught. She didn't realize that people's compassion could be worth so much. Keep exposing this beast tomorrow. This strengthens her resolve to expose song disease. No, not just exposure. She's going to sue. Thinking of this, the frantic Cece's mother looked at her daughter, who had long been sleepy, and began to teach. "Cece, tomorrow when we broadcast live, you also need to open your mouth and speak." Saying that Sung sickness took advantage of the healing to take off your pants, and also take off his own pants. But Big Brother didn't take off his pants. Or, Pa? Cece asked in disbelief. But before she could finish, she was slapped by Cece's mom, while her gaze was fierce and frightened. "Taken off or not? Say that again? Wah 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 wah, off." Under her mother's hideous intimidation, Sissy admitted it all in fear. At this time, a man walked in and picked up Shishu while looking at the woman's vulnerability and said, "Wife, too, why don't we just leave it like this? After all, Divine Dr. Song is also considered our daughter's benefactor." "Benefactor? Oh, we gave the money. It's only right that he cured the disease. What kind of bull **** benefactor is that?" The woman sneered. "But it's considered rumor and slander. It's against the law. What if it gets people killed?" The man said somewhat timidly. "What law is being broken? How is it against the law for me to expose him for justice when I suspect him of skinning my daughter?" The woman was righteous, then greedy. "And don't you see that it's only been one day since the slander, and so many people have donated money to us? If the slander continues, we'll post it. To put it mildly, even if they are revealed by then, what can they do? There is zero cost for internet wooing. Can the police arrest me and shoot me? As for that guy, it's fine if he dies from net storming. It's not like we did it anyway." But, the timid man, Hesina, should have said something, only to be interrupted by the woman. "Well, maybe I've been crying for too long. I'm a little dizzy, so I'm going to go rest first. There's going to be another charge against that beast tomorrow." With that said, the woman went into the room with fond fantasies. Cough cough. Inside a large bungalow somewhere, A man was lying on his bed, coughing frantically. Okay, brother, you're pretending like you are, but the live feeds are off, so stop pretending, the woman praised and laughed. Ahem, I. However, the man continued to cough with an open red face, even suddenly covering his heart and looking to the woman for help. You're trying to practice? Ha, that's fine. You practice and look more like it tomorrow. I'll go take off my makeup first, ha. However, the woman continued to think the man was pretending, and after a casual glance, she walked into the bathroom. Ahem, help me. The man contracted in agony, breathing hard, only to feel the drilling pain coming from his chest. It hurts so much that you can't make a sound. He reached out for help, but the bathroom door closed the moment he rolled off the bed. 2.5 hours later, the woman finally hummed a little tune and opened the door to step out of the bathroom. The first thing you see is the man on the ground, his body taut. Brother, why did you load it on the floor? The floor is so dirty. Load it on the bed. The woman smiled and stepped forward, patting the man and turning him over. The man's eyes were rolled back in white. His mouth was wide open and full of spit, and he was staring at himself in death. Aha! The woman immediately jumped in shock and even peed herself. Crawl away even. Is this too much of a costume? At the same time, many people who slandered and smeared song sickness were staging a similar scene. After experiencing the benefits of smearing song disease, it strengthens their resolve to do so. As for consequences, everyone's perception is almost the same. Internet wooing costs zero. As long as they bite the bullet and say it's song sickness that's gotten them into trouble, what can anyone do to them? Even if we are found out, what can we do? And behind these so-called victims, there is a common link through a group that has been created beforehand. This group is filled with multi-million-dollar female internet celebrities Big Baby, Sissy's mom, etc., a host of victims. Victims? In the future, our group will be called the Victims Alliance Group. Everyone can help each other out in the group with ideas and work together to defeat the demonic Dr. Song sickness. Late at night, the first message from this pre-established group finally went out, from the group owner whose docket was Justice. Roger that. +1. Soon, the Great Fairy and others responded. Justice, first of all, congratulations to all the victims for their successful first shots, and I'd like to highlight Big Fairy and Sissy's mom for a job well done. Big Fairy, happy. Sissy's mom, as it should be, the devil deserves to be punished. Other, congratulations. Justice, Great Fairy, next you just go ahead and say that during the healing process, Song sickness had to forcefully kiss you and even pulled out a gun. Not only did he do this to you, but he also extended his claws to many women. How black it is. Big Fairy, aha, and then I yucked it. And he didn't have any proof anyway. Justice, Ran you take out the yuck syndrome Ming one, he'll have nothing to say. Big Fairy, I'll file a direct case. Justice, Sissy's mom, find a way to get your daughter to open up and admit it. Kids don't lie. It's the most convincing. Sissy's mom, well, I will. And if she doesn't tell me, I'll pinch her. When the time comes, I'll go back to Song sickness and make a scene, at which time he won't dare to fight back even if I beat him up. Justice, at Chocolate Sisters, you guys just keep pretending to be sick. Crowd, let's all work together. No matter how much he begs us when the time comes, don't even forgive the birth. Okay? Understood. +1. The group is pretty much just a bunch of so-called victims exploring how to frame song sickness. The chat is absolutely explosive and refreshing. Chapter 202 Official Attitude. Early the next morning, inside a heavily guarded official office in the first ring of Andu, Marshallan sat at his chief desk, investigating the Gao family as usual. Below are dozens of official senior technicians, any one of whom, when pulled out, would be a top technical talent when looking around the world. Instead, all of these talents are being assembled by him at the moment, specializing in investigating the Gao family. This has been going on for almost 2 months now, and under such a night and day in-depth investigation, even if the Gao family hid deeper, Marshallan finally found some clues. As long as he was able to find evidence of the Gao family's crimes, at that time, even if the Gao family was huge, he would have to completely eradicate this deep-rooted big tumor in one fell swoop. And as long as the Gao family is eradicated and those subsequent corrupt branches have no backing, everything will be fine. Grand Marshal, the Ministry of Operations, the Ministry of Justice, the Provincial Governor, and a host of other high-ranking officials are seeking an audience. At that moment, an assistant came in and whispered to break the silence. Not seen, Marshallan said without lifting his head. And Lieutenant Yi is also here, saying it's about Divine Dr. Song. The assistant spoke again. This time, Marshallan finally looked up and hastily spoke. Call them in. If he remembered correctly, Song sickness seemed to be running a live broadcast recently, giving low-priced medical treatments to ordinary people. It even published a prescription that many capitals can't wait to monopolize. He was naturally happy with such a great act of kindness that benefited the people of Manhwa, and he thought more highly of Song Sickness. This is a man with a big heart. At once, it felt like he had done the right thing by going through all the trouble of inviting Song Sickness back in the first place. If we let Song Disease continue to develop like this, Manhwa will not have a monopoly in the future. There is no longer a need to import high-end instruments and drugs from developed countries at high prices. Maybe it will be free healthcare for all, even in medical care, beyond other countries. Thinking about this, the weight of Song Sickness in Marshallin's heart became a few points heavier. How could he not value such an important treasure in the middle of the country? It has to be well provided for and no one is to touch it. And just as Marshallin was feeling fantastical, a group of high-ranking officials hurried in. Yi Tian was among them. Marshal, it's not good. Just yesterday, thousands of keyboard warriors suddenly appeared, using the topic as a pretext to frantically attack divine Dr. Song. This was followed closely by countless people who had been saved by Dr. Song coming forward to accuse Dr. Song of persecuting them as thanks. Now, all over the internet, there are voices of cyber violence against Dr. Song everywhere, and there are even thousands of people joining together to demand that Dr. Song be shot and that Dr. Song be expelled from Manhwa. The governor of Andes stood out with a pale face, holding a tablet with various incidents about Netstorm slandering Song Sickness. There are even quite a few that are live streaming their accusations. Everything happened so suddenly and swiftly, and with such severity that even he, the governor, couldn't handle it. And it's even more violent today than it was yesterday. Bang! What did you say? Originally, the corners of his mouth still contained a smile. Marshallin's face was suddenly gloomy, violently patting the case and sitting up in shock. The old face was also instantly majestic and stern. Who the hell is so bold as to dare to cyber-violate even divine Dr. Song? 1 second he was fantasizing about the wonderful changes Song Sickness would bring to Manhwa, only to be directly informed in the next second that Song Sickness had been stormed all over the internet? A doctor who was enough to change the state of healthcare in Anguilla was cyberstormed? You can imagine how he feels at the moment. Wanted to kill someone. Marshal, this netstorm happened just yesterday, and everything seemed so premeditated that operations had no time to react. A fat official said somewhat sheepishly. Marshal, this netstorm storm is unprecedentedly huge. Public opinion is lopsided and has now stirred up public anger. We are investigating it with all our might. When the investigation is clear about what happened, we'll definitely return divine Dr. Song's innocence. Another official added solemnly. What's the point of investigating? This marshal is more than aware of divine Dr. Song's character. How could he do such a thing? This is obviously those dog days of capital planting evidence and not wanting Dr. Song to rise. Marshallin slammed his fist heavily on the table again, looked sternly at the officials who came forward to report, and opened his mouth in a thunderous manner. Immediately passed the order down. Full thorough investigation and arrest. All those who are involved in the net violence framing Dr. Song. All of them will be arrested and disposed of according to the crime of espionage and traitors. Don't let any of them go. In hell, it's backfiring. When these words came out, the hearts of all the officials trembled. Both underestimated the weight of Song Sickness in Marshallin's heart. Or maybe it's more accurate to say that both underestimate the status of Song Sickness today. Marshal, the reason why those internet spammers and keyboard warriors dared to blatantly suppress and smear divine Dr. Song on the internet. Nothing more than the idea that the web is unorganized and huge and unregulated. Plus the country has so far not been sound about severe penalties for cyber violence. They have the audacity to be so arrogant as to run amok on the internet, smearing at random netstorms. In recent years, there has been an increase in the number of people who have been victimized by cyber violence and have even paid with their lives as a result. And the cyberbugs are getting even better at it, treating the internet as if it's outside the law. It has even been reduced to a tool for capital smearing and exploitation. Therefore, I suggest that we should take this opportunity of suppression to make an example out of them by drafting a more stringent bill related to cyber violence, so as to completely cut off the harm done by those keyboard warriors and cyber spammers. Give the internet a clean slate. Yi Tian stepped forward at this time and spoke sternly. Good. The internet is not a place outside the law. Then immediately convened the Congress to draft, according to the strictest program to implement, the most serious can be executed death penalty, deprived of all political rights. Since those guys want to see it, then this marshal will satisfy them. Without the slightest hesitation, Marshallin immediately agreed to Yi Tian's suggestion. Legislation on the internet is an extremely complex and large matter. This is why the laws on the internet are still not perfect and strict. With the growth of the internet, it is inevitable that internet laws will improve, even if there is no such thing as Song disease, but it certainly takes a long time. However, the big fairies who are cyberstorming and slandering Song disease may not realize it yet. They will. On their own, stiffen the anguish netstorm penalty and progress for 20 years. More than anything, it will be the forerunner of this draft. Put the matter of the Gao family on hold, and first make every effort to investigate the instigator behind this netstorm. Also, notify the Network Operations Department, all major official media, and all major private platforms to be on standby at all times. Marshallin commanded as he looked down to the group of senior technical talents following him to investigate the Gao family. Then the stern gaze swept over the crowd of senior officials again, directly leaving the last and most intimidating words. You remember, how did divine Dr. Song leave Manhwa before? Hopefully, this time, history will not repeat itself. If you give divine Dr. Song any more chills, you won't be able to wear your hats, including mine. When these words came out, the bodies and hearts of all the senior officials trembled. Don't worry, Marshall. This time we'll definitely severely punish those netstorm slanderers and won't let divine Dr. Song be wronged again. The senior officials hastened to give their assurances. It's about the hood. You're playing a try? Prepare a car for me. I'm going to see Dr. Song. In addition, 3 more special forces will be deployed to the mental hospital for Dr. Song's deployment. Then covertly deploy several ace snipers, as well as airborne fighters, to guard against the unexpected. Marshallin added. The crowd listened with trembling hearts. Even the fighters mobilized? They couldn't help but mourn for the cyber violators. Chapter 203, and Xian comes to the door. It's an all-nighter. Aided by AI Little Beast and Zhang Taizhu, Song Disease acted as a veterinarian. Rule out the so-called victims who slandered and smeared him. As a veterinarian specializing in treating births, Dr. Song is extremely committed to meeting the needs of every birth patient. How they smeared Song's sickness on the air, saying how Song's sickness had done something to them. Veterinarian Song fulfills their fantasy requests one by one, even doubly satisfying. Free sick delivery. Let's say there's a guy who's the wolfiest, a little bit more ruthless than ruthless. For hype. The next day live, a family of 18 people, surprisingly, all stood up in front of the camera to cry and slander Song Disease. The key is a family of 18. From a 200-month-old baby down to an old man in his 80s or 90s. It's all very cooperative. Each made up all sorts of strange stories to slander and abuse Song Disease. Rumor has it that Song is thanking them for being sick, cheating them out of money, secretly feeding them fake medicine, forcing them to kneel down and eat them to death. One by one, they made deep and bitter accusations in front of the camera, describing Song's sickness as an unforgivable evil, as if Song's sickness had become their husband killer. In the end, he even said outright that he would sue Song's sickness, and if Song's sickness was not shot, the family would have to eat rat poison together to die for justice. What else could veterinarian Song do about it? One can only fold one's hands and meditate on the Buddha's forgiveness. Then pay for your own merit and specialize in delivering some terminally ill people who are dying in agony. The wishes of this large family were fulfilled, and the happy and contented family was sent away in one piece. Justice was done to them, especially the one that said Song's sickness forced him to kneel and eat. Vet Song sends a straight rabies plus xenophagy. This xenophagia condition was absorbed from an old man from the land of Li. Naturally anorexic, only interested in heavy foods like death and such, just in time to satisfy this guy's appetite. In this way, veterinarian Song worked tirelessly until noon, just to make sure that all these guys are adequately treated. No one is left out. It couldn't be helped that veterinarian Song wasn't as stingy as Dr. Song. For the treatment of births, there is no limit to the number of places. As many as come, all cure. Master, it seems like these guys are the only ones, but by the looks of it, there will probably be more followers to follow. There may even be brainless keyboard warrior spammers threading down to find the master to wreak havoc. After searching for half a day and finally finding all those victims, AI Little Beast looked at Song's sickness and voiced the worries in her heart. Of course, what had always puzzled her was that all through the night, Song's sickness had been asking her and Pillar to find out who these cyberbugs were. Then in the face of the various slanders and rumors of these cyberbullies, instead of being angry, Song Sick looked on with a smile on his face. Could it be that by looking at it this way, those heartless guys would really have a conscience and come to them to admit their faults? How is that possible? That's all for now then. If you have it later, you can bring it to me again to cure me. Ah no, just show me. As for those who want to line down and get real with me, I'd expect them to come soon. Song's sickness rubbed his eyes, which were all a little red, and laughed. Reporting to the dean, many people have come from outside the courtyard, all looking for you. As soon as Song's sickness spoke, a special police officer who was on duty today hurriedly came to report. AI Little Beast in Zhang Tieju's faces changed slightly. The first thing that naturally comes to mind is the keyboard warrior spammers coming down the line to retaliate. Song's sickness eyes likewise lit up. That's a good feeling. The experiment is ready to go. Beastie, Pillar, it's been a long night. You guys go to bed first. After Song Sick finished speaking to the two, He hurriedly got up and looked at the special police on duty and smiled. Open the gate. Let them all in, as many as you can, and do not allow them to be blocked. Yes, the on-duty SWAT officer hastily retreated to carry out the execution. For Song Disease's order, it was absolutely carried out. This is the military order given to them by Marshallin. Master, brother, we're going too. Deeply afraid that they were here to find trouble, AI Little Beast and Zhang Taiju were dead set on following. In response, Song's sickness didn't use any more obstruction. With him around, he could guarantee absolute safety for the two as long as it wasn't a nuclear attack. Soon, the trio arrived in front of the hospital, at the yard where the cure used to be. What surprised Song's sickness was that it wasn't the keyboard warrior spammers who came. Instead, it's the patient who was diagnosed in the last live broadcast yesterday, come to see Song's sickness offline. In addition to this, and Ruoi, Wang Xiaoxiao, Xia of the C family, and the former Luo Xinyu mother and daughter. Quite a few people who had previously received the gift of saving Song 6's life had all come at the sound of their voices. There is no shortage of wealthy and high-ranking officials among these people. Naturally, they all wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make friends with Song disease. After all, everyone understands that it is far better to give something in the snow than to add to it. In response, Song's sickness naturally entertained them all politely. For Xia and Ruoi and others who came to console him, he hosted a banquet. For those who chose a spot to see the doctor yesterday, it was all by the book, and unsurprisingly, it was affected by this netstorm. There are still many selected patients who don't dare to come. Girls, especially, are afraid of being Song sick as a thank you, and the ones who come the most are basically rich and high-ranking officials. For this kind of public opinion smearing, one can only fool those ill-informed ordinary people. Would a savvy person living in the upper class be fooled? Mockingly, there were even a number of arrivals of rich and high-ranking officials who didn't snag a spot. Knowing that there will surely be a lot of ordinary people who will be tricked into not daring to come, they want to double or even multiply their money to buy their places. To this, Song's sickness agreed, considering that much merit might be discounted next, but only this once. One treatment down the road, and soon came a patient that Song's sickness was most looking forward to, An Hen. Even though his whole body was paralyzed, and Xian still came in a stretch limousine, wearing a dapper suit, carried off by several plainclothes bodyguards. Looking from afar at Song's sick spring-like smile, and Xian could not hide his resentment in the depths of his eyes. I can't wait to chop off Song 6 limbs and then hit the prison for the rest of my life like him. Life is worse than death. But soon, it occurred to him that nowadays Song's sickness had become a great lecher in the entire network. And behind that, there's his backstabbing. Oh, you are to blame for all this, but it will be your last honor to cure me before you are ruined. And Xian regained his smile again, before signaling the bodyguard beside him to push him over. And Xian's arrival immediately attracted the attention of many wealthy and high-ranking officials. They naturally all knew Xian's identity. Among them were Ruoi and Wang Xiaoxiao. Anshuan, why are you here? Didn't Grandpa order you not to come and disturb Song's sickness? And Ruoi's eyebrows slightly knitted as she walked unhappily, blocking Xian's path. Sister Ruoi, if you don't let me heal, are you going to watch me be paralyzed for the rest of my life like this? Seeing Ruoi, who used to still respect him, speaking for an outsider at this moment, and Xian's gaze could not hide his gloominess. It's all your own fault and no one's to blame. And Ruoi opened her mouth coldly, having long been disappointed in this cousin. The self-proclaimed status of being an in-family member makes you feel superior. The marshal only forbade me to force Divine Dr. Song. This is not something I forced, but Divine Dr. Song voluntarily treated me. If you don't believe me, you can ask Divine Dr. Song. And Xian hid the malice in his heart and looked at Song disease in the back and laughed. Dr. Song, I'm here. You mustn't go back on your word, or else you'll really be degrading your fame. Chapter 204, All Things Considered. Song Disease's ambition. Everything in Xian showed was taken in by Song's sickness. So, naturally, he would not refuse. And just as Song's sickness was about to smile and welcome him, in the distance, Marshallin arrived with the support of several people from Yitian, followed by a large special operations team. As far as the eye could see, there were 1,000 people. Divine Dr. Song, I'm putting my words here today. In and why, it's your freedom to treat whoever you want, including Lao Fu. No one can force you, if you don't want to be cured. Whoever dares to force you, no matter who it is, the old man will personally step in and take care of it for you. Before the people arrived, Marshallin's loud and domineering voice came first. It immediately caused the faces of all the high-ranking officials and tycoons at the scene to change, especially these nearly 1,000 special forces that followed. This lineup, it's so luxurious. This moment was considered to be a first-hand experience of the In family's attitude towards Song's sickness. This caused their eyes to flicker, and they couldn't help but feel happy in their hearts. knowing that this visit was undoubtedly the right one. By taking an official stand, the winner of the game was declared in advance. Seeing Marshall, fear immediately surfaced on Xian's face as well. If he had to say who he was most afraid of, it would have to be this old man with an iron face. At this time, Marshall also finally approached, coldly sweeping his eyes at Xian, then looking at Song Disease, his old eyes firmly saying, "Divine Dr. Song, as long as you give me a word, I'll make this rebellious son disappear from your sight forever, never to appear again." Upon hearing this, Xian's face instantly paled, and he immediately became afraid, and hurriedly looked at Song Disease to humbly plead for mercy. "Divine Dr. Song, I'm really wrong, and I really apologize to you for my previous behavior, so please don't forget the little man's faults, and heal me up. I swear that in the future I will be a clean and honest high-ranking official, and will not make the same hateful mistakes as I did before, and will never offend you again." And Xian was scared to the point of true emotion, and if he hadn't been paralyzed all over his body, he would have already knelt at the feet of Song Sickness, because at this moment, he had no doubt that as long as Song Sickness said a word of no, he would be dragged away on the spot by Marshall's men, or even condemned abroad. Let the previous unpleasantness pass him by. Consider it a face I'm giving to the Marshal. Let him stay here and be hospitalized. But to be ugly, he does have a serious disease, one of the worst I've ever seen. There are various side effects and risks associated with the treatment process, even hiccups. At the end of the day it will be up to him to heal. So whether to cure or not I need to get your opinion. Song Sickness opened his mouth meaningfully, and there was something in his words. At the same time, he didn't forget to give Marshall a face. "Cure, I cure, I cure," with barely the slightest hesitation, and Xian nodded his head in a hurry. He didn't hear the meaning of Song Sick's words, and only felt that Song Sick was only saying this to fulfill the lie he had told earlier. After all, when he said he was hopeless before and now he could be cured, it was inconsistent and naturally he needed to tell a lie to round it off. "Divine Dr. Song, you don't need to give me face or care about this rebellious son's identity. Everyone is equal in my eyes. He deserves to be punished like this for the mistakes he made." Deeply afraid that Song Sickness would have concerns, Marshall once again spoke firmly. "It's okay, let bygones be bygones." "Thank you, Marshall." Song Sickness continued to contain a smile. What about his subjects if he lets them go? As expected, upon hearing Song Sickness say this, Marshall was moved inwardly and spoke with emotion. "I admire Divine Dr. Song's generosity and righteousness. This time, I will count my own family as owing another heavenly favor to Divine Dr. Song." Only after saying this did he look at Xian, his face immediately majestic and cold. "Adverse son, you and see, Dr. Song is generous and righteous, disregarding former suspicions, willing to give you another chance to reform yourself. This time, if you don't cherish it and dare to do anything to harm Divine Dr. Song again, I will not spare you." After all, Xian was a member of the Yin family, his descendant, and no matter how much more, he was still flesh and blood. Therefore, Song Sickness could give Xian another chance for his sake. He was naturally moved. And, of course, only this once. The Yin family owes Song Sickness too much. In the face of Marshall's warning, Xian's heart trembled fiercely. It was hard to hide his emptiness, but he still nodded his head in a panic. Okay, thank you Marshall. Thank you Divine Dr. Song. Pillar, arrange a superior ward for young Masterin, and I'll personally treat him when I come later." Song Sickness laughed, and Xian was pushed down by Zhang Taiju just like that. The formers didn't forget to take one last deep look at Song Sickness again, and the moment he entered the sick bay elevator, his gaze immediately became gloomy and resentful again. Marshall's arrival immediately caused Sia and the others to feel the pressure, so they said goodbye to Song Sickness. It was clear to them that the next thing the two sides must be discussing was the incident regarding this netstorm. Soon, only Marshall and the others were left in the mental hospital. "Please come inside, Marshall, just in time for dinner." Song Sickness smiled and invited. Having guessed the true purpose of Marshall's visit, Song Sickness, to let you suffer such a thing again after only inviting you to undo is an unfavorable thing for me to do. Marshall was full of apologies, then solemnly assured, "But please rest assured that this time, I will never let what happened before happen a second time. I've already passed on the order that all efforts will be made to draft an even tougher cyber violence bill. In the meantime, I'll immediately have the official media issue an article to prove it for you, and a warning notice to all online platforms that no more live videos will be allowed to discredit you. As for those cyberbullies and rumor mongers, please give me some time. I will arrest them in a short time and deal with them according to the law." Before he finished speaking, Song Sick interrupted with a smile. "Marshall, can you leave this matter to me? Disposed of legally? How pointless that would be." And he was never really about the keyboard warrior internet rioters. Rather, It's those behind the scenes who started it all. If only the officials had just stepped in and crushed this with a thunderbolt. And let's not even talk about whether or not his reputation will be restored. The full extent of the arrests. Those behind the scenes capitals suppressing him will probably be too scared to venture out as a result. How else is he going to logically commandeer those capitalized industries and open his own medical empire? In fact, those capitals are designing to suppress him. He's also waiting for that capital to surface. It's good to take it all in one fell swoop at the end. For example, the 100-story building of the AI group. He was quite fond of it. Nice design and beautiful setting. Take it down. It has to be taken down hard. He wants it all. At Song's sick sudden request, Marshall froze. It quickly occurred to me that Song's sickness must have been vilified by capital in the past, and now that history is repeating itself, he wants to personally fight against these capitals and fight for that justice for his past self, returning a clean slate to Ann Arbor healthcare and the internet. Thinking of this, Marshall N's old eyes glowed, and he immediately nodded without hesitation. Ha ha ha, if little friend Song has this fighting spirit, I naturally won't refuse. Good, then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Song, to take full responsibility for this fight against capital corruption and to rectify the defamation of Netstorm. You just have to be bold and the crown will always stand behind you and support you. Thank you, Marshall. Song's sickness smiled slightly. Little friend Song, these are the Minister of Angwa Network Operations, the Minister of Official Media, and the Governor of Andu. They will be assisting you with this work next as well, so just let them know if you need help with any part of it. Grand Marshal pointed to the group of senior officials following behind him and said. A group of senior officials also assured Song's sickness with smiles. No effort will be spared to help Song's sickness. In addition, these special forces, all of which have undergone professional and rigorous training, are each strong enough to fight 1 against 10. They will help little friend Song accomplish this. Marshall then looked at the nearly 1,000 special forces that were neatly arrayed and fully equipped and asked in a loud voice. Generals, next you will follow Divine Dr. Song. Is there any confidence in fighting a battle between Capital and Netstorm? There, a high-pitched voice resounded through the square. Looking at these well-equipped special forces, Song's sickness also nodded in satisfaction. He will indeed be in great need of manpower next. The 100 or so SWAT officers at the mental hospital weren't enough. With these special forces, it's just right. Yi Tian, just continue to stay by Divine Dr. Song's side and protect his safety. After explaining everything with Song's sickness, Marshall finally came to Yi Tian's side and coldly commanded. If any radical keyboard warrior dares to come and wreak havoc and threaten the safety of Divine Dr. Song, there is no need to report, so he will directly order to shoot down. When necessary, directly mobilize the standby ace snipers and fighters. Yes, please rest assured. Marshal, Yi Tian straightened his military salute and assured. In this way, when Marshall came in haste, he returned in haste as well. And next, he'll continue to investigate who was behind this cyberstorm. If this old fox of the Gao family can't find out, can he not find out about these chess pieces? This Netstorm was able to come to light so smoothly. There must be official spies from within involved as well, even including the Gao family. And his purpose was to uncover these spies. That night, it was joined by nearly 1,000 special forces. The entire psychiatric hospital is immediately tightened up. As far as the eye can see, it looks like a large prison, just waiting for the prisoner to arrive. Chapter 205 and Xian the Clown. Comply with Song's sickness at your command. Zhang Taizhu brought in Xian and is made to a high-class VIP ward converted from a felon's cell. Well, from now on you'll be staying here to receive treatment. It's closed all around. The environment is beautiful and quiet. It's perfect for a long stay for treatment. Zhang Taizhu laughed nervously. He didn't see the various bad intentions of these people, and simply followed Song's sickness's orders to pick a good ward for Xian. Many of the previous visitors who came to see the doctor and needed to recuperate were in these high-level VIP rooms. These advanced wards, like VIP wards in hospitals, are single rooms, not one of those regular psychiatric wards with 24-hour surveillance. And looking at the cool ward that looked like a felon's cell, the corner of Xian's mouth twitched slightly. Others didn't know, but as a member of the An family, he was well aware of it. This former mental hospital was once the most rigid and largest felon prison in Andu. In the past, many of the country's worst criminals were almost always sent to this prison for execution. For some unknown reason, this felon's prison, which has terrorized countless villains, has fallen into disuse, gradually forgotten by the world. It wasn't until a few months ago that Marshall returned to the capital, and the first thing he did was order the renovation of this prison. It was transformed into the present-day psychiatric hospital for delivering the sick. No one could have imagined that Marshall remodeled this mental hospital to give it to Song's sickness. No one even imagined that the prison that was once feared by countless felons would be reproduced as the present-day psychiatric hospital for the sick. And Xian, as a member of the In family, had to live here? It made him feel like he was living in a prison. Or is it a felon's prison? I'm a clean freak and focus on very personal privacy, so make sure this ward is clean and safe. And Xian looked at Zheng Taizhu and habitually exulted. In his opinion, Zheng Taizhu was just a caretaker in a mental hospital. In front of Song's sickness he was disguised, but in front of a district caretaker, he's a member of the In family and he still needs to lower his voice? This ward is all brand new. You're the only one living here at the moment, and there's no surveillance or anything, so don't worry. Facing In Xian's sudden oppressive questioning, Zheng Taizhu was slightly stunned, but still politely assured. It better be. You can go. Upon hearing this, In Xian reluctantly nodded his head. Only then did Zheng Taizhu leave, and as soon as Zheng Taizhu's front foot left, In Xian's face was immediately glooming again and gave a look to the maid next to him. The latter instantly understood, and her beautiful eyes looked around to make sure it was safe, before finally landing at the most conspicuous cabinet. Spinning forward and squatting down, he stretched out his two slender fingers and picked into his mouth. Soon enough a tiny camera the size of a soybean was clipped from the mouth of his throat, extremely neatly installed under the hidden crevice of the cabinet. The whole thing was clean. It's more professional than those peeping toms installed in hotels, and the average person really can't get an insight. The next thing you need to do is fill this asylum with miniature cameras as quickly and silently as possible in conspicuous places. And Xian looked at the maid with a sardonic smile and commanded. He still had faith in the woman's ability to do her job. Understood, young master. The maid nodded like a robot. Extremely obedient. It looks like it was professionally trained. At the same time, if you can also find a way to create more physical contact with Song sickness, faking it to look like he's taking advantage of you while he can. Of course, if you're capable of tricking him into INGU, this young master will reward you afterwards, or even marry you. And Xian had a flash of light and improvised an idea and said, not forgetting to draw a big pie for the maid. And if you look closely, although the maid was plainly dressed, her plain and clear face was like a village flower in the village. It gives you the beauty of an untouched mountain maiden. Don't worry, young master. Zhou'er will work hard. After hearing the promise given by In Xian, Zhou'er's beautiful eyes also flooded with longing, and she hurriedly assured herself, well, go ahead and familiarize yourself with the terrain. When others ask, just say you're the maid who takes care of me. And Xian nodded in satisfaction. With that, Nine walked out of the room and then into the darkness somewhere in the hallway. After making sure again that no one was around, she took out her cell phone and dialed a hidden unknown number. Master, I have successfully infiltrated the Sending Disease Psychiatric Hospital. Very well, that potion given to you find a way to be injected into Song's sickness as well. And at the same time, don't forget to extract his blood. A young man's voice came from the other end of the line. Understood, master, Nine assured. Then after hanging up, he reached out and inserted his pinky into his ear. If one were to look through their ears, they would realize that a miniature high-tech talking device was lurking deep within their eardrums. And after triggering it with the pinky nail, a female voice in Sakura's language, heard only by Jewel, sounded, "Hi." Half a day later, Nine nodded and returned only one word. The call was disconnected. On the other hand, after seeing off marshalling and arranging for the nearly 1,000 special forces that had been stationed, Song Sik then put on his white coat and went to In Xian's hospital room. Start the first experimental study of earning merit. It was only supposed to be the last 200 or so points of merit, 2 live things. It turned out to be hard on these capital keyboard warriors. Then we'll just have to take them and brush them off. Crunch. Inside the hospital room, and Xian had been waiting for Zhou'er to return. As it turned out, the one who came in was actually Song Sik. This gave the weak-minded man a fright on the spot. Song, Divine Dr. Song, why are you here? Of course I'm here to heal you. What? Don't want to be cured? Song's sickness smiled as he walked into the hospital room and realized that In Xian was the only one in the room. If he remembered correctly, wasn't there another maid with him? How come? I just didn't expect Divine Dr. Song to be so attached to my illness that he was going to cure me tonight. When In Xian heard this, he was overjoyed. Song's sickness eyes narrowed slightly. How could he see that this guy looked like he had a weak heart? At that moment, he opened his forbidden pupil and swept his eyes over the other party. But nothing out of the ordinary was found. And just as Song's sickness was about to close his forbidden pupil, his afterglow unintentionally penetrated the cabinet next to him. That miniature camera that had just been hidden was in full view of Song Sik's gaze. Dude, that's how you play? Is this a sneak peek into his therapy session to learn? Or is this guy in cahoots with those guys from the Big Love Group? Why else would it be such a coincidence? Come to him for treatment when he just happens to be winded by Netstorm to grab a spot? The moment he saw the miniature camera, Song Disease's mind quickly made many guesses. Eyes narrowed slightly, and in order to verify these suspicions, Song Sickness walked towards the cabinet. LOL. Seeing this scene, and Xian's heart was quickly hoisted. Young Masterin, do you still like this ward? If not, I can get you a bigger one. How? Song Sickness had come to the front of the cabinet and reached out to tap on it while asking with a smile, and Xian hurriedly replied, no need. I like it like this. It's small and comfortable to live in. There's no need to change it. What about this cabinet? I'm looking at it as a bit of an eyesore. Should I get rid of it? Song Sickness laughed again. No, I mean, I kind of like the cabinet too. It's weird to throw it away. And Xian hurriedly explained. Well then, let's start healing. Song Sickness always kept a smile on his face, but his heart had gone cold. The idea was to let the other side suffer, to help him brush up on his merits and make up for his mistakes. It's not impossible to consider giving Marshall a face at the end. It's just a pity that you didn't take the opportunity given to you. Since you're a dead man, then it's not my fault. Chapter 206 Successful Delivery of Sickness. Snowed in Keyboard Warriors. Good. Then I'll trouble Divine Dr. Song. For some reason, facing today's song disease alone, and Xian's heart inexplicably jumped hard. No trouble, it's all as it should be. But the process might have been a billion points of pain, and you endured it. Song Sickness stepped forward with a slight smile. It was just then that the maid who had gone out happened to return. The first time she saw Song Sickness, her beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and she immediately lowered her head in a hurry, fearing that Song Sickness would see her face in general. Song Sick's eyes narrowed slightly, similarly opening the pupil of the forbidden pupil and scanning up the maid. Frustratingly, under the hair of seeing through the other's clothes, it was amazing how many unexpected things lurked in the private parts of this slender, petite body. It even includes the body. The largest number of these are miniature cameras. Now Song Sickness could basically determine that many of the conjectures in his mind. This in Xian, he never changes. He still wants to fix him? Then he'll make him whole. Divine Dr. Song is going to treat me, so get out of here. And Xian scolded the maid, then explained to Song Sickness with a smile. This is the maid who takes care of my life. Don't go. That's just right. Take a hand here and help him to the bed. Song Sickness smiled and called out to the maid who wanted to retreat. Since the other party had secretly videotaped him, it would be a shame for him not to show some of his skills. Looking at Xian, who was lying down, the corner of Song Sick's mouth hooked up into a crippling smile. Sent for treatment to start. The first step, naturally, is to tie the needle. Song Sickness took out the oversized silver needle he had brought and came to Xian's head. Divine Dr. Song, this silver needle is so long? I'm afraid it's a bit painful? Seeing this oversized silver needle that could even be pierced through the brain, and Xian couldn't help but tremble and asked tentatively. Don't worry, I have experience. This really doesn't hurt. Song Sickness smiled confidently and comfortingly. After countless hours of experience zapping people, he had long since perfected his stitches. That's good, and Xian was just about to let out a sigh of relief when his face was already pierced by Song Sickness in the next second. Not even the brains. The drill went straight to his head, with no half-hearted cushion. Same time, Ding successfully delivered body fluid secreting beautiful foot odor gene disease. Merit -100. You Song, Divine Dr. Song. Why do I suddenly feel so nauseous, dizzy, and have a foul odor? The intrusion of the secondary disease immediately made Xian pale and speak with difficulty. Hang in there, these are normal reactions. It'll be over soon. Seeing that the other party was about to hiccup, Song Sickness also hastily stopped sticking needles and was always on guard. If the other guy didn't have the stomach to walk away, he'd be in deep. After all, he's not going to absorb a dead man's disease. At least, so far he couldn't do it. It really stinks. Do you guys smell it? Could it be that I'm stretching? 3 minutes later, and Xian's pupils widened and he directly vomited dryly. It's as if you've eaten a turd and are going to be smoked to death. Song Disease's heart moved slightly, and he hurriedly did so, sending another disease that lost its sense of taste and smell to the other party. The dying Anchuan then took a breather. But it's still worse than death. It seemed to be suffering something that was not meant for normal people to suffer. Dr. Song, I'm in pain. Didn't you say it didn't hurt? Anchuan was on the verge of a breakdown. It's okay, come on, you're the best. Song Sickness encouraged the other with equal nervousness. Anchuan, you call that a little pain? I'm having trouble breathing. I feel like I'm sucking myself to death. I'm not going to heal. I'm going home to my mom. You're going to murder me. 9. Save me. Soon. Anchuan finally broke down. But nay, his whole body was paralyzed and he couldn't struggle at all. Joer, who was on the side, was also shocked to see Xian in this miserable state and looked at Song Sickness. Is this some kind of poison? Don't worry, it's a normal reaction. Song Sickness gently looked at the maid and smiled. Saying that, he searched for half a day, and finally just happened to pick up 2 pairs of socks beside the bed and gagged Anxuan, prevent the other guy from biting his tongue. Made. In this way, and Xian rolled his eyes again and again, half a foot into the ghost gate. It was just about to be too much to bear and die from this disease. Again, Song's sickness gave it a hard pull. Song's sickness played a tug-of-war directly with Yama. Dare to rob someone in front of him? Like he doesn't exist? Yama. And there was no one who suffered more than in Xian. He felt like he was being put in an iron cage and sunk to the bottom of the ocean, drowning over and over again. Again and again. Song's sickness gave it back with a pin. At this moment, he was desperate. Truly experience what it means to be as good as dead. But fortunately, such a painful process did not last long. 2.5 hours later, after Xian experienced the thrill of coming back from the dead 999 times, the body finally stabilized gradually. At the same time, the whole body was actually starting to sweat. It's even leaking urine. It's done? Seeing this scene, Song's sickness eyes brightened slightly, also kind of feeling the horror of secondary diseases. Maybe that's why secondary diseases don't appear in normal humans. Because the press is unbearable. And if they do, it means that these people are no longer normal. Take for example the dying Li Monroe, Wang Wu with severe dog-licking disorder, Luo Xinyu who felt that her feet smelled good. But the good thing is, under his tug-of-war with Yama, he finally made Anxuan unable to bear a disease. Let me go. I won't be cured. You're going to murder me. I'm a member of the Yin family. If you dare to take personal revenge, the Yin family won't let you go. And Xian, who had been tortured to death, gradually awakened and subconsciously bit people like a mad dog. Papa. Song's sickness naturally will not be polite, too big than pockets to slap each other awake. At the same time, he smiled and reminded. Feel it well. Isn't it a bit intuitive? Are you sure you don't want to heal? Anxuan reacted. And only then did he realize the sweaty whole body, and the yellowish traces of urine. Even really felt the pain coming from his body. A shiver ran through his body and hope was kindled. Could this be a good beat? Thinking of this, and Xian hurriedly looked at Song disease and immediately hid his grimace and compensated with a smile. I'm sorry, Divine Dr. Song. I just lost my head from the pain. It's okay, I forgive you. Get some rest and get ready for the next treatment. Song's sickness waved his hand generously, then looked at the maid with a smile. Take care of your young master. If you find that he has body odor or his feet smell, come and inform me. Yes. Although she didn't understand, the maid hurriedly bowed her head and said, just now she witnessed a horrible treatment. Just the sound of it is scary. As a person of experienced judgment, she had clearly seen Xian roll his eyes and die over and over again, and was saved by Song's sickness. This man's medical skills are so terrifying? After explaining and looking deeply at this uncomplicated maid, Song's sickness left as if nothing had happened. He didn't reveal any of the secrets about the other man's body, or the camera lurking in the cabinet. How do you catch a big fish if you don't put in a long line? And next, he would just have to wait for this disease to unfold in Anxuan, then use Anxuan to infect others. Cultivate a few patients like Luo Xinyu. He then collects it to maximize the transformation of merit. This wave simply earns hemp. So naturally, the next most important thing was to hurry up and find someone suitable for the infection. And there must be a lot of people. After all, you've seen this disease before. Not many can afford it. A single slip could easily be smoked to death. That's why more people increase the survival rate. And the keyboard warrior internet spammers, and whoever else slandered his victims and even the capitalists. Undoubtedly the best fit. Warm reminder, absorbed diseases need to be reinforced by meritocracy and truly absorbed before they can be reused. And Luo Xinyu this disease so far has not been meritoriously strengthened. So sent out is gone, and cannot be repeated. Even the lost merit is reinforced merit on absorption. Take out your cell phone and take a look. Those victims who have been sent through the disease are still unknowingly posting various live video streams slandering Song disease. They've even started slandering and smearing AI Little Beast and Zhang Taiju. Do you dare to believe that? And countless keyboard warrior internet spammers and XXN were cursing him in various private messages, threatening his family. Tell him to wait, to lying down reel him. Private messages direct 99+. Even all of them called numerous strange and harassing phone calls, obviously picking up on his information. Seeing this, Song Sick frowned slightly. Doubt these keyboard warriors who want to be real offline with him are coming yet. So many good subjects to experiment on. It's just not a good time. No worries at all about having enough. Just as Song's sickness was thinking about whether or not to go ahead and grab a few to use first, Yi Tian came in a hurry. Dean. Outside the mental hospital, a dozen sneaky guys with various weapons were spotted. Song's sickness lit up before his eyes. Here we go. He's coming. They're finally here. It came when he needed it most. Let's go. Hurry up and send out arrests. Don't let any of them go. Song Sik is happy and loves these snowed-in keyboard warriors. Chapter 207, Welcome to my asylum. Late night, the hazy moonlight poured down, adds a bit of life to the whole send-up psychiatric hospital. And at this moment, outside the high walls of the Sentinel Psychiatric Hospital, several cars parked and a dozen figures came down one after another. Then they each took out the weapons they had brought with them from the trunk. There are baseball bats, spray paint, wreaths, some even brought up buckets of death, as well as sacks of used anti-wipes. It's just all kinds of nasty stuff anyway. Does everyone have everything? The keyboard warrior man at the head of the group asked in a small voice. All brought. Don't worry. I'll have to smash that birth hospital this time. And the old man wanted to sneak up on him and beat him up. It's too cheap for this outcast to die. Starting today, we'll come every night from now on and keep terrorizing and tormenting him, mentally destroying him, making his life worse than death. I still have to dunk him in defense. Think it's okay to hide? Then torture him until he voluntarily kneels and admits his mistake. When we pick up information about his parents' family, we're going to continue to torture and cyber violate his family. The families of such rich scum must also be eradicated. Each of the people deliberated with a scowl on their faces. At that moment, a chubby female with glasses flickered her eyes and suggested, Doves, I'm, Little Princess of the Web, the real organizer of this offline. In addition to these, that is not a beautiful female disciple. He sends for thank us girls. Pigeon see if you can take the opportunity to also his female disciple also QJ. Sort of a revenge for us XXNs. Good idea. We stand for justice. A few of the males thought of the beauty of AI Showbeast's face when she showed her face, and immediately gulped, agreeing righteously without hesitation. When the dozen or so had finished their deliberations, they grabbed their weapons and took advantage of the night to head aggressively toward the hospital for the sick and mentally ill. On the way, I actually encountered a couple waves of people, all keyboard warrior jetsetters with weapons who wanted to line down the real song disease. As soon as everyone saw that they were all of the same kind, several waves of people immediately agreed to advance in groups. There were more than 30 people. That lineup alone is a bit big. Here it is, here it is, here it is. Cyber Princess looked up ahead and instantly pointed with excitement. The crowd of keyboard warriors looked up, but their faces changed. All that could be seen was that behind the high fence were several morose and risque buildings, with no view of what was going on inside at all. Cyber Princess, are you sure this is it? This hospital is $1 billion big? And it feels jailbait? Why does it feel like a prison? Could it be a mistake? Looking at the eerie environment, the crowd of keyboard warriors couldn't help but shiver with a few moments of awe. It always felt like there were many pairs of cold eyes staring at them in the darkness. There can be no mistake. I've followed the Great Fairy here. I know where the back door is, and it's definitely unguarded. Come with me. I'll take everyone in, Cyber Princess said with immense confidence. With that, he took the lead and led the way. The Cyber Princess is awesome and seems to have come prepared. It went in successfully, and you take the credit, and we all thank you for it. That's right, and let's not forget, big guy, that birth has amassed trillions of dollars of property. It's normal to build such a big hospital. Mud, what a birth to make so much money from us. It must be spit out. The crowd of keyboard warriors were furious and followed, and the Cyber Princess is losing herself in a chorus of praise. Vanity was greatly gratified. The bandwagon led more vigorously. She was actually part of the crowd of XXNs that were on the big fairy live in the first place. This organization is real offline. It's just jealous of AI little beast, so they want to get revenge. Bitch, vixen, this time I'll make you suffer. The Cyber Princess wore a spiteful, cruel smile on her face. Soon, the crowd was brought to somewhere in the backyard of the psychiatric hospital where they were sent for the sick. Here it is. This is it. We can flip in here to wreak havoc and flip out again. The Cyber Princess pointed proudly at the small steep slope ahead. It was something she had overlooked at the time. Was able to use the steep slope to roll in unnoticed. Then let's get moving. My old fists can't wait. The crowd of keyboard warriors saw this and their eyes lit up. Wait, guys, the door to the backyard looks like it's open and no one's there yet. Just as the crowd was about to start going over the wall, a sharp-eyed man immediately pointed ahead and said. The crowd sniffed and looked over. By the cool, dark moonlight, as expected, I saw that the iron gate of the backyard of the psychiatric hospital for the sick was completely open under the shades of that night. It's like the big iron gates of a long-deserted school. And at the moment, there was even a dirt dog strutting in. Ha ha, what a godsend. It seems that the heavens are not happy with this birth, and that's why they let this gate open so that we can go in and teach this guy a lesson. So what are we waiting for? Brothers, KAM is finished. Smash this land of all evil. The crowd of keyboard warriors got excited, grabbed their weapons, and scrambled in. The outward appearance of the sentient psychiatric hospital also presented itself to their eyes. Far bigger than they thought. It's also far more prison-like than they think. So, the moment they first stepped into the psychiatric hospital where they were sent to be sick, all the keyboard warriors shuddered inexplicably. It just feels like entering a prison. It was enveloped by an eerie coldness. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and destroy it. And the cyber princess was already carrying the bag of anti-wipes around by now, not forgetting to remind the crowd. Right, everyone hurry up and destroy it, then we'll go after that birth. The crowd of keyboard warriors reacted and immediately joined the action. Without saying a word, he began to wreak havoc. Spray paint and writing, threats and curses, throwing feces, hanging wreaths, each in their own way. One had a scowl on his face, more like a villain. What they didn't notice, however, was this. The many night vision monitors in the darkness are clearly recording all of this. Meanwhile, 100 meters away in front of the iron gate, a handsome young man in a white coat with his hands in his pockets had been waiting for them here with a smile for a long time. Under the cool, dark night, the youth's smile was demonic and evil, playfully watching it all. A bunch of keyboard warriors destroying and going deeper as they go. Finally, the cyber princess at the front of the line, grinning and throwing her anti-wipes wildly, was the first to look up subconsciously. Spotted veterinarian song 100 meters away. In the night, Buzz, the cyber princess, who had a sardonic grin on her face the previous second, instantly froze and turned pale. Aha! The next moment there was the trademark scream. At the same time, the crowd that was destroying it was drawn to look at it. Boom! The moment they saw Song Sickness, all of them were clearing their faces. Ghosts! In the face of the ghost-like, wearing a white coat in the night, waiting with a smile, Song Sick, coupled with the night environment 100 meters away. The crowd of keyboard warriors didn't see Song Disease's face, and for the first time, they only thought they had seen a ghost. A bunch of keyboard warriors were pissed on the spot, and several women, including the internet princess, let out a succession of screams on the spot. The righteous assemblage of more than 30 men was instantly disintegrated by fear and dropped the tools of the trade in their hands. The first reaction was to turn around and run. However, as they turned to try and escape through the iron gate they had come in through, it was only then that I realized that the iron gate from which I had come had been locked at some point. The whole asylum was sealed with high walls, and at once it was more like a prison in its severity. Aha, help! Once again, the crowd of keyboard warriors were stunned. Some were paralyzed. Some tried to dogpile, but found the wall too high. It's long past time to get out. As they turned back to look in the direction of Song Sickness again in horror, Song Sickness also walked towards them with his hands in his pockets and a smile. Good evening and welcome to my asylum. Chapter 208, you're here and still want to leave? Good evening and welcome to my asylum. Song Sickness revealed a harmless smile, warmly welcoming these patients who took the initiative to come to his door. Ah, ghosts! Don't come over! Don't come over! Help! I don't want to die. Oh, Mom, I was wrong. I want to go home. We didn't mean to interrupt. Don't kill us. We were wrong. Cyber Princess, what kind of path are you leading? You're killing us. However, in the face of Song Disease, who walked under the night with his hands in his pockets and spoke, a group of keyboard warriors still thought it was a ghost, and were scared to distraction, their faces pale. Naturally, I don't forget to blame the Cyber Princess, and at this moment, the Cyber Princess, along with a few women, had long since been paralyzed to the ground, directly pissing in fear. The skin of his mouth was shivering, so where was he to say anything else? A bunch of keyboard warriors no longer have the same godly spirit they just had. There's just woefully inadequate and ungainly. Song Sickness, he hasn't even made a move yet and these guys are scared like this? Think he's a ghost? Have you ever seen such a handsome ghost? Got any taste? How can you learn to be a gangster with that? Accompanied by Song's 6 slow steps approaching, a certain great cleverness finally realized the end and hurriedly exclaimed, "No, he's not a ghost. Ghosts can't have shadows." At these words, the panicked 30 or so people finally calmed down a bit and looked alone. Only then did he realize that in the moonlight, Song Sickness seemed to have a real shadow. At the same time, at close range, they also finally got a good look at Song Sickness. It was a handsome, smiling face. It is also the object of their trip to take real revenge. Song Sickness. The pissed-off Cyber Princess was the first to cry out in shock. The hearts of the crowd of keyboard warriors trembled, and their faces, which were originally begging for mercy and fear, gradually changed from dismay to surprise, and then the hideous anger at the end. Yeah, so it's you, the big lecher. Mud, scared the hell out of me. He must have done it on purpose, deliberately pretending to be a ghost to scare us with such vile and disgusting tactics. This almost scared me. Oh, husband, beat him to death. I want you to beat him to death. Realizing that Song Sickness was a human being and not a ghost, the bullying crowd of keyboard warriors immediately revealed their nature again. Song sickness, scare them by pretending to be a ghost? And vile and disgusting? He's not that boring. It's obvious that these idiots are being thieves and scaring themselves. And as far as being vile and disgusting goes, is there anything more disgusting than cyberstorming people online and coming quietly in the middle of the night to throw feces at them and send them wreaths and threats? Humph. You've come just in time for this birth. We said we'd thread down to get real with you. And now we're here. See these wreath replies? It's our gift to you. Bah! How can trash like you still have the face to live? Tonight we're going to expose you for what you really are and give an account to the victims you've hurt. 36 keyboard warriors have stood up, even to the line. Still do not forget to play the nature of the sprayer. Expose me? The officials haven't even come out with a certification yet. And those so-called victims haven't come up with any substantial evidence. What makes you guys assume that I'm just wrong? Not that those people are deliberately slandering me. In other words, even if I am wrong, there is a law to punish me. So who are you to undermine it? In the face of the brainless remarks of this group of spammers, Song Sickness still couldn't help but sneer and ask a rhetorical question. At this statement, a group of keyboard warriors were dumbfounded. For a moment it was not just how to answer, but it was only a moment before the internet princess found a reason to speak first. Oh, what more evidence is needed? What girl would use her own innocence to slander others? What kind of mom slanders someone with her daughter's reputation? The rest of the group instantly found a break. Right, big guy. Don't bull ***** with this kind of birth. Waste him and make his life worse than death. Now kneel down and kowtow to us in thanks, and eat this bucket of death. And we can still consider sparing your family's lives. And that vixen, don't forget, let her roll out and atone for your sins too. All together. Don't let this birth go tonight, no matter how much he begs for mercy. With that, the group of keyboard warriors picked up their weapons and charged toward Song Sickness with vigor, as if the victims were them. A bunch of fools. Since you want to die, I'll do the right thing and save you from wreaking havoc on others. Faced with a hideously rushing crowd of keyboard warriors, Song Sickness sighed and shook his head. Next. Wow. Originally dark and hidden all around, the searchlight light suddenly lit up. Don't move. Don't move. Don't move. At the same time, in all directions, at the high wall, countless special forces sprang up with submachine guns and instantly surrounded the scene. In the darkness, even more, several red dots appeared, landing with precision on each keyboard warrior's little head. Wow. It all happened in a flash. The crowd of keyboard warriors who had been raging and screaming at Song Sickness the previous second were instantly stunned, dumbfounded by this scene, and their faces turned pale. Where have I seen this before? Of course. What made them even more surprised was how there were so many people hiding around and they couldn't detect them. All hands up. Anyone who dares to move will be killed. Yi Tian's ice-cold voice rang out. Ah, no. Don't shoot. The crowd of keyboard warriors were instantly softened by fear. The weapons in their hands dropped, and they hurriedly held their heads and knelt down. Fear of suddenly eating peanuts. Why have you stopped? Aren't you going to punish me on behalf of justice? Don't be a wimp. Get up and continue. Looking toward the crouching group of keyboard warriors, Song Sickness laughed playfully. The crowd of keyboard warriors were reminded by Song Sick's voice, and only then did they dare to look up at the crowd of special forces around them. Upon realizing that the slew of special forces soldiers raising their guns were all in uniform, the crowd of keyboard warriors froze slightly, suddenly realizing that these people seemed to be soldiers of Manhwa. Reacting, the cyber princess hurriedly opened her mouth. Soldier Pigeon Pigeon, we are here to act on behalf of heaven and punish this great lecherous demon. We're the good guys. You've got it wrong. It's this big shadow demon that should be shot. Good people? Yi Tian's eyes were ice cold as he stepped forward, glaring at these keyboard warriors and questioning. In the middle of the night, listening to online gossip, trespassing and destroying other people's property, as well as wielding an anti-personnel weapon and intentionally killing people. What makes you guys look like good people? It is clearly a murderer who intentionally murdered the pillars of our country. A crime so heinous that death 10 times would not be enough. Boom! When these words came out, a group of keyboard warriors were scared straight on the spot. Hurriedly sophomoric. No! 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 Uncle Policeman, you've got it wrong. We're just here to punish this guy on behalf of justice. And this guy isn't a good guy. He's evil. He's thanked so many innocent girls for their sake. And he's profiteering and scrounging for money. He's guilty of the most heinous crimes. Joke, punishing on behalf of justice. Who gave you the right? Who are you? Yi Tian interrupted with a cold smile once again. We count. No, Uncle Policeman. This could be a misunderstanding. We were wrong. Is it okay if we leave now? Yeah, we're not punishing them anymore. For a while, a group of sophomoric keyboard warriors couldn't say anything again, so they hastened to admit their mistakes. Go, what do you think? Song Sickness laughed. You're here and you want to leave? You guys are afraid you want to fart. Chapter 209, Behave Yourselves. You're crazy. You need treatment. The attention of the crowd of keyboard warriors was once again drawn to Song Sick's words. Close up. He looked up at Song Sick, who was wearing a white coat with a demonic smile at the corner of his mouth. Chills inexplicably ran down their backs. It was as if he was not facing a person, but really a demon. You, what do you mean? Could it be that you're going to arrest us all? Several men's voices trembled and issued questioning questions, but their aura weakened a few points. And just then, the new-brain cyber princess seemed to have seized the handle and stood up violently, and instead of being unafraid, she resumed her previous arrogant stance. In her hand, she held a cell phone video. To the crowd of gun-toting special forces, it was a loud question. Good. I can kind of see that you soldiers must have coveted his money and been bribed by him. I'm going to sue the officials and put each and every one of you in jail. Don't be afraid, people. We're the good guys. They're soldiers. I don't believe you'll dare shoot us. The cyber princess's sudden divine maneuver made a group of special forces soldiers freeze. Song Sickness and Yi Tian also revealed strange expressions. However, an even more bizarre scene ensued. A host of keyboard warriors instantly galvanized the nature of the keyboard warrior, encouraged by the internet princess. That's right, guys. The guys are intimidated by them, videotaping together and exposing them for abusing their power and oppressing us good people. Let's all stand up and fight back and see what they can do to us. We come and go as we please. Who of you dares to stop us? Shoot me if you can. With that said, a host of keyboard warriors stood up and pulled out their cell phones to record the event, no longer fearful, confident that these special forces would not dare to shoot. At this moment, the cell phone seemed to have become a weapon in their hands, and one of them became arrogant again. Song Sickness. As it turns out, there's a difference between keyboard warriors and normal people, both online and offline. They hide behind the internet, stand on the moral high ground, and think of themselves as saints who judge everything. One can ruthlessly attack and criticize everything. They can attack a girl when they see her coloring her hair. Seeing athletes tattooed, they can attack as well. These are just other people's little hobbies that have not harmed others or endangered society, but they can still find all kinds of reasons to spray. Even if it drives people out of their homes, it doesn't feel like enough. They don't care about being right or wrong, or falsely accused or not. Just the thrill of this pontificating. And when it turns out that the person they attacked was innocent, or couldn't bear to commit suicide, they would then immediately hide like rats, and after a while, pop up again to move on to the next one they sprayed. Week after week, it's messing up the internet. Now that they've come down to the line, even in the face of all this ironclad evidence, they continue to take their proud weapon of video rumor mongering with confidence. It's just a shame that they overlooked two things. For one, it's offline. Secondly, they are barking up the wrong tree. Identification complete. Take them all away. These are psychopaths who accidentally escaped and need special treatment. Song Sickness didn't bother wasting any more time with these keyboard warriors and directly ordered. Now he kind of understands the truth that you can't make these keyboard warriors realize the error of their ways with a human mind. They all think of themselves as perfect saints, and for you to accuse them of being wrong is tantamount to touching their inferiority complex. It's a wonder you don't spray you to death. The only way to do that is to heal them from birth to adulthood in the same way that you heal the birth hand. If they can't be cured, then they'll have to be sent to Hades. Perhaps the 18 cures of the 18 layers of hell can cure them. At the sound of Song Disease's words, hundreds of special forces immediately surrounded and approached. Don't you dare. We're good people. Don't you dare arrest us. We'll expose you. You don't deserve to be soldiers. And you're in bed with the bad guys. You come any closer and we'll send a video. Get out. Get the hell out. I'm an animal girl. You touch me and I'll sue you for thanks and get you cyber raped. A bunch of keyboard warriors instantly panicked, pulling out that online routine with all sorts of mindless threats of slander. Even a few of the girls, led by the cyber princess, had picked up their weapons and slammed them at the special forces. The group of special forces soldiers looked at Song Sickness and Yi Tian for orders to shoot. All of them, wear helmets, change electric rods, throw tear gas, and anyone who dares to resist will be beaten until he serves. Yi Tian frowned slightly and ordered directly and decisively. Shooting is naturally impossible to shoot. One is that these people don't deserve it yet. The second is that Song Disease needs patience. At once, several SWAT officers collectively took out tear gas canisters from their belts and threw them precisely at the 30-odd keyboard warriors. The tear gas quickly spread, enveloping a crowd of keyboard warriors. Immediately after that, the crowd of special forces put on their masks, pulled out the electric batons on their belts, and rushed into the smoke. The hunt is on. How dare you guys hit me? Ah. Cough cough cough. Don't touch. Snort ah. Oh. Don't fight. Let's vote. Snort goosey 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 goosey. My bad, snort, goosey. Soon, the happy and cheerful voices of a bunch of keyboard warriors rang out from under the smoke covered by the tear gas canisters. Some of the keyboard warriors managed to escape the smoke while they were still in the area, and were pulled back by a large hand. Electricity out of a goose call. Special forces, mad. I've been putting up with these idiots for a long time. A few minutes later, the smoke cleared. The 30 or so keyboard warriors who had been lively and jumping around the last second had all dutifully laid down on the ground and wailed in all directions. The most arrogant ones were already spitting white bubbles out of their mouths, being electrically numbed and fainting. The body jerked. Meanwhile, in the hands of each keyboard warrior, a pair of silver bracelets is joyfully mentioned. As for the cell phones they were so proud of, they had long since shattered in one piece in the west and one in the east, and maybe never touch a keyboard again in this life. Don't electrocute us. Don't electrocute us. We were wrong. Oh, help, help. It hurts. We won't dare again. Don't electrocute me. It hurts. Mommy, Daddy, help me, I'm scared. A bunch of keyboard warriors just lay on the ground, twitching and wailing. For the first time, I recognized my mistake. Next to it stood a special agent, ready to recharge, reporting to the dean. All of these people have been apprehended. A special forces soldier came forward and saluted and reported. Nice job. With a word of approval, Song Sickness took the electric baton from the other party and smiled as he walked towards the 36 keyboard warriors on the ground. Oh, divine Dr. Song. Let us go. We won't dare to do it again. Yes, we know we're wrong and we've been punished as we should be. So just let us go. I have an 80-year-old mother, and a 3-year-old son. I'm the backbone of the family. Don't electrocute me. I know you're the nicest. Seeing the approaching Song Sickness, the group of keyboard warriors immediately shivered in fear and begged for mercy. Don't be afraid. I'm a doctor. You have a nervous condition and need to be locked up and hospitalized. Song Sickness smiled reassuringly. At this statement, the hearts of the keyboard warriors trembled and they all bobbed their heads in denial. What psycho? What are you talking about? We're not the ones who are psychotic. No, we're not psychos. We're normal people. Yeah, we're fine. We're not psychotic really. Chapter 210, How do you prove you're not psychotic? No neuroses? Song Sickness looked strange and smiled as he asked rhetorically. No nerves? What kind of nerves are you guys having? Coming to my mental hospital in the middle of the night with all this filth and vandalizing it? No nerves and a scolding to punish me? No nerves, what are you guys doing barging into my asylum in the middle of the night? This is where I specialize in psychopaths. It's not my fault if you're the ones who brought this on yourselves. Song Sickness spread his hands to express his helplessness, and then analyzed. And just now, you guys acted so nervous, and now you're saying that you're not nervous? Who would believe that? Judging from my years of experience in practicing medicine, I see that you are not only neurotic, but also very sick. It's been a very sick kind of thing. If I let you out, I'd be irresponsible to society and others, and I'm afraid I'd endanger others. So, for the rest of the day, you are at peace with your treatment with me. I'll do my best to cure you, and even if I can't, I'll place you properly. Of course, I'm the most democratic of people, so if you can prove that you're not psychopaths, I'll naturally let you go. Song Sickness was extremely patient in analyzing the group of keyboard warriors, and finally gave them the opportunity to do the same. The crowd of keyboard warriors panicked even more when they heard that. Can't be cured and properly placed? What's that supposed to mean? And how are they going to prove that they're not psychopaths when they're asked to prove that they're not psychopaths? They shuddered at the thought of what happens to normal people when they are put in a mental institution. Repentance was written all over his heart at the moment. Nothing impulsive what? Continue to scold Song disease on the internet is good. Have to impulse offline real. This is really over. Of course, the most unexpected thing for them was that there would be so many soldiers in Song 6 mental hospital. Take all these psychopaths away and put them in the mental ward. It was only after carefully inspecting these people that Song Sickness laughed. A group of special forces soldiers stepped forward and easily lifted more than 30 keyboard warriors. No, don't. Divine Dr. Song, don't arrest us. We're really wrong. We're not psychotic as we're not psychotic. How do you want us to prove it? You are insulting and defamatory plus rumor mongering. It is against the law to privately capture and imprison people and threaten them with harm and anguilla. What gives you the right to arrest us without a warrant? What gives you the right to arrest us? Yes, you're violating our human rights, and I'm going to sue you. The crowd of keyboard warriors instantly reacted even more violently, with a few law-savvy ones popping up. You who? You guys even know about this? Sung Sik was instantly impressed by these keyboard warriors who knew the law. I couldn't help but laugh and ask, you all know that this is against the law, but you still dare to come in the middle of the night to engage in this way? Well, It looks like you guys are really sick. Take them down and give them shock treatment first. A host of escorted keyboard warriors completely broke their defenses and stopped begging for mercy, rising up in impotent rage. Song disease, you shall not die. You're the one who's nuts. Just you wait. Justice is never late. I'm going to sue you for thanking me too. You're miserable. Don't you see? They're having a seizure. Quick, quick, hurry up with the shock treatment. Song Sickness hurriedly opened his mouth. Yes, Dean. The group of escorting special forces immediately pulled out their electric batons again. Ah, don't. I'm wrong. Don't electric gigla goose 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 goose. At the sight of an electric baton, the keyboard warrior, who had been impotent and raging, immediately wimped out again. Just as he asked for mercy, he was greeted by electric rods thrust into his posts, and at once each one began to roll his eyes and convulse. 2.5 minutes later, the psychopathic keyboard warriors who had undergone a second electroshock treatment finally went peacefully to sleep. The condition was alleviated, which led to his being escorted to the psychiatric ward and locked up. Prepare for follow-up treatment with veterinarian Song. There should be a lot more of these keyboard warriors coming up next to wreak havoc. Wherever they are found, arrest them as psychopaths who have escaped from our mental hospital. Lock them together and wait for me to treat them, okay? After resolving the first batch of psychotic keyboard warriors, Song Sickness looked at Yi Tian and commanded, "It is indeed against the law to arrest someone privately and restrain them in Anguilla. Those keyboard warriors don't obey the law. We can't afford not to, but catching psychopaths is another story. Once a psychopath escapes to the outside, he can jeopardize the safety of others and the public peace. And sending 6 psychiatric hospitals to arrest these psychopaths in the name of arresting mental illness. It's simply a contribution to society. There's even a couple of grades issued to these special forces guys later on, 2 for the price of 1. As for whether the keyboard warriors are psychotic or not, does it matter? How do you prove you're not crazy when you get to the mental hospital? And you can have any type of psychosis you want if Song Sickness wants it. It's Dean." Yi Tian nodded and immediately went down to command. It was then that AI Little Beast and Zhang Taiju, who were not far away, dared to come. They witnessed it all equally, and it was Song Sickness that sent them. "Brother, master." As the two walked, Zhang Tieju's mood was visibly low. He was shaken to his core by the keyboard warriors who had just been there. Apparently I didn't think that hearts could be so bad that those guys would actually dare to lie down and wreak havoc. If it weren't for so many soldiers, the consequences would be unimaginable. He followed Song Sickness from Quan Village to the big city just to see the beauty of the world. What you end up seeing is this complexity of human nature. He's also been affected by this cyberstorm. With a couple of women who had previously tricked him into asking for their contact information, now it also backhandedly comes over and says it was thanked by him for it. It even exposed his phone number. Every day is full of harassing phone calls and private messages, but he hadn't even dared to touch a girl's hand since he was a kid, so how could he have the guts to do such a thing? Now, he seemed to gradually understand the reason why Song Sickness had brought him to Andu. It also gradually became clear what those births in Song Sickness's mouth were. "Pillar, if you're scared, I can send you back to Quan Village, which is safe now." Seeing Zhang Tieju's low mood, Song Disease smiled and patted his shoulder. Marshallin had already told him about the military base being built next to Quan Village. That's why he wasn't worried. And he brought Zhang Taiju to Andu because he wanted to let the latter see the viciousness of this society. Now, after all that, he believed it was time for the big, simple boy to grow up. "No, brother Song's sick. I'm not leaving. I'm going to stay and help you. I'm the best veterinarian in our village for 10 miles. I'm not even afraid of those cows and horses. How would I be afraid of these births?" Zhang Taiju immediately said with a firm gaze. A big guy at 6 feet 8 inches plus a lanky weight of over 200 pounds. It looks like the ancient Zhang Fei Li Kuei. This is the reason why Zhang Taiju can become a famous veterinarian in the village. A body of brute strength. Even a bull or a horse must be obeyed. Good job. Then I'll leave these keyboard warriors to your healing first. Anyone who wants to have an attack, you take out the big needles you brought from the farm and stab them hard. Song Sickness similarly smiled, pleased with the change in this good brother. This less so, will not be the target of bullying in the future. Well, don't worry brother. Zhang Taiju nodded his head, not feeling good about those keyboard warriors who were just going to come true to them. "Master, I want to heal too." Seeing Song Sickness ignoring herself, AI Little Beast hurriedly raised her hand on her tiptoes. "Then you'll be the pillar's second in command. And be careful not to get hurt by those guys." Looking deeply at AI Little Beast, Song Sickness laughed. He realized that the girl seemed to have some guts. That night, patrolling special forces caught a lot more of them around the hospital. taking advantage of the darkness of the night to wreak havoc and intimidation on the keyboard warriors. The reasons are naturally all to be arrested as psychopaths. And what these keyboard warriors probably won't think about until they die is that being arrested as a psychopath is just an appetizer. The most desperate is yet to come. Early the next morning, outside the Sentinel Psychiatric Hospital, there was a sudden crush of people. Some held up various signs cursing to get justice from song disease. At the head of the pack were a number of unscrupulous media outlets with camera microphones who came to take advantage of the interview to create a buzz. That's right, a group of capital led by the Big Love Group, after 3 days, sent up a second round of netstorm suppression to song disease, arranged for all sorts of unscrupulous media outlets to cover it. Thank you to my storyteller plus Big Brother for the pop-up sprinkles, and to my brothers for the artist's gift. Chapter 211, Unscrupulous Reporters. Early the next morning, AI Beast went out shopping as usual. Naturally, he didn't forget to pull on the strong Zhang Taizhu to help himself carry things. The main thing is to buy chickens you can't live without. Of course, being in possession of a huge amount of money, she naturally didn't just think of herself, and every time she would buy many delicious food for Song Sickness and the others to come back, even all kinds of clothes and jewelry as gifts. And Zhang Taizhu, who was often dragged by AI Xiao Beast as a hard laborer, had already been unconsciously dressed up by AI Xiao Beast as a fashionable and spiritual big guy. You can't spend $100 million of pocket money anyway. This time, however, the two men had just driven the car not far from the psychiatric hospital where they had been sent. Suddenly there was a flat tire. The two were puzzled to get out of the car to check, found that it was stuck to the iron nail after the helpless to change the tire. At the same time, a large group of people suddenly poured out from among the jungle 100 meters away. At the head were some unscrupulous journalists, paparazzi with microphones and cameras. They had excited and intimidating smiles on their faces, like a zombie sniffing a living person. When they saw AI Little Beast and Zhang Taizhu, they rushed towards them with 2 excited eyes. It's them, they're those 2 assistants beside Song Sickness. Song Sickness' evil behavior must have something to do with them. Quickly block them, don't let them go. Even if you get a shot on tape, you'll have material for today's broadcast. A few unscrupulous journalists spoke excitedly and quickly. Looking at AI Xiao Beast and Zhang Taizhu was not like looking at people, but more like looking at money. After squatting for so long, it's finally time. Pillar, do you know what my master likes to eat? I'll buy some more and give my master a good tonic. A brother Song Sickness seems to like it quite a bit. Little Beast's sister, Zhang Taizhu, who changed the tire, said that he was the first to discover the unscrupulous reporters who rushed like zombies, and immediately exclaimed, "Ha, my master likes to eat me? Eat me for what?" AI Xiao Beast was confused by Zhang Taizhu's answer and subconsciously asked, "No, look Little Beastie's sister." Zhang Taizhu hurriedly got up and twisted AI Xiao Beast's head to the back. It was only then that AI Xiao Bei realized the unscrupulous reporters and paparazzi who rushed in like zombies, and it's still coming from all directions, extremely fast. The 2 men hadn't reacted. Then it was already surrounded. Countless video recorders, cameras, and microphones just disliked it. The flash was flashing so wildly that those who didn't know thought they were capturing a big star. A few unscrupulous reporters who had gotten there first were even more unscrupulous in launching questioning in a hurry. "Both of you. I'm a reporter from the XX Media." "Nonsense. Can I interview you for 2 questions? You are the assistants beside the devil Song Sickness. So is it true that devil Song Sickness is victimizing the common people for the sake of thanking young girls? Is Song Sickness a spy for the likeness? Why would he do that? Are you aware of those evil deeds of his? Or are you accomplices? And are you involved in all this behavior? We are all Manhwa people. Why are you doing this? Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Several unscrupulous reporters surrounded the 2 and immediately sent out all sorts of snarky questions to question them. Intentional guidance. The aim is also naturally to generate traffic. My master is a great man, not some devil. He has never harmed anyone for thanks. It's all those people who make up rumors. There is no real evidence. You guys mustn't believe it. The reactive AI Xiaobei also instantly realized that this was intercepted by a reporter. Immediately, he forced himself to resist the discomfort of the flash and looked straight into the camera to answer firmly, trying to do right by Song Sickness. What she doesn't realize, however, is that these are not journalists, but unscrupulous journalists. This is fundamentally different. The answer is not at all what these unscrupulous journalists want. All they want is traffic, and AI's Little Beast's answer was undoubtedly right up their alley. Instantly the microphone disliked it closer and continued to emit snarky questioning. "Really? Then why are those victims online suing him for thanks? Just the big internet fairies mainly. If Song Sickness hasn't done it, why don't you dare to come forward and clarify? Are you deliberately harboring him? Can't you see how pathetic those victims are? Do you realize how much heart damage you're doing to those by harboring them like that? Do you have proof of that statement?" You can be held accountable for what you say. You're so pretty. Are you that big shadow demon's adopted plaything? You guys? AI Little Beast was instantly exasperated by the snarky questions. Is that a question? It's pressurized in that it can lead to a smear. She could sort of see that these unscrupulous reporters were not serious about interviewing. Rather, it's a deliberate attempt to garner traffic groping. They don't care about the truth. Only care about what kind of topics generate traffic. This lady, please answer us. Are you being adopted by song sickness? Did you volunteer? How many women does he maintain? Why would he do that? Doesn't he know it's against the law? When the crowd of unscrupulous reporters saw AI Little Beast lose her temper, her eyes lit up and she grabbed even more frantically to question them. Go back to good editing for dubbing. Asterisk 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 off. You bad guys. Seeing that these people asked more and more excessive, and the topic even disliked their faces, Zhang Taizhu broke out. The lanky figure, coupled with the booming voice, briefly shocked the crowd of unscrupulous journalists. Slap away several microphones in one go. Pillar, run. AI Shao Beast reacted and hurriedly pulled Zhang Taizhu up and rushed towards the psychiatric hospital for the sick. She knew that if she didn't run, she really wouldn't be able to escape. By then, I don't know how many unsavory images will be captured by these unscrupulous reporters, then maliciously edited and spliced, even dubbed, and sent out. Aw, how can you guys be so rude? Knocked our microphone off. The two had just run out, and a group of unscrupulous reporters had finally reacted. Immediately angry, he chased after them. The camera still grabs and still questions. Both of you please answer our questions. Please don't run away. We simply want to know the truth. Why are you fleeing? Are you too much of a thief to face it? A group of unscrupulous reporters, like the devil, persevered, not giving up any of the shots and questions, even doing explanations to the camera while chasing. Hello viewers, I'm this station's reporter Xiao Grain. We've now interviewed the two assistants beside Song Sickness, but they look like thieves. They don't dare to face us directly. It seems the truth is getting closer. Please click and follow as our reporter XX continues to report to you. At the end of your chase, AI Shao Beast and Zhang Taizhu finally escaped back under the gate of the Sending Sick Psychiatric Hospital. The two SWAT officers on duty noticed the situation outside and their faces changed slightly, but they still rushed forward to meet them. Only then were AI Little Beast and Zhang Taizhu able to enter safely, and a group of unscrupulous journalists at the back, like a dog's skin, followed up with their cameras raised. What's it all for? This is a mental hospital. No normal people are allowed to set foot here. Two on-duty SWAT officers were armed with warning shots. Only then did the crowd of unscrupulous journalists cower in fear. However, a few bold ones still held up their microphones and questioned Zhang Taizhu and AI Xiaobei in the Iron Gate. Gentlemen, please answer us. We just want to know the truth. Running away won't solve the problem. The rest of the unscrupulous journalists were infected and emboldened. That's right. We're going to interview Song Sik today and get him out. We're not leaving until we get the truth we want. Knowing the exposure, they are no longer jealous. Hold up the camera and take a wild shot. Opportunities like this are rare. They are naturally reluctant to give up. Soon, the entrance to the Sending Sick Psychiatric Hospital was crowded with countless unscrupulous reporters and cameras. There has been a lot of pressure, chanting frantically for Song Sickness to come out for an interview. Give them the result they want. Otherwise it stays put. Chapter 212, Good things come one after another. Did you get all the footage just now? Well, shoot. That's good. Go back and edit. This is a rare opportunity. While there are so many people, let's all continue to apply pressure and force Song Sickness out. That's right. With so many of us, I don't believe he won't come out. Song Sickness, get out here. We want to be a voice for those victims. Please give us an interview. The Sending Sick Psychiatric Hospital was quickly filled with unscrupulous journalists and interviewers. It was like a demonstration, chanting together to apply pressure. Keep asking questions. Ask for Song Sickness to come out. The scene gradually got out of control and the few remaining SWAT officers on duty stepped forward and were unable to control it. Faced with so many shots, they didn't know what to do for a while. I am afraid that this will bring bad influence, so I do not dare to make any move. What to do? So many people, looking at the countless unscrupulous reporters' hideous faces, with all sorts of snarky questions, Zhang Taizhu and AI Little Beast also panicked. I didn't realize it had come to this. So many people, hundreds of them, and all of them are articulate and law-aware journalists and media, and all holding up cameras. Not at all comparable to the 30 or so brainless keyboard warriors last night. The keyboard warriors were confronted last night and photographed evidence of their break-in and vandalism, to the point where arrests could still be made. And what about all the people now? All the reporters? Can we still arrest them all like last night? And just when a few people didn't know what to do, Song Sickness and Yi Tian came at the sound of their voices. Song Sik was still wearing the same white coat from last night. Compared to the panic of the crowd, he still had a breezy demeanor. A comforting smile was given to AI Little Beast and Zhang Taiju. Song Sickness put his hands in his pockets and calmly came to the iron gate, looked at these unscrupulous reporters and asked with a smile, "You guys are looking for me?" At the first sight of Song Sickness, countless unscrupulous journalists were as if they had shot chicken blood, instantly getting excited. On the spot, he broke through the defense line of several SWAT officers and rushed to the iron gate. And the camera microphone disliked Song Sick alone. If it weren't for the iron gate stopping them, there was no need to doubt that these unscrupulous reporters would have crowded Song Sickness like rabid dogs. "Divine Dr. Song, you're finally willing to come out. Are you vain or are you pressured to come out? You haven't shown your face in so many days. Have you been hiding from something? Please answer our question. Why did you do something as bad as that beastly thing when you are so handsome? Did you open a live stream to diagnose and implement for the thank you process in the name of live streaming? Is there anything you want to say about the victims you've hurt for Shay? Are you doing this to your parents? Do you have any shame? We're not leaving until you recognize us today." Thinking that it was their oppression that made Song Sickness stand up, the crowd of unscrupulous reporters immediately asked more aggressive questions, with a microphone in hand and a camera in front of him. It's like the way of heaven, ignoring everything, even threatened not to leave. "Are you sure that you won't leave until I recognize you?" Song Sickness looked stricken, still reconfirming it. After all, he had never heard such a request in his life. A few unscrupulous reporters froze slightly, but still went along and continued to threaten. "That's right, we just want the truth. And if you don't give us the answers we want today, we won't leave. We'll just keep watch until you answer." "That's right, Song Sickness. Well then, since you don't want to go, you can all stay. There are a lot of wards here anyway." Confirming that it was someone the mental hospital wanted to admit, Sick Song gave Yi Tian a look. "So what if there are so many people? So what if they're all reporters? So what if there's a camera? Come and don't go." Yi Tian would understand. His eyes icy cold, immediately took out his walkie-talkie and ordered, coldly spitting out 2 words, "Action." He was equally unkind to these unscrupulous journalists who liked to fabricate right and wrong. "Long ago, I wanted to strike a blow, and marshal and gave them the right to execute whoever threatened Song Sickness. What about journalists? Kill, kill, kill." Just as the crowd of unscrupulous journalists toed the line and waited for Song Sickness to humbly answer, thousands of special forces en masse have been coming around the backyard for a long time. Kill on command, armed with shields and electric batons. In an instant, it was in an encircling position, like a large army, suddenly killing. Sound and fury. It already has the scene of the original extermination of the ghosts. "Ah, how dare you!" A group of unscrupulous journalists who only liked to fabricate right and wrong had never seen such a battle, and were stunned on the spot. Another big-time hunting moment unfolds. Dozens of tear gas canisters were thrown and countless special forces poured in. This is where the chaotic cloak and dagger method of electrocution opens up. Who cares? Just hit it. Answer the questions of these unscrupulous journalists with real action. Goosey. With the perfect coordination of the 1,000 special forces, none of the 100 or so unscrupulous reporters on the scene were spared. All wrapped up in dumplings. There were screams and screams. 1 kunchi later, the smoke cleared, and a host of unscrupulous journalists had been rewarded with silver bracelets and were on their knees. As for their cameras and various microphones, again, it has been thinned out, and they didn't use any obvious injuries on their bodies, some of which were internal. Why are you beating us? We just want to know the truth. We are journalists. What right do you have to beat us? Abuse. You guys are abusive. I'm going to sue the authorities." A crowd of flattened and dying unscrupulous journalists spoke weakly. No more just gushing eloquence. Isn't that what you guys asked for? You guys said you wanted to know the truth. I'm just bringing you to the truth." Song Sickness, however, innocently spread his hands, while looking toward the many unscrupulous reporters in the distance who also wanted to go up and join in the fun. Smilingly asked, "Do you want to know the truth? Come over." We don't want to." Many unscrupulous journalists in the distance were to see this battle. The spot was scared, consciously dropped the camera microphone. Fled. They are arrogant because they are confident that no one will dare do anything to them in front of the camera. Even they have to deliberately try to provoke the interviewee. That way you get more material. As a result, facing Song Sickness, that suddenly didn't work, because he really dared to fight, not bound by morality in the slightest. And so many soldiers popping up all at once. "Come up here and give me a beating without saying a word." Not the slightest bit reasonable. "What are you playing with? We don't want to anymore. Let us go." Yes. We were wrong. Leave us alone." Seeing this, the group of unscrupulous journalists who had been arrested also hurriedly conceded and begged for forgiveness. It's long since been beaten out of the shadows. Indicates that it doesn't want to. Didn't you guys just say that you wouldn't leave until you got the truth? Why don't you want to now? That makes it hard for me now. Song Sickness revealed a harmless smile. You're here and you want to leave? Crowd of unscrupulous journalists. We. For a while, the eloquent ones actually didn't know how to answer. Since you don't want to leave, come in and sit down. You are welcome at the Sending Sick Psychiatric Hospital. Song Sickness smiled faintly and raised his hand in a gesture. It's comforting to know that his mental hospital business is getting better. It's only been a few days and I've gained so many patients. No, don't. I don't want to go in there. Let me go. Let me go. I'm the first sister of XX media reporter. You dare to arrest me, I will be exposed by my media. Crime. You guys are committing a crime. Seeing the door of the psychiatric hospital for the sick slowly opened, a group of unscrupulous journalists who were still eager to rush in, instantly did not want to go in, struggling desperately. However, it was easily lifted in by the special forces like they wanted to lift a chicken. To really struggle a lot of amplitude. Secretly opened the electric rod of pestle. Instantly quiet. In this way, after a day, Song 6 Mental Hospital was once again pleased to have more than 100 patients admitted. At the same time, surprises abound. That maid of Xian's came running with her mouth and nose covered and her face pale. Said Anxuan suddenly had a disgusting stench coming from his body, especially the feet. Chapter 213, and Xian's illness. Treatment plan. Sent to a psychiatric hospital. Inside the luxurious VIP psychiatric ward, Anxuan is in a good mood. This was because ever since he was treated by Song Sickness once, he clearly felt all sorts of unique reactions coming from his originally senseless body. Though that treatment is still fresh in his mind, and he's gone through a lot of ghosts, but the thought that he might soon be able to get back on his feet was thrilling. The mind is already fantasizing, countless times, about the good life after recovery. Young master, it's time to wipe your body. At this time, the maid Joer brought a basin of water and undressed in Xian and wiped his body as usual. Are those miniature cameras all set up? And Xian inquired in a low voice. Aha! Joer nodded while going to take off in Xian's shoes. However, the moment the shoes were taken off, the smell of stinky tofu plus feet that had been pickled for an unknown number of years immediately hit his nose. It's like a biochemical weapon. And it stinks. Wretch! The pupils of Joer, who had originally lowered her head, shrunk slightly, caught off guard. Immediately, he was dizzy and dry heaving from the fumes, and Xian, who had lost his sense of smell and taste, frowned slightly when he saw the scene and said unhappily, What do you mean? Think I stink? No, young master, it doesn't stink at all. I just, wretch. Seeing in Xian angry, Joer looked flustered and hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. A poisonous gas took the opportunity to attack again, threw up on the spot, stay down rushed out of the hospital room. At this moment, the entire ward had long been infected by Xian's foot odor. And Xian was dumbfounded, only to see that the bonsai flower next to him was actually closing and withering with the naked eye. At the same time, he also felt dizzy and nauseous. The eyes are also spiced up, heralding the presence of irritating odors in the air. Although there was no sense of smell or taste, the stench was more than the average person could bear. It's like poisonous gas. Even without the sense of taste and smell, it doesn't affect the poisoning as much. Wretch! The body's reaction made Xian throw up on the spot as well. It finally made sense to me how Jewel had just reacted. Young master, don't breathe. It's poisonous. At that moment, Jewel folded back in, but had put on her mask, fighting back the discomfort. He put a mask on Anxuan as well, and resealed the culprit's feet. No wonder she always felt that Xian always smelled bad these days. Thought it had been too long since I'd showered and had a body odor. It doesn't seem like a body odor now, does it? Quickly go and invite Divine Dr. Song. And Xian was dizzy and hastily opened his mouth weakly. Again, there was a serious suspicion that it was his own body that was rotting and stinking. Okay, hold on young master. Wretch, 9 children do not want to stay for a second more. Numbly rushed out of the hospital room, to find Song disease to go. Song Sickness had just finished solving those unscrupulous reporters who had come to seek the truth when he welcomed the good news of Jor. Immediately, both eyes glowed, and he hurriedly looked at AI Little Beast in Zhang Taiju and commanded, Pillar, Little Beast, it's meal time. You guys hurry up and go prepare lunch for those keyboard warriors and unscrupulous reporters. Remember, all prepare delicious food. Great tonic, don't let them starve. Understand? The two froze, clearly not expecting Song Sickness to be so kind. Master, you're too kind. Those guys have done this to you, and you still care about their food and drink at all times. AI Little Beast said somewhat gamely. Go quickly. I'll come and console them myself later. Touch them with love. Song Sickness didn't explain anything and smiled as he pinched AI Little Beast's little cheeks. Only then did he turn to look at Joer, who came to report, and said in a dignified manner, it should be a side effect. Take me to take a look. Judging by the woefully pale face of his opponent, the disease was delivered successfully. Before leaving, Song's sickness naturally didn't forget to take a gas mask from one of the special forces. Dr. Song, save me. It stinks. My body seems to stink. You must save me. I don't want to die. Wretch. As soon as he saw Song's sickness, and Xian, who had collapsed on the bed and was dying, immediately acted as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw and immediately struggled and excitedly begged for help. Don't worry. You won't die with me. Song sick, who was wearing a gas mask, confidently assured the other party while taking his pulse. It was determined that the secondary disease that originally belonged to Luo Xinyu had been successfully delivered to Xian, but without Luo Xinyu's physique, and Xian's respiratory tract was now foot-infected. Thank you, divine Dr. Song. But why do I feel that my chest still hurts so much and it's hard to breathe? Only then did Xian breathe a sigh of relief at his words. It's okay. I'll just give you a couple of stitches. Song's sickness laughed. Upon hearing that he was going to be stabbed with a needle again, and Xian's pupils contracted as a reflex, hastily begging for mercy, he said, Dr. Song, divine Dr. Song, can you stop sticking needles and change the treatment plan, please? I'm afraid of the pain. It's fine. It really doesn't hurt this time. Song's sickness revealed a harmless smile. Really? Really? A couple minutes later, Song disease cured the fungus that infected the other's lungs. That's what took away the nausea from the other side. Then, Song's sickness gruffly snubbed. Young masterin, after my arduous healing down this period of time, this disease of yours is really not simple. To be cured formally, the only way to be cured is to give you a needle like this every day for 998 years. And then you may be cured. 991 years? And Xian, who had just returned from the ghost gate, heard such words and rolled his eyes, almost dying of fright on the spot. Zap for 9,981 years before you can be cured? Who the hell can stand that? But soon, and Xian thought of a possibility, and immediately opened his mouth with a fierce gaze in violent anger. Song disease, you must have done it on purpose. Don't think I don't know that you've cured paralyzed people even worse than me. Are you clearly teasing me? How can you be so mean? Astonishment flashed in Song disease's eyes. I can't believe this guy saw that? But still, he explained without haste, young masterin, you don't need to be angry. Everything I said is true. You have a very serious disease. However, what I just said is just regular conservative treatment. There is also a healing remedy that will ensure your complete recovery within a month. What kind of prescription? And Xian's impending outburst of anger was easily doused by Song's sickness. There is an ancient method in Chinese medicine called graft transfer. Your illness is caused by inhaling too much hostile energy. Wanting formal elimination requires you to suffer accordingly. On top of that, let someone else take the absorption and bear this sickness for you. That way you won't have to suffer so much. On the day the hostility is absorbed, your paralysis will naturally be healed. Song's sickness made up a reason to fool around with some of the concepts of Chinese medicine, and quietly reveals that the mental hospital now just happens to have a batch of psychopaths. Sure enough, and Xian listened in awe, but still asked, are you sure this will guarantee my recovery within a month? Naturally, I swear by medical ethics, Song's sickness confidently assured, then pretended to be intolerant, but this hostility of yours is a bit heavy. Those who want to suck your hostility may risk their lives. I'm afraid, Dr. Song needn't worry. I'll take charge of this matter. Besides, some psychopaths are just that. What's the harm in dying? Anshuan said at once. Good. With young Master Ren's words, I'm relieved. Let's choose a day. Let's set off now. At that point, just disguise yourself as a psychopath and imprison you with them. Successfully fooled. Song's sickness laughed with satisfaction. Then he turned his head to the maid who was hiding outside the door and didn't dare to come in. The latter's pupils contracted slightly, even as his cerebellum shriveled, because she had just heard the treatment plan from Song's sick mouth. Had the pleasure of smelling Anshuan's feet for a few seconds, only she knew how awful it was. Chapter 214, treating you to something else. Big Love Group. Still familiar with the extravagant underground 6th floor, Chow Bao's trio was enjoying the massage service of a beautiful woman, while watching on the big screen the progress of various smears against Song's sickness, in their partnership with other capitalist bigwigs. All of this can be described as going extremely smoothly and methodically. Even if a number of official accounts have come forward to do right by Song's sickness, they have long been preempted, and it's too late, still unable to cover the momentum. Smearing, after all, is the usual suppression tactic of many capitals. They have long been utilized with great skill. Just then, a man holding a video camera hurried to report, and took out the camera to capture the footage. What? Song's sickness even let the officials arrest all those media reporters? Ha ha ha, this dumbass. It seems like we really overestimated him. This is really a dumbass to the extreme. Seeing how arrogant he is, I thought he would have some means, but I didn't expect that he would be provoked so easily. Isn't this pouring oil on the fire and asking for his own death? I am now unilaterally declaring that this fool is finished and we have won. The three of them were stunned when they heard the news brought by the paparazzi, and then they burst out laughing. In their opinion, in the face of such negative news, the most taboo was to lose their temper in front of the reporter's camera. Still so many reporters in front of the camera. As it turned out, Song was sick and directly arrested all those reporters. What's this? If not a death wish? Enough for them to create countless talking points. This idiot is so screwed up that unless all sorts of fully valid evidence is produced, prove that those victims are lying and slandering, proof that we are behind this orchestrated crackdown. Ha ha ha, the three couldn't stop laughing, telling of the only possibility of Song disease winning. But this is clearly a pipe dream. Let's start with the victims. They can make as many as they want, whenever they want. It can even create other topics. As for them, since they dared to strike behind their backs, they naturally did a good job of keeping all sorts of secrets. And they're not the only ones with capital out behind them. Of course, what the trio and the group of capitals would never think of until they died was this. There is actually another most direct and dry way. Since the victory was declared in advance, let's hurry up and speed up the remodeling of more pharmaceutical factories and increase the acquisition of medicinal herbs for those prescriptions announced by that guy. Prepare ahead of time to be the biggest winner. The astute King Ben spoke up. Don't worry, in less than half a month, we'll be able to turn those prescriptions into our medicine on the market. Zhao Ming and Xiao Bao confidently stated. Now, while maneuvering to suppress Song disease, they are already going after those prescriptions for Song disease. No less than tens of billions of dollars were invested. Joint ventures with those foreign ones have also gone up to hundreds of billions of dollars, sent to a psychiatric hospital. More than 30 keyboard warriors and 100 journalists and paparazzi were held on the first floor of the largest psychiatric building. The iron-gated rooms here are compact enough to hold 200 or 300 people on the first floor alone. It's just pure and simple one-ring prison converted. There's also a huge event space in the center, like an interior basketball court. Simply humanized. Knock knock knock. Let us out. This is some kind of bull ***** mental hospital. This is a prison. We don't want to stay here. We're not psychotic. I'm going to sue the authorities for abuse, unlawful detention, unlawful control of our personal liberty. You are finished. As soon as AI Little Beast and Zhang Taiju arrived, they heard all sorts of shouts and screams coming from the various cells. Oh no, psychiatric wards. When the crowd of keyboard warriors and unscrupulous journalists regained their strength, they began to yell again. More and more they realized that this place was just like a prison, both in layout and style. This is clearly a prison in the name of a mental hospital. Zhang Taiju and AI Xiao Beast looked around, still preparing various nutritious foods in the dining area before returning to the second floor. Several specials in charge of the guards pressed the control buttons in their hands. A cell equipped with a self-energizing lock was then opened. The countless clamoring and smashing sounds came to an abrupt end, and soon a keyboard warrior and an unscrupulous reporter, one after another, came out. They had all changed into hospital gowns on them. Fellow psychopaths, it's time to eat. Please sit and eat in an orderly manner. Good children who are civilized and obedient can be rewarded with extra candies. Wearing a nurse's uniform, AI Little Beast stood on the second floor, holding up a bag of candy like a kindergarten teacher encouragingly. Yeah, uncivilized. Get a shot. Zhang Taiju also immediately pulled out the oversized veterinary needle he had brought. It's Song's sickness for them to learn online. Just treat these people as if they were psychopaths. However, it was obvious that AI Xiao Beast was doing well and Zhang Taiju still had to improve. A crowd of keyboard warriors and unscrupulous journalists saw this scene and the corners of their mouths twitched. Is this really treating them like psychos? Killing a man's heart? Ha! We're not psychos. Let us out. We're not eating. Yeah, I'm going home. Don't eat, big guy. They're being abusive. Let's go on a hunger strike. Let's make them panic. Let's see if they release us. That's right. I know the law. And they're just looking for death when they do that. Mud. I won't take a bite even if I starve to death. Don't let me out if you can. I'll go out and expose your evil deeds. A crowd of keyboard warriors and unscrupulous journalists immediately got excited. Even a few of the leading ones picked up the food on the table on the spot and smashed it at AI Xiaobei and the others at the second floor. Bitchy women. You shall not die for consorting with that beast Song sickness. We just wanted to teach that Bertha lesson. What's wrong with us? He deserved to die. He deserved to be broken into pieces. Let Song's sickness get out. If you can. Coincidentally, just as the last unscrupulous reporter was angrily shouting to see Song sick happened to arrive, followed by Nine's opposite Anchuan. You guys miss me again? Sung Sik, wearing a white coat, smiled at these psychopaths. At once, the crowd of keyboard warriors and unscrupulous journalists who had been clamoring were quiet. For some reason, Song 6's smile always made them feel inexplicably chilled. Here, fellow psychopath, didn't you just cry out to see me? I'm here. Is there something wrong with you that you need electroshock therapy for? Song's sickness beckoned to the last man who had clamored to see him. No, don't. I'm comfortable. The man immediately reflexively took a few steps backward and shook his head in a hurry. And that 200-pound fat girl, what do you think I did to you last night? Shouted out. Song 6's gaze went back to the cyber princess who had been imprisoned and still dared to continue her rumors. That's right. It's you. You're the one who knocked me out and QJ'd me last night. Uhu, I'm not going to live. However, it is surprising that, in the face of the oppression of the Song disease, the network of princesses have the courage to continue to slander, and even lying on the ground and rolling up, like some people. That's right. Everyone don't give in. I don't believe they still dare to kill us. With so many of us, our families will soon realize we're not looking. The most they dared to do was to electrocute us, and these we wrote down as evidence of their guilt. And now you want to bring us to submission with these delicious treats? Suffered all these days for nothing? If you don't kneel down and apologize to us today, and then compensate us, we won't let you go. Song sick. You born. Come on if you can. If you have the ability to kill me, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Being so energized, many keyboard warriors and unscrupulous journalists were once again ignited. Think about the inhumanity of this time. Locked up here as a psychopath. Also electrified. He was overwhelmed with resentment. On what grounds? What makes Song's sickness dare to do this to them? They decided that they would sue Song's sickness to death. Song's sickness? Okay. Since you guys don't want dinner, I'll treat you to something delicious. Chapter 215, Who's the Nutcase? No, we won't eat a bite of your food even if we starve to death, die here, and are electrocuted and beaten to death by you. Today you will either kneel down and apologize to us, plus compensation. Even if you take out a dragon's liver and phoenix gallbladder and a full banquet, you'll never make us forgive you. That's right. What can you keep us with? Take some food and try to undo the damage done to us. Dream on. Seeing Song's sickness say that he would take out something more delicious for them to eat, the crowd of keyboard warriors plus unscrupulous reporters were even more certain that Song's sickness was afraid. Wanting to ask for their forgiveness, one became more temperamental and arrogant. A grandpa stance that Song's sickness won't leave until he kneels down and apologizes to them. Not eating? That's not up to you. The corners of Song disease's mouth rose slightly, and he sneered in his heart, not saying anything more. He was sure that soon these people would eat. So, twisting his head to look at Xian, he pretended to be entangled and said, Young Masterin, as you can see, these mental illnesses aren't very good in the head. All day long it's just all kinds of screaming fantasies. This is a normal manifestation of psychosis. So every day must be a strictly closed management treatment. And for you to be treated here, we must also manage you as an on-site mental illness. Will this aggravate you? No aggravation. No aggravation. I asked to stay with them and receive treatment. And Xian hurriedly opened his mouth in excitement. The more people there were, the faster the hostility in his body was absorbed and the faster he got better. So seeing so many psychopaths, he would refuse there. It's too late to be happy. Can't wait to get down there now and live with these people. It's all psychotic and dead anyway. It also reduces the burden on society. Hey, well then, as long as you can fit in with them and think of yourself as a psychopath, I'm sure they'll be nice to you. And there will also be SWAT officers to keep you safe at all times. Song's sickness said with a slight smile. Thank you Divine Dr. Song. Thank you Divine Dr. Song. And Xian was so excited that he hurriedly signaled Joer behind him to push him down. Order it down. Seal off this building completely. Close all the windows. And wear gas masks when entering and leaving this place in the future. Watching Xian leave, Song's sickness collected his smile before looking at the several special forces soldiers responsible for guarding the area and calmly said, Yes, Dean. Although they didn't understand, the several special forces soldiers nodded their heads in a hurry and retreated to carry out the execution, starting to seal off the entire building. Little beast, Pillar, when you come to bring them food from now on, if you find anyone dying, give them medicine according to this prescription. If you can't feed them well, let the SWAT team carry them away. By the way, find time to buy more black plastic bags. Song's sickness continued to AI Little Beast and Zhang Taiju. The two froze slightly, but took over and nodded. After doing everything, Song's sickness then once again looked down at the crowd of psychopaths below who were still cursing themselves in various ways, and said meaningfully, Gentlemen, in a moment there will be the arrival of 2 more psychopaths. This is a true psychopath, and I hope that you will be able to coexist peacefully and not fight. Leaving the suspense, Song's sickness just walked away. Only, in Xian's opinion, These keyboard warriors and unscrupulous journalists were the real psychopaths. As for whether or not these keyboard warriors and unscrupulous journalists would treat the two Xian as if they were real psychopaths, that remains to be seen. Anyway, Song Sickness did nothing but simply arranged for a mentally ill person to be admitted to the place. That's all. What real psychopaths? We're not psychopaths. So what gives you the right to put real psychopaths living with us? Don't go away. Birth, Day Class VA, if you can. Great Shadow Demon. You'll get what's coming to you. You wait to die. We will not yield. The crowd of keyboard warriors and unscrupulous reporters below saw Song Sickness leave a sentence and just walk away. He was confused, but he didn't use much thought and screamed even more openly. Not the slightest realization of the seriousness of the situation. At this time, Xian and the maid, Zhou, had arrived on the first floor under the guidance of the special police on duty. Meanwhile, the entire building's entry and exit doors and windows have been completely locked and sealed. A real psychopath? At the first sight of Xian and the maid Zhou, the crowd of keyboard warriors and unscrupulous reporters immediately thought of the last sentence that Song Sick had just said, especially since Anxuan was also wearing the same hospital gown as them. Anxuan similarly surveyed the group of radicalized psychopaths in hospital gowns. Inwardly, he was a little apprehensive. If it wasn't for Nine's presence, he wouldn't have dared to come, but for the sake of the cure, he had to endure it. The maid by the side, Zhou, frowned slightly. Her heart was equally apprehensive. After all, this was more than 100 mentally ill people. She wouldn't even be able to get out in one piece if she went berserk. She couldn't really figure out what kind of treatment it was. The two sides just stalemated. Xian and the maid Zhou were lulled by Song Sickness. Plus they had just witnessed all sorts of odd performances from these talents. Already convinced that these people are just nuts. On the contrary, a group of keyboard warriors and unscrupulous journalists were still unsure if the two Anxuan men were insane. You were also captured in by Song Sickness at birth? At the thought that Song Sickness was also treating them like psychopaths, an unscrupulous reporter broke the silence by asking tentatively, wanted to test to see if the two Anxuan men were nuts. At those words, Xian's eyes lit up, thinking of Song Disease's reminder just now that if he wanted to stay, he would have to coexist peacefully with these people, just submit to their wishes. Thus, without even thinking about it, Xian hurriedly nodded his head and said with great righteousness, "Ah yes, I was captured by that Song Sickness to come in here. And I don't share the same fate as Song Sickness." This statement was met with relief by a crowd of keyboard warriors and unscrupulous journalists. The identification is complete. It's not a psycho. Bah, look everyone. That Birth is such an asshole that he doesn't even spare the handicapped. And scaring us about being really mentally ill. This asshole is surprisingly vicious. This comrade. Don't be afraid. We'll protect you. That's right. As long as we all stick together, the more people there are, the more scared that guy will be. This friend. Would you like to join us? Together we will defeat the demon Song Sickness. The big guys quickly came forward and surrounded Xian. Now they all understand the truth that the more people there are, the greater the impact of the public opinion created. And with a paralyzed disabled person like Anxuan, the impact is definitely greatly felt. So for a while, the people looked at Xian with friendly eyes and wanted to take advantage of it. Willing to be willing? I'm too willing. Looking at this group of psychopaths who were so enthusiastic and agreed with him all of a sudden, Xian sighed in relief. Sure is a bunch of dumbass psychopaths. Simple-minded and so gullible. It seemed that Song Sickness hadn't lied to him, and as long as he blended in with them, these psychopaths wouldn't hurt him and would treat him kindly. But he'll just have to sacrifice these psychopaths for the sake of his disease. Resentment flashed under Xian's eyes. So he laughed. My good friends, my feet are a bit stuffy. Can you help me untie my shoes and bandages to get some air? Harm. Look at what you're saying. Now that we're all brothers and we're all fighting against that bastard Song Sickness, it's only natural that we should take care of each other. Let me help you take it off. I'll do it. Let me do it. You're welcome. Immediately, several keyboard warriors and unscrupulous reporters enthusiastically stepped forward and grabbed to help Xian unseal the seal. Seeing this, Xian revealed an evil smile. Neurotic is just fine. So flimsy. The maid at the side, Zhou, frowned slightly, looking at the scene, had covered his mouth and nose and retreated silently behind the crowd.